able to stay up late and watch that second game starting at 10 p.m. in the East. Bucks winning in the early game in the final seconds. We'll get into that. At 8:20, find out what the future holds for the Bengals. Now that Joe Burrow is out for 3 months, we'll bring in Austin Elmore from ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati to talk about that. Best bets. Donkster coming your way at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. How you doing as we stream our final hour? You can do so by hopping on to valleysportslive.com or downloading the Valley Sports Live app. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. And Chelsea, let's talk a little Monday Night Football. At least we got the early game. The early game before we had to go to bed. The Buccaneers beating the Texans 20-19. The Bucks getting 2.5 points. The Bucks plus 120 on the money line. Total set at 42 and a hook. The under hits. And once again, the Tampa Bay rookie out of Ohio State making an impact.
Ibuka looking for a block. Got it. Emeka Ibuka, touchdown Tampa Bay.
Call courtesy of ESPN. The Bucks on top 14-10 at the break. Ibuka, just the 6th player since the merger to have 3 touchdowns in his first 2 games. Texans go on top 19-14, just more than 2 minutes to play after a touchdown by Nick Chubb. They fail on the 2-point conversion, but with just seconds to play, the Bucks drive right down the field and then punch it in.
Hot and in motion. They are going to run it. And no signal yet. Touchdown!
There it is, part of an 11-play, 80-yard drive, and the Bucks find a way again. This is the second straight week they have been trailing with under a minute to go and found a way to win.
Yeah, Baker Mayfield does it again. And it's wild to me that they were even trailing, because when you watch this game, it looked like the Bucks should be winning handily.
Yeah.
Like the Texans, their offense really could not get much going. And in fact, CJ Stroud looked like he was fighting for his life out there. The offensive line, was just not providing him with much protection. The pocket was just collapsing almost instantly. And we saw that last year. CJ Stroud was sacked the second most of any quarterback in the NFL. We saw more of that last night. Meanwhile, the Bucks on the line of scrimmage were incredible. Their run game rumbled for 169 yards. There was a point in this game where it felt like Rachaad White could not be stopped. It just felt like that meme that you used to see of like Zeke Elliott, where he's like saying, "Feed me." That's what it was like for Rachaad White. So they only won by a point, but the Bucks look like a very good and very complete team.
Did you see that play where Baker Mayfield, I think, got knocked over by C.J. Gardner-Johnson and then was hurt? Like he was grabbing his leg for a second, and then Gardner-Johnson started talking smack to Baker, and as soon as Baker heard that smack talk, jumps up and get in CJ's face. It was like, I saw someone tweet, that's the magic elixir for Baker. All he needed was to hear someone trying to talk some trash to him, and he immediately felt better. But he has been the leader of this team, and now that he has Ibuka, and now that he has Chris Godwin coming back from injury here in a couple weeks, I mean, that Buccaneers offense, I know they didn't get this win until late, but they have so much potential that they can run with some of the best in the NFL.
Oh, absolutely. And it's wild to me that a team that is a perennial contender in the NFC, and like maybe they're not the likes of like the Eagles, who obviously won the Super Bowl, but still, like the Bucs are in the postseason, it feels like every year. And they've had some close calls where they've nearly upset, some of the best teams in the NFC. So I understand it's the NFC South. Nobody wants to talk about that division, and nobody wants to talk about the Tampa Bay Bucs, but they are a good team. So I think if you're looking for value, in the NFC, the Bucs are one of those teams that I would trust, especially in the final minutes when you have a veteran quarterback like Baker Mayfield. And I understand the narrative on him. Once was that, okay, he's a mid quarterback, he's a journeyman, he's bounced around, but he's really found his footing in Tampa Bay. And he's put up really good numbers. So I think he deserves some respect.
I think it's interesting, too. The quarterback conversation in the NFL, to me, is always fascinating because look at how many quarterbacks were tossed aside, maybe coaches or teams gave up on them, and they've sort of had a renaissance. Look at Sam Darnold. Geno Smith early on, was a guy that just kind of bounced around and found his footing. Same thing with Sammy, same thing with Baker Mayfield. Look at Daniel Jones in Indianapolis. And so it's not like all these guys are going to be all pros, but many of these guys were just tossed aside. Like you're you're not fit for the National Football League. And I think we're seeing increasingly how difficult it is to be a quarterback in the National Football League, which is why after learning for years and years and years, some of these guys rejuvenate themselves.
Well, also it shows how much fit matters, like for the team that you're on and for the offensive scheme that you run. So some it's not even necessarily the quarterback's fault. Like it feels like for a while there, every single quarterback who was in Carolina was struggling. Like it's wild. The guys that had come through there, because Sam Darnold was there, Baker Mayfield was there, and they weren't winning those games. So I think a lot of it was on the organization as a whole. And I always wonder about quarterbacks who are in like the perfect fit for their skill set. Like look at Jalen Hurts. I feel like he is tailor-made for that Eagles offense. Like I always wonder how he would do if he played on another team.
I think fit is massive on another team where he's not look, whether you love it or hate it, there's no question the tush push is a huge part of the Eagles game. It's a huge part of Jalen Hurts' game, because the more diminutive quarterback is not going to be able to do that or handle or be that physical in that moment. But he's a perfect fit. And sometimes you'll go to an organization where, whether it's the coaching, whether it's the offense, whether it's the scheme, it's just not a fit at all. And I thought Dan Orlovsky made a good point. He put this out yesterday. He was talking about quarterback play and how it's started to decline overall. And he was saying that when it comes to offenses, because so many of the offenses that we see now are pass heavy, right? That it's really about quantity of plays as opposed to quality. And then you have quarterbacks who are always looking towards the coaches for play calls. And when you do that, if you're not in the perfect situation as a quarterback, you don't really know how to manage a game yourself. Like that's kind of an old school thing, a quarterback calling his own plays or knowing the offense enough to make his own adjustments. And it's not a lost art, but it's a very difficult thing to do. And he was saying that's why overall some of these rookies are having a hard time adjusting.
Yeah, so even like the quarterbacks who are labeled as mid, but they're veterans, I think this is why you see those type of guys succeed. Like guys like Joe Flacco, who, a couple of years ago, comeback player of the year. So I think it goes to show that like this is why a lot of veterans will start the year. And even looking at guys like Russell Wilson, I know his first game wasn't fantastic, but still, he knows the ins and outs of running an offense and the little nuances of being a veteran in the NFL. I want to ask you this because I'm looking at the NFC Championship odds, and these are the teams that are ahead of the Bucs. We've got the Packers and the Eagles, the Lions, the Rams, the 49ers, and then it's the Bucs. Do you think the Bucs should be higher?
I think it should be higher than the 49ers. I'm just out on the Niners. I have the Niners had the potential to win it fatigue. Like I have Chiefs fatigue because the Chiefs are always in the mix and they're winning Super Bowls, whereas I think is the Niners window closing? I think that conversation just kind of worn me out. I don't see it with San Francisco. I definitely think the Bucs should be higher than the Niners. And also, you don't have the potential injury issues with Tampa that you always have with San Francisco.
Yeah, and as far as like health goes, I'd almost put him ahead of the Rams too. Like Matt Stafford feels like he's glued together with like Gorilla Glue and maybe some duct tape. So I trust Matt Stafford intrinsically. It's just the Rams are 8-1, the Bucs are plus 950. Again, it just feels like one of those mid-market teams that people just don't want to give respect to.
No, I totally agree, but they keep getting it done. Baker Mayfield, 25 of 38, 215 yards, 2 scores. Bucky Irving leads the way on the ground, 17 carries for 71 yards. Next up, the Bucs head to the Meadowlands to take on the Jets on Sunday. The Texans visit the Jags. How about the late game? 10 o'clock start in the East. If you stayed up late to watch the entire thing, God bless you. Roger Goodell loves you. He wants to see more of you. The Chargers down the Raiders, 20-9. Chargers laying 3.5. Chargers minus 190. The total at BetMGM set at 46.5. It is the under that hits. Knotted up at 3 in the first quarter, and Justin Herbert finds a vet.
Raiders bring pressure. Herbert steps up on the move, scans end zone, a dart. Keenan Allen working his way in the back line, grabs it, and the Chargers jump on top.
Call courtesy of ESPN. Allen, 5 catches, 61 yards, and a touchdown. And then they open things up in the second quarter.
Herbert launches downfield. It's Johnson in stride. Touchdown, Chargers. 60 yards.
Herbert, 19 of 27, 242 yards. Those 2 touchdowns. Also leads the team in rushing with 31 yards. And how about the Chargers defense? They hold the Raiders to 218 total yards. I'm getting excited about the Chargers. I got to jump on some sort of bandwagon when I'm not cheering for the Commanders, and I think the Chargers are it. They continue to look great.
No, absolutely. And we saw this in the regular season last year, is that the Chargers had the best scoring defense in the entire NFL. My questions arise in the postseason because they turned into a pumpkin. I think when they played the Texans or somebody. But anyways, we're talking about the regular season, and the Chargers still look like a very complete team, especially with how stifling this defense is when it comes to big plays. Mina Kimes was talking about this. Through 2 games, the Chargers defense forcing an average depth of target of 3.2 yards. That is the lowest in the NFL by a wide margin. So not only is the defense stifling overall, it's also limiting those explosive plays. So it's just hard for teams to come back from deficits. Like a lead of 1 touchdown feels almost insurmountable when you are playing this Chargers defense.
Yeah, they're nasty is what they are. I mean, they were all over Geno Smith last night. 3 picks, pressuring him. And then Ashton Genty doing absolutely nothing. 43 yards rushing. What is your take on Ashton Genty? And again, this always comes with a caveat. I feel like I always have to say this. I know it's only 2 games. Like, I get it. But also, I think it's because of the hype and the buildup and the Heisman Trophy run at Boise State, and that he went in the top 10, which is rare for a running back, especially in today's league, that I keep waiting for him to pop and explode. And look, this is a very good Chargers defense, but at the same time, we haven't really seen him do what we thought he was going to do thus far.
Yeah, and you can see the quotes even from himself that he said he's still getting used to the speed of the NFL. And think about it. You go from playing at Boise State, where, like, in college, it's not easy to dominate, but, like, you're facing different defensive lines. And, like, this line of scrimmage is going to be easier to cross than that in the NFL. And especially, like, matchup matters as well. Like, playing the Chargers for one of your 2 games is not an easy draw. So, like, keep that in mind. There could be some big games in store for Ashton Genty. But, like, the Raiders aren't known for having one of the best offensive lines in football. And, like, look at Saquon when he was on the Giants and look at Saquon when he's on the Eagles. Like, there is a difference there, and Saquon is a generational talent. I don't know if I'm ready to put Ashton Genty in that category. I'm absolutely not, now that I think about it. Because remember, didn't he write, like, a letter before the NFL draft? He said he was going to be, like, the next Saquon or something to that effect?
Yeah. It's easy. It was something to that effect. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it was something like, basically like his time has arrived. And that's easy to say when you're the best running back in college football. But it's like the old trope, or people used to say when the option was super popular in college football. And people say, why don't you just run the option in the NFL? I'm like, you can't. Defenses are too fast. You try to run the option in the NFL, they'll kill you. These guys will meet you outside, and then they will absolutely blow you up because defenses are too fast. And so I know the option isn't really run much by teams in college football, but the point is that when you get to the NFL, that's the one thing that guys always have to adjust to is the speed of the game, particularly if you're an offensive player. You're just not used to so many guys, even the big boys on the defensive line, being able to sometimes chase you down because that's how talented everybody is.
Right, and I'm trying to think of Ashton Genty's, like, measurables. I feel like he's, like, kind of a smaller guy, like 5'9", 216. Like, he's stout, but he's definitely not Derrick Henry, is what I'm getting at. Right.
I mean, if you're trying to put anyone in the conversation with Derrick Henry or Saquon, guess what? That person loses every single time because they're 2 of the greats to ever do it, Coming up here on the show, more NFL. Joe Burrow out. Jake Browning is in. So we're going to talk about it with Austin Elmore from ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, the Bengals try to move forward without their franchise quarterback. We're going to chat with Austin Elmore, who covers the team on ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati. Chelsea, I have to keep the coffee going because right after this show, I'm giving a lecture to a college class at East Tennessee State. How about that?
Ooh.
Yeah.
So is
I
it
know,
virtual?
right there.
I'm assuming it's on video,
yes.
right?
Yes, it's on Zoom. So I have a buddy of mine I used to work with here in D.C., fantastic editor and storyteller. His name's Brad Bodie. And so we've remained friends for a long time. Saw him a couple years ago, I think, when he and his family came here to D.C. But he's a professor there in the communications department. And so he asked me if I would come on today right after the show and hop on and talk to his class. So I'm going to do it. But I have to say, I'm a little nervous, though. I mean, it's not like I give these speeches every day. And they might be watching. They'll be like, I don't know. Maybe you should bring in someone else to talk to us now.
Well, I mean, you have all of your Emmys in the background. Like, that's a pretty solid flex where you're like, oh, you don't want to pay attention to me? How about my 9 Emmys in the background? I'm assuming this is for journalism, right?
Yes, it is. It is. But it's cool. I mean, I love the classroom. You know, I went to graduate school and all that because I'm such a nerd. But I love that kind of stuff. And Brad loves it too. And he's very, very good at it. So it's going to be exciting. But I didn't overplan, but I definitely took down some notes like maybe I should say this. Maybe I should say this. I just always worry about relevancy when I started versus where we are now. But at the same time, most of those underpinnings are the same.
Yeah, I think like most of the stuff is still true. Like the basic tenets and like the major points. Like look at Pablo Torre. Like I think a lot of people are like journalism is dead, but I feel like he's proving otherwise.
Absolutely. And doing incredible work. And I think people noticing has been huge for the industry and obviously for sports in general to have someone who says, I'm still willing to go in the weeds here and do some digging and do some great investigative work. Now we have to investigate what's going to happen with the Bengals for the rest of the season, or at least until Joey Burrow gets back. So to do that, we bring in Austin Elmore, host on ESPN 1530 and 700 WLW in Cincinnati. Austin, good morning to you. So we know that Joe Burrow is undergoing surgery. It's going to be a while. So if we're being really optimistic here, is there a thought he could return in time for the playoffs?
Yeah, that seems to be the belief. The number that everyone keeps throwing around is 3 months, and I think it's noteworthy that when they say that is the optimistic side of things. So if you go 3 months from today, that's the middle of December. That would obviously determine, we would know by then if the Bengals are in the hunt for the playoffs. If they're not, I would imagine Joe doesn't come back at all. If they are, maybe it's more of a possibility. I seem to think personally from everyone that I've talked to, both medically and professionally and all this other stuff, that even December 15th is a real long shot. So maybe if they're in the playoffs in January, it's a possibility, but I have my doubts about that.
Yeah, so the question is, do we think the Bengals can make the playoffs? I will say this, at least they finally started the season on a good note. They are 2-0. Jake Browning at least has some experience in this offense. Do you think the Bengals can make the playoffs?
Yeah, I want to know who made a deal with the devil to get the Bengals to start fast, but it meant we have to lose Joe Burrow, and he's not going to be a part of this. It's crazy to be 2-0, but it feels like 0-2 without him. But you do look at Jake Browning, and you're handing him the keys to an offense that has the NFL's Triple Crown leader, or Triple Crown receiver from a year ago. T. Higgins is really good. You still have a dynamic and explosive running back in Chase Brown. There are good pass catchers in Noah Fant and Mike Gesicki at the tight end position. So you look at that and say, okay, well, obviously he should be able to operate this offense. And we saw him do it once before in the 2023 season when Burrow went down for the final 6 games. Jake performed well in that stretch. And so the way that he performed on Sunday, despite throwing a few bad interceptions, which, I'll cut him some slack coming into the game like that, I think there is a belief here that, okay, based on the schedule, there's some games here that are winnable for Jake Browning. But when it comes down to it, is he going to be able to go and win you a game on the road or at home against the Detroit Lions or on the road against the Green Bay Packers? Those are tall tasks. I don't know if Bengals fans feel great about that right now, but you certainly feel like he can do the bare minimum to keep them in contention. It's up to everybody else around him stepping up to maybe get them over the edge and into the playoffs.
So, Austin, if we're talking about Jake Browning doing the bare minimum, is there a possibility that the Bengals say we want more and they look at someone like a Kirk Cousins or bring someone else in the interim?
Yeah, I know Adam Schefter was talking yesterday that the Bengals have been calling around. I know there was even a report about them talking to the Packers about Malik Willis. Historically, the Bengals aren't going to bring somebody in to challenge Jake Browning. They will bring someone in to kind of fill out the bottom of the roster or maybe compete with Brett Rippon, who's the backup right now to Jake Browning. When this happened a couple of years ago, they went and plucked A.J. McCarron out of the XFL or SFL or whatever league that was. So I wouldn't expect them to go after Cousins, especially because of the contract. I think Jameis Winston is really interesting, and I think he would be a lot of fun with those receivers and in this offense.
Yeah.
I also would, make a call about somebody like Andy Dalton and see if the Panthers would be willing to move on from him, as crazy as that might sound, just for that stability behind Jake Browning. But I wouldn't expect them to go and get somebody who would try to challenge Jake to start, just simply because they don't operate that way.
I wanted to ask about the defense because I think coming into the season, everybody's like, oh my gosh, this defense is terrible. But so far, they've looked, at least decent, which again, the expectations were very low. But when you talk about needing a complete team around Jake Browning for this team to win games, will the defense be able to hold down their part of the bargain?
The ultimate question. And the conversation going into the year was, can Burrow keep the Bengals alive for the first month until the defense figures it out? Well, so far, the defense, to their credit, has been opportunistic. They have tackled better. They have been in the right spot at the right time when balls get tipped into the air to intercept them. And Trey Hendrickson has come alive a little bit over the first 2 weeks of the season. So if you believe that, and like you mentioned, the bar is very low. Last year, they were in the bottom 3 defenses in the NFL. Can they get to number 20 in the NFL? Well, that was the goalpost with Joe Burrow at quarterback. It might need to be moved up to number 15 in the NFL if they want to get to the playoffs this year. So I do think it's going to be a challenge for them to do so. There's still a lot of young players, a lot of growing pains, a new system, a new scheme that is developing. I've seen some flashes. I've seen some things that excite me, but I'm still not fully convinced that the defense is going to be good enough.
We're talking with Austin Elmore, host on ESPN 1530 and 700 WLW in Cincinnati, also host of the Ball Don't Lie podcast. Austin, why hasn't this franchise over the years invested more in protecting Joe Burrow?
Yeah, I think that's one of the talking points that maybe is a little bit misguided, because since Joe has been here, they have invested in that position. They signed Alex Kappa. They signed Ted Karras. They went out and signed a Pro Bowl left tackle in Orlando Brown Jr. They've spent draft capital in the first, second, and third rounds on offensive linemen, most notably Amarius Mims, who's the starting right tackle, Dylan Fairchild at left guard, Cordell Volson, Jackson Carman. There's been a ton of investment into that position. They've also gone through now 3 offensive line coaches since Burrow has been here. So they've always been tweaking and trying to figure it out. And I think now the shift for a lot of Bengals fans has gone to, okay, well, they have tried, but they have failed. So is it the players, or is it the scheme, or is it the way Burrow runs the offense, or how exactly? We're all looking for solutions and for someone to blame here. But I think you can look at this offseason and say, they had opportunities and cap space and a possibility to go and get better options than Lucas Patrick and Dalton Reisner, and they didn't do it, and they deserve blame for that. There have been those situations where, okay, let's go get somebody out there who's going to cost you a little bit more, but you at least know who they are, rather than a competition in camp or somebody that you might be more familiar with, like Cody Ford, who they re-upped on this year. So it's fair to blame them for not being more aggressive at that position. They have certainly tried, but it's failed, and I think they need to reevaluate their process.
Yeah, vibe check with the fans. How are they feeling these days? You talked about how people don't know who exactly to blame, but I would imagine people are pretty down because it's not every day you find a generational quarterback, and the Bengals did, but he just can't stay healthy. Like, how are the fans feeling?
It's like a funeral home everywhere you go. I mean, walking into my office yesterday, nobody even turned the lights on. People were quiet. I mean, Joe is like, he's the most popular person in this city, and we have the vice president living here closing down roads every day. Like, I'm drinking from a coffee cup. This is no joke. I'm drinking from a coffee cup right now that says "A Cup of Joe" with a picture of Joe Burrow's face on it. Like, he's everywhere, and people are just devastated about it. And, you know, I think with the whole blame thing, we were talking about this yesterday. The Bengals, for a long time, their image has been that they're cheap, that they're frugal. And now I think their brand and their image is that they're incompetent and they've screwed up a generational quarterback. You know, I think that's what people view the Indianapolis Colts. Quickly, people forgot about all the great stuff Peyton Manning did there, and they realized, oh, those guys ruined Andrew Luck. And the Cleveland Browns are known for their incompetence. They try to win, but they screw it up every single way. And I think right now the Bengals brand is shifting to they couldn't protect Joe Burrow. They screwed up one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. It's less about being cheap now and more about being incompetent. And that's a scary thing. But fans are angry, and they're angry because of that. They're angry that the organization, it felt like, didn't have Joe's back, didn't feel like they've done enough and exhausted every avenue to maximize a Super Bowl window. Now, fans were thrilled with the offseason because of the checklist of things that they got done, even though the Trey Hendrickson thing maybe wasn't the best outcome, but it was still, he's on the team and playing this year. And then there was one thing that they didn't really check off, which was solidifying that offensive line. And of course, it's the first thing that bites them. So fans, I think, are angry. I think they're sad. I think they're frustrated, and they know that it's too early to quit on the team, but I don't think there's a lot of hope.
So, Austin, let's maybe give the fans some hope. Best case scenario, end of the season, they make it through the regular season, and Joe Burrow returns in time for the playoffs. It is plausible.
Yes, it is plausible. And you know, I think there's two ways to look at it. Number one, you look at the Eagles from 2017 and say, hey, Nick Foles took this team to the Super Bowl. Surely Jake Browning could do the same thing with the Bengals. And if so, you know, if he's playing well, then maybe there's no rush to get Joe Burrow back, and you could wait to the playoffs until he's fully good to go, or maybe feels a little bit more comfortable, or maybe is a little bit more mobile coming off of that turf toe injury. So it is absolutely possible. Like, the range has been anywhere from early December to early January. And obviously, if they're playing in early January, late January, the Bengals have a chance, and I would imagine Burrow would do everything in his power to play. So it's possible. It's definitely possible.
Yeah, I was going to say the odds are 30-1 on the Bengals to win the AFC Championship. We have like a minute left. Is this something you would put your money on?
It is not. Now, I'm labeled by some people here as a bit of a pessimist, but people confuse honesty for hating, and I'm sure you guys know that. I wouldn't bet on it. I still don't trust the defense enough. I think the offense can keep them in it, but I have my doubts about the defense, and the rest of the AFC North is still good.
No, I totally understand that. I told someone on our podcast the Commanders weren't going to go 17-0. It was like, hater, you're a hater. I'm like, guys, it's the National Football League, guys. Okay, it's Austin Elmore, host on ESPN 1530 and 700 WLW in Cincinnati, also host of the Ball Don't Lie podcast. Austin, great stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for having me. Really appreciate it.
You bet. I mean, he's not wrong about that. Sometimes looking at things through an objective lens, or what you feel like is an authentic lens, is misconstrued as you don't want a team to do well, or it's good for the media, like we were talking about, when a team struggles. And ultimately, it's like, listen, I'm not trying to tell you I want the team to fare poorly, but if you're replacing Joe Burrow with Jake Browning, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, especially in the postseason, because I do think that Jake Browning is a fine backup, and they can win some games, some regular season games. But if you're talking about high-end potential and you're talking about the rest of the quarterbacks in the AFC, do you think Jake Browning goes toe-to-toe with Lamar Jackson, with Josh Allen, Hell, even with Patrick Mahomes, which, I mean, the way I phrase that, like you'd think that Patrick Mahomes was some mid-tier quarterback. He is not a mid-tier quarterback, but you get what I am saying. As if the AFC is absolutely no joke. So, like, maybe they're fine in the regular season, but if Joe Burrow does not come back, this is not a team I would believe in the postseason without Joe Burrow.
No, they got to have him. And you just hope if you're Cincinnati that, like Austin was saying, okay, the defense, they've shown those flashes. They continue to come along. They solidify. They are opportunistic as they have been, even though they've got some work to do. And then Jake Browning, I mean, he's 4-3, did this before a couple years ago, went 4-3 in 7 games. So if he can keep the Bengals on track enough to get him there, then Joe Burrow can take back over, and maybe they can make a run in the postseason. That's best case scenario. Coming up next here on the show. No football tonight, so it is back to baseball we go for our favorite plays of the day. Yes, Dockster is here as well. We're going to wrap things up here on the Daily Tip, and it is on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, is the NFL letting Tom Brady get away with murder? I mean, not actual murder. Real murder.
Can't wait for that on Netflix. I'd watch that.
When's the last time you saw Jay Cutler? Who knows? But the fact that he is sitting in a booth last night or sitting up with the Raiders coaching staff because he's a part owner and watching this game after having called games on the NFL on Fox, and the NFL has waived that rule where last year he couldn't meet with the coaches and players before each broadcast because they didn't want there to be a conflict of interest where he's getting this essentially scouting knowledge that you get when you talk with coaches and players before a game, because they didn't want there to be him taking this information and then using it as minority owner of the Raiders. But here he is. They waived that rule this year, so he's getting all of this insider information, and he's getting to use that and then going to the games and watching it take place in real time. I know there hasn't been a crossover yet, but if you're talking about future Raiders opponents, Tom Brady is getting information that not any other owner has access to. Like, it's a wild conflict of interest.
Yeah, somewhere Bill Belichick is pointing like, that's my boy. He's doing it just like I used to. And he's also doing it the Michigan way, right? Because Michigan has problems with that too. But yeah, it feels sketchy because people also caught this last night. That I didn't notice this nuance, but people were saying when the camera was on him, he lowered his chair and was trying to slink in his chair so people wouldn't see him as much. And maybe it was a coincidence and he just didn't want to be as tall in the chair, but you can see him literally shrink down in his chair. And you're wondering to yourself, you're like, why is he hiding from the camera? What's going on there?
It's so obvious. He has to know wherever he goes, there's going to be a camera on him. And so I can't believe
it's a window.
It's right. It's a window. You're not in a closet. You're in a window. You're Tom Brady. Cameras follow you everywhere. I don't know. Maybe it's on a fake mustache, and he's like, "It's Dom Brady. I'm Dom's brother." Okay, sure, Dom. It's wild. I was gonna say it's sort of crazy that the NFL allows it, but then I'm like, maybe it's not crazy after all. It's Tom Brady. They're gonna let him do whatever he wants. But if this were anyone else, there's no way they're letting him get the information that he's getting every single week on potential opponents and then taking it back to another franchise. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, it does feel like an unfair advantage. If you're another team in the league, you're like, why don't we get to do that? Should we bring a broadcaster? Let's bring on Greg Olson. He can be a part owner of the team or special assistant. Because everybody would do this because it does feel like he would get special insight to the other team.
Yeah.
That being said, just because you have insights to the other team does not mean that you can execute it, because we are seeing that with the Raiders. It's not like the Raiders are the Super Bowl favorites. So I don't know if it matters because you still have to have the personnel, but it does feel very unfair.
Well, and here's the thing. It doesn't matter now because the Raiders aren't a good football team.
Yeah.
If they become a good football team, it's going to be a huge problem. Just imagine hypothetically that Tom Brady is, who knows how the schedule will work down the line. Let's say he's covering a Broncos-Chiefs game or something like that, or could be in the NFC, whatever it is. Niners-Saints. Let's say he was doing Niners-Saints last week, and then the next week, the Niners are taking on the Raiders. It's 1 week earlier, this guy was getting inside information from players and coaches and then able to use it to help his franchise. It's one of those things you kind of laugh at because the Rangers or the Raiders are bad right now, but it won't be.
Yeah, because he's also on the A team. So he's doing all the big games. He was on the Super Bowl rematch game between the Eagles and the Chiefs. So, like, if the Raiders are good and he's on the A-team broadcast where he's on all the biggest games of the week, like, he's covering the best teams. But maybe you say to yourself, okay, like, they watch film anyway. It's just the talking to the players and the coaches. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why he needs to have so many jobs anyway. Like, leave some jobs for other people. Like, I do appreciate his insight, but, like, maybe he should just be, like, I don't know, just still have his radio show. Because he used to do a radio show on Sirius XM every Monday, and it was very good. But, like, meeting with players and coaches, I don't know, maybe these players and coaches need to go on the defensive and, like, start feeding them fake information. Right?
Hey, Tom, first play, flea flicker. We're running a flea flicker. Let's just keep that between us. Yeah. And we're going to do this in most games this season to throw them off. Bet Sweats is on the way here in just moments. Joe O and Sammy P. But first, we have to get to our favorite plays of the day.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Joseph. What do you got? A couple squad plays.
All right, hell yeah. A couple squad plays on one of the founding members of the Circle of Trust. Okay, so we have several pitchers that we trust intrinsically when it comes to betting on baseball. One of those guys is Paul Skeens. I am not trusting the Pirates to win the game, but I am trusting Paul Skeens to have another dominating performance. So I'm going to go first 5 under 3.5 between the Pirates and the Cubs. So you look at the other side of the coin, you have Cade Horton, who has put up great numbers in his last 7 games, 5-1 with a 1.24 ERA. And also last time around against the Pirates, 5 2/3 shutout inning. So there's one side of the equation. Then you have Paul Skeens, who is putting up generational numbers for the Pirates. I understand it's football season. I understand it's the Pirates and nobody cares. But right now he's in the conversation for the best start to a career ever. Like, Dwight Gooden is still the reigning, champ of that discussion, in my opinion. But still, back-to-back seasons, ERA under 2. Paul Skeens is absolutely dominating. So 3.5 in the first 5 innings of this one. Yeah, I'm going to hit the under.
Yeah, I'm going to be with you on that. So that's one squad play, and we have another one as well. How about the Brewers on the run line? -114 hosting the Angels. You got Caden Dana going for the Halos, Freddie Peralta going for the Brewers, and Caden Dana, bless his heart. Bless his heart. He's a rookie this season. 4 starts, ERA, over 6.32. Now he has to go on the road and face the Brewers. Still battling for a playoff position, so they will be highly motivated. One of the top scoring teams in the league. Highest scoring team since the All-Star break in Major League Baseball. Freddie Peralta got rocked last time out against the Rangers, but this is a good bounce back spot for him because before that outing against Texas, he had, 30 scoreless innings. Clearly the better pitcher here. Let's go Brewers on the run line, -114.
Yeah, it's a squad play. And for this reason, you can make a good case to bet on the Brewers on the run line just about every game because they have the best run differential in all of baseball by a wide margin. They're sitting at 173. The next closest team in baseball is 126. These are absolutely preposterous numbers when it comes to the Brew Crew and the way that they are outscoring some of these teams. So Brewers on the run line, yeah, it's going to be on the card for me as well.
I got one more play. I'm mad that my Yankees run line play did not come home last night, so I'm going to bet it again against the Twins. That's right. I'm going to go Yankees -1 at 136. And you're like, all right, that's odd. If you like it on the run line, you could probably find that at plus money. Would not fault you for that. But do we really think the Twins can make it 2 straight over the pinstripes? I don't. In fact, after a home win, the Twins have lost each of their last 9 games. 0-9 in their last 9 after a home win. That is the spot we're in tonight. You got Zebby Matthews on the mound for Minnesota, 4-5 this season, an ERA just over 5. And the Twins bullpen, the second worst ERA in the American League. I think this is when New York gets right. Yankees -1 is -136.
I like it. And Jenks, I keep seeing more videos of this Philly celebration. I don't know if Kyle Schwarber will play tonight.
Take the Dodgers. Just
a lot of beer bongs
Philly
for Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah. He's going to be going up to the plate, hungover, just kind of wobbling around. You got to take the Dodgers with Shohei on the mound, just based on that celebration alone. Well, before we find out what's coming up on BetSwitz, I know they're going to talk Monday Night Football as well. We got to bring in the Dogster. He is in studio holding it down. Dogster, come on in.
If anyone here thinks I can't catch crappie, you're way off.
What is that? What are you talking about?
I know how to work a rod and reel.
Okay. You would say something weird like that.
Sometimes you gotta toss out a line and see if anything's ready to bite.
Okay. Well, you enjoy your fishing today, you weirdo. Give us a play.
Cubs at Pirates under 7.
Okay. Well, with that, we bring in a much smarter member of our team. That is the great Sam Panayotovich. Sammy P, good morning, my friend. How you doing, buddy?
He's really going fishing today? Where at?
That's what he says.
The Potomac.
Toilet.
Oh God, I don't. That's not gonna work out well.
Wow. Exciting morning when
All
the
right.
Donkster is going fishing. Is his dad going to take him fishing or does he go solo?
I need time to myself.
Oh, okay. Okay. Just some solo fishing on the Potomac, as one does.
I don't know how I'm supposed to like pivot to a normal question after this, but I was going to ask you, what's your take on the Bucks? Do you think they can be a contender in the NFC?
Of course. Baker's so much fun. Defense gets pressure, and they just keep finding receivers. Emeka Obuka, come on down, right? Wait till they get healthy at receiver. Wait till they have Evans and Godwin and Abuka. You got the big tight end, Otten. The O-line's good. It's a good team. And, yeah, I could definitely see a run in the NFC. The NFC, everybody's giving the Packers the crown already. Just be careful with that.
Right?
Yeah, I've been doing that. I think that's directly at me.
That was Jenks.
I was thinking,
No,
that
the
was
fact
me.
that they're tied with the Eagles for best odds to win the NFC, that's a no from me.
That's kind of crazy. Sammy P, have a great show. Good to see you. Ah, there it is. Reel it in, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For the entire crew at Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a fantastic Tuesday. See you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
A happy Tuesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys coming up today. Going to talk plenty of NFL. We got our guy Nick Kenyon standing by, going to get his thoughts on Week 3. Also going to talk NFL Coach of the Year. We took Shane Steichen 28-1 at the beginning of the year. He's now plus 625. I'll tell you guys if I still think that is a good bet. We'll also talk about Survivor Pool. Just about everybody, I'm sure, to this point, still alive. Hadn't had too much crazy upsets. We survived with Dallas in Week 2. We're on to Week 3. I'll tell you guys who I like in Survivor. And then we'll get into the college football top 25 matchups for this week. A lot of games I like, some strong leans, so we'll discuss that. Then we'll get into our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Chime in at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, or on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line and check in with our guy, Nick Kenyon. Give Nick a follow on X, at Nick Kenyon, writer for BetMGM. And Nick, let's start with the Indianapolis Colts, man. One of the best stories right now in the NFL, 2-0. Daniel Jones is playing awesome. The vibes are high in Indianapolis. Do the Colts feel like a playoff team to you right now?
Hi, PJ. Good to see you as always. Yeah, I don't know with this team. A lot of people are making the comparison between this year's Colts and last year's Saints that just completely imploded after two really good offensive performances. And look, I will give them their flowers for going toe-to-toe with the Broncos defense that I thought was going to be the best defense in the league coming into the season. This wasn't even just a fluke performance. They went after Pat Surtain frequently, and Michael Pittman Jr. looks revived with a quarterback who is not going to be an MVP candidate. Yes, I'm not going out on a limb saying that, but if you can scheme guys open, which Shane Steichen appears to be doing, he can deliver an accurate pass, unlike Anthony Richardson. Now, I'm still skeptical of the Colts because, look, they should be a 1-1 football team. Like that win on Sunday, PJ, I know we both had the Broncos. If that penalty doesn't happen, they're sitting at 1-1, and the conversation is completely different. With their one win coming over a Dolphins team that might be one of the worst in the league. So if you made me make a prediction on it right now, I would say no. I still think there's more talent on Houston and on Jacksonville that I think this division has one playoff representative. I think it's one of those two teams. So right now they look so good, but it's tough to see them making the playoffs come the end of the regular season.
It is a big week for that division, Nick, in that AFC South. All four teams are going to play each other. You have Colts, Titans, you have Texans and Jags. We were talking about that Texans game before we hopped on air. I know you have a play in that game, so tell us who you're leaning in Houston, Jacksonville, and then do you like anything in that Indy-Tennessee game?
I think this line is so disrespectful for the Texans. Like, under no circumstances should they be an underdog. And yeah, it's that classic desperation spot. And look, it's a terrible spot on paper because you're coming off of Monday Night Football, have the short turnaround. But the defense looks so good. Like, this Texans team has played 2 top 10 offenses from last season, and they held the Rams to 14 and the Bucks to 20. And, like, they should have won that game last night because they just kept getting into the red zone and just couldn't convert. So I think this is a radically insulting line to Houston off of 2 games against really good teams. And Jacksonville hasn't played anyone yet. They played a really bad Bengals defense, and they played a really bad Panthers defense. This is going to tell us everything we need to know about the Jaguars this year. If they come out and blitz the Texans defense, this team is legit, and I think they're live to win the division. But when you're giving me the Texans as an underdog against the Jaguars team that has been so hyped coming into this season, I think I have to take it. Now, I'm going to be a glutton for punishment one last time. Give me the Titans plus 3.5 against the Colts. Look, it's a numbers play. Is there a matchup advantage for this Titans team? I'm not sure. I've been really impressed with Tony Pollard, and Cam Ward has shown glimpses of why he was the first overall pick in last April's draft. And I don't think this team's defense is really as bad as people are saying it is. Like, they just played a really good Rams offense. I think that game said more about Los Angeles and their offense than it did about Tennessee's defense. And I just think this team is pesky. So when you're giving me north of a key number, all the trends, all the historical trends say you're supposed to bet the Titans in this spot, fading a team that was a home dog. Now they're a road favorite, especially in the division. I think this game, ultimately, I wouldn't be surprised if Tennessee wins outright, but it feels like a field goal game to me.
Week 3 in the NFL, Nick. Usually one of my favorite weeks of the year because of these 0-2 teams. I'm with you there on the Titans and the Texans. Any other underdogs that you would look at this week, maybe just against the spread, or even maybe one you would sprinkle some money line that you think can win the game outright?
I love the Jets this week. I think they're massively overpriced against the Buccaneers. Look, Baker Mayfield has not been very good as a market favorite in his career, and he's in that same spot that CJ Stroud's coming off of, right? Except he's off a road Monday Night Football game coming home, and it's 7? Really? Like, I think the Jets have looked really good so far, and it's like, are we going to punish them for losing to a Bills team that we think is a Super Bowl contender based on the current odds? I don't think that's happening, and I think Aaron Glenn has this defense playing pretty well. The Tampa Bay, I mean, they have 2 wins by 4 points so far this year, and the Jets have the rest advantage, and I just think this team can run the ball efficiently. We don't know the status of Tristan Wirfs, excuse me. They lost Luke Gedeke along the offensive line last night. Kalijah Kancey exited as well. This team is just down a lot of key pieces. So I think the Jets are really live to cover the 7. And I think they might pull off the upset against the Buccaneers team that I think the market is overrating a little bit.
I absolutely love it. Any totals, Nick, that you would look at this week? Anything over-unders that you like right now in week 3?
I kind of like the under in Houston and Jacksonville as well. Again, some correlation there between me liking the dog, liking the under. It's 44.5 right now after last night. So there have been 26 occasions where D'Amico Ryans has coached a game where the total closed north of 42.5 points. He's now 22-4 to the under in those games. And I just think Jacksonville's in a sell-high spot on their offensive record. They just scored 26 against Cincinnati, another similarly good offensive performance against Carolina. But this is the best defense they've played all season. And so I kind of like the under there. And then kind of a sneaky look, Cleveland first half team total under. We don't have lines for it yet at BetMGM, but Green Bay has extended rest, and they just held the Commanders and Lions to 6 cumulative first half points. I don't need to tell people that those 2 offenses are clearly better than the Cleveland offense. Last year, Cleveland was 32nd in offensive DVOA. The Commanders and Lions were both 6th or better. So I don't know how Joe Flacco moves the ball against this really good Packers defense. Last year in the first half, Cleveland finished under 7.5 points in the first half 12 times, under 6.5 points 10 times. So I'm going to look and see what the line is when it comes out. But when you're giving the Packers extended rest, I think that's a good look for the Cleveland to go under their first half team total.
Absolutely love it. Nick, right now up to this point, first 2 weeks, just about everybody is still alive in their survivor pools, haven't had too many massive upsets. So heading into week 3, what would you do with your survivor selection?
Kind of a tricky week because I mentioned, like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Buccaneers lost outright to the Jets, so that's immediately off the table for me. I'm also betting the Saints plus 7.5 against the Seahawks. I think they're a little bit of a fraudulent favorite, so I don't know if the Seahawks win outright. Look, Spencer Rattler has quietly looked very good through the first 2 weeks. He has not been the problem in New Orleans. And I think their metrics, maybe like people are going to go all in on Seattle off a big win as road dogs in Pittsburgh. So no Seattle for me. That leaves me with Green Bay. I think off extended rest in Cleveland, I just think for Cleveland to have any chance in this game, they have to score points. And I don't know if they can do that because this Packers defense, we don't even have schedule adjustments yet, and they've held 2 really good offenses under 20 points. And I just think the way this Packers offense is moving, we know Matt LaFleur is really good ATS in the very first month of the season. And yeah, if you made me make a bet on the side in this game, I would probably lean to Cleveland getting 9 points as home dogs. But I don't know, like an outright win in that spot, it just feels unlikely. So I'm going to use the Packers this week in Survivor.
Very good. Nick, before we let you go, we know you're also dialed in on soccer as well. Big slate for the English Premier League coming up over the weekend. Any bets that you've already fired away on?
Give me under 2.5 goals in Everton against Liverpool. You got the Merseyside derby to open the weekend. If you want to wake up at 7:30 on Saturday and sweat out an under, I can't think of a better way to start your weekend. So under 2.5. We saw last year with David Moyes on the road with Everton. He basically just parks the bus and plays not to lose. 4 times last year under David Moyes, he played a home favorite that closed north of minus 175. All four of those games finished under the total. 3 of them finished under 1.5 goals. So if you want to get a little spicy and take an alt line, I don't hate that as well. And then one more line to monitor. If Tottenham plays Mickey Van de Ven and Christian Romero on Saturday against Brighton, they should absolutely not be a road dog against Brighton, who's very hurt right now. You're looking at Tottenham around 2-1 on the 3-way money line right now. I think if you want to take plus a half at a pretty juicy price, that would grab my attention. But these teams are nowhere close to what the market is saying they are right now. Tottenham's a better team. They just won outright at Manchester City as a 6-1 road dog. So it would be Tottenham or money line, but I'm going to wait till lineups on Saturday.
Very good. Great stuff. As always, NFL, EPL, our guy Nick Kenyon. Give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, writer for BetMGM. Joins us each and every Tuesday here on Send It In. Nick, good luck this week, my friend. We'll see you again next Tuesday.
You too, PJ. Be well.
All right, great stuff there from Nick Kenyon. Let's keep it rolling here on Send It In, you guys. We're getting ready to dive in to some of these top 25 matchups in college football. We'll look at NFL Coach of the Year, and then we will dive into my Survivor picks for week 3. So if you guys are listening into the show, chime in at the BetMGM Network. Let me know what you guys are on in Survivor Pool in week 3. What if you have a Coach of the Year bet as well, and anything that you like in college football. But let's break down some of these big matchups. We got number 16 Utah taking on number 17 Texas Tech with the total at 57.5. This spread feels a little trappy to me. We all know that Utah is one of the best home fields in college football. Trying to win at Bryce Eccles is very difficult. Now, what's interesting is this game is going to be the Fox Big Noon kickoff, noon Eastern, but it's going to be 9 Pacific. So this is going to be an early start time in Utah. You got a great defensive team in the Utes, a very good defensive line, and improving defense in Texas Tech. I like first half under 27.5. We've seen so far in the early part of the college football season, a lot of these marquee games have been low scoring in the first 30 minutes. I think this one is going to follow that same trend. So I'll take under 27.5 first half between Utah and Texas Tech. What about number 22 Auburn going on the road in Norman this week and taking on Oklahoma, the number 11 team in the country? Sooners are favored by 6.5. The total is 49.5. I think a lot of people are going to look at this game and be like, Oklahoma was a 5.5-point favorite against Michigan, and now they're a 6.5-point favorite against Auburn. How does that make any sense, right? Eye test would tell you Auburn's probably a better team than Michigan. Both teams good defenses, and Auburn more explosive offense for sure. I think a lot of that Auburn win, though, against Baylor had to do with Baylor and their defense and their inability to stop the run. Baylor the very next week against TCU gave up another 40 points. So Oklahoma's defense is a different animal. Jackson Arnold, who's the head coach of Auburn, was with Brent Venables and the Sooners last year, so they definitely know his weaknesses and where to attack them. But I think it could be a little bit of a trap taking Auburn with this many points and people trying to compare it with, but Auburn's better than Michigan, so why are we getting more points with Auburn? I think, again, that Auburn-Baylor game was a little misleading. It was a great win for Auburn, no question. But Baylor shut down their really good wide receivers, and it was really all about the quarterback run in that game. I think Oklahoma's going to take away the QB run. They're going to make life difficult on those wide receivers. And Mateer is a really, really good quarterback. There's a reason he's favored right now to win the Heisman. So I do like the Sooners minus 6.5 against Auburn. I also would lay it with Ole Miss this week, minus 11.5 against Tulane. Total in the game is 61.5. We'll see if it ends up being Chambliss, the backup quarterback for Ole Miss, or if Austin Simmons is going to be back and playing for the Rebels. For me, it really doesn't matter. I'd still lay it with Ole Miss because it's a fade of Tulane, a team that I really like and a team that could be the Group of Five champion and make it to the college football playoff. They have 2 Power 4 wins this season over Northwestern and Duke, so they've challenged themselves in the non-conference. This is going to be the 3rd Power 4 team that they played. The problem is Northwestern and Duke are 2 teams that love to beat themselves. Northwestern had 5 turnovers in that game against Tulane. Duke could not get out of their own way. Multiple turnovers, missed field goals, drive stalling, costly penalties, missed opportunities constantly. It was kind of the same thing that Duke was doing against Illinois. So again, yes, Tulane has some nice wins. They've beaten some Power 4 teams, but it's more the opponents that they've played. Now they're playing a competent offense with a competent coach and an SEC team that could be in the college football playoff. I think Ole Miss wins by 2 touchdowns. I'd lay the 11.5 with them. Michigan, Nebraska, we talked about this game yesterday. This game is under, baby, 45.5. I think the first 1 to 20 is going to win this one in Lincoln on Saturday. Dylan Raiola, just not what I've wanted to see out of him this season. I thought he'd be a little bit better. I thought we'd see some improvement, but just kind of feels like it's the same old Raiola to me with Nebraska. So I think against this Michigan defense, they're going to have problems scoring. On the flip side, man, Nebraska's defense is solid. Bryce Underwood making his 2nd career start. There's not going to be Sharon Moore out there. It's going to be Biff Poggi coaching his 2nd game for Michigan. So Wolverines just want to get in and get out with a W. They don't care what the score is. I think it's going to be an ugly, sloppy, physical, nasty 20-17 type game. I'll take under 45.5. How about South Carolina and Mizzou? I really like South Carolina this week, you guys, at plus 13.5. Maybe even sprinkle some money line against Mizzou at that nice 4-1 price. What's funny about this game is it's essentially the same game played last year, except this year South Carolina is in the spot that Missouri was in. You had about a 2-touchdown favorite last year. Missouri had their quarterback injured. They had a bunch of injuries. They went on the road to South Carolina, big dogs, and they nearly won the game outright. Well, now here's South Carolina without Sellers going on the road against a ranked team. And I think everybody is so down now on South Carolina because not only is Sellers out, but they lost 31-7 to Vanderbilt. I mean, think about yourself if you're South Carolina, right? What a shock to a system that is. When you lose arguably the best quarterback in college football, you're already trailing to Vandy. That was just a tough spot. But now they get a chance to regroup. They get a chance to go into the week knowing that Sellers is out. They get to formulate a game plan behind the backup quarterback. I expect that defense to be much better. These games are normally close. I just think 13.5 is way too many, so we'll take the Gamecocks plus the points on Saturday. I'll also take Miami minus 7.5 against Florida. Florida back-to-back weeks, man. You're playing the number 3 team in the country in LSU, and now you get the number 4 team in the country in Miami. And it's essentially the same spread. I mean, Florida closed at 5.5 at some shops against LSU, so they were taking money all the way up until kickoff. I think that was the game to bet Florida, right? Off that tough loss to USF, you know they would bounce back and play really hard and be competitive, and that's what they were. And even despite DJ Lagway's 5 interceptions, I mean, they were still pretty much in that game the entire way. The problem is Miami's offense is much better than LSU's offense, and I think the defenses, maybe LSU's is a little bit better, but Miami's is certainly more improved. I just think it's going to be tough for Florida to really give their max effort 2 weeks in a row. And mentally, like, where's DJ Lagway at? You just threw 5 interceptions against a great LSU team. Now you got to go on the road again. No, you have to play mistake-free football and play really, really well if your team wants a chance to pull off the upset. I like the Canes, -7.5. And then finally, Illinois and Indiana. You got the Hoosiers favored by 4.5 at home. The total in the game is 52.5. I'm staying away from this one. Every year in college football, there's a team that just has some like magic to them, a team that their record is way better than it feels like they should be. Like the eye test doesn't match what the record is. That was TCU when they made the national championship a couple years ago. It was BYU early on in the season last year. It was this Indiana team last year. And Illinois is a team that I'm just a little bit afraid to bet against right now because that Duke game, they won the turnover battle 5-0. And just about everybody liked Duke in that game. And I just get the vibe, you know, going up against Cignetti and Indiana and how good they were against the spread last year. People are probably going to like the Hoosiers in this game. I just don't want to bet against Illinois. I kind of just want to sit back and watch this game. So Indiana, Illinois going to be a pass for me on Saturday night. All right, let's get into NFL Coach of the Year here on Send It In. And Shane Steichen, who was 28-1 before the season started to win Coach of the Year, is now your favorite at +625 at BetMGM. Pete Carroll is +900. Matt LaFleur 10-1. Jonathan Gannon 11-1. Liam Cohn 12-1. Jim Harbaugh 13. Mike Vrabel 15. Aaron Glenn 18-1. Sean McVay at 20-1. So the question is, you could have gotten Shane Steichen at 28-1. Now after 2 weeks, he's +625. So is the value gone? Is it even worth making a bet? Because a lot of times when you could have gotten a player, a coach, a bet, anything at that good a price, and now it's nearly cut from 28-1 to +650, it's tough to make that bet. But the Colts are +135 right now to win the AFC South, and Steichen is still +625 to win the AFC South. And it's been the reason why I bet Steichen to win Coach of the Year before the season started. It was because of the narrative. It was because the two big things. If he was able to get the quarterback situation right and get Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson to play really good football, obviously a big part of that is going to be contributed to coaching. We saw what KOC was able to do with Sam Darnold last year. The other thing is the Jim Irsay narrative. And keep in mind that the Colts organization won this award a few years back with the Chuck Pagano, Bruce Arians thing when Pagano was going through cancer. Arians ended up taking over. They made the playoffs. He won Coach of the Year. And now you have this Irsay narrative, and you have humans that vote on this thing. And I think they'll definitely be pulling for the Colts, and there'll definitely be some votes for the organization because of that. And then now you got the football that they're playing and how great that they look and the fact that they're favored to win their division. I think if the Colts win their division and they make the playoffs, Steichen is going to win this award. If he gets Daniel Jones and the Colts to the playoffs, considering what the expectations were around this team at the start of the year, I think it's his award. So for me, I still think there's plenty of value at the +625 because I would just rather bet that than for the Colts to win the division. If the Colts don't win the division, even if they make the playoffs but don't win the division, I don't think Steichen's winning the award because I think there's only one team out of this division getting to the playoffs. So I would rather just bet Steichen to win Coach of the Year instead of betting the Colts to win the AFC South. Another coach that I would look at, how about Zach Taylor at 40-1 because of the Joe Burrow injury now, right? Zach Taylor is a guy that a lot of us don't think is a very good head coach. He's certainly on the hot seat. They have one of the worst defenses in the NFL, and now one of the best quarterbacks in the league is probably going to be out for the season as well. You're in a division with two teams that made the playoffs last year, arguably the best team in the NFL in the Ravens. If the Bengals are able to make the postseason with Burrow being knocked out and them having one of the worst defenses in the NFL, he's absolutely going to get some votes. And outside of Shane Steichen, he's probably the only guy that would worry me. I think you're getting a great price on Zach Taylor at 40-1. I don't think the Bengals are going to make the playoffs. I don't think they're going to have a winning record. I don't think they're going to win the AFC North. But at 40-1, I've made worse bets than that. I think the value's good, and I don't think it's accounting for the Burrow injury. I think with Burrow being knocked out, and now so much of the Bengals' success riding on the coaching job that Taylor is going to do, feels like this price should be 25-30-1, not 40-1. So I think that could be worth a bet as well for NFL Coach of the Year. All right, you guys, let's talk some Survivor Pool here on Send It In. Now, first week is tough because you knew everybody was going to be on the Broncos. We have no idea how good these teams are going to be, and you just want to survive. So we did that. Week 2 last week was very tough. Wanted to save the Ravens, also was terrified that the Browns might give them a game. Didn't really want to bet the Lions as well. That game kind of scared me off. I like the Packers against Washington, but I kind of wanted to save Green Bay later on in the season. I ended up going with Dallas, and I shouldn't have won, but thank God for Brandon Aubrey, and we were able to pull that thing out. So we've used Denver and Dallas, and now we look ahead to week 3. And for me, this is as simple as it gets. This is maybe the most confident I'll ever be in a Survivor pick all season. How can you not take the Chiefs this week? How can you not take the Chiefs in week 3? The Chiefs aren't losing to the Giants. They're not going 0-3. I could have seen them going 0-2. I like the Eagles to beat the Chiefs last. Giants ain't winning that game this week. First of all, the spot for the Giants is horrendous. They're coming off a gut-wrenching loss to Dallas. Just a brutal loss. And now you got to come home and you got to play an Andy Reid, a Patrick Mahomes 0-2 team with the Ravens on deck. So not only if the Chiefs lose this game are they 0-3, I know they've had the Ravens number, but Ravens are probably going to be favored in that game in Arrowhead, and there's a good chance they could be 0-4. So the Chiefs have to win this game. Now, we know the Chiefs are probably going to win a lot of games this season, even though they're 0-2. But if you look at their schedule, there's really not a spot that like screams at you where you want to bet Kansas City like this one does, where they're 0-2 and you know that they have to win this game. So I know a bunch of people might want to save the Chiefs for later on in the season, but I would just bet them here, you guys. I really would. Save Green Bay for later on in the season. Everybody's going to be on Seattle against New Orleans, so I would not touch either of those teams. I would take the Chiefs. That would be my play. Then I think a lot of people might look at Buffalo as well. They're a 12.5-point favorite against the Dolphins on Thursday night. The Bills have the Panthers and the Saints the next 2 weeks, in weeks 4 and week 5. So I'd save Buffalo for that game against for Miami. I would not bet them in Survivor. And I kind of like the Dolphins plus the points. The look-ahead line was Bills minus 9.5. Now it's all the way up to minus 12.5. I know Miami usually doesn't beat the Bills in Buffalo, but it does help that the game's in September. If this game was played in December, then I definitely wouldn't like the Dolphins. They're 0-2. I love betting 0-2 teams in week 3 of the NFL. It feels like the Dolphins are definitely on verge of absolutely imploding, but they should have won that game against the Patriots. If A-Chain stays in bounds, they probably win that game. Now you turn around. I mean, this is their season, right? If they lose 0-3, things are going to get ugly, especially if they lose this game by 30 points. So if you want to attack it, I think if you like the Bills, I wouldn't just bet 12.5. I would lay alts with the Bills. Like, bet this thing to get ugly. 17.5, 21.5, 24.5. Like, bet alts with Buffalo. I think this thing is either a curb stomping or the Dolphins maybe keep it within 10 points. Maybe it's a one-possession game when we look up on Thursday night. But the Chiefs would be my play in Survivor this week. 0-2, Giants coming off a terrible game. I know a lot of people are going to take Seattle against the Saints, but again, you guys, Seattle's just not a good home team anymore. They won 3 games at home last year. They already lost to San Francisco in week 1. Yes, they should beat the Saints, but don't be surprised if that game is close in the fourth quarter. And like I told you, staying away from Green Bay, want to save them for later on. I agree with Nick. I think the Bucs could be in a little bit of trouble this week. Coming off 2 games they probably had no business of winning. The Jets just got beaten by 20 against the Bills. I think they're going to bounce back, and I think maybe Tampa could get upset at home. So for me, easy choice. Kansas City, my Survivor play for week 3. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. BetMGM account holders receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Take advantage of the Any Sport Parlay Boost token from our friends at BetMGM. All right, you guys, wrap of the show. PJ's Place here on Send It In. Eugenio Suarez, we're going to take him. Seattle Mariners, Kansas City Royals today. Michael Wacha on the bump for Kansas City. Suarez is 17 for 38 in his career against Michael Wacha. He has faced him a bunch, and he has done some damage on Wacha. So Suarez would be the guy that I would look at today, 17 for 38 in his career against Michael Wacha. Told you guys my prop lock, Shane Steichen, Coach of the Year, plus 625. I still think there's good value there because they're plus 135 to win the AFC South, and I think if the Colts win the division, Steichen is going to win Coach of the Year, but Zach Taylor also think that could be worth a look at 40-1 as well. Dog of the day, give me the Chicago Cubs plus 110 against the Pirates and Paul Skeens. Look, anytime Skeens takes the mound, especially at home, he's probably going to be a favorite in that game. But I think now that there's only a couple weeks left in the season, the Pirates aren't really playing for anything, they're not going to risk injury on Paul Skeens. I think you're going to see a little load management. While Cade Horton's trying to win NL Rookie of the Year, and I think Craig Counsell and the Cubs are going to let him go out and pitch, I'll take Chicago plus 110. And then my best bet is going to be the New York Mets today on the money line at minus 125. Clay Holmes going up against Michael King. Mets are 1-8 in their last 9 games. They snapped their 8-game losing streak the other day. I think the Mets are going to get on a little bit of a roll. I think they win 2 of 3 against the Padres in this series, including tonight. We'll take the Mets on the money line at minus 125. Thanks again to our guy Nick Kenyon for joining us today on the show. Again, if you guys missed any part of the show today, check out the Send It In podcast. Whole show is available for you there, so make sure you check that out, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys coming up today. Going to talk plenty of NFL. We got our guy Nick Kenyon standing by, going to get his thoughts on Week 3. Also going to talk NFL Coach of the Year. We took Shane Steichen 28-1 at the beginning of the year. He's now plus 625. I'll tell you guys if I still think that is a good bet. We'll also talk about Survivor Pool. Just about everybody, I'm sure, to this point, still alive. Hadn't had too much crazy upsets. We survived with Dallas in Week 2. We're on to Week 3. I'll tell you guys who I like in Survivor. And then we'll get into the college football top 25 matchups for this week. A lot of games I like, some strong leans, so we'll discuss that. Then we'll get into our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Chime in at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, or on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line and check in with our guy Nick Kenyon. Give Nick a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, writer for BetMGM. And Nick, let's start with the Indianapolis Colts, man. One of the best stories right now in the NFL, 2-0. Daniel Jones is playing awesome. The vibes are high in Indianapolis. Do the Colts feel like a playoff team to you right now?
Hi, PJ. Good to see you as always. Yeah, I don't know with this team. A lot of people are making the comparison between this year's Colts and last year's Saints that just completely imploded after 2 really good offensive performances. And look, I will give them their flowers for going toe-to-toe with the Broncos defense that I thought was going to be the best defense in the league coming into the season. This wasn't even just a fluke performance. They went after Pat Surtain frequently, and Michael Pittman Jr. looks revived with a quarterback who is not going to be an MVP candidate. Yes, I'm not going out on a limb saying that, but if you can scheme guys open, which Shane Steichen appears to be doing, he can deliver an accurate pass, unlike Anthony Richardson. Now, I'm still skeptical of the Colts because, look, they should be a 1-1 football team. Like, that win on Sunday, PJ, I know we both had the Broncos. If that penalty doesn't happen, they're sitting at 1-1, and the conversation is completely different. With their one win coming over a Dolphins team that might be one of the worst in the league. So if you made me make a prediction on it right now, I would say no. I still think there's more talent on Houston and on Jacksonville that I think this division has one playoff representative. I think it's one of those two teams. So right now they look so good, but it's tough to see them making the playoffs come the end of the regular season.
It is a big week for that division, Nick, in that AFC South. All four teams are going to play each other. You have Colts, Titans, you have Texans and Jags. We were talking about that Texans game before we hopped on air. I know you have a play in that game, so tell us who you're leaning in Houston, Jacksonville, and then do you like anything in that Indy-Tennessee game?
I think this line is so disrespectful for the Texans. Like, under no circumstances should they be an underdog. And yeah, it's that classic desperation spot. And look, it's a terrible spot on paper because you're coming off of Monday Night Football, have the short turnaround. But the defense looks so good. Like, this Texans team has played 2 top 10 offenses from last season, and they held the Rams to 14 and the Bucs to 20. And, like, they should have won that game last night because they just kept getting into the red zone and just couldn't convert. So I think this is a radically insulting line to Houston off of 2 games against really good teams. And Jacksonville hasn't played anyone yet. They played a really bad Bengals defense, and they played a really bad Panthers defense. This is going to tell us everything we need to know about the Jaguars this year. If they come out and blitz the Texans defense, this team is legit, and I think they're live to win the division. But when you're giving me the Texans as an underdog against a Jaguars team that has been so hyped coming into this season, I think I have to take it. Now, I'm going to be a glutton for punishment one last time. Give me the Titans plus 3.5 against the Colts. Look, it's a numbers play. Is there a matchup advantage for this Titans team? I'm not sure. I've been really impressed with Tony Pollard, and Cam Ward has shown glimpses of why he was the first overall pick in last April's draft. And I don't think this team's defense is really as bad as people are saying it is. Like, they just played a really good Rams offense. I think that game said more about Los Angeles and their offense than it did about Tennessee's defense. And I just think this team is pesky. So when you're giving me north of a key number, all the trends, all the historical trends say you're supposed to bet the Titans in this spot, fading a team that was a home dog. Now they're a road favorite, especially in the division. I think this game, ultimately, I wouldn't be surprised if Tennessee wins outright, but it feels like a field goal game to me.
Week 3 in the NFL, Nick. Usually one of my favorite weeks of the year because of these 0-2 teams. I'm with you there on the Titans and the Texans. Any other underdogs that you would look at this week, maybe just against the spread or even maybe one you would sprinkle some money line that you think can win the game outright?
I love the Jets this week. I think they're massively overpriced against the Buccaneers. Look, Baker Mayfield has not been very good as a market favorite in his career, and he's in that same spot that CJ Stroud's coming off of, right? Except he's off a road Monday Night Football game coming home, and it's 7? Really? Like, I think the Jets have looked really good so far, and it's like, are we going to punish them for losing to a Bills team that we think is a Super Bowl contender based on the current odds? I don't think that's happening, and I think Aaron Glenn has this defense playing pretty well. The Tampa Bay, I mean, they have 2 wins by 4 points so far this year, and the Jets have the rest advantage, and I just think this team can run the ball efficiently. We don't know the status of Tristan Wirfs, excuse me. They lost Luke Gedeke along the offensive line last night. Kalijah Kancey exited as well. This team is just down a lot of key pieces. So I think the Jets are really live to cover the 7. And I think they might pull off the upset against the Buccaneers team that I think the market is overrating a little bit.
I absolutely love it. Any totals, Nick, that you would look at this week? Anything over-unders that you like right now in week 3?
I kind of like the under in Houston and Jacksonville as well. Again, some correlation there between me liking the dog, liking the under. It's 44.5 right now after last night. So there have been 26 occasions where D'Amico Ryans has coached a game where the total closed north of 42.5 points. He's now 22-5 4 to the under in those games. And I just think Jacksonville's in a sell-high spot on their offensive record. They just scored 26 against Cincinnati, another similarly good offensive performance against Carolina. But this is the best defense they've played all season. And so I kind of like the under there. And then kind of a sneaky look, Cleveland first half team total under. We don't have lines for it yet at BetMGM, but Green Bay has extended rest, and they just held the Commanders and Lions to 6 cumulative first half points. I don't need to tell people that those two offenses are clearly better than the Cleveland offense. Last year, Cleveland was 32nd in offensive DVOA. The Commanders and Lions were both 6th or better. So I don't know how Joe Flacco moves the ball against this really good Packers defense. Last year in the first half, Cleveland finished under 7.5 points in the first half 12 times, under 6.5 points 10 times. So I'm going to look and see what the line is when it comes out. But when you're giving the Packers extended rest, I think that's a good look for the Cleveland to go under their first half team total.
Absolutely love it. Nick, right now up to this point, first 2 weeks, just about everybody is still alive in their survivor pools, haven't had too many massive upsets. So heading into week 3, what would you do with your survivor selection?
Kind of a tricky week because I mentioned, I wouldn't be surprised if the Buccaneers lost outright to the Jets, so that's immediately off the table for me. I'm also betting the Saints plus 7.5 against the Seahawks. I think they're a little bit of a fraudulent favorite, so I don't know if the Seahawks win outright. Look, Spencer Rattler has quietly looked very good through the first 2 weeks. He has not been the problem in New Orleans. And I think their metrics maybe, people are going to go all in on Seattle off a big win as road dogs in Pittsburgh. So no Seattle for me. That leaves me with Green Bay. I think off extended rest in Cleveland, I just think for Cleveland to have any chance in this game, they have to score points. And I don't know if they can do that because this Packers defense, we don't even have schedule adjustments yet, and they've held 2 really good offenses under 20 points. And I just think the way this Packers offense is moving, we know Matt LaFleur is really good ATS in the very first month of the season. And yeah, if you made me make a bet on the side in this game, I would probably lean to Cleveland getting 9 points as home dogs. But I don't know, an outright win in that spot, it just feels unlikely. So I'm going to use the Packers this week in Survivor.
Very good. Nick, before we let you go, we know you're also dialed in on soccer as well. Big slate for the English Premier League coming up over the weekend. Any bets that you've already fired away on?
Give me under 2.5 goals in Everton against Liverpool. You got the Merseyside derby to open the weekend. If you want to wake up at 7:30 on Saturday and sweat out an under, I can't think of a better way to start your weekend. So under 2.5. We saw last year with David Moyes on the road with Everton. He basically just parks the bus and plays not to lose. 4 times last year under David Moyes, he played a home favorite that closed north of minus 175. All four of those games finished under the total. 3 of them finished under 1.5 goals. So if you want to get a little spicy and take an alt line, I don't hate that as well. And then one more line to monitor. If Tottenham plays Mickey Van de Ven and Christian Romero on Saturday against Brighton, they should absolutely not be a road dog against Brighton, who's very hurt right now. You're looking at Tottenham around 2-1 on the 3-way money line right now. I think if you want to take plus a half at a pretty juicy price, that would grab my attention. But these teams are nowhere close to what the market is saying they are right now. Tottenham's a better team. They just won outright at Manchester City as a 6-1 road dog. So it would be Tottenham or money line, but I'm going to wait till lineups on Saturday.
Very good. Great stuff. As always, NFL, EPL, our guy Nick Kenyon. Give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, writer for BetMGM. Joins us each and every Tuesday here on Send It In. Nick, good luck this week, my friend. We'll see you again next Tuesday.
You too, PJ. Be well.
All right, great stuff there from Nick Kenyon. Let's keep it rolling here on Send It In, you guys. We're getting ready to dive in to some of these top 25 matchups in college football. We'll look at NFL Coach of the Year, and then we will dive into my Survivor picks for week 3. So if you guys are listening into the show, chime in at the BetMGM Network. Let me know what you guys are on in Survivor Pool in week 3. What if you have a Coach of the Year bet as well, and anything that you like in college football. But let's break down some of these big matchups. We got number 16 Utah taking on number 17 Texas Tech with the total at 57.5. this spread feels a little trappy to me. We all know that Utah is one of the best home fields in college football. Trying to win at Bryce Eccles is very difficult. Now, what's interesting is this game is going to be the Fox Big Noon kickoff, noon Eastern, but it's going to be 9 Pacific. So this is going to be an early start time in Utah. You got a great defensive team in the Utes, a very good defensive line, and improving defense in Texas Tech. I like first half under 27.5. We've seen so far in the early part of the college football season, a lot of these marquee games have been low scoring in the first 30 minutes. I think this one is going to follow that same trend. So I'll take under 27.5 first half between Utah and Texas Tech. What about number 22 Auburn going on the road in Norman this week and taking on Oklahoma, the number 11 team in the country? Sooners are favored by 6.5. The total is 49.5. I think a lot of people are going to look at this game and be like, Oklahoma was a 5.5 point favorite against Michigan, and now they're a 6.5 point favorite against Auburn. How does that make any sense, right? Eye test would tell you Auburn's probably a better team than Michigan. Both teams good defenses, and Auburn more explosive offense for sure. I think a lot of that Auburn win, though, against Baylor had to do with Baylor and their defense and their inability to stop the run. Baylor the very next week against TCU gave up another 40 points. So Oklahoma's defense is a different animal. Jackson Arnold, who's the head coach of Auburn, was with Brent Venables and the Sooners last year, so they definitely know his weaknesses and where to attack them. But I think it could be a little bit of a trap taking Auburn with this many points and people trying to compare it with, but Auburn's better than Michigan, so why are we getting more points with Auburn? I think, again, that Auburn-Baylor game was a little misleading. It was a great win for Auburn, no question. But Baylor shut down their really good wide receivers, and it was really all about the quarterback run in that game. I think Oklahoma's going to take away the QB run. They're going to make life difficult on those wide receivers. And Mateer is a really, really good quarterback. There's a reason he's favored right now to win the Heisman. So I do like the Sooners minus 6.5 against Auburn. I also would lay it with Ole Miss this week, minus 11.5 against Tulane. Total in the game is 61.5. We'll see if it ends up being Chambliss, the backup quarterback for Ole Miss, or if Austin Simmons is going to be back and playing for the Rebels. For me, it really doesn't matter. I'd still lay it with Ole Miss because it's a fade of Tulane, a team that I really like and a team that could be the Group of 5 champion and make it to the college football playoff. They have 2 Power 4 wins this season over Northwestern and Duke, so they've challenged themselves in the non-conference. This is going to be the 3rd Power 4 team that they played. The problem is Northwestern and Duke are 2 teams that love to beat themselves. Northwestern had 5 turnovers in that game against Tulane. Duke could not get out of their own way. Multiple turnovers, missed field goals, drive stalling, costly penalties, missed opportunities constantly. It was kind of the same thing that Duke was doing against Illinois. So again, yes, Tulane has some nice wins. They've beaten some Power 4 teams, but it's more the opponents that they played. Now they're playing a competent offense with a competent coach and an SEC team that could be in the college football playoff. I think Ole Miss wins by 2 touchdowns. I'd lay the 11.5 with them. Michigan, Nebraska, we talked about this game yesterday. This game is under, baby, 45.5. I think the first 1 to 20 is going to win this one in Lincoln on Saturday. Dylan Raiola, just not what I've wanted to see out of him this season. I thought he'd be a little bit better. I thought we'd see some improvement, but just kind of feels like it's the same old Raiola to me with Nebraska. So I think against this Michigan defense, they're going to have problems scoring. On the flip side, man, Nebraska's defense is solid. Bryce Underwood making his 2nd career start. There's not going to be Sharon Moore out there. It's going to be Biff Poggi coaching his 2nd game for Michigan. So Wolverines just want to get in and get out with a W. They don't care what the score is. I think it's going to be an ugly, sloppy, physical, nasty 20-17 type game. I'll take under 45.5. How about South Carolina and Mizzou? I really like South Carolina this week, you guys, at plus 13.5. Maybe even sprinkle some money line against Mizzou at that nice 4-1 price. What's funny about this game is it's essentially the same game played last year, except this year South Carolina is in the spot that Missouri was in. You had about a 2-touchdown favorite last year. Missouri had their quarterback injured. They had a bunch of injuries. They went on the road to South Carolina, big dogs, and they nearly won the game outright. Well, now here's South Carolina without Sellers going on the road against a ranked team. And I think everybody is so down now on South Carolina because not only is Sellers out, but they lost 31-7 to Vanderbilt. I mean, think about yourself if you're South Carolina, right? What a shock to a system that is. When you lose arguably the best quarterback in college football, you're already trailing to Vandy. That was just a tough spot. But now they get a chance to regroup. They get a chance to go into the week knowing that Sellers is out. They get to formulate a game plan behind the backup quarterback. I expect that defense to be much better. These games are normally close. I just think 13.5 is way too many, so we'll take the Gamecocks plus the points on Saturday. I'll also take Miami minus 7.5 against Florida. Florida back-to-back weeks, man. You're playing the number 3 team in the country in LSU, and now you get the number 4 team in the country in Miami. And it's essentially the same spread. I mean, Florida closed at 5.5 at some shops against LSU, so they were taking money all the way up until kickoff. I think that was the game to bet Florida, right? Off that tough loss to USF, you know they would bounce back and play really hard and be competitive, and that's what they were. And even despite DJ Lagway's 5 interceptions, I mean, they were still pretty much in that game the entire way. The problem is Miami's offense is much better than LSU's offense, and I think the defenses, maybe LSU's is a little bit better, but Miami's is certainly more improved. I just think it's going to be tough for Florida to really give their max effort 2 weeks in a row. And mentally, like, where's DJ Lagway at? You just threw 5 interceptions against a great LSU team. Now you got to go on the road again. No, you have to play mistake-free football and play really, really well if your team wants a chance to pull off the upset. I like the Canes minus 7.5. And then finally, Illinois and Indiana. You got the Hoosiers favored by 4.5 at home. The total in the game is 52.5. I'm staying away from this one. Every year in college football, there's a team that just has some like magic to them, a team that their record is way better than it feels like they should be. Like the eye test doesn't match what the record is. That was TCU when they made the national championship a couple years ago. It was BYU early on in the season last year. It was this Indiana team last year. And Illinois is a team that I'm just a little bit afraid to bet against right now because that Duke game, they won the turnover battle 5-0. And just about everybody liked Duke in that game. And I just get the vibe, you know, going up against Signetti and Indiana and how good they were against the spread last year. People are probably going to like the Hoosiers in this game. I just don't want to bet against Illinois. I kind of just want to sit back and watch this game. So Indiana, Illinois going to be a pass for me on Saturday night. All right, let's get into NFL Coach of the Year here on Send It In. And Shane Steichen, who was 28-1 before the season started to win Coach of the Year, is now your favorite at plus 625 at BetMGM. Pete Carroll is plus 900. Matt LaFleur 10-1. Jonathan Gannon 11-1. Liam Cohn 12-1. Jim Harbaugh 13. Mike Vrabel 15. Aaron Glenn 18-1. Sean McVay at 20-1. So the question is, you could have gotten Shane Steichen at 28-1. Now after 2 weeks, he's plus 625. So is the value gone? Is it even worth making a bet? Because a lot of times when you could have gotten a player, a coach, a bet, anything at that good a price, and now it's nearly cut from 28-1 to plus 650, it's tough to make that bet. But the Colts are plus 135 right now to win the AFC South, and Steichen is still plus 625 to win the AFC South. And it's been the reason why I bet Steichen to win Coach of the Year before the season started. It was because of the narrative. It was because the two big things. If he was able to get the quarterback situation right and get Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson to play really good football, obviously a big part of that is going to be contributed to coaching. We saw what KOC was able to do with Sam Darnold last year. The other thing is the Jim Irsay narrative. And keep in mind that the Colts organization won this award a few years back with the Chuck Pagano, Bruce Arians thing when Pagano was going through cancer. Arians ended up taking over. They made the playoffs. He won Coach of the Year. And now you have this Irsay narrative, and you have humans that vote on this thing. And I think they'll definitely be pulling for the Colts, and there'll definitely be some votes for the organization because of that. And then now you got the football that they're playing and how great that they look and the fact that they're favored to win their division. I think if the Colts win their division and they make the playoffs, Steichen is going to win this award. If he gets Daniel Jones and the Colts to the playoffs, considering what the expectations were around this team at the start of the year, I think it's his award. So for me, I still think there's plenty of value at the plus 625 because I would just rather bet that than for the Colts to win the division. If the Colts don't win the division, even if they make the playoffs, but don't win the division, I don't think Steichen's winning the award because I think there's only one team out of this division getting to the playoffs. So I would rather just bet Steichen win Coach of the Year instead of betting the Colts to win the AFC South. Another coach that I would look at, how about Zach Taylor at 40-1 because of the Joe Burrow injury now, right? Zach Taylor is a guy that a lot of us don't think is a very good head coach. He's certainly on the hot seat. They have one of the worst defenses in the NFL, and now one of the best quarterbacks in the league is probably going to be out for the season as well. You're in a division with two teams that made the playoffs last year, arguably the best team in the NFL in the Ravens. If the Bengals are able to make the postseason with Burrow being knocked out and them having one of the worst defenses in the NFL, he's absolutely going to get some votes. And outside of Shane Steichen, he's probably the only guy that would worry me. I think you're getting a great price on Zach Taylor at 40-1. I don't think the Bengals are going to make the playoffs. I don't think they're going to have a winning record. I don't think they're going to win the AFC North. But at 40-1, I've made worse bets than that. I think the value's good, and I don't think it's accounting for the Burrow injury. I think with Burrow being knocked out, and now so much of the Bengals' success riding on the coaching job that Taylor is going to do, feels like this price should be 25-30-1, not 40-1. So I think that could be worth a bet as well for NFL Coach of the Year. All right, you guys, let's talk some Survivor Pool here on Send It In. Now, first week is tough because you knew everybody was going to be on the Broncos. We have no idea how good these teams are going to be, and you just want to survive. So we did that. Week 2 last week was very tough. Wanted to save the Ravens, also was terrified that the Browns might give them a game. Didn't really want to bet the Lions as well. That game kind of scared me off. I like the Packers against Washington, but I kind of wanted to save Green Bay later on in the season. I ended up going with Dallas, and I shouldn't have won, but thank God for Brandon Aubrey, and we were able to pull that thing out. So we've used Denver and Dallas, and now we look ahead to week 3. And for me, this is as simple as it gets. This is maybe the most confident I'll ever be in a Survivor pick all season. How can you not take the Chiefs this week? How can you not take the Chiefs in week 3? The Chiefs aren't losing to the Giants. They're not going 0-3. I could have seen them going 0-2. I like the Eagles to beat the Chiefs last. Giants ain't winning that game this week. First of all, the spot for the Giants is horrendous. They're coming off a gut-wrenching loss to Dallas. Just a brutal, brutal loss. And now you got to come home and you got to play an Andy Reid, a Patrick Mahomes 0-2 team with the Ravens on deck. So not only if the Chiefs lose this game are they 0-3, I know they've had the Ravens number, but Ravens are probably going to be favored in that game in Arrowhead, and there's a good chance they could be 0-4. So the Chiefs have to win this game. Now, we know the Chiefs are probably going to win a lot of games this season, even though they're 0-2. But if you look at their schedule, there's really not a spot that like screams at you where you want to bet Kansas City like this one does, where they're 0-2 and you know that they have to win this game. So I know a bunch of people might want to save the Chiefs for later on in the season, but I would just bet them here. You guys, I really would. Save Green Bay for later on in the season. Everybody's going to be on Seattle against New Orleans, so I would not touch either of those teams. I would take the Chiefs. That would be my play. Then I think a lot of people might look at Buffalo as well. They're a 12.5-point favorite against the Dolphins on Thursday night. The Bills have the Panthers and the Saints the next 2 weeks, in weeks 4 and week 5. So I'd save Buffalo for that game against for Miami. I would not bet them in Survivor. And I kind of like the Dolphins plus the points. The look-ahead line was Bills minus 9.5. Now it's all the way up to minus 12.5. I know Miami usually doesn't beat the Bills in Buffalo, but it does help that the game's in September. If this game was played in December, then I definitely wouldn't like the Dolphins. They're 0-2. I love betting 0-2 teams in week 3 of the NFL. It feels like the Dolphins are definitely on verge of absolutely imploding, but they should have won that game against the Patriots. If A-Chain stays in bounds, they probably win that game. Now you turn around. I mean, this is their season, right? If they lose 0-3, things are going to get ugly, especially if they lose this game by 30 points. So if you want to attack it, I think if you like the Bills, I wouldn't just bet 12.5. I would lay alts with the Bills. Like, bet this thing to get ugly. 17.5, 21.5, 24.5. Like, bet alts with Buffalo. I think this thing is either a curb stomping or the Dolphins maybe keep it within 10 points. Maybe it's a one-possession game when we look up on Thursday night. But the Chiefs would be my play in Survivor this week. 0-2, Giants coming off a terrible game. I know a lot of people are going to take Seattle against the Saints, but again, you guys, Seattle's just not a good home team anymore. They won 3 games at home last year. They already lost to San Francisco in week 1. Yes, they should beat the Saints, but don't be surprised if that game is close in the fourth quarter. And like I told you, staying away from Green Bay, want to save them for later on. I agree with Nick. I think the Bucs could be in a little bit of trouble this week. Coming off 2 games they probably had no business of winning. The Jets just got beaten by 20 against the Bills. I think they're going to bounce back, and I think maybe Tampa could get upset at home. So for me, easy choice. Kansas City, my survivor play for week 3. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. BetMGM account holders receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Take advantage of the Any Sport Parlay Boost token from our friends at BetMGM. All right, you guys, wrap of the show. PJ's Place here on Send It In. Eugenio Suarez, we're going to take him. Seattle Mariners, Kansas City Royals today. Michael Wacha on the bump for Kansas City. Suarez is 17 for 38 in his career against Michael Wacha. He has faced him a bunch, and he has done some damage on Wacha. So Suarez would be the guy that I would look at today. 17 for 38 in his career against Michael Wacha. Told you guys my prop lock, Shane Steichen, Coach of the Year, plus 625. I still think there's good value there because they're plus 135 to win the AFC South. And I think if the Colts win the division, Steichen is going to win Coach of the Year, but Zach Taylor also think that could be worth a look at 40-1 as well. Dog of the day, give me the Chicago Cubs plus 110 against the Pirates and Paul Skeens. Look, anytime Skeens takes the mound, especially at home, he's probably going to be a favorite in that game. But I think now that there's only a couple weeks left in the season, the Pirates aren't really playing for anything. They're not going to risk injury on Paul Skeens. I think you're going to see a little load management. While Cade Horton's trying to win NL Rookie of the Year, and I think Craig Counsell and the Cubs are going to let him go out and pitch, I'll take Chicago plus 110. And then my best bet is going to be the New York Mets today on the money line at minus 125. Clay Holmes going up against Michael King. Mets are 1-8 in their last 9 games. They snapped their 8-game losing streak the other day. I think the Mets are going to get on a little bit of a roll. I think they win 2 of 3 against the Padres in this series, including tonight. We'll take the Mets on the money line at minus 125. Thanks again to our guy Nick Kenyon for joining us today on the show. Again, if you guys missed any part of the show today, check out the Send It In podcast. Whole show is available for you there, so make sure you check that out, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
If you like Philly to win, and I do, don't get me wrong, I don't like doing this because you're betting against Andy Reid with extra time to prepare, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce in a big-time revenge spot, an improved Chiefs offensive line, and a Chiefs team that certainly doesn't want to start 0-2 with a loss to the team that whipped them in the Super Bowl last time. But the Eagles are just a better team right now.
Wasn't wrong. Good call from our guy Will Brinson. Checking in just a moment. Joe O. Sammy P. Welcome back. This is Bet Sweats. We'll talk NFL action with Brinson coming up. And based on our last conversation, Mikey Betts checks in on X. You can tweet us, bet_sweats. Fellas, I can tell you what's going to happen with the Lions this week. They're getting stuffed into a trash can by the Ravens. Then hopefully they get a little value versus the Browns. Mikey Betts says there's a book out there that will let you parlay the Chiefs and the Ravens division minus 104.
Really? Okay, that's good to know because I tried it a couple and couldn't do it.
Chiefs playoffs, Ravens division, minus 104.
That's a really good bet if you can do it. I tried it a couple, including BetMGM. They would not let me do it. So
okay,
if you can find it, power to you.
That's like man. We don't use the L word around here, but
I know. Chiefs are making the playoffs. I was advocating for Chiefs minus 190, but this is how you parlay. This is how you beat the books. You take two things that are very likely to happen, you sandwich them together, and all you got to do is lay minus 104. The Ravens are not losing the AFC North. Who's going to win it? Aaron Rodgers? Jake Browning?
It's over. No.
It's over.
As long as Lamar's healthy. Yes.
Even if he's not healthy. I mean, come on.
I know.
Their roster from top to bottom is the best in the league. So their backup right now is Cooper Rush. Okay, there's a drop off there. Let me take that back. But still, how good they are across the board, offense, defense, special teams, in a weak division, their power rating is so high. I mean, you look at their schedule. Again, assuming health, they're favored in every game the rest of the way. Like, where are they going to be a dog? Not okay, maybe at Green Bay, end of the year. Okay, I'll give you that one. Hand up. At Cleveland, at Minnesota, at Miami, at Kansas City right now? No. I mean, the Eagles were just favored in Kansas City. So, yeah, the Ravens are going to be favored there. End of the year, fine. You want to do December in Green Bay? Fine. Maybe the Packers are favored. But they're going to be favored in every game but one the rest of the way. They're not losing that division. And odds are good the Chiefs make the playoffs. At minus 104, that's an insanely good bet.
It's a very good bet. Yeah. Excellent bet. That's a good look. Mike, and look, Mikey Betts is good at this. He's proven that since he's been listening to the show and checking in with us over the last year. I mean, how many times does he like, hey, here's a look, and it comes back to fruition. He's like, oh, remember when we talked about this a few months ago? Yeah, I'm going to cash that today. Like, yeah, that's you got to get creative sometimes. And if they're, see, I don't do that. Like, for the most part, I'm straight up with, with sides or division, futures. Okay, I'm going to bet this award. I'll bet that. But comboing, finding ways to get the best price possible on something that you think is a very good chance of hitting, but you don't want to lay $2-3. Like, that's part of the game too. If they're going to let you do it, find out where you can.
No doubt. I love his take on Detroit, Baltimore as well. I don't even know that I agree with it yet. Monday's a long way away, and I am so wounded from NFL. He says that the Ravens are going to stuff the Lions into a trash can. I love that. I love the verbiage there. That line, depending on where you shop, 4.5, 5, 5.5. A lot of books at 5.5 now on that game next Monday night in Baltimore. BetMGM has 5.5. Circa has got 4.5. But I don't hate that opinion. That's for sure.
I think there's a decent chance that number comes down a little bit based on what the Lions did over the weekend. And the presumption is they're back. I get it. Paul wants a thought on Thursday Night Football. I don't have a thought on Thursday Night Football. I'll be honest.
The Dolphins stink?
Yeah, the Dolphins suck. And the Bills are awesome. Even when they don't bring their A game, they kick people's asses. So, yeah. Am I going to be betting a 12.5 side on a Thursday night? Probably not. Am I going to take the 12.5? Probably not. That game sucks to bet.
They've done really well. Buffalo's done really well against Miami. I mean, Tua's really struggled with the Buffalo defense. So let me see. I didn't have this handy, but I know this top of my head. In the 2020s, is that a big enough sample size? 11 games. The Bills are 10-1. 10-1. Here are some final scores. 56-26, 26-11, 35-0, 48-20, 31-10. It's been a lot of pain. The only win, 2022, Dolphins beat them 21-19. That's the only win this decade Miami has against Buffalo.
You've used them with Chirizi. Here's the angle on Thursday night. Do you want to use them in Survivor? I haven't taken a full look at the entire card and future value and all that stuff, and injury report's going to play a part in it as well. And we always have a full breakdown on Thursdays, but that's going to be a real conversation. I didn't want to do it this past week. Very few people did with Green Bay. What was the opening Thursday game? Some did with the Eagles. Some did on that. That was a pretty sharp play. Get out ahead of it, but use up the Eagles in week one. do you want to use up the Bills in week 3? That's going to be a look.
In that entry with those guys, we used Buffalo last week.
Yep, exactly.
So cannot use Buffalo again, unfortunately.
But it's a similar conversation to last week with Baltimore. This is by far the biggest favorite on the board. Like what's the next high? 7.5, I think. Do you want to use it here? Yes. 7.5 Seattle.
Tampa at home against the Jets is probably going to be a good one. Man, I would love Green Bay to lose. I would just love it so much, but it's probably not going to happen. Green Bay now laying 8 on the road at Cleveland. That's the second biggest number that I see. And then Seattle's laying 7.5 to New Orleans.
Yeah, maybe I have to look past it, but when I use Green Bay, I want them at Lambeau. I know the rest of the card has something to do with it, but if I'm going to bet them, I want to get them at Lambeau when that place is a rockin'. So, that will be a conversation when we get to Thursday because there's not many other betting angles in that game. Awards. I would say the takeaway with MVP, as you mentioned, Herbert, after his performance last night, he's tied with Love for the third favorite. That is certainly noteworthy. You know what I want to bring up? OPOY. So last week we had Dave Richard on the show from CBS Sports, and he threw out the idea of Malik Neighbors for OPOY and the value that you have right now with him. And then he goes out and has a kick-ass performance in Dallas. And right now, your receiving leaders are Neighbors 1, JSN 2. I bet JSN at 50-1 for Offensive Player of the Year. And I looked at the Neighbors number. That is 20-1, even after his performance. Your favorite right now is Saquon. Your second favorite is Bijan. I can't really argue with that. Those are the two best running backs in the game right now. And Saquon winning it last year, they make him the favorite. I think they're just kind of like waiting for this to settle out a little bit. They don't really know what to do, but those two names we have discussed for OPOY, the receiving leaders, through 2 weeks, and both have value right now. I feel if JSN keeps having 100-yard games, like his name's going to get out there.
It will. I worry that he doesn't have the quarterback to get him there, and that might not be fair, but that's kind of how I feel. You know who I talked about in the summer and I did not get there on because I ended up on McCaffrey, who is right there. I mean, McCaffrey's 11-1. I did not get there on Puka Nacua. And that was the first name in the summer I started to talk about right here on BetSweats. He was in that 17-1 range, and I just couldn't get there because we kept hearing so many bad things about Stafford. I mean, all summer, when's Matthew Stafford going to take the field? When are we going to see him? And then at the end of August, he finally is throwing in the red jersey. It scared me off of Puka. And Stafford looks fine. Puka Nacua through 2 games has 20 targets, 18 catches for 221 yards. He's on pace to get 170 targets this year. That's pretty good. It's pretty good for a young stud receiver that's big, 6'2", 215, catches basically everything thrown his way. He's already averaging 110 yards per game. Now, no touchdowns yet, but those will come. He's caught 18 of the 20 balls thrown his way. He's an unbelievable receiver at this level, and he's now 10-1. And you know me, I'm thinking to myself, well, damn, I didn't bet the 17. I'm not going to bet the 10. Kicking myself because I drank too much of the Stafford is unhealthy Kool-Aid that I didn't get there.
Go ahead, Paul. Do you have a question on Neighbors?
Yeah, it's not the first time kind of brought this point up. Do you care? Does it keep you away from the bet that there is literally no historical precedent for a second-year wide receiver to win this award? Do you care?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Because I look at the impact that he had in year 1, and his name's already out there. It was there when he was in college. I care. My negative side of this bet would be we know Dart's coming in. How about that? Like, we didn't talk enough about that. Daboll decided no matter how the game was going, I'm putting Dart on the field. Rush threw for 450 yards, and he's taking him off the field. so Dart can run the ball, so they can just hand it off. Like, I didn't understand that. You got to be able to adjust. That was so idiotic. Like, and I'm the guy that wants Dart on the field because I bet him, because I think it's going to happen at some point. You might as well pull the plug. Never saw this performance from Russ coming. My concern is Dart's going to be under center, and then Neighbors' numbers go way down.
Thoughts on Nakua? 10-1.
When receivers win this award, they are target hogs. And Puka's up there. I think the leading target guy might be Neighbors at 25, and then I think Puka has 20. He will be in the mix. I thought about him over the summer, did not get there. It's probably the same thought process that you brought up with the quarterback. Yeah, he could be there. How much is Devontae going to take? That's the concern with Puka, but he'll probably be part of the conversation. Let me ask you guys, is Chase now out?
With Browning, I would never bet.
Yeah.
Never.
He's out, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's good for
and with
the
Puka,
other guys we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, with Barkley, he's a threat in the passing game too, right? Puka, didn't they run a little end around that he broke for like 50-something yards? So they can use him as a running back too. So he's a dual threat.
Yep.
So that kind of mitigates
Puka.
the Devontae target. Is he gonna lose some there?
True. And voters eat that stuff up, using them in multiple ways. Yeah, as far as the target leaders near the top, I mean, Neighbors, Lamb is going to be scary. Like, he's a guy you got to beat if he's going to put up numbers. Because when they want to go to Lamb, they go to him. You're watching that game on Sunday, you're like, when are they going to go to Lamb? When are they going to? They finally started targeting him, and then bam, just explodes. He needs like one quarter, and he'll go off. It feels like it's been disappointing for Lamb. He's got 222 yards in 2 games. Like, yeah, he's going to put up monster numbers as long as he and Dak are both healthy this year. I mentioned DPOY. I think Garrett should be the favorite. Right now, it's Parsons. That's all the Packers love that we're seeing. Abdul Carter, he's the favorite, and there's a big gap. He has a half a sack and 3 pressures. The most pressures is 26. I almost said Parsons. Carter has 3, and he has a half a sack. Maybe we should start to look at some other defensive rookies, because Carter hasn't done it yet.
Made a huge move in that market. Campbell, Jahad Campbell, 8-1 now. I mean, he wasn't anywhere near the top, and now he's the second favorite, 8-1. How about Jalen Walker? He looked really good for the Falcons the other night. He's now 10-1. I think coming into that game, the handicap for a lot of people was, Flores will just blitz and rattle Penix and pressure him and hit him and sack him. No, it's the Falcons defense that actually did all that. I mean, they were unbelievable. And Jalen Walker, James Pierce Jr., they were both in that backfield a ton. Walker 10-1, James Pierce 12-1. Those are guys to keep an eye on. And then Atlanta front 7.
Name that I want to mention. I'm not betting it. I'm just pointing it out. Comeback player Daniel Jones is the 4th favorite. He's plus 750. I think if you're holding a vote today, he's winning the award. He's 4th because they haven't seen it yet for a larger sample. CMC, Dak, Hutchinson, and then Daniel Jones. All right, we'll get to college football playoff looks on the other side, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
If you like Philly to win, and I do, don't get me wrong, I don't like doing this because you're betting against Andy Reid with extra time to prepare, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce in a big-time revenge spot, an improved Chiefs offensive line, and a Chiefs team that certainly doesn't want to start 0-2 with a loss to the team that whipped them in the Super Bowl last time. But the Eagles are just a better team right now.
Don't tell it to Chris Jones. Getting into that little tiff with one Jalen Hurts at the end of the game. Welcome back, Joe O. Sammy P. Here's Will Brinson, CBS Sports NFL talker, writer. He does all that good stuff. Will, you were right on that. Good look there. I can't sit here and say that the Eagles' offense has been super impressive, but they're sitting here with a 2-0 record, and they're one of the favorites for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, whenever you see yourself get queued up before I was like, am I wearing a green shirt? I was like, no, I'm not. But I was, it's always nice to have a good take come out of your mouth. But I agree with you, Joe. I think this Eagles team has looked fine on offense. They're kind of I don't know. The thing for me too, weeks 1 and 2, the NFL season, the way things have evolved in 2025, where, we have this shortened preseason. You see these really low scores across the league in week 1. We saw a big spike in week 2. I was surprised by that. But I think it's so key if you're going to be a team that has aspirations to get the bye, to win your division, that you stack wins now. And you stack them however you can stack them, and you sort of figure things out as you move along into the second quarter of the season. And I think Philly, at the very least, we know they can run the football effectively. We know that they are a physical football team on both sides of the ball. And no, Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown have not been these explosive downfield weapons for them so far. But I think that comes along eventually, and that they were more than willing to sort of get into a rock fight with KC. And you see it, particularly with Philly, and I think it's something to look at against lesser teams when they get them on the schedule coming up, is like second half Philly lines, you're going to get a lot of body blows, a lot of Saquon Barkley body blows. And good luck standing up to those before he pops a big one. I think what they've done is solid, but not like spectacular by any stretch of the imagination. They're not. They won the Super Bowl. We know they're good. Like the Packers are a much more sexy team to enter the Super Bowl conversation, I think.
You don't need to put these in order, but I'm curious. Joe and I were talking about this off the top. We've seen 2 weeks now of NFL. Who are the 4 best teams in the league? Any order, 4 best.
Bills, Packers, Eagles, Rams.
Rams over Ravens?
Ravens out.
Yeah, Ravens have to be in there too. Who am I tossing out? Who am I tossing out for the Ravens? Yeah. I mean, I was so
Rams.
confident. I knew I was missing. Yeah, I guess you toss out the Rams. I think the Rams are right there in the top 10, though, top 5. The Rams would be my 5th. The Rams are really good, man. Rams.
No, I'm just laughing at Ravens. They go from top 4 to, hey, well, they're top 10.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, I was like, all right, who am I? I know I'm missing some. I actually did this last night. Somebody was asking me, like, who are the best teams in football? And I was texting with somebody, and I was like, oh yeah, and the Ravens. So I mean, like, that's just my brain. That's not me discounting the Ravens. They look great. Bills look awesome. I think right now, if you were sort of penciling in, if you had to take a conference championship exacta or quad box or whatever it would be called, quadfecta, it would be Packers, Eagles, and Bills, Ravens, right? I mean, those would be the 4 teams that I think you would expect to be there. I really do think, the Rams at 18-1 to win the Super Bowl, I don't know if that's like good value per se, but I'm telling you, this Rams team, to me, the first 2 weeks of the season is underrated for sure.
I agree with you on the top 4, but I'm also warming to this idea of an LA Super Bowl. And maybe that's totally insane, but
I thought about that last night.
Teams are good. They're both very good.
And I think the one thing with both of those teams that they have in common, and that a lot of teams just don't have, is 2 quarterbacks who can get nuclear hot. Like, we haven't seen Justin Herbert do it in the playoffs, and I get that. But that's always been a thing that we do with quarterbacks until they actually do it. And if you told me that Justin Herbert went with Jim Harbaugh. They have Jim Harbaugh and Sean McVay too. Great coaching staffs, like really great coaching staffs. Harbaugh is so good. You see what he's getting out of Quentin Johnson this year. The weapons are there. They have the run game. Certainly, they need to stay healthy. Obviously, the Rashawn Slater preseason injury, and then now Khalil Mack with what looked like something that's going to keep him out for, a substantial amount of time. That's a concern. But yeah, I think an LA Super Bowl is just as trendy as it sort of like it's like kind of a hipster way to fade those top 4 teams.
We're going to know soon on the Rams at Philly this week. And you've got San Francisco in week 5. Is Purdy going to be healthy? Don't know. Week 6, they go to Baltimore. So we're going to learn a lot about that team coming up.
I will say, too, real quickly on the Eagles and the Rams game. I don't know what MGM has it at right now. I know last night it was 3.5. And then this morning it was back at 3. At 3.5, I'm really interested in the Rams because I know the tush push is like the narrative is tired and played out. But that's going to be a thing this week for the NFL league office, for the Rams, for the referees in that game where to me it is anyway. I would expect that we hear something about it leading up to it. Like Jay Glazer reports on Sunday morning, it's like, I've been told that officials are going to keep a close eye on the Eagles guards in fall starting. And all of a sudden, if you have 1 or 2 instances where they're going for it on 4th or they're at the goal line on like 3rd and 1, or 2nd and 1 or whatever, and they get called for a false start because they are false starting, that changes everything because Philly can't do the tush push as effectively. And so I think I'll be very curious to see how the NFL adjudicates that this week coming up.
Now the Colts are laying 3.5 on the road. It's the Titans, Crazy. But they're laying more than a field goal. Well, I guess it's justified. And who the hell is going to line up to bet the Titans? I don't care where you're playing this game. Is this real?
I definitely think there is some reality to it. I'm not going to, sit here and pound the table and say the Colts, if the Colts won that division, should anybody be surprised after the first 2 weeks of the season? No. I mean, Daniel Jones is the top 10 pick in the NFL. We've seen plenty of times quarterbacks, Sam Darnold last year, quarterbacks go from, the hellscape of New York and the microscope they get put under in bad situations when they're high picks. And then you go and sort of be an understudy of sorts with a really good NFL coach and then land in a good – we saw it with Darnold, went to San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan, and then goes and lands with a good head coach in Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota. We're seeing it now with Daniel Jones, an understudy with Kevin O'Connell, and then goes to Shane Steichen, who I think is a really good coach and has gotten sort of the most out of a Colts team that had, RIP and everything, but Jim Irsay at the end of his life running things and – did it in they had a very up in the air quarterback situation. Now, I do want to let's throw a little caution to the wind here. This time last year, and I don't think I was on here doing this. I hope I wasn't, but I could have been. Somebody could have been. The New Orleans Saints had just scored 90-something points in the first 2 weeks of the season under Clint Kubiak, with Derek Carr and Clint Kubiak's new offense. And a lot of people were proclaiming them to be maybe a really dangerous offense that could threaten the NFC South, and that didn't end up happening. So a little caution to the wind on the Colts, but they have a good offensive line. They have plenty of skill position guys, sort of an underrated wide receiver group, I think. And then Jonathan Taylor looks very spry and frisky. DJ Giddens, a nice backup. And Daniel Jones is playing really good football. So if he keeps playing mistake-free football and the doesn't turn into a pumpkin, then this Colts team is legitimate. I am a little cautious about laying 3.5 on the road. Just because we're starting to see a little something from Cam Ward, had 2 really tough matchups to start the year, like maybe 2 of the top 5 defenses in the league, probably. And now is going to get a Colts defense that certainly isn't as tough. So I'd probably lean on the side of taking the 3.5 from Tennessee if I had to do anything in this game. But waiting to see, it'd be one I would wait to bet on, I think.
Oh, I just can't wait for this weekend when I'm going to be on the Browns against the Packers, the Titans against the Colts,
Saints against the Seahawks.
Maybe Carolina getting 5 at home against Atlanta. Maybe I just want to drink bleach instead of betting. Oh God.
I don't know about Carolina, Sam. They just lost Austin Corbett and Robert Hunt, so they have. Their offensive line is shredded now. They were already bad to begin with in protecting Bryce Young, who's looked terrible. All their points have been in garbage time. I took their team total under yesterday at 19.5. The difference between the Cardinals and the Falcons, I think, is that if Atlanta gets up, remember prior to last week, and I can't believe it didn't happen again, the Panthers had allowed 200 rushing yards in 7 straight games. And so now they're getting a Falcons team that has Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier, has run the ball really effectively. It's great down the stretch against Minnesota with running the football. And I think will be pretty conservative in their game plan and their attack against a Carolina defense that can't stop anybody. So the Panthers one worries me a little bit. That's a lot of points in a divisional home game. But I think after 2 weeks of all these favorites managing to find a way to win, I think your casual bettor is going to be a lot more comfortable laying the points than taking points at home with a really ugly dog like a Carolina or a Cleveland. I mean, because it's not fun to get in the way of that.
Yeah. Doesn't look like a good matchup on the Carolina side, I should say. Will Brinson, CBS Sports with us. Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. All right, bets you're in on. You're going to make or you've already made for week number 3.
Well, I mentioned that Panthers team total under. Look, if they get there in garbage time, they get there in garbage time. But I trust the Falcons. The Cardinals only ran the ball not kind of Kyler scrambles. They ran the ball 14 times. You're up like 20 points. What are you doing? I mean, run the ball against this terrible rush defense. So I think the Panthers team total under gets there. Kind of. I don't know what I'm interested in. The quarterback injuries are a problem. I think I will be betting Jacksonville. They should be 2-0, easily 2-0. I appreciate Liam Cohen following the analytics or whatever and being aggressive. I don't appreciate it actually because I had the Jaguars in the Circa Millions and there's just no way they should have not covered that game there the whole time, especially when you lose Burrow. So I'll have something on the Jaguars. Man, the Chiefs line is really getting away from them, isn't it? 5.5 felt like it was kind of fine. 6.5, you're starting to get a little deep. I wanted some action on that. I'll probably be back in the Lions too, much to my chagrin when Baltimore is up huge. But I think Detroit's a much better. I mean, they showed it on Sunday against Chicago. And then I think Dallas I'll be back in as a on the money line. Get them. I think they're like even money right now.
Yep.
Creeped up to Bears -1. Yeah, you can find -1 to 5 even money around the market. I think Dallas is like kind of decent, and their defense might be terrible, but I trust Caleb Williams to make enough mistakes that Russell Wilson didn't make when he blacked out and thought it was 2015, to the point where Dallas is able to move the ball effectively against what doesn't look like a really dangerous Bears defense, particularly with all the injuries in the secondary.
Eberflus
Ben Johnson
against Caleb. Yeah.
Oh, Eberflus revenge game. Great call, Joe.
It feels like Ben Johnson just bought a mansion and then, signed the paperwork, moved in, and then saw the foundation and saw the termites, and you're like, oh, like this is bad.
The Lions were my best. Lions were the best bet of the week last week for me. I mean, like all off season, all we hear is that Ben Johnson's departure is going to ruin their offense. They struggle against the Packers, and everybody rips them. Dan Campbell was always running up that score if he could, and he did.
Do you? I know this is kind of an off the path question, but do you have an alibi for last week when that fire truck exploded at the Wake Forest NC State game?
Yeah, but that was in Winston-Salem. Technically, it was a brisket truck, but just a ridiculous moment. By the way, NC State overs look good. I don't know. I'm a little wary of them +3 at Duke this weekend. If they beat Duke, they could be like 6-0 going to Notre Dame in a couple weeks because they get Virginia Tech and then Campbell. But their defense, it's been really weird. The defense has been great in the second half. I don't know what DJ Elliott's doing at halftime, but first half overs look fantastic for NC State. They can't stop anybody, and they can wing it around. But yeah, I don't know. Can an 11-year-old testify for me in court as an alibi? Does that count? Okay, good. Then, yeah, I've got a good alibi.
That video is so good. It's hilarious.
We're like watching. It's like what? Wake Forest set off fireworks? What's going on here? You can't I know they took the kickoff to the house, but like, But I didn't think because they had that grass area behind the end zone. They're not even allowed to set off fireworks. It's too much of a hazard.
Right. Good stuff. Will Brinson, CBS Sports. Will, appreciate you coming on the show. As always, best of luck with all your wagers in NC State. All right?
All right, guys. See you next week.
Take care, man. Will Brinson. Good stuff there. Man. I had the same thought on Indianapolis. Like, I keep going back to what happened with New Orleans, and everybody's like, oh, he's getting a job and the OC and all that. And then they were one of the worst teams in the NFL after week number 2. Not saying that's happened with the Colts, but that certainly does come to mind. Joe O, Sammy P, we've got lightning bets on the other side, and Sammy's got a few other nuggets we're going to get to on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Appreciate Will Bridson dropping by, Chris Felica as well. If you missed either segment, check the Odyssey app. Use the rewind feature right under BetMGM Network or click on the Bet Sweats page. We talked Heisman, a lot of different future angles coming up as well. We push college football playoff. We'll probably do that tomorrow. And we have power rankings because it's Wednesday tomorrow. Always a fun day on the show. How about our guys? People that listen to the show where they're on with a bobblehead night. I don't know that there's many of them, but Chorizy and Beef Loaf, your partner in the Survivor pool, where you guys ended up with Buffalo. I thought that was a sharp look. There were so many people that were concerned, so much money coming in on the Jets all week, and then you have an easy winner, a no-doubter, and it's a low percentage team. You probably wish that there was a big favorite that was going to get upset. But I think what's sharp about it is it gives you a different path. So many people have the Denver/Baltimore path from the first 2 weeks. Now you went Buffalo. You're not going to be going Buffalo when a lot of other people jump in on them. And you're hoping, okay, maybe that's going to be one of their few losses on the season.
They have two entries. The one that I'm a part of, use Buffalo. Their other entry, which I guess we're going to cross, we'll see. They have Dallas, or had Dallas in week 2. So one was easy, one was a nail biter, to say the least. But they had two entries that they went to Circa, signed up for, and they have both of them through into week 3. So good on them, and congrats to getting a bobblehead at a White Sox game. It's a night with the 108. You can check it out on X at From the 108. I really wanted to get back there, but after all the travel so far I've had, I couldn't really justify a flight into Chicago to go to a White Sox game and then a flight back to Boston, followed by a train to New York. I couldn't do it. I love those guys. If you're in Chicago, get out to the park and get that bobblehead. It looks like, I know that there were some issues in the past with White Sox bobbleheads, spelling things wrong.
Yeah, it's so stupid. They had a bobblehead night for the groundskeeper. Like, that's how pathetic it is with that team. Oh, the groundskeeper, because we don't have any stars on the roster. Like, people actually know who our groundskeeper is. Let's have a bobblehead night for him. Well, they misspelled the name, and then they couldn't hand them out. They realized the day of, oh, wait, this is misspelled. We can't hand these out tonight. And then they had a makeup date for the groundskeeper bobblehead night. Good Lord. Anyways.
Well, our guys have a bobble tonight. I really want one. If I can get my hands on one, I'll put it right there. I'll move something out of the way. Love the 108. So they got a bobblehead tonight. That's a night with the 108. I want to hammer a couple things out here real quick. I saw this over the weekend. Didn't get to it yesterday. Dennis Dodd from CBS tweeted this out. This is the list of channels you need now to watch every football game at the FBS level. You ready? I'm going to rip through these very quickly. ABC, Fox, CBS, CBS Sports Network, ESPN, ESPN2, ESPN Plus, SEC Network Plus, ESPNU, FS1, Paramount Plus, Peacock, HBO Max, YouTube, True TV, TNT, Spectrum Sports, Big Ten Network. I think I'm done. Yep, that's the whole list. You need all those channels to watch every single FBS game in college football nowadays.
Do you have all of them?
Nope, do not.
I don't think I have SEC Plus. Would you say Spectrum?
Spectrum,
I don't even know what that
there.
is. Never heard of it.
I can't believe the Mountain West Network didn't make that. I tried to watch a little Hawaii or something like that, and they were like, no, you need the Mountain West Network. I'm like, I don't even know what that is. But I'm saying Peacock now, HBO Max, YouTube. Everybody has YouTube, of course. But
yes,
Spectrum Sports, ESPN Plus, which is now $12 a month. I mean, it's just getting ridiculous, man. You need so many different platforms to watch all these games. And these are college games. These aren't pro games. College.
Division I college games. Yeah. It's insane. We're not quite there, but the NFL, we've been talking about a number of years how it's getting crazy like that too. As they're doing YouTube and all sorts of channels. Yeah, I know. It's extremely frustrating, but they can do whatever the hell they want because they can get away with it. I know you had a college promo or giveaway, something. Inform me.
Yep.
You didn't want to tell me ahead of time because you wanted to see my reaction.
Would you be interested in this giveaway? I just got an email about this. Enter to win, all caps. Northwestern football is in full swing, and we'd like you to enter now for your chance to score all-inclusive sideline tickets to watch Northwestern play UCLA on Saturday, September 27th. I remind you, UCLA is 0-3 and just fired the head coach. Are you interested? Are you entering?
No, I'm not entering. Somebody gave me tickets. I'd be like, no, I'm going to go on a Saturday, ruin my whole day, drive all the way up into Evanston for that garbage? No, I'm not interested at all. I'm sure some people did it to just go see Oregon over the weekend, but no.
They didn't offer it for Oregon, though. They wouldn't offer that for Oregon. They're offering it for the UCLA game. 1-2, meow, against 0-3 UCLA. I wouldn't wipe my ass with those tickets.
How about this? Because you would know more about this than me, and we'll get to lightning bets if you have any. I've got nothing. I need a day off, and there's no football games tonight, so I'm taking a breather. We had 2 coaches fired this weekend. 2 schools fired their head coaches. We're 3 games into the year. Virginia Tech, and as you mentioned, UCLA, Deshaun Foster. Deshaun Foster, we all knew over a year ago that was an awful idea, as he was trying to promote the program at Big Ten Media Day, which went viral as an embarrassing moment for him and UCLA. These players can go in the portal now. They can leave. What the hell should we be looking at just fade with these teams? Nico, after all that noise all offseason about leaving Tennessee, look at Tennessee's quarterback and the state of that program versus where UCLA is, and he ended up taking the money. He thinks he got the better end of it at the time. I would say that's not the case. Tennessee is quite happy you are no longer there. It was funny, like Heupel, like you could tell he had something in the hopper. He had something going, and they're in a great spot. I think Aguilar is like one of the top 5 in Heisman odds already. But Nico might be moving on already. That's wild that they fire the coach 3 games in, and players might be on the move in season.
It's probably the worst decision of the NIL era so far. And that's not even hyperbolic. To leave Tennessee. Tennessee just went neck and neck with Georgia in Knoxville. And you're playing in front of a stadium that's filled at 30% capacity, losing to New Mexico. That's where you're at. UCLA at 0-3 has lost to Utah, UNLV, and New Mexico. Bad. And you know the name I'm hearing now? That the coaches are talking about, that maybe this guy might come back into the fold?
I got one.
John Gruden. Oh,
sorry. There it is. Yep.
It's Gruden.
Dang.
Yep. You nailed it. I cut you off there. That's my bad. There's this faction of people that are believing that somebody's going to give Gruden the bag and see if he still got it.
I don't think it's happening. Like, how long are we going to do that? It reminds me of Bill Cowher coming back, right? That was going on for like 2 decades. How long are we going to keep bringing Gruden's name? I think it's because of the Barstool connection. Like, people see him doing that and they get excited and like, he's entertaining. I want to see him as my coach, and they bring his name up. Yeah, I don't think so, but anything's better than Deshaun Foster and Vautech too. They made a similar move. All right, Sam, do you have anything for lightning bets? I'm not quite ready to delve into the next week for NFL and college.
Yeah, Bear and I were texting about this one earlier in the week. We do like Rutgers. I'm on the same page with him. The market is 2.5. I mean, for the sake of giving a bet out, people listen for bets. I'll give Rutgers. Yeah. I think they win. So to take 2.5 right now at BetMGM is cool. If you want to wait, maybe you get a 3. Pinnacle has a 3. Chris has a 3. You want to wait for 3, fine. But I feel good enough. I think Rutgers wins the game. So give me the Scarlet Knights of Sunge plus 2.5.
Normally at this point in the week, I'm looking at awards and have some ideas. I don't see value, and I don't want to force any bets there. But I'll tell you what I'm taking a closer look at. It's the Rookie of the Year markets. So Carter's going to be tough to beat. That's always been the case. And I'm not saying he's going to have a subpar year, but where is their value? Like you brought up Walker earlier. I think that's a good idea. You mentioned how the market is moving on Campbell. Okay, interesting. And also offensive rookie. A tight end has never won this award, and Tyler Warren is your favorite right now. It's been disappointing, the usage and production out of Genty. Cam Ward hasn't done a whole lot, even though there are sparks in his 2 starts. Those guys are moving down the board. So who's it going to be? I think Ted is interesting. He had 100 yards over the weekend. If he's the target guy for Bryce Young, he might be worth taking a look at. Just throwing the idea out there, not an official bet, but he's your 5th favorite for Offensive Rookie of the Year. If it's not going to be one of these quarterbacks, and again, I don't want to be in a position where I'm just betting on a million guys, but the Tet one is kind of interesting to me if his production can continue. All right, Paul Aspen and Jake Hassan, do you guys have anything today or any quick thoughts?
Got one college play. Going to shoot the moon this week after putting the Mountaineer man up in the half moon. They have a Big 12 opener in Kansas. And again, this team stinks. That was their entire season. Super Bowl, Pro Bowl, World Series, everything beating Pitt last week. Quarterback got benched. He came back. It's great win. Backyard brawl. Awesome. Kansas laying 13.5. It opened at 12.5, up to 13.5. Inside of 14, I will lay it with the Jayhawks.
I do have baseball. I have like a couple of dogs. I like the Padres. I like the Royals. And I like the Jays today. And I like Zebby Matthews over 5.5 Ks against the Yankees as well.
All right. Good stuff. Appreciate it, Jake. You've thought about the parlay. Now boost it. Use this boost token on any pro football same game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win over at BetMGM. Join us tomorrow for a Power Rankings Wednesday. That should be fun. It will involve the NFL right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you want to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. You know what? I'll put my hand up. I've been doing a bad job on the Instagram. I have not been on Instagram in like 3 days. I got to rectify that. We'll get on Instagram later on tonight. But you can find me there, Femi_Abebefe. You can check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. If you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends at BetMGM Network is where you can find it. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Tuesday. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addie Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us 1 hour from now with his thoughts on last night's Monday Night Football doubleheader. That's all the Buccaneers beat the Texans and the Chargers beat my Las Vegas Raiders. We're very invested. From a rooting standpoint, I don't care about the Raiders. But from a money standpoint, very much care about the Las Vegas Raiders. Last night was not great, and we'll get into that here shortly. But of course, if you miss anything across these 4 hours, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, you might as well go ahead and subscribe, rate, and review. I mean, we're putting it all out there for you to consume in on-demand fashion. That's the least you can do. So subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcasts. We have a couple of awesome guests who will be joining us throughout these 4 hours, starting at 5 o'clock Eastern. 3-time Super Bowl champion, color commentator for NFL on Fox, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Our guy, Mark Schlereth, is back to recap week 2 in the National Football League. Who was he impressed by? Who was he disgusted by? We'll get into all of it with Stink coming up at 5 o'clock Eastern. Then during the Power Hour at 6:20 Eastern, betting analyst for NBC Sportsbet, co-host of the Deep Dive podcast, the one and only whale capper, Drew Dinsick, joins us once again as will give us his thoughts ahead of week 3 of the NFL regular season, which begins in 2 nights with the Thursday Night Football banger. I don't know if it's a banger. One team might get drilled, but I don't know if it's a banger between the Dolphins and the Bills. Maybe it's a dead coach walking spot there with Mike McDaniel going in as an 11.5-point underdog. We'll see what happens in Western New York. But let's go ahead and get into last night's Monday Night Football recap. We'll waste no more time because we have 2 games that we need to get to. And I want to start with the game in Houston, because that was, of course, the much better game than the nightcap for those of you who stayed up and watched the Chargers and the Raiders. But last night, Buccaneers beat the Texans 20-19. This game kicked off right as we got off the air yesterday on Monday. And, I mean, you can't look at that game and just not think to yourself, what a gritty win for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, it didn't necessarily have to play out that way. And kind of hang with me here, because as we're ending the show in the Power Hour yesterday, the betting market moved to Houston -3 in a couple of spots. And at that point, I said, hey, you know what, Nick? I didn't think I was going to have a bet in the game, but at 3, I like the Buccaneers. I'm also going to bet some on the money line as well. And for a lot of that game, I'm sitting back thinking, yeah, I got this thing nailed. Like, Tampa is the better team. They're in control of the game. They should be able to win this football game. But for some reason, there's injuries, they're a little bit shorthanded. They just kept letting Houston hang around. And honestly, had Houston won the game, I'd have been sick to my stomach. And I would not have cried bad beat or anything like that because it would not have been a bad beat. It would just kind of been a regular NFL game where I just ended up on the wrong side. But like when you actually watch the game, Houston had no business winning. But for some reason, thanks to that blocked punt and like all these other reasons, like out of nowhere, you look up and Houston's up 19-14 with like 2 minutes left in the game. It's like, what the hell just happened? How is Tampa not winning? How is Tampa now trailing, needing a drive to go out there and win the game? But thankfully, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they got Baker Mayfield, or as Troy Aikman called him on the call last night, all shake and bake. They got Baker Mayfield, and boy, was he shaking and baking, especially on that 4th and 10, on that drive where he had to drive all the way down the field to score the touchdown. Bucks facing 4th and 10. Pass rush is there. Baker Mayfield steps up in the pocket, scrambles, picks up some yardage, and we're off and running. Baker Mayfield, what a drive. 11 plays, 80 yards to put the Bucks ahead 20-19 with 6 seconds left. Like, it was just a well-orchestrated drive, and it was a very impressive game by the Buccaneers. I know the score says it was close and all that stuff, but my eyes tell me there's a clear difference between those two teams, and Tampa was the better team. And after last night, I was thinking to myself this, and I don't want to get too crazy or get too caught up because it's just 2 weeks and we got 15 more weeks of the regular season to go. And then we also got some more playoff games to get to. But like, I was thinking about this. You know how I feel about the Green Bay Packers. They're the best team in the league, in my opinion, of course, the best team in the NFC. After what I've seen through 2 weeks, and it's just 2 weeks, I think Tampa's the second best team in the NFC behind Green Bay. Like, I'll take Tampa right now on September 16th over Philadelphia. I'll take them over Detroit. And I'll take them over anyone else that you might bring up that's in the NFC. Like, Tampa has really impressed me through these first 2 weeks. And when they get healthy, which is the big caveat because they're missing some key guys, when they get healthy, especially on offense, they're going to be sick. Like, I was texting the guys last night. I was like, man, I mean, imagine this offense when they get Tristan Wirfs back. They were without their best player. Pound for pound, Tristan Wirfs is the best player on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's been dealing with the knee injury since training camp. They win those first 2 games on the road without him. Wait until he gets back. Like, Baker Mayfield, like, I'm not the biggest Baker guy, but like, he's a good starting quarterback. I think anybody with eyeballs can see that. The O-line will be really good once Wirfs gets back. Let's get Luke Gadecki back as well because he played in last night's game, but only for like a quarter, got hurt again with that foot injury, so he had to leave the game. Like, let's get those offensive tackles back and healthy. They're missing both Chris Godwin and Jalen McMillan in that wide receiver room that can go along with Mike Evans and Emeka Egbuka, who scored another touchdown last night. How about the running backs? Bucky Irvin's awesome. Rashad White, like, that dude was out there looking like prime Le'Veon Bell on a couple of those carries where he's kind of just like slalom skiing his way through the Houston Texans defense. Like, he was sick last night. And defensively, they can stop the run with Big Vita Vea in the middle, which I think you can't just call him Vita Vea. You got to call him Big Vita Vea. That's what it is, because that dude is massive. Go Huskies. He is an awesome player, and every time he's on the field, it makes the opposition one-dimensional. Now, here's the problem, and I guess not a problem, but here's the bummer if you're a Tampa fan or a Tampa backer. Like, they got the news earlier this afternoon that their star defensive tackle, who goes alongside Big Vita Vea, Kalijah Kancey, is going to miss the rest of the season due to a torn pec last night. Now, last night they thought it might just be a strain. Maybe it's not a tear. Unfortunately, it is a tear, and Kancey is done the rest of the way. And they're going to have to try to replace that guy because he's probably their best pass rusher on that defensive front. Like, Vita Vea, he can give you some pass rush, but he specializes in stopping the run. Like, they really need to kind of fill that void. And luckily for Tampa, they have a head coach in Todd Bowles who majors in sending pressure at the quarterback. Like, I think they're going to be okay. They'll be able to withstand this injury. But like, once they get these guys all back and healthy and back going in the same direction, this team is really, really good. And it's a team that I definitely overlooked heading into this regular season. Like, I've been on the Falcons train with Nick. Like, all right, Michael Penix Jr., and maybe the Falcons can do it. Their defense looked pretty good, but it was also against J.J. McCarthy. We got to get some more data points. But like, I think through 2 weeks, it's pretty clear Tampa's the best team in the NFC South. And in my opinion, they're the second best team, I should say, in the NFC. Like, to do that with 2 road games and come out there beating Atlanta and beating Houston, 2 pretty solid teams, I'm impressed by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. On the other side, I mean, the Houston Texans, we said it after week 1 against the Rams. I'm going to say it again. This offense cannot function with this offensive line. I refuse to believe that CJ Stroud just forgot how to play football. Like, he's clearly not comfortable behind this O-line, and it was a very bold strategy this offseason after having a bad offensive line in 2024 to say, you know what, we're going to trade away Laramie Tunsil and other offensive linemen. like it was a little bit of a bold strategy, and I was willing to hear it out, willing to go in with an open mind, but through 2 weeks, it looks worse than last year. And that offensive line prevents them from being able to run the football, which puts all the pressure on Stroud in the passing game, which in most cases you'd be like, okay, that's fine. But in this instance, it's a young wide receivers that he has to deal with. It's the 2 guys from Iowa State. And like Nico Collins, everybody knows that he wants to go there. They're not going to just let him throw to Nico Collins every game. Like, if you can't run the ball and now you're relying on rookie wide receivers, there's going to be those growing pains as we saw last night. And now for the Texans, heading into this Sunday's game against the Jacksonville Jaguars, they're now in must-win mode. And it's week 3. You cannot afford to fall 0-3 if you have aspirations to make the playoffs, to win the division, to be a contender. That cannot happen, and that's what they're now facing on Sunday, where they're a 1.5-point underdog against the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think right now, for me, there's no real betting opinion with that game. I'm probably going to just kind of let that be. We'll see if maybe some people come in with interest on Jacksonville to where maybe we get a 3 and we can bet Houston. But as it stands right now, I think the market's just right. And if you're Houston, the favorite outcome is that you fall to 0-3, which would be a brutal, brutal start to what should have been a very promising season in year 3 of this DeMeco Ryans, CJ Stroud-led Houston Texans. So that was the first game of the Monday Night Football doubleheader. The second game, as we're rolling along here on You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network, Femi and Bebefe hanging with you guys here in the Femi Hour. Last night in Las Vegas, you know where I live, the Los Angeles Chargers embarrassed the Las Vegas Raiders. Chargers win it 20-9, and honestly, like, the score doesn't do it justice. The Raiders are lucky the Chargers only scored 20 points. The way it played out, had there not been a scoreboard, I would have assumed that the Chargers were up like 38-9 as opposed to 20-9. The Chargers pantsed the Raiders. And off the top, and I'm thinking about this last night watching the game, this is what the year 2 Jim Harbaugh bump looks like. And I hate to say this because we just should have seen this coming. And what really irritates me is that back in March, in May, in the summer months, all summer, just talking about, hey, year 2 Harbaugh bump. Don't overlook the Chargers. Maybe they can make a run at the West. And then come August, like last week of August, completely just forget all of that and say, you know what? I like the Raiders. That's my team. And I still like the Raiders. We'll get to them here shortly. But we all should have seen this coming with the Chargers year 2 with Jim Harbaugh. It's happened at every single destination where he's been. The team gets better year over year. And Justin Herbert, the big part of this equation, is in complete control. He's as good as we've ever seen. Herbert looks like the guy that we all knew was there, but wasn't consistently kind of showing himself with previous head coaches like a Brandon Staley or an Anthony Lynn. But with Jim Harbaugh now, we're now seeing it consistently. And Herbert is in lockstep and in sync with his offensive coordinator, Greg Roman. This offense is aggressive. They're not just saying, we're going to run the football like most Greg Roman offenses are. No, they're throwing the ball. Even last night in the fourth quarter, they're trying to put the game away. Bang, we're still looking to throw the football. And simultaneously, with Herbert looking as good as he looked, we're now seeing a Keenan Allen revival. Now that he's back in LA after a year in Chicago, we're seeing a Quentin Johnston renaissance. Both of those guys scoring touchdowns. Unfortunately, Keenan Allen had the first one. We did not get there with QJ on Femi's Island. But this team looks really, really good. And as it pertains to the MVP, because you're going to start to hear that a lot more, we discussed this last Wednesday when we broke down NFL awards. I hope everybody listened and bought themselves some Justin Herbert to kind of play a little bit of defense on those Josh Allen and Jordan Love positions. This Herbert MVP thing, it's going to be a storyline all throughout this season because this Chargers team is that good, and I think they have the makings of a team that can win the AFC West. Because in addition to Herbert, the defense is also really just nasty. Jesse Minter's awesome. Last night was the Derwin James showcase. They had Geno Smith in hell last night, and it started from the opening snap. I joked with the guys in the chat in our text message thread last night. I said, it might be time to shut it off after Geno Smith threw an interception on the first play of the game. Every year, you get some of those Geno games, 2 out of 3 great games, 2 to 3 horrendous games, and then mediocre games the rest of the way. Last night was one of the outliers. This dude was taking sacks on 4th down. He was throwing the ball away on 4th down. Like, he's usually an accurate quarterback. He was anything but last night. Airmailing passes, never looked comfortable. The Raiders just had one of the more embarrassing 19-play drives that you've ever seen in football history. 62 yards, taking up 11 minutes and 15 seconds, only to kick a field goal and make it a 20-9 game. Like, it was just embarrassing from the Raiders. But I'll say this as we wrap things up. There's no wavering in my belief for the Las Vegas Raiders. And as the team say, coaches, the players, etc., it's just one game, baby. It's just one game. And if you thought that I'd be wavering, you haven't been paying attention. Because last year, the Ramley was 1-4, and I looked you dead in the eye and said they're going to win the frickin' NFC West. The Raiders are still going to the playoffs. You know, they just got to shake this one off a little bit, and they'll get back on the horse come this weekend against the Washington Commanders. On the other side, we'll get to the top stories from around the world of sports next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The AP poll, to me, I don't put a lot of stock in. I don't really care.
Joe.
From a numbers standpoint, I had Illinois 3 points better than Indiana last week going into Saturday. Indiana plays Indiana State, wins by 70. Whatever. And then Illinois is up 10-0 on Western Michigan at half. Illinois pulls away, wins 38-0. But I mean, if I had Illinois 3 points better last week, you don't really move either of those teams. So how do we get from Illinois 3 on a neutral to Indiana 5 at home? I don't understand it. And you've seen the money come in on Illinois. Again, they took 5, took 4.5, and took 4. Another team that they're betting this week is Duke. Duke opens 2 at home against NC State. And now Duke is laying 3.5. Duke has taken money in 2 straight weeks and gotten destroyed. If you bet them, at least, because I bet them against Illinois, because again, I believed in the numbers and believed in the market, and the market was way wrong on Duke. So then Duke goes to Tulane on Saturday with the old Tulane quarterback playing for Duke, and Tulane wins. So like, Duke has taken money week 2, week 3, loss, and here they are taking money again from 2 to 3, 3.5. The market keeps betting Duke. Duke keeps underperforming.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Hanging out with you guys on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe. 40 minutes from now, we will be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on last night's Monday Night Football doubleheader that saw the Chargers beat the Raiders and the Bucs. I guess they had to come from behind to beat the Houston Texans, but that's not how the game kind of played out. I get it. They had the game-winning drive, but Tampa was in control. Tampa gets the win nonetheless as they improved to 2-0 with 2 road wins against playoff teams. Sorry, not a playoff team in Atlanta, but at least a playoff team last night in the Houston Texans. So Nick will talk about the Monday Night Football doubleheader in 40 minutes. 20 minutes from now, we will break down the Heisman Trophy betting market as we head into week 4 of the college football season. Who's the favorite? Who's the bet that you should be considering heading into this weekend? We do have some interesting quarterback matchups in the Heisman Trophy market, which we will detail coming up in about 20 minutes. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern, it's our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, how we doing? How was the sleep last night? Were you up late for the entire Chargers-Raiders game here in Las Vegas?
I did manage to stay up for it the whole time. And here's why, honestly. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. So my better half is under the weather. She is currently dealing with COVID. So she's a school teacher, but she hasn't been to work here the last couple of days, which means the alarm is going off at 7:30 a.m. rather than 5:30 a.m. And let me tell you, those 2 hours, big difference in terms of the sleep when you've got a Monday Night Football doubleheader.
Hey, there you go. You took advantage of a situation that's obviously not ideal, but hey, you're gonna take advantage of it nonetheless. Absolutely love that. I try to live on East Coast schedule, so I can't say that I'm feeling how you guys feel just because it's still 10 o'clock over here on the West Coast. But yeah, it was a late one. I'm usually already asleep at 9:15 p.m. On the West Coast. I'm not a guy that stays up all night, but had to stay up and watch the Raiders, who somehow had multiple chances to potentially cover the spread, but Geno Smith decided to take a sack on 4th down and also throw the ball away on 4th down. But it's neither here nor there.
That was New York Jets Geno Smith.
Yeah, I don't know what was happening. I don't know, the curse of Derek Carr came over him as the Raiders quarterback, or I don't know what was going on with Geno Smith, but it wasn't good last night. But like we said in the last segment, you get these every now and then from Geno, but you also get some good stuff, which makes Geno so polarizing. Because if you love Geno, you can just point to the 2 to 3 really good games. If you don't like him, you can point to the games like last night, but then the truth is actually the rest of the games where he's just kind of the 15th best quarterback in the league, as opposed to a top 10 or a bottom 10 quarterback. But hey, that's what we get with Geno Smith. All right, let's get to the top stories that we have today on the docket. Bill, what's the number one thing we need to know this afternoon?
Well, Femi, a piece of news, and we're waiting for the actual news on this one coming out of that Chargers-Raiders game, is the injury that Khalil Mack suffered in the game. Pretty gruesome arm injury. Really, his arm really pivoted the wrong way at the elbow. Now, a lot of internet doctors claim it's an elbow dislocation. He could be back sooner rather than later with a brace, but we have not heard anything if x-rays are negative. We don't know the status of Khalil Mack. We are waiting to hear from the Chargers what's going on with that arm, Femi. Obviously, something we are all monitoring, a big part of that Chargers defense.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable that Khalil Mack is still able to play at this high of a level at this stage of his career. It's always, you kind of forget, Khalil Mack, he should be washed at this point. No, he is not washed at all. He's really good for this Chargers defense, and he's their best edge rusher. If you're going to miss your best edge rusher for any matter of time, it's going to be impactful. It's going to matter to your defense. Now, can they overcome it? Yes. They have a really smart defensive coordinator, and there's other really talented players on that defense, as we saw last night. But replacing Khalil Mack with Bud Dupree, that is a drop-off, and that's no shade towards Bud Dupree. It's more so praise towards Khalil Mack. Now, what makes it good for the Chargers, not the good that this happened, but what it kind of makes them in an advantageous situation as opposed to other teams that might deal with an injury like this, is that their linebacking core is awesome. Last night, Deion Henley, that dude was all over the field. He was outstanding. And they don't even have Denzel Perriman back. I know he's on the IR, but he's going to come back next month. You get Perriman back. Henley keeps playing how he's playing. Derwin James looks like he's just a freaking monster on the field. It almost feels like the Chargers last night were playing with 12 guys on defense. Like, that's how good they were on defense last night, and they were able to get to the quarterback. They were able to kind of keep everything in front. I joke about that drive that the Raiders had, their first drive of the second half, that took like 24 hours just to go ahead and get a field goal, but that was by design. The Chargers were saying, we're not going to let you get anything over the top. We're not going to let you beat us deep. And that's why Geno Smith was throwing the interception, because he was trying to force the ball. He's like, I want to push it down the field, as Geno always does. And he was throwing picks. Like, this defense makes life hell for the quarterback. And if they're going to play like this, even without Khalil Mack, like, this team can go places. And by places, I mean multiple rounds into the playoffs. Like, I think that they're going to win the division. I feel pretty confident saying that right now. And that's not to be like I'm writing off Kansas City. You know how I feel about Kansas City. But like, the whole point of betting Kansas City to win the division yesterday was that I felt the Raiders could beat the Chargers. Now that the Chargers got this game, like, the rest of the schedule, very, very manageable. It will not shock me if we're talking about the 9-0, 10-0 Los Angeles Chargers, especially if they win on Sunday against Denver. Like, this team can reel off some wins, and I think that puts them in a very, very good spot to have a home playoff game and maybe multiple home playoff games. And if that's the case, we might be talking about the Chargers divisional Sunday, maybe even conference championship Sunday once we get into January. So this injury to Khalil Mack, as long as it's not a long-term season-ending injury and it's just maybe like short-term IR if needed, all right, they'll be fine. But if it's a big injury, yeah, you feel a little bit less good about the Chargers. But at this point, there's just so much to like that I don't even think this injury can derail what should be a really, really special season for the Bolts. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi, the Cincinnati Bengals making moves today. They officially moved Joe Burrow to the IR. The corresponding move there, they elevate Brett Rippon off the practice squad as now they turn to Jake Browning to be their QB1. But they also added some depth, adding 2 quarterbacks to their practice squad in the names of Mike White and Sean Clifford. So, Femi, what do you make of this Bengals new quarterback room?
Yeah, I mean, this is like the kind of the vote of confidence in Jake Browning, right? Because I know a lot of people, when they see the injury news to Joe Burrow, it's like, oh, they got to trade for Kirk Cousins. They got to trade for this other backup quarterback. They got to trade for Jameis Winston. It's like, no, we feel really good about Jake Browning. And let us not forget, back in 2023, Jake Browning did go 4-3 as a starter for the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, that's a much different team. That team could actually play defense. Like, this team, as like last year, cannot play defense. So it's going to be a little bit trickier for Jake Browning. But I think on the offensive side of the ball, as long as he protects the football, they should still be able to be an efficient offense because they have too many talented wide receivers. Jamar Chase, who's the best receiver for my money in the league, and then T. Higgins, who's probably the best number 2 wide receiver in the league. So like, they should be fine. But if things ever went poorly with Jake Browning, I mean, we've seen Mike White play. Now, there's only been like a couple of good games and there have been bad games the rest of the way, but he has played in the regular season. Sean Clifford, I mean, that's just like, you need a guy in the room, you know? Like, I don't think you expect to see Sean Clifford out there on the field, but the Bengals are protecting themselves. They're building around this. Like, I think they'll be fine, relatively speaking, but ultimately, like, this team, I never really felt that we're going anywhere. I still feel the same way. Like, they're not going to be an embarrassment just because I think Browning is too good, but ultimately, like, we're looking at like a 7-10, 8-9 team, which they were probably going to do anyways with Joe Burrow. Like, they were losing when Burrow got hurt against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So as much as Burrow matters, I think we're going to still get to the same result, just maybe in a little bit of a different way with the Cincinnati Bengals in 2025. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi, a couple days ago, the Dallas Cowboys signed defensive end Jadeveon Clowney. And the Cowboys and Clowney now say they are planning on having him debut this Sunday against the Chicago Bears. Now, we know, according to Jerry Jones, how important it is for the Cowboys to stop the run. They traded away some edge for Kenny Clark. Now they signed one of the good edge setters in the NFL in Jadeveon Clowney. So there you go, Femi, your new look defensive front for the Dallas Cowboys as they look to stop the mighty DeAndre Swift on Sunday.
Yeah, I love it. They just traded away some edge for Kenny Clark. I had to get Kenny Clark in there, guys. That's what we had to do. You know what? It's the Kenny Clark trade. That's what we're calling it down in Dallas. It's just so silly, this whole thing. But to Jerry's word, like, they are focused on stopping the run, and Clowney's good at that. Like, Clowney, we all had these expectations for him when he came into the league back in 2014 that, oh, like, he's going to be like the next, like, Julius Pepper, or he's going to be the next this guy and be like a 12, 15 sack guy. No, he's more like a 6 to 7 sack guy, but then like is awesome against the run. That's Jadeveon Clowney, which is still a really good player. It's not really like number 1 overall pick type player, but it's still a really good player. Anybody would take that. They're going to be able to stop the run better. That's gonna work out for them. I think for the Cowboys, they need as many bodies as possible who have had even a productive game in the NFL on the defensive side of the ball. They need as many as possible to just be out there and to help this defense, because boy, is that defense stinky. It is not good whatsoever. And I think on Sunday, we're going to see a lot of fireworks. And like the betting market expects that. That's why the total is all the way up to 50. There's even 50.5s in a couple places in the market. Like everyone knows that there's going to be a point. You watch the Bears defense give up 52. You watch the Cowboys defense make Russell Wilson look like 2016 Russell Wilson when he was in the MVP conversation. Like that's what's going to happen. So I would expect to see a lot of points. I lean towards Dallas, and I might get there with the Cowboys because at the end of the day, with this game for me, and sometimes you get these games across the NFL, like you think to yourself, all right, we got to pick 'em spread. What's my opinion? Who do I think's actually going to win? On one side, you got Dak Prescott. On the other side, you have Caleb Williams. Sometimes it's that simple. Like in a pick'em game, based on what we've seen through Caleb Williams through his career, and based on what we've seen from Dak Prescott in his career, Dak Prescott's the much better quarterback. So right now, I'm probably going to end up on the Cowboys. Let's see where this betting market goes. It's at pick'em. I could see it going in a number of different directions, but I'll probably have a bet on Dallas by the time we get to kickoff. And in terms of the over, might not have gone high enough. Maybe over 50 still has some value there as well. But we got Clowney, and now the Cowboys can potentially stop the run. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi, let's switch over to college football because one of the stories of the college football season so far has been the struggles of Arch Manning. Now, Arch is completing just 55% of his passes. He's averaging less than 200 passing yards per game, and he's already thrown 3 interceptions. But Arch tells the media he knows he hasn't been great and he needs to improve.
I think I just need to go out there and play my game. I know the type of athlete and type of player I am. Just go cut it loose and have some fun, play ball.
It's not Eli Manning, that is Arch Manning, Femi. Is this a slow start for Arch, or is this an actual problem?
I mean, he does sound like Uncle Lee, right? That's what they call Eli. They call him Uncle Lee. At least that's what Marshall Manning was calling him in that little Sunday Night Football commercial with he and his dad Peyton Manning. Arch, I get it. Everybody had all the expectations for this guy, but there's no way to spin it right now. Like he's just bad. Like he is bad. All the numbers bear it out. Like you look at QBR, which is a number that we reference quite a bit discussing the Heisman Trophy race and like those quarterbacks and how they stack up. In QBR right now, Arch Manning has a QBR of 49.6. That is good for 88th in the country. In fact, Arch Manning has a worse QBR than Nico Iamaleava. Like it has not been good for Arch Manning through 3 games. Now, that doesn't mean that it is panic time for Texas because Texas is loaded. That defense is awesome. That team is loaded. I still believe in Sark as a play caller when you're outside the red zone. In the red zone, I don't know what the hell happens to his brain, but it's not working out. But like Texas, as long as they don't just absolutely vomit all over themselves, they should still make the playoffs. Now, we're not going to really know if this team has improved until we see Red River in a few weeks in October. Like then they take on Oklahoma and John Mateer. Then that'll be kind of a litmus test for this Longhorns team. But as bad as Arch was, they still did take Ohio State down to the wire in Columbus. So if Arch could just get like a little bit better and no longer be bad and maybe just be like average, I mean, this team is walking to the playoff because there's too many talented players. But Arch, all right, buddy, you're now on record. Let's see you go ahead and walk the walk as well as talk the talk coming up this Saturday against Sam Houston and beyond. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Let's switch over to baseball because last night the Philadelphia Phillies beat the LA Dodgers 6-5 in Los Angeles in extra innings. That gave the Phillies their 90th win of the season, and that clinches the NL East Division title for them. Phillies up 12 in the loss column thanks to the struggling New York Mets, and they clinched the division with almost 2 weeks remaining in the season.
Yeah, I think this is another chance where I can remind everybody that I did bet the Mets to win the World Series about a month ago. It has not gone well since making that bet. But on the Philadelphia side, like the pitching staff is so ready to win a World Series. And that's what we've been saying about this team all season long. Now, the bats seem to be coming alive. I mean, you're getting Bryce Harper hitting bombs. Kyle Schwarber seems to hit a home run every single night. Like, if this lineup could ever show up in October, when it matters, because the last couple Octobers, we've seen them kind of just go cold, and all of a sudden that spreads throughout the clubhouse. If that lineup could show up, like, why can't this team win the NL? Like, I would like them against the Dodgers if this lineup could be counted on. I just don't think you can count on them. That's my problem. So as good as the Phillies have been in the month of August and in September, I can't get there. I still think at the end of the day, it's boring. It's probably just going to be the Dodgers. I think you needed the Mets to be much better. They've been terrible down the stretch. The Brewers, I'll believe it when I see it. I think the Dodgers are going to be the team because they're just so loaded. Ohtani's now pitching like deeper into games. They just have too much pedigree and too much talent to where I think they're going to go ahead and repeat as your NL winners and probably repeat as your World Series champions because there's nobody in the American League that you can take seriously to actually win the World Series. There's some fun AL pennant bets, but to win the World Series, nah. not with your money am I making that bet. So Phillies, great. Dodgers, though, probably going to be your World Series champions once again, but we'll finalize all of our playoff bets in a couple of weeks at the end of the regular season. On the other side, we're doing the Heisman. We break down the market ahead of a pivotal weekend in college football next here on YBYB.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
When you lose on the road, I know it's unranked team, and you've struggled already relative to their expectations. I think that's what gets to me, right? Because weren't we all talking about Clemson as being maybe not a dark horse, but certainly one of the favorites to win a national title? This is Klubnik coming back. Great, on both lines, particularly on the defensive line. Dabo finally using the portal. And so there was so much Clemson talk before the season, and now it just looks like a team that isn't nearly what we thought it was going to be.
I think it's more upsetting for Clemson because they look like the team that was ready to go from the start just because they had so much experience. Like, this is a team that you looked at in the preseason. You said, okay, Cade Klubnik's been there a while. He has plenty of experience. This should be a good team from the jump. Meanwhile, you look at Notre Dame, and they lost some big pieces. Hell, they didn't even name C.J. Carr the starter until, a week before the season started? So I think we looked at this team. We knew that maybe it wasn't going to be the fastest start. And also the fact that they lost these games by a combined, 4 points? They lost to Texas A&M 41-40, lost to Miami 27-24. And I will say this for both teams. I think in college football, if you're going to lose games, do it at the first of the year. Because we've seen this every year. When the college football committee, if they want a team in, it's very easy to look at the start of the season and be like, oh, well, that was months ago. This team's way better now. And here's the thing with Notre Dame, is that I feel like they will get the gentle nudge from the committee, if it's neck and neck between Notre Dame and another team that also has to play in a conference championship game, which Notre Dame does not. But on the flip side for Clemson, they are only 0-1 in conference play. Like, the ACC is far from being decided. So, there's still plenty of time for Clemson to rebound and still possibly win the ACC. Because if they win the ACC championship, they're in. So I don't think the season is over for either of these teams. Because, again, the college football playoff committee can spin things a lot of ways, and it is still September.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Tuesday on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe hanging with you guys here this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on last night's Monday Night Football doubleheader that saw the Chargers beat the Raiders and the Buccaneers beat the Houston Texans. Nick will give us his thoughts at the top of the hour to begin the 4 o'clock hour. But let's go ahead and get into the Heisman Trophy betting market here. We will hear from Jay Kassan and Tyler Morales later on in the segment with their best bets for tonight, but I want to go ahead and break down the Heisman Trophy market as we head into week 4 of the college football season. And as we do with every single awards market, must begin with the favorite, a new favorite in the market, as it is now Miami quarterback Carson Beck over at BetMGM. He is plus 700 to win this award. And you take a look at Carson Beck and his statistical output so far through 3 games. He makes a lot of sense to win the Heisman Trophy. QBR, as we outlined thoroughly in last week's Heisman Trophy breakdown. We're not going to do it today. If you missed it, make sure you check that out in podcast form. Just go back to last week and you'll find out how much QBR matters to winning this award. But Carson Beck is in the top 5 nationally. That's where all the other Heisman Trophy winners were. He is 4th in the country in QBR. In week 3, had a 91.4 QBR against USF as they dominated them. They're a 7.5-point home favorite against Florida. I like Miami in that game. I think Florida stinks. And I think that was more about LSU not being able to put them away. I mean, they turned the ball over 5 times and LSU only scored 20 points. Miami's not doing that. I think Miami's much better than LSU, and I think we're starting to see that LSU's win over Clemson. Oh my goodness, the battle of the Tigers in Death Valley. What? Clemson just lost to Georgia Tech, and Clemson was trailing by 16 against Troy. That win's not as great as it was during Labor Day weekend. And I think Miami is going to continue to flex its muscles. So Carson Beck, is now the time to bet him? I don't think so, just because it feels like you're kind of chasing the number, right? This was around 30 to 1, 25 to 1 in the summertime. Now it's down to 7. It's just right. It's just justified. And he does have a couple of marquee games on deck. Not as many as most Heisman contenders, but they do have a couple of games at Florida State. Will be a massive one as that rivalry is renewed. Miami, Florida State. I remember growing up, that game meant everything for who was going to win the national title. Not as much anymore, but still a really fun rivalry. They have a game against Louisville at home on a Friday night. That'll be a standalone game. So he has chances to continue to impress. But I think right now his number is just right. I don't think you need to chase Carson Beck right now, even though he is a justified favorite. A couple of really fun games that I think will shake up the market this Saturday. One is in the Big 12, and one is in the SEC. I'm going to start with the one in the SEC because that's between Auburn and Oklahoma. Revenge game, perhaps, for Jackson Arnold, who was told to see you later. In Norman last year. Jackson Arnold was supposed to be the guy for OU, goes into the portal, ends up at Auburn, and now will be taking on John Mateer, money line Mateer, and the Sooners. So John Mateer over at BetMGM, he is sitting at plus 900. And Oklahoma at home, favorite in the game by 6.5. The total is at 49.5. My problem with Mateer, because I know a lot of people like him and they beat Michigan, and that's what kind of has him propped up as this big time Heisman contender. Our friends at On3, they do a weekly Heisman Trophy poll. Mateer's at number 1 for them. And I understand because he is a fun style of play and they won a marquee game over Michigan that everybody was watching. But the stats aren't really there for John Mateer. Now, he might be able to rack up some volume, but the efficiency is lackluster in comparison to other Heisman Trophy winners. We talk about you need to be in the top 5 of QBR through 3 games. John Mateer is 27th in the country in QBR with a QBR of 77.5. And oh, by the way, Oklahoma has a gauntlet of a schedule coming up. Now, that also provides him a lot of opportunity if they were to win those games. He will get a ton of credit, but it's very volatile. And I wouldn't want to bet on somebody at 9 to 1 who has the following games coming up on the schedule. Texas on a neutral for Red River. Home against Ole Miss. At Tennessee. At Alabama. Home against Missouri. Home against LSU. That doesn't sound like a guy that I would want to bet who's sitting at plus 900 and his team is plus 170 to make the CFP. I mean, Oklahoma had a win total of 7.5 heading into the season. That's not the kind of team that produces a Heisman Trophy winner. So Mateer, it's fun. It's sexy, and everybody has like he's like Johnny Manziel, Moneyline Mateer. I don't want to go ahead and get involved. In fact, if I had to, and I'm not going to recommend this bet, but if somebody said you must bet either Mateer or Jackson Arnold, I would ask you to bet Jackson Arnold before I bet John Mateer. He's at more than double the price at 20-1. His QBR much higher than Mateer's. He's 9th in the country in QBR at 86.7. Now, his team is also up against it from the schedule as well, but I think Jackson Arnold statistically is what Heisman Trophy winners look like as opposed to John Mateer, who makes some really fun plays, but right now the stats really aren't there. The matchup in the Big 12 that I think is really, really entertaining and could see either of these guys have their price drop dramatically after Saturday is the big noon kickoff game. Marquee spot right as week 4 gets going on Saturday, Texas Tech at Utah. This is going to go a long way in deciding who wins the Big 12. And with the two quarterbacks in the game, you have Utah's Devin Dampier, who's at 20-1, and you have Texas Tech's Baron Morton, who's at 25-1. Now, Dampier, kind of similar to John Mateer. The stats really aren't there from an efficiency standpoint. The QBR is 32nd in the country. Now, the benefit that he has is his team is favored to win the game. Utah is a 3-point favorite at home against Texas Tech, but there's not a whole lot of other marquee spots for the Utes to really put Dampier on that pedestal. There's obviously Saturday's game, and then they have a Friday game in Lawrence at Kansas. Outside of that, like the Big 12 just doesn't get a whole lot of attention nationally in comparison to the SEC or the Big 10. Like the Big 12 is kind of an afterthought. And that's kind of the same thing that Baron Morton has working against him as well. Like Texas Tech, you look at their marquee games beyond Saturday, they're taking on Arizona State and Tempe in a game against the Big 12 champions from last year. Like that's not really like the sexy game that kind of gets Heisman voters going and kind of has all the attention. Texas Tech at Arizona State, no, like nobody's really signing up for that one. Maybe it could be fun, but it's not going to really draw a lot of eyeballs. And Morton, his stats have been better than Devin Dampier's. He's 18th in the country in QBR, but I just don't really want to buy right now because they're an underdog in the game. Even though I believe they're going to win the game, I like Texas Tech. I just don't think that he's going to get the notoriety that's needed to win the Heisman Trophy. And a couple of other guys that I think definitely do not bet because they're on bye weeks heading into this week, but keep in mind going forward this college football season. One of them is Gunnar Stockton for Georgia. I mean, the game that he played on Saturday against Tennessee was unbelievable. The throw that he had on that 4th down, like just making gutsy play after gutsy play. He's 7th in the country in QBR. That can definitely win. His team is awesome. Georgia's going to play in a bunch of marquee games. They have a game against Alabama coming up. They're at Auburn, home against Ole Miss, cocktail versus Florida. They're home against Texas, home against Georgia Tech in a standalone. Like they have a ton of marquee spots, and their team quality is good enough as well. Gunnar Stockton will be heard from in this Heisman Trophy race. Marcel Reed, another guy, would never bet him right now because he's about to go on bye week. Do not bet players who are going on their bye week. He's at 15-1 coming off of beating Notre Dame in a very prime spot, a marquee game this past Saturday. My issue with Marcel Reed, statistically, not really in line with other Heisman Trophy winners. Like 38th in the country in QBR. That's not what wins. It's top 5. You need to be in the top 5, preferably in the top 3. Like you need to be in the top 5. And A&M, they got some tricky games, all of them on the road, at LSU, at Missouri, at Texas. Like those are hard games for Texas A&M. Not to say that they can't win them. I just would not be running and betting that 15-1 just because of what he did Saturday night against Notre Dame. Which brings me once again to the guy that I think you should be betting and should have been betting over the last 10 days, and that's USC quarterback Jayden Maiava. People just aren't paying attention because USC has not had the marquee game yet. But Jayden Maiava, folks, once again, leads the country in QBR. Number 1 with a QBR of 94.3. And this past Saturday at Purdue, put up a QBR of 90.1. That's 3 games of QBRs 90 or above. Now, you might say, well, they haven't played anyone, Femi. And I'd say, you know what? That's fair. But guess what? They're going to start playing some people shortly. Now, this Saturday, home against Michigan State, they're a 17.5-point favorite. All right, that's not like the greatest spot or whatever. It's 11 o'clock Eastern. It's going to be a late kick, but whatever. Going forward, though, at Illinois, that'll be a big game. Home against Michigan, at Notre Dame, at Oregon. They go 2-2 in that stretch and win their other games. I think Jaden Mayava, at worst, will be in New York for the ceremony. And if he keeps putting up stats like he is, I think has a very good chance to win this award 20-1. There's still a lot of meat on the bone for Jaden Mayava, the country's leading passer when it comes to QBR. So Heisman heading into week 4, Beck is a justified favorite. But if you want to bet and need a bet, it's USC quarterback Jaden Mayava until further notice. All right, let's bring in our guys, Jake Hassan and Tyler Morales, to get their best bets from around the Major League Baseball and the rest of the world in sports. We'll start off with Jake. Jake, how we doing today? What do you like tonight on the diamond in Major League Baseball?
I like a couple of dogs, so how could this possibly go wrong? I'll take Michael King as a dog against the Mets, who are playing terrible baseball and might miss the playoffs at this point. I'm also going to fade the Mariners. You want to make Logan Gilbert on the road a minus 150 favorite? Be my guest. I will take the Royals at home, where Michael Wacha's been awesome. He's got a 2.5 home ERA. And then the Blue Jays and Rays are a pick'em. Okay. I'll take the Blue Jays in that one, even though it's Jose Barrios, and that scares me.
Oh, you're back in Barrios, buddy. I don't know about that. There's a pick 'em for a reason. That's a pick 'em for a reason. That dude is oh, no, I cannot get there. But definitely I am concerned about the Mets. Would not be surprised to see them lose again tonight. Tyler, what do you like tonight in sports?
I know the crew is tired of me talking about this. NL Rookie of the Year, the race is heating up. It's heating up with a week left. Cade Horton pitches tonight. I like the Cubs plus money against Paul Skeens. Cade Horton's been unstoppable. Drake Baldwin 0 for 5 today. Cade Horton cements NL Rookie of the Year tonight. So let's go Cubs on the money line. Sorry.
Oh my gosh. One of the worst award races you will ever see in NL Rookie of the Year. But to Tyler's credit, there's money to be made. All tickets cash the same. And to that, my friend, I just say Godspeed. Good luck with your Cade Horton tickets. Someone's got to win it. Maybe you'll be the Chicago Cubs pitcher. All right, that does it for the 3 o'clock hour here on You Better You Bet. On the other side, Nick Costos joins us with his thoughts on the Monday Night Football doubleheader that saw my Las Vegas Raiders embarrass themselves and the Buccaneers put their stamp on being one of the best teams in the NFC. It's all coming at you next year on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
You guys aren't going to like this one. I'm on the Bears on the money line, minus 115 against the Dallas Cowboys. NFL, buy low, sell high. Think about these two teams and the games that they just had in week 2, right? Dallas, an emotional, tough win against a divisional opponent in the Giants, a thriller. You win it in overtime. You're feeling great. Brian Schottenheimer gets his first win. They're celebrating in the locker room. They're feeling great. Dallas should have lost that game, and we all know it. The Giants had it multiple times. They should have won. If it wasn't for Brandon Aubrey being awesome, Dallas loses that game. But because they win and they're 1-1, the perception around Dallas is a lot different. And I like the fact that they won because a 1-1 Dallas Cowboy team psychologically is way different than an 0-2 team, which is what we're getting with the Chicago Bears, with how badly they have looked in the fourth quarter against Minnesota and yesterday against Detroit. It's only 2 games, and they're 0-2. And yes, they've looked terrible. We have some breaking news that Jalen Johnson, their corner, is out indefinitely with the groin injury per Adam Schefter, so that certainly doesn't help their defense. But Dallas's defense is awful. Russell Wilson just threw for 455 yards against that Dallas defense. I know Caleb Williams isn't what people had thought he would be up to this point. I know he hasn't looked as good as people would have wanted him to look under Ben Johnson. But against that Cowboys defense, I think he's going to make some plays. I think they're going to be able to move the football. And we know Dak and the Cowboys, when this offense goes outdoors on natural grass, they tend to struggle. It's not the same team that when you get them certainly at home or when you get them on turf. So nobody's going to want the Bears. Everybody who was high on this team going into the season has completely abandoned ship. Everybody's off. Nobody wants to bet them. Everybody in Chicago thinks the season's over. Isn't this so Bears that they're going to win this game and then everybody is going to buy back in? So this is when you bet the Bears, is when nobody wants them. And then when next week, when they give everybody hope, that's when you probably look to fade them. But for this week, we'll take the Bears on the money line.
BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
I'm an NFL junkie. I think I like the NFL more than my wife. Don't tell her. Don't tell anybody. I love the National Football League.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
The idea that Bo Nix is like regressed all of a sudden, like he doesn't suck. You might not like him, but he doesn't suck. Watch him suck now on Sunday. Does anyone understand the irony of the fact that Travis Kelce on his podcast that he does with his brother is saying, my head wasn't in the game to start on Friday night. Head so far up his rear end he could smell the pancakes he had for breakfast. Figure it out, 87. Like, come on.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, terrific Football Tuesday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide, in your hearts and in your minds, as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, following a wild Week 3 college football Saturday, Femi Abebefe and I are here to preview some of the big games this week in college football, give bets for some of the big games this week in college football, and hit some big picture storylines, including, should you, dear listener and dear viewer, be considering a bet on Notre Dame to run the table and make the college football playoff? Is there a long shot Heisman bet that you should be considering? And will the result of this weekend's Michigan-Nebraska game impact potential teams to make the college football playoff? We will talk college football from this past weekend and spin it forward to this weekend. Femi and I will also give you our early bets coming up for week number 3 in the National Football League. And I'm just telling everybody right now, I've got a bet coming up for this week in the National Football League that's going to blow your socks off. I can't wait to share it with Femi. I can't wait to share it with all of you. Our early bets are on the way for week 3 in the NFL. I, Nick Costos, can be an angry person sometimes. Just wait till we go to break and we talk to Bill Zimmerman about the fact that the Open has still not been updated since last week. And it's Tuesday. And we had a show reacting already to what happened this weekend yesterday. Oh, I was pissed this weekend betting the National Football League. Because as everyone knows, when you're a sports bettor, it's never your fault when the bet doesn't cash. It's always someone else's fault. And I will hold those people accountable. The people that cost us money this past weekend in the NFL. He's a slap coming up later this hour. 2 tremendous guests will join us as we move along. Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, Super Bowl champion, the great Mark Schlereth at 5 o'clock Eastern. And our pal Drew Dinsick, the whale capper from NBC Sports, 6:20 p.m. Eastern Time, giving us bets for this coming weekend in the NFL. And all of our bets for tonight in the world of sports will close the program in the final hour, the Power Hour. And in the final hour, the Power Hour, when we are joined by Brad Evans of BetMGM tonight, we are going to have Brad do something live on the air that we think you, our listeners and viewers, will really enjoy. And it has nothing to do with his nickname. Thankfully, the Bald Freak. We officially begin, though, the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet with last night's Monday Night Football doubleheader. As the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I am glad that I posed the end of the show the way that I did yesterday. And, you know, I would have said this either way, no matter what happened in the game, because I think you could tell if you listened or watched the end of the show yesterday, I was very lukewarm on the Houston Texans stuff that I had liked earlier in the week, last week, later in the week last week, even earlier in yesterday's show. And I did text the crew that I bought out of my Texans bet before kickoff last night. So the show goes off the air about 6:54. Game kicks off at 7 o'clock Eastern. I bought out somewhere in the range of 6:55 to 6:57. I said, you know what? I don't want anything to do with this game with the Houston Texans. And I'm happy I did with the way the game ended. As Tampa wins an and Tyler insulted me in the chat. We'll get to Tyler in a second, and I mean that sincerely. Tampa wins a thriller on the road in Houston, 20-19, which, candidly, is my favorite final score in the history of the National Football League. That is the final score of Super Bowl 25. January 27th, 1991, Tampa, Florida, Giants over the Bills, shaping the sports fandom and life of a young Nick Costos. Hell yeah. The Bucs beat the Houston Texans last night in an absolute thriller. And then in the opposite of a thriller, the Los Angeles Chargers smother Geno Smith and the Las Vegas Raiders en route to a 20-9 win. That was just, I mean, you could have given the Raiders 8 more quarters, and I'm not sure that they could have come back from that 11-point deficit in last night's game. A thorough beatdown for the Los Angeles Chargers to the Las Vegas Raiders. And we'll start with the first game. Mostly because it was way better than the second game. And also, I think there's more interesting things to say about both teams. And I want to begin just by throwing this out there. Because there were some people last night, I saw them on social media. We even had, on our show crew, our friend Tyler Morales. And Tyler's a huge sports fan. And he's a really, really smart sports fan. I mean, he's obsessed with sports in the way that, like, we collectively are obsessed with sports. Tyler texts us during the fourth quarter of last night's game. This game sucks. Texans, Bucks, it sucks. I saw people on social media saying, well, this game's not exciting. Where's the offense? Why are there no offensive explosions? I need more points. I need explosive plays. That's not how I like to watch football. People that say things like that, including Tyler, they actually, despite me mocking them just now, they don't deserve our scorn. They deserve our pity. Because they can't recognize an awesome defensive stalemate staring them in the face. No, last night's game between the Texans and Bucks was not an amalgam of Giants-Cowboys on Sunday, 40-37 in favor of Dallas. It was not the doppelganger of Bills 41, Ravens 40, Week 1, Sunday Night Football. But it was still a badass football game with awesome defense, hard-hitting defense, physical defense, and even though some of the coaching in spots I think severely let their teams down, and we'll get to some of it, especially on the Texans side, I loved the chess match between the coaching staffs, between the players. I thought this was an outstanding football game. Texans losing at the last second to Tampa, 20-19. And in the end of the game, for the second consecutive week, shake and bake, Baker Mayfield, in what could be, over the balance of his NFL career, this might be like the signature Baker Mayfield game. Like, got the absolute crap kicked out of him by the Houston Texans defense. Down both of his offensive tackles, Tristan Wirfs and then Luke Goedeke. And Goedeke's going to be out for a while longer. That news broke a little while ago. Without both of his offensive tackles, against Will Anderson, against Danielle Hunter, against this amazing Houston defense, Baker Mayfield, at the end of the game, after starting the game with 2 consecutive touchdown drives, 7 straight drives with no points, with everything on the line, leads the Bucs down the field for the winning touchdown. After he did the same thing on the road in Atlanta, Week 1, NFL Sunday. What a performance by Baker Mayfield. What a closing to the game by Baker Mayfield for the second consecutive week. And I'm going to continue to give Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers their flowers. But I actually feel compelled to first discuss what we saw last night from the Houston Texans, who are now 0-2 to start the season. Opponents matter. It's not like the Texans are losing to, like the Carolina Panthers and the New York Giants. They've lost to 2 playoff teams from last year to start the year. The Los Angeles Rams and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So opponents do matter for the Houston Texans. But remember what we said all summer long as it regarded the Houston Texans and the potential issues that the Houston Texans were going to have this season, year 3 of DeMeco Ryans, year 3 of C.J. Stroud. What did we say all summer? The offensive line is absolutely terrible, which you don't have to be offensive line guru to know that. Just look at, they had good players last year and it was bad. Their strategy was to get rid of the good players and just try with 5 new bad players. Good luck. The epitome of throwing bleep at the wall to see what sticks. Guess what? It's all on the floor. None of it is stuck for the Houston Texans. So the offensive line stinks. How many good skill position players do the Houston Texans have outside of Nico Collins? Name them. I'm listening. I'll do my best. Kelsey Grammer as Dr. Fraser Crane impersonation. Hello, You Bet listeners and viewers. I'm listening. What do you have to say? Nick Chubb? Oh, well, Nick Chubb had a touchdown run at the end of the game. The Bucs absolutely let him score. You think that, 65-year-old Nick Chubb off of, 9 season-ending leg injuries after doing nothing the entire game on one of the biggest drive of the game and just bursting through the line for 25 yards? No way. No way. Maybe Jaden Higgins can be good. I don't know. They don't throw him the football. He did go over on, so thankfully for that, did go over on one reception. Maybe Jalen Noel is good. I don't know. They don't throw him the football. I have no idea. Maybe Christian Kirk will be good when he makes his season debut. Possibly this week against the Jacksonville Jaguars, one of his former teams. We'll see. But like I said, all summer, outside of Nico Collins, where's the help for C.J. Stroud? Is Joe Mixon coming back? No one knows the answer to that question. Feels like if he does, it ain't going to be for a while. We're about to enter week 3, and there's been no injury update on Joe Mixon. None. Does that sound good to anyone? Guy dealing with like multiple lower leg injuries? Does not sound great to me. And then there's the whole situation with the offensive coordinator. We called last year, and we were not the only ones on You Better You Bet. You would have to candidly be like brain damaged to not see this. So this is not to paint ourselves as football geniuses. Bobby Slowick had to go. He was a brutal offensive coordinator. Do people remember when, after Slowick's first, do you remember when Bobby Slowick, after his first year, got like head coaching buzz? And then last year, I mean, you watch these games and you're just, what the hell's going on here? So the Texans move on from Slowick. And in his place, a Sean McVay disciple. As are, like, I don't know, 99.9% of offensive coaches now in the NFL from the Shanahan-McVay tree. Nick Haley. Fantastic first name. Doesn't look like much of a play caller. If you didn't know, seriously, if you didn't know the Texans had moved on from Bobby Slowick, you had no idea that happened, and you watched last night's game, would you think that Slowick were still in charge of the offense? Calling the plays? On one of the biggest drives of the game, you could actually say it's the biggest part of the game outside of Baker at the very end. Texans are down 14-10. We're in the start of the fourth quarter. 10-play, 71-yard drive. First and goal from the 8, 7 yards to Nico Collins. Second and goal from the 1. On second and goal from the 1, Nick Chubb gets stuffed by Vita Vea. What a shock! And what we saw transpire on third and goal from the 1 and fourth and goal from the 1, I think is going to be an encapsulation, a microcosm of what the rest of the season is going to look like on offense for the 2025 Houston Texans. Talk about it on the other side, and then we will praise the Tampa Bay Bucks. I'm going to give you a bet that I like as a result of last night's game that has nothing to do with either the Bucks or the Texans. We'll get into the Chargers and the Raiders as well.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
44.5% of his fantasy production so far has come with the legs and not via the arm. You look at the next three matchups for Kansas City at the New York Giants, number 31 in rush EPAD so far this season, and the Ravens, who are number 23 in rush EPAD, and then you follow with a road matchup at Jacksonville, number 18 in rush EPAD. Again, Mahomes really pulling out all the tricks in the bag. I think he's going to continue to run as long as he stays healthy because he's so effective. And when the defense is sitting back in coverage, man, he's taking an incredible advantage. And that is boosting the bottom line from a fantasy football perspective. Mecca Buka in the end zone. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. The rookie sensation from Ohio State getting it done yet again. Chris Godwin, who? I'm going to be really curious to see how they utilize Godwin with him and Ibuka on the field together when Godwin does come back, which is going to be sometime in October. Ibuka already's got 3 grabs in this game for 22 yards, which is leading the team, and that touchdown. Again, if you grab them in the middle rounds of your fantasy draft, of course, you had to pay a premium because the ADP kept climbing and climbing and climbing throughout August. But he has been worth every penny. 2 touchdowns in week 1, follows up with another score in week 2.
Sprinting left, floating it, incomplete. Tampa Bay holds.
We didn't connect, right? We didn't make the plays we needed to make, and that's the summation of this game.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
The voice of Joe Buck calling the game last night on ESPN. Buck and Aikman absolutely sensational, as always. And then Houston Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans. DeMeco had a lot to say after last night's game. And we will get to some of that in a moment. But first, the play calls there. When you get down by the goal line there, and look, like, I can understand to a degree, you don't want to run the ball with Nick Chubb. Like, you can't run the ball with Nick Chubb because he's not fast enough to get to the edge at the goal line. And, like, Vita Vea is going to absolutely blow up the middle of the offensive line for the Houston Texans. So I can understand, like, not wanting to run with Nick Chubb there. You also have Woody Marks, who I've been calling for months with Joe Mixon out to be the primary running back of this team, who actually looked good and had some juice running the ball last night. You had him as an option. Or, you know, maybe you could quarterback sneak it from the 1 yard line. And I know I'm saying, like, the middle of the line gets blown up potentially. Like, tush push. Are the Eagles the only team that can run this play? No one else can run this play. There's nothing else you can do there but to throw 2 passes in each corner of the end zone to Nico Collins. Like, that's it. The 4th down play call on 4th and 1. This is one of those calls. Sprint left option is the name of the call. And I'm not trying to this is not me cosplaying as I'm like a football, like an X's and O's guru. I'm not. But look, that's what the play's called. Sprint left option, right? You cut off one side of the field with a right-handed quarterback in C.J. Stroud, and he can't find Nico Collins, who's covered in the end zone by Zion McCollum. It's one of those play calls where, and I'm not trying to make it it's like the weak side linebacker did this, so he should have had the safety valve coming up to. I don't know any of that. I don't care about any of that. I don't know it. I don't pretend to know it. But this is one of those calls again where you don't have to be a football coach. You don't have to be grinding the all-22 in a smoke-filled room with a couple fingers of bourbon, licking Cheeto dust off your fingers like a stone college freshman. You don't have to do that to watch that play call and know this is tremendously stupid. When everyone that's watching, and everyone goes on social media immediately to say, what the hell was that? Chances are it's not good. And I'm not trying to paint this as groupthink and if everyone says something, it has to be right. This one was obvious. What a stupid play call. And you move on from Bobby Slowick, and the thought is, it can't possibly get worse. Okay, I can buy that it can't get worse. But maybe it can be just as bad. And on the 3rd down play, we're a corner of the end zone to Nico Collins. Can we have a real, a measured C.J. Stroud conversation? Stroud actually has Nico Collins on that play. Now think about the touchdown pass that Collins caught on the opening drive of the game. He's one of the best receivers in the league. Period. Full stop. He's outstanding. If you get him the ball with any limited amount of real estate, you have confidence he's going to catch it and get his feet down. He's outstanding. Stroud's got him and just absolutely misses him. And to be fair to Nick Caley, who blew the 4th down call, we may not be having this Nick Caley conversation. He may not get exposed with that brutal 4th down play call if Stroud makes the throw that he needs to make on 3rd down. A brutal miss by C.J. Stroud. Jake played that DeMeco Ryans soundbite coming back from break. DeMeco Ryans separately was asked about C.J. Stroud's struggles. DeMeco said, and I quote, "We go 2 for 9 on 3rd down. What do we even do if we can't get the ball in at the goal line?" He kind of crushed Stroud in a really nice way. He's a good coach, and he seems like a good communicator. He's not going to make Stroud, outright throw Stroud under the bus. He's not going to do that. And he's not going to, halfway do it with, a crazed look on his face like Liam Cohen. We'll get to the Jags-Texans game on Sunday in a few. He basically, read between the lines, he crushed C.J. Stroud after this game for Stroud's performance. Stroud had an unbelievable rookie season 2 years ago. It's one of the best rookie seasons a quarterback's had in the history of the National Football League. And we've kind of forgotten about it because Jaden Daniels then one-upped him last year and got to Championship Sunday. It's also worth noting, in fairness to C.J. Stroud, he's been the quarterback of the Texans for 2 years. They've been in the Final Four of the AFC both years. That does need to be said. It does need to be said. But we watch the games. C.J. Stroud unquestionably took a step back last year. Unquestionably. There's no doubt about it. And I'll even use fantasy football as a barometer here. I think people can understand the way I'm going to phrase this, right? Stroud was a top fantasy at quarterback last year. This year, you could get him very late in drafts as your QB2. Not a great season last year for C.J. Stroud, despite the division championship and then throttling Justin Herbert and the Chargers in the wild card round. And the thought is, You fire Nick, you fire Bobby Slowick, new coordinator. Like, reshuffle the offensive line. We're going to get C.J. Stroud right. And he can turn it around. He's facing 2 playoff teams, like 2 good defenses. Todd Bowles, a defensive mastermind. He can get it going. I don't know how you watch these first 2 games of the season and you're not disappointed in Stroud, even with not a ton of talent around him. Because if he's that level of quarterback, then he should be able to elevate Dalton Schultz, elevate Xavier Hutchinson, and the rookie receivers, and it hasn't happened just yet. And again, this is why I didn't like the Texans coming into the year. Offensive line issues, see about the play caller, lack of talent at the skill positions. Do you trust Stroud to be able to get the job done with all of these things potentially working against him? 2 games into the season, and he has not passed the test. And they're 0-2 to start the season, are the Houston Texans. And that takes us briefly here to Sunday's game on the road in Jacksonville against the Jaguars. And I bet the Jaguars to win the division. And I said multiple times over the summer, my thought is less that I love Jacksonville. I do like Jacksonville more than I want to be anti-Houston. Perhaps I backed the wrong horse in this race. It's possible that that's the case, and maybe literally the other horse, the Colt, was the right one to back. We'll see. Indianapolis at 2-0. But at this moment, I feel decent about my decision to go against Houston. And you already know, I'm betting the Jaguars this week. I'm taking Jacksonville. Because for as good as Houston's defense did against Baker in the passing game, and we'll talk about Tampa in a second, Bucky Irving and Rashad White ran down their throats. And now, here's Travis Etienne and Bayshal Tootin. Brian Thomas Jr. can't be worse. Shouldn't say that. Maybe he could be. I'll take the Jaguars over the Texans coming up on Sunday to send Houston to 0-3. You bet on this Tuesday, recapping Monday Night Football. Now, as for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, not quite a Pyrrhic victory for them, losing Kalijah Kancey, first-round pick a couple years ago on the defensive line, torn pectoral, going to be out for the season. I don't know if this is like Pyrrhic victory category, but that sucks, right, to lose a really good player on the defensive line. So that does need to be said, like, that happened. They lost Kancey for the season last night, but they did win the game. And one Okay, I think we've got our technical issues squared away. Apologize to everybody. It looks like the call has stabilized here, so apologies for the issues there. If the connection dropped for a few seconds, it certainly did on video. So, an incredibly impressive win for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, down both of their tackles last night. And Baker Mayfield, just majestic. Getting the tar beaten out of him, getting up, still ticking, still winning at games. The closing drive for Tampa, 4th and 10, deep in their own territory. Baker with a first down run of 15 yards. When that play happens, I'm curious if you, the listener, you, the viewer, if you agree. In that moment, I am saying to myself, game's over. Tampa won. I don't think Baker's going to be denied. And he wasn't. And while Baker, correctly, is getting the flowers today, and everyone's praising Baker Mayfield, I'd like to take a moment, and I can't believe I'm doing this sincerely, to praise the game management of Todd Bowles. We are like squarely now in like dogs and cats flying. Hell has frozen over. The far left and the far right have come together to sing Kumbaya. Todd Bowles is managing the ends of games well for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, people can say what they want about did they or did they not let Nick Chubb score? I think they absolutely did. And then the management at the end, keeping the timeouts and giving them the option to run or pass at the end of the game, I thought was absolutely brilliant. And ending with a Rachaad White touchdown run where I feel like everyone knew they were going to run the ball there with timeouts, with 9 seconds on the clock. And Houston had to know it also, and they couldn't stop it. I thought it was brilliant from Todd Bowles and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And now Tampa, 2-0 to start the year, with 2 last-minute comebacks on touchdown drives, 2 wins on the road, without Chris Godwin, without Tristan Wirfs, and for this game, without Wirfs, Godwin, and Goedeke, both their tackles and one of their best wide receivers. So I spent some time earlier today thinking about it, because I'll be real with everyone. It felt a little different to me last night. The Buccaneers felt a little different to me last night with another Baker Mayfield comeback. So the question I'm asking myself is, and I'm curious, you the listener and you the viewer, as you think about this also, what's your opinion? Do the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have an NFC championship winning upside this season? Can the Bucs win the NFC and get to Super Bowl 60? And I thought about it. And while I'm so impressed with what they've done to start the year, and I won't discount it at all, and I think they're going to win the NFC South, I do think Tampa will win the division. Because, think about, again, like Wirfs hasn't played and Godwin hasn't played, and they've done what they've done. I still think the upside for this team is probably the divisional round. Lose to the Packers, lose to the Philadelphia Eagles, even though they've had success against the Eagles. Lose to the Rams. I don't know if I view Tampa in this category just yet. Now, I mentioned that there was a bet that I liked coming out of last night's game. That actually, a bet that had nothing to do with either Tampa or the Houston Texans. I can't stop thinking about the Atlanta Falcons. And I can't stop thinking about if the Falcons didn't lose their top 2 wide receivers at the end of week 1 against Tampa, they would have won the game. If they had Parker Romo kicking instead of Younghoe Koo, the game, like, in all likelihood, goes to overtime, and who knows what happens from there. And then Atlanta slammed the Vikings this past Sunday night. With what we've seen from Tampa, the fact that Atlanta should have beaten Tampa in week 1 and then destroyed the Minnesota Vikings in Minnesota in one of the loudest stadiums I've ever heard, I think speaks very well to the Falcons' playoff chances this season. They're on the road at the Carolina Panthers this weekend. They're going to be 2-1. They're plus 105 to make the playoffs. I am in on the Atlanta Falcons at that price to make the playoffs as either a wild card team or the NFC South champions. On the other side, we'll recap Chargers, Raiders, the betting impacts for both teams. And Femi will join with his betting opinions from last night.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
44.5% of his fantasy production so far has come with the legs and not via the arm. You look at the next 3 matchups for Kansas City at the New York Giants, number 31 in rush EPAD so far this season, and the Ravens, who are number 23 in rush EPAD, and then you follow with a road matchup at Jacksonville, number 18 in rush EPAD. Again, Mahomes really pulling out all the tricks in the bag. I think he's going to continue to run as long as he stays healthy because he's so effective. And when the defense is sitting back in coverage, man, he's taking an incredible advantage. And that is boosting the bottom line from a fantasy football perspective. I am Mecca Buka in the end zone. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. The rookie sensation from Ohio State getting it done yet again. Chris Godwin, who? I'm going to be really curious to see how they utilize Godwin with him and Ibuka on the field together when Godwin does come back, which is going to be sometime in October. Ibuka already's got 3 grabs in this game for 22 yards, which is leading the team, and that touchdown. Again, if you grabbed them in the middle rounds of your fantasy draft, of course you had to pay a premium because the ADP kept climbing and climbing and climbing throughout August. But he has been worth every penny. 2 touchdowns in week 1, follows up with another score in week 2.
State Bronco lined up behind Smith. Expects to be busy tonight. They fake it to him, and Smith throws. Almost picked up. In fact, on a carom, it's into the hands of Dalen Henley. A dangerous throw, and on the carom, the elite linebacker for the Chargers has a takeaway in the first play.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Chris Fowler with the call last night on ESPN. Bad start to the game for Geno Smith. Bad middle of the game for Geno Smith. Bad ending to the game for Geno Smith. One of the worst games of Geno Smith's career, which is saying something. Because I watched Geno play for the New York Jets early on in his career. As the Chargers just slam the Raiders in Las Vegas. Final score was only 20-9, but this is one of those where it's like Commanders-Packers last Thursday night. Look at the final score. Packers only win by 9. Oh, maybe it wasn't that bad. Oh, it was. And this was kind of similar. The Chargers all over the Raiders. It felt like the Raiders were never going to get anything going on offense. Geno, on 43 attempts, 180 yards on 43 attempts. That's impressive. 3 interceptions and no touchdowns. Besides for that, on the Raiders offense, and Brock Bowers isn't 100% healthy, and obviously you want Bowers to be 100% healthy because he's maybe the best tight end in the league. But it's way more than just Bowers not being healthy. Geno stunk And the Raiders can't trust Ashton Genty in pass protection. Now, some people are turning this into because Genty ceding work in this game to Zamir White, who's an absolute scrub. Like, he's a jag, just a guy. And Dylan Laub, who people remember last year, I kept trying to make a thing on an anytime touchdown bets. Because the Raiders running backs all stunk last year, and I thought Laub should play. He actually looked pretty decent in this game. But the whole thing is, like, why are you drafting a running back 6th overall if he's coming off the field for Zamir White and Dylan Laub? And look, like, Genty hasn't played great, and he'll be the first one to tell you. He had a quote, I thought this was an alarming quote after last night's game, saying, I'm still getting used to the speed of the NFL. What? Like, running back's the one position where you feel like guys come out of college and, like, they're awesome right away. Like, you usually don't have to wait for running backs to be good. I'm not saying Genty can't be good. To be fair, like, Omari and Hampton hasn't exactly been Marshall Faulk to start his career for the Chargers, but it's a little alarming. Like, Ashton Genty's got to learn how to pass protect. It's embarrassing right now for the Raiders. 6th overall for a team that's lacking talent in a lot of spots on the roster to take a running back, and then he can't play every snap for you. In big spots, here's Zamir White and Dylan Laub because Ashton Genty I can't protect a blitz, can't pick up a blitz to save his life. Not great for the Las Vegas Raiders. Just like absolutely stupid and ridiculous. If we have time, we'll get to the Tom Brady part of this equation, which I actually think is pretty entertaining and pretty funny. As far as the Raiders go, and then we'll talk about the Chargers, I think they stink. I said it before the season. I know Femi disagrees. He likes the Raiders. A lot of people like the Raiders this year. They did beat the Patriots in week 1 and looked really impressive. Honestly, and I can be wrong about this, and we'll see what happens this weekend. To me, that's like way more about the Patriots stinking than it is about the Raiders potentially being good. Because you went up against the defense, and like the Chargers defense has been really good to start the year. Like, we'll see how they look without Khalil Mack for however long he's out for with his elbow injury. This was an alarming performance for the Las Vegas Raiders. Maybe Jaden Daniels misses the game on Sunday, and Marcus Mariota plays on the road in our nation's capital. Maybe the Raiders go to 2-1. Maybe. I do not think this team is any good. I'll stand by my under 6.5. I bet it. I do not think the Raiders will make the playoffs. I think this is still the last place team in the AFC West. The offensive line stinks. Geno is way too inconsistent. The 6th overall pick at running back can't stay on the field an entire game because he can't pick up the blitz. And the defense is hot garbage outside of Max Crosby. Other than that, then yeah, like this is like the 1976 Raiders. Other than that, that's the Raiders. As far as the Chargers go, 2-0 start. And not just 2-0. 2-0 in the division. Beat the Chiefs in week 1, beat the Raiders last night. And they have the chance on Sunday, when they host the Denver Broncos, to start 3-0 in the division in the first 3 weeks of the season, which is crazy to think any team could accomplish. And the Chargers might just do it. They are favored to do so on Sunday. A 2.5-point home favorite right now. You want to know how good of a head coach Jim Harbaugh is? He's made Quentin Johnston look like a viable NFL receiver. Quentin Johnston left for dead by football analysts, fantasy football players, dynasty fantasy players, like me. I held him in a couple leagues. I'm happy I did, but I cut him loose in some spots. I can't afford to hold this roster spot. They drafted 2 receivers. He dropped so many passes. He looks awesome through 2 games. And Justin Herbert is playing at an MVP level. And they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I like how, like, Greg Roman, like, ended last season. All they want to do is run the ball with him and Jim Harbaugh. All of a sudden, he wakes up now, and he's Bill Walsh. He's Mike Martz. But get out of bed with throw. This is, he's June Jones. Just roll out of bed and let's throw on every single play. It's like greatest show on turf stuff. Like pass rate over expectation at the top of the league, the Chargers. I find it fascinating. I think it's really fun. And I think it's potentially masking what could be an issue for this team. Through 2 weeks, it's early. The Raiders' defense is not exactly the 85 Bears. This team can't run the ball. Omarion Hampton has yet to look like he did at North Carolina, and maybe it'll come. Najee Harris makes his plays last night for the Chargers, and he looks okay. They've not been able to run the ball. And I'm fascinated, as the season moves along, if Justin Herbert can keep doing this. And I'm not saying he can't. I'm not saying the Chargers can't win the division. I'm not saying they can't make a deep playoff run. But I want to be clear about something. I think this is an important way to frame it. And I don't know if anyone could even disagree with what I'm going to say. The Chargers have personnel limitations on both sides of the ball. And I know the defense has been great to start the year. There aren't that many great players on this defense. Jesse Minter's doing an awesome job coordinating it. I think they've got personnel limitations. The way that the Chargers make a deep run is if Justin Herbert's Josh Allen. It's if Justin Herbert's Lamar Jackson. If Justin Herbert's Patrick Mahomes. Has he ascended to that level? Is he in that rarefied air? If he is, yeah, Chargers could go 13-4. Easy. If he's going to be that good. If he's not, though, and if he's, on the cusp of, in between very good and great, which is, way better than most quarterbacks, I still don't think this team has an ultimate upside. And I'm not trying to be a hater. That's my honest opinion. I don't think they have that ultimate upside. And the other thing to watch out for now, Khalil Mack with this elbow injury. I would guess he's not going to play at minimum this week against the Broncos. We have no definitive word yet, and then we'll see from there. When the Chargers let Joey Bosa walk this offseason and he signs with the Buffalo Bills, we all said this team's going to have issues, depth rushing the passer. Can Tuli Tuipulotu get it done without Khalil Mack getting so much pressure and so much attention put on him? They have a 4th-round pick at pass rusher who can't get on the field, inactive the first 2 games. Where is the pass rush coming from with Khalil Mack out? I think this sets up for a really interesting game on Sunday with the Chargers and the Broncos. And you already know, I'll be backing my Broncos in that game. You bet on this Tuesday. Mark Schlereth will join us to start next hour. A couple more minutes in this segment. Femi, do you have betting thoughts, my friend, coming out of last night's game? And if you want to turn this into a Raiders therapy session, the floor is yours.
Why would we need therapy? It's week 2. We're good, baby. We're good. Nobody's wavering, all right? Like I said in the first hour, we stood here on business with the Rams 1-4 last year. We're going to still stand here on business. They're 1-1.
It's a little.
They might be facing Marcus Mariota.
It's a little different, or no? Is this, be honest? Femi, you're always honest, and I mean that. Is this copium from you right now, or no?
No. We're 2 games into the season. They're 1-1. I mean, they won 1 game as an underdog. They lost another game as an underdog. Why would I be panicked? Now, if they go on to be 1-5, then yeah, maybe it's copium me saying they're going to still make the playoffs. At that point, it's probably ridiculous. But I still think this team can make the playoffs. I mean, they could win on Sunday and be 2-1.
They could.
I don't. If
Jaden Daniels doesn't play, they could definitely win that game.
100%. And this is part of the Geno Smith experience, which is why Geno's so polarizing, by the way. Because you get some games, there's 2 to 3 games every year where Geno is awesome and he looks like a top 10 quarterback. There's 2 to 3 games a year where Geno's horrendous, like last night, where he looks like, how did this guy ever get a starting job? And then there's the rest of the games, where he plays the 15th best quarterback in the league. And I think both sides of the Geno arguments, they cling to the outlier performances as opposed to focusing on what's the median performance. And I think you're going to get Geno, who's going to bounce back. He had a terrible game. Everybody has eyeballs. We all saw it, but he's not that bad. He's not going to miss guys wide open like he was all throughout last night. I think you'll see an improved Geno this weekend. I think there's a chance that they cover. I think there's a chance that they win the game. So the Raiders were still on track. It's no shaking in our boots here just because we lost the game to the Chargers, who I think actually look like the best team in the AFC West as it stands right now.
Do you think that Herbert has that in him, like to raise the ceiling of this team, and like they could be a Super Bowl team if Herbert's going to play at this level all year?
I think he does, because Jim Harbaugh's his head coach. Like this is the same Jim Harbaugh who revived Alex Smith's career. Alex Smith, if everybody forgets, that dude was like one more season away from being out the league. He revived his career. He went to a Super Bowl with Colin Kaepernick. Like, this is the Jim Harbaugh who won a national title with J.J. McCarthy. Like, this guy gets the most out of quarterbacks. Talent's never been the issue with Herbert.
You're burying J.J. already? 2 games in?
I mean, I bet him on Sunday night. It didn't go well, man.
God, it's already like it's over for J.J. McCarthy. Unbelievable.
I mean, KOC's dialing up wide open shots, man. Like, hey, we got to hit him.
We'll talk about this more coming up next hour on the show. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We start the hour. Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, the great Mark Schlereth.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. First hour of the show devoted entirely to last night's Monday Night Football doubleheader, the Bucs with a last-second win in Houston against the Texans, and why I think Houston's in big... I should have done like Houston, we have a problem. Why I think Houston's in big trouble this season, and why I think it actually made the Falcons look really good last night, how well Tampa's played the first two games of the year, and then the Chargers smothering Geno Smith and the Las Vegas Raiders. The Chargers, first place in the AFC West at 2-0 with 2 division wins already. We will get to college football coming up later this hour. Storylines from Week 3 this past Saturday and what was a wild and wacky Saturday. We'll spin it forward to Week 4 with some bets that we like, both futures and games. Drew Dinsick joins us next hour on the show. His bets for Week 3 in the NFL, and all our bets for tonight will close the final hour, the power hour of the program. But joining us right now to talk National Football League, as he does each and every Tuesday in this spot, and we're very lucky and happy to have him, Odyssey Sports NFL insider, Super Bowl champion, NFL on Fox, the great Mark Schlereth, who is also the host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Stink, welcome back to the show. Nick and Femi, what's going on?
Just prepping, man. I've got Washington Raiders this weekend, so I was actually watching the coaches tape of the Raiders game last night, and just kind of digging through that, looking at what I can see. So anyhow, just plugging away. That's all.
So we want everybody to check out the Stinkin' Truth podcast, right, where Mark is unbelievable on the show breaking down the National Football League. And in this week's edition of the podcast, Stink does an awesome job talking about how the Bengals are putting Joe Burrow's career at risk. Bengals got to change the offense moving forward in order to protect him. People can check that out. Stinkin' Truth podcast, wherever you find your podcasts. So, Mark, let's start here with the Cincinnati Bengals, and we can take the conversation in a different direction, right? And that is what this team's going to look like with Jake Browning, probably for the rest of the season, at minimum for the next 3 months. The Bengals did start 2-0. They are 2-0 right now, but Browning's going to take over probably for the rest of the year. Do you see the Cincinnati Bengals, Mark, as a playoff team this year with Jake Browning under center? How do you see the rest of the season going?
I didn't see them as a playoff team with Joe Burrow under center, so I don't know how I'm going to see them with Jake Browning under center, although I think Browning is a good player, certainly not Joe Burrow, but it'll be interesting for me to watch how their offense adjusts or if their offense adjusts. And one of the reasons, you brought up the Stinkin' Truth podcast, I appreciate that, but one of the things that I've had, and I've talked one-on-one with Joe Burrow about it. They make that guy play off the high dive 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Like there was, I think in the first 30 plays of that game before he went out, they were under center twice, once on the goal line. They are in shotgun, and they're basically going, hey, Joe, you orchestrate the whole offense from shotgun all the time. So you never turn your back to the defense with hard play action. Your play action is never going to be as good. You can pull a guard, like on a fake power. But the other part of it is your run game is always going to suffer because if you don't ever get under center, your gun runs, it eliminates about 40% or 50% of what you can do running the football. So, to me, you've got to be able to call runs. You got to be able to take some pressure off your quarterback. You've got to get him what we call in the NFL breather plays every now and again. And it'll be interesting to see if the coaching staff does that for Browning because they certainly never do it for Burrow. And that dude just gets this, like, the living piss beat out of him every Sunday. And, he's made of peanut brittle. So you should probably change your offense a little bit to make sure he doesn't get hit 14 times a weekend. But you don't, and now he's out.
And probably out for the rest of the season for the Cincinnati Bengals. Mark, there was a built-in joke when you said you're watching coach's tape from the Raiders game last night. I don't know if Tom Brady's sitting next to you. Brady, obviously in the owner's box yesterday, or the coach's box with the headset on. Now, I know he's your Fox teammate, right? You call games for Fox, so does Tom Brady. There is a question that's floating around right now that I need to ask you, and you can answer the question however you want, given that you both work for the same network. But people are saying, like, big-time conflict of interest here. Brady's going into opposing locker rooms and talking to coaches and players, potentially. And he also is part owner of the Raiders and apparently talks to Chip Kelly and Pete Carroll multiple times per week. Where do you come down on the Tom Brady conundrum that really got kicked into overdrive after what we saw last night on Monday Night Football?
Well, I think one, and I don't think there is a decided advantage. So it is a bad look for the NFL. There's no question. And because the fans see that as a bad look, I mean, he called Washington Giants week 1, right? Now the Raiders are coming to Washington. I'm calling that game this weekend. He just called a Washington game. And, can you give information to the Raiders? Absolutely. But that coach's tape, listen, those coaches know what they're looking at. There's reasons that they're coaches. And here's the thing, that the dirty little secret that nobody wants to talk about is we all run the exact same stuff. It's so incestual. There hasn't been a new passing combination in this league in 30 years. We all run the same stuff. Now, we'll call it different things, right? But we all run, some type of smash concept, some type of Yankee concept, some type of Mills concept, a mesh concept, a shallow cross concept, a basic concept, a bow concept. Like, we all run the same exact stuff. So it's not like, Tom Brady's going in and go, hey, guess what, Raiders, I found the secret plays. I was snooping around the facility, and they've got the magic plays, the ones they got from Hogwarts. And that doesn't exist. It's so funny you talk to coaches, and I talked to, as a matter of fact, I talked to the Carolina Panthers coach, Dave Canales, and there was a play that they ran that I'd never seen before. And I'm like, oh, dude, that play where you get into doubles Y off, and you've got your gun near, so that your running back is by the tight end, and you run to the left, and then you bounce back to the I haven't seen this play run. And Dave Canales goes, oh, yeah, I stole it from Kansas City a couple of years ago. They ran it, and I really liked it. That's how the league works. We all see the same film. So, it's a bad look, but is there a decided advantage because Brady's walking into Washington's locker room, or Brady's walking into, Chicago's or whatever, Chicago, Dallas, and the Raiders play Chicago next week? No, I don't believe that there's an advantage at all, really.
I do want to follow on this here, and I'm like, this is not like to put you on, but I just think this answer is so interesting, right? Because, I'm guessing, Mark, you played at the highest level, you won championships. There are other pro athletes, say NFL players, former players who have played at the highest level, have played for championships, who are up in arms over this, and I'm guessing they know exactly what you know, that all the teams are running all the same stuff. Is this for show? And I'm not asking you to criticize any individuals here, but hearing you answer the question the way you did, makes me think this is much ado about nothing. And the former players who were bitching and moaning about it, what's the point of it? Is that fair that I think that and say that?
Yeah, no, I think it's completely fair. And I think part of it is 7 championships. Part of it is, his time in New England. Part of it is Deflategate and Spygate and all the other things that, all the other gates that went down. And people have a overall distrust for anything that came out of New England over those times with Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. And, my wife thinks the same thing. My wife is like, it's not fair. They shouldn't allow, and I'm like, hey, slow down. But again, I don't know. And I'm in a facility just about every weekend, right? And I sit down with coaches, and I'll be in Washington this weekend, and I'm really good buddies with Dan Quinn, and, I'll get free reign of the whole facility. And ultimately, there's not a trade secret that I'm going to find out. Now, I may know on Friday who the inactives are. I may know on Friday that Jaden Daniels is going to play or isn't going to play, but I'll keep that to myself. I'm not going to, let the Raiders know one way or another because that wouldn't be fair, on that particular game. But, a week from now, I go on the podcast. I go on the Sing Truth podcast after I do this game. I'll drop a podcast probably on Tuesday. I call it the leftovers, and it's all the things from my board that I didn't get to in the game. The things that I knew or that the coaches told me, the quarterbacks told me that we didn't get out in the broadcast. So I kind of just dump all that information. I don't think he's getting more information than I'm getting. I don't know that he can go in the facilities. I think he has to Zoom them. I'm in the facilities. I'm talking to everybody, I'm talking to GMs. I'm talking to – because, I enjoy it. And I have a lot of relationships in the league. I just don't see how it's going to be a big advantage. Again, does it look bad? Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that think it looks bad.
Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, Mark Schlereth on the show. I'm not kidding when I say this. Can you send, if you know Jaden Daniels is out on Friday, can you please text us? Like, we won't tell anyone, but just let us know, because then we can bet the Raiders, and that would be awesome. I'm not kidding. I'm actually not kidding. I'd like to go lightning round here, Stink. We have about 4.5 minutes to go. Want to hit a couple different topics. Now, you said you think the Bengals will miss the playoffs. I agree. The betting market has it that way as well. Cincy, a big favorite now to miss the playoffs at our show sponsor, BetMGM. Maybe it'll surprise you to hear that the Chiefs at 0-2 are a big favorite to still make the postseason, almost minus 200 at BetMGM. Stink, do you see it that way, that despite the 0-2 start, the Chiefs will still make the postseason?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know when Worthy's coming back, but they're going to get Rice back. He's a good, really good football player. They're still figuring out their offensive line because, they've got a couple of new guys on the left side of the offensive line. So I think that will get rectified over time. And they still have Andy Reid. They still have Steve Spagnuolo as the defensive coordinator. They still have Patrick Mahomes. So, yeah, they've dug themselves a little bit of a hole, but I do believe they'll get out of it. The interesting thing for me is you look at the Chargers right now, right? They're 2-0. They've beaten Kansas City on that Friday night opener in Brazil, and then they just beat last night. They beat the Raiders last night, and this Sunday they've got the Broncos at SoFi. So if you start the season 3-0 in your own division, if you're the Chargers, man, you almost have a death grip on that division crown. So it'll be really interesting to see this Broncos-Chargers game and how that affects, things and what ends up happening there. But I still believe the Chiefs, with their quarterback and with what they've got going on from a coaching staff standpoint and their pedigree, I think they'll still be a playoff team. I hope not. As a Bronco, I hope they're not a playoff team. By the way, they are in last place, which makes me very, very happy. But I do think they're going to make it to the playoffs.
Stink, I want to stay on the Chargers because you just mentioned you've been watching the film from last night, Chargers beating the Raiders. Justin Herbert has looked really impressive through 2 games. In about 60 seconds, is this the year that Justin Herbert takes the next step and joins the upper echelon quarterbacks like your Mahomes, your Lamars, your Josh Allens, and leads the Chargers to winning the division and maybe even a couple of playoff games in January?
Yeah, it certainly feels that way, and they lost Slater early and just moved Joe Alt over there to left, which is a really hard transition. And Joe Alt's over there just a pillar, man. He is just awesome. That's why Jim Harbaugh said when they drafted him 5th overall, he's an offensive weapon, the tip of the spear. So that was big. They're physical. They're going to play that style of football. But I'm 100% on board. I think Justin Herbert is awesome, and he has not been obviously good in the playoffs and all that kind of stuff. But I do think they're a more balanced football team. I think defensively they're a really good football team. I think their receiving core, with Allen coming back, Ladd McConkey being that good. What's the kid's name that was a first-rounder? Johnson?
Quentin Johnson.
He's all of a sudden, learned how to catch the ball. I do think this is kind of the breakout year for Justin Herbert with all the naysayers having to kind of eat a little bit of crow.
Stink, we're basically out of time here. I'm just hoping, this is not a question, if you could just pass a message along. No, you're a Bronco. I've won Super Bowls in Denver. Can we get Sean Payton, because he's, after each of the first 2 games this year, he's basically going like hand up, like I didn't do a good enough job, calling the field goal block on a 60-yarder. He says I shouldn't have done that. Maybe some of us bet the Denver Broncos on Sunday stink and had to watch a leverage call and then a 45-yarder get home. So maybe if you wanted to, just to pass that along to Sean Payton from us, we would really appreciate it. You're the best. We appreciate the time. Stinkin' Truth Podcast, Odyssey Sports NFL Insider Mark Schlereth on the call this Sunday of the Commanders and Raiders in our nation's capital. Stink, stay well, safe travels. We'll talk to you next week.
Take care.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Insider calls brought to you by the aforementioned Nationwide. I think he loves the Broncos. Do you think he liked me throwing that in there?
I don't think so.
Yeah, probably not. I don't care.
See you next
More
week,
on
Stink.
last night's game coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
So we're going to start off fading the worst team in football. So I'm going to take the Seahawks laying a 1.5 at home against the Saints. This line was 7.5, and this is one of the best numbers that you can tease. Like, they have something called a Wong teaser, where it's you go through several key numbers, where it's favorites of 7.5 to 8.5 points, or it's underdogs of a 1.5 to 2 points. So this fits the bill. The Seahawks mere 1.5 favorites at home, one of the best home field advantages in all of football against the Saints, who are making a long trip. I like that one a lot. All right, next up, we're going to go to the Cowboys plus 7.5 at the Bears. I don't think the Bears have it figured out enough to blow anybody out. So even if the Cowboys lose this, you get them at plus 7.5. And I like that that offense for the Cowboys. If you're looking for underdogs for a backdoor cover, I think the Cowboys can sling it, especially with the Bears defense just giving up, 50-some points to Lions. Next up, how about the game that nobody wants to watch? We're going to go Bengals plus 9 at the Vikings. So this quarterback matchup is going to be Jake Browning of the Bengals against probably Carson Wentz of the Vikings, because J.J. McCarthy is now out. So I think the Vikings are the better team, and I think they deserve to be favored in this one. But I don't see this Vikings team playing a brand of football where they beat somebody by double digits. So I'm going to go Bengals plus 9 at Vikings. And here's the wait and see one, where I'm a little confused on this line, whether we know if Jaden Daniels is playing or not. But the Raiders plus 9.5 at the Commanders. If it is Marcus Mariota, and Jenks, you'll have to tell me who the backup quarterback is, who's going to be playing for the Commanders. But even the way the Commanders defense is playing, maybe this one scares me a bit, because the Raiders definitely did not look good, in last night's game. But that's the question mark. Do we add the Raiders in there, or Jenks, is somebody else kicked out of the teaser?
snap. Sanchez will hold. And the kick is no good! Denver's gonna win! Denver's gonna win!
Oh, is there a penalty down in the middle of the field? Right by the center.
Oh my goodness.
They must have touched the center because
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
That was a great mix of that cut there. It was well done. Nice fade at the end. Nice natural out. I'm a little salty with everybody today. A little salty. Kevin Harlan, Trent Green with the call this past Sunday on CBS. That was one of those where, wow, like I won some money. This is really great. Oh, wait. There's a penalty flag on the field. No, I didn't. It's been a frustrating first couple weeks betting the National Football League for yours truly. And there have been people that have cost me money. People that have cost you, the listener and viewer, money. And we hold them accountable each and every Tuesday here during the National Football League season on You Better You Bet with He's a Slap. Let's start with Denver Broncos head coach Sean Payton. Everyone thinks of Sean Payton, wow, he's one of the best coaches of all time in the NFL. Super Bowl champion, offensive guru, smartest guy in the room. Don't believe me? Just ask him. He'd love to tell you how much smarter he is than you and everybody else. And that smart guy routine, look at how great I am, look at how smart I am, look at how many friends I have, look at how I tricked the Vikings into taking J.J. McCarthy, even though, like, why would you do that? Like, what does it have to do with anything? Let me throw my players under the bus publicly. This routine and this act works with Sean Payton. And to be clear, I like Sean Payton a lot. He's a Giants guy originally and a Parcells guy. And everyone's like, oh, well, he started in Dallas. No, he started with the Giants. And when Kerry Collins threw a brutal sideline interception to Justin Lucas in a Giants-Cardinals game in 2002, Jim Fossil took the play calling away from Sean Payton. And Sean Payton got so pissed that he left the Giants. And he was right. And the Giants were wrong. But still, this act works for Sean Payton when you're winning football games and you're doing it in a decisive way. So in week 1, and I didn't bet the Broncos in week 1, but maybe you did. The Broncos should have won that game despite the turnovers against Tennessee, by 30 points. They won by 8. The spread was 8.5. At the end of the game, Sean Payton could have kicked a field goal to cover the spread and put the game out of reach and instead went for it on 4th down in a ridiculous call that no one brings up because it was a nothing game and the Broncos ended up winning. And Sean Payton apologized after the game, saying he needs to be way better calling an offensive game. He was on Sunday. The Broncos offense looked great against Indy's defense. But at the end of the game, that leverage call, some bitching and moaning about it. How do you make that call if you're an official? Sean Payton says it was the right call. And he also said that it's his fault. Not special teams coach Darren Rizzi. You know, the Rizzler. It's no one's fault but his. He called a field goal block on a 60-yard field goal. As it turns out, the kick was short and wide right. By 10 yards. You didn't have to try and block it. He was going to miss it. It's not Brandon Aubrey kicking this field goal. And he cost the Broncos a win, and more importantly, cost me money. Hey, Sean, you want to replay this I'm smarter than you, holier than that routine? Go out there and win the damn game on Sunday against the Chargers. No more excuses, no more hand up, no more, sorry, I need to do better. This is the NFL, buddy. This ain't Pop Warner. Do better, Slappy. Alligators get a raw deal. sometimes they bite people. I think that's generally people's fault. Like, hey, you know what alligators like to do? They like to bite people. Leave an alligator alone. I don't think the alligator's going to bother anybody. But we take the word alligator and we turn it into an insult when we talk about the National Football League. When we describe a wide receiver as having alligator arms. Some people like alligator-skinned wallets, alligator-skinned boots. That's some people's jam. If that's what you like, Brian Thomas Jr. is your favorite wide receiver. No one in the history of the world has alligator arms like this guy. Terrified of getting hit. People want to say, well, Trevor Lawrence throws hospital balls over the middle of the field. Guess what, idiots? It's the NFL. You throw passes over the middle of the field. And if you're an NFL wide receiver, your bell is going to get rung. Your ass is going to get lit up. There's a part of the job. Period. And Brian Thomas Jr., who I love. Who loves Brian Thomas Jr. more than me? You listened to the show last year, this year, this offseason? I think he's the best. The fact that he's so scared of taking... What happened to this dude? I'm worried. I'm being serious. I don't know if it's something going on in his head. Is he hurt? I don't know what's going on. He got to fix it. And I need him to fix it now. Because I need the Jaguars to beat the Texans on Sunday for my futures bets. Brian Thomas Jr., quit being a slap. Start catching the ball. Week 1 for the New York Jets. You know what we say? No medals for trying. No moral victories. Loser participation trophy culture. But despite all of that, we collectively, as an NFL viewing public, cognoscenti, is that how you pronounce the word? Whatever. We all somehow decided, including me, and I'm a hard ass. I think second place is the first loser. No medals for trying. I can't wait to watch my daughter play soccer and change my mind completely. Being a parent will probably change my mind. But for now, no medals for trying. And yet we all somehow decided after the Jets' loss in week 1. Wow, they actually won the game. It's okay that they lost because they were really gutty in losing. They barely lost and they played well, so actually it's like a win. Even though they lost, they were 0-1. What a mistake that was. Because the Jets this past Sunday against Buffalo got embarrassed by the Bills. And Aaron Glenn wanted to do this tough guy routine, cutting Xavier Gibson last week. We're not going to let people that make plays like this, they're not going to stick. They're not going to be a Jet. Oh, yeah? Why is Michael Clemens still on the team? You going to cut Justin Fields? Played like ass on Sunday. Is he going to get cut? You going to cut Sauce Gardner? You going to cut Garrett Wilson? Or is that type of tough talk BS reserved only for guys that are on the roster bubble? Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, that's Detroit Lions culture. That's Dan Campbell culture, right? Getting embarrassed. And the whole thing with Aaron Glenn, let Tanner Eggstrand run the offense. Aaron Glenn's going to fix the defense. How's the defense look through 2 weeks? Anyone think Aaron Glenn's doing a great job? We all looking to crown Aaron Glenn after another loss? 0-2. Time to turn it around. But I'm done with the moral victories nonsense. Go out there and beat Todd Bowles and the Bucs on Sunday, whether it's Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor. Slappy. I have a couple other names written down, but Emmy's got some betting stuff here. I was going to kill Caleb Johnson. Yeah.
Oh, no, please do that. I bet Steelers, so please kill Caleb Johnson.
Do you want to?
No, I want you to kill. I want to hear what you have to say about Caleb Johnson.
Okay. All right, are you ready? I had nothing planned. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So the Pittsburgh Steelers drafted Caleb Johnson. And everyone's thinking, oh, okay. Thunder and lightning. With Jaylen Warren and Caleb Johnson. Couple problems with this. Number one, Caleb Johnson can't pass protect. Number two, his quarterback's Aaron Rodgers. Do people think that Aaron Rodgers is going to let a rookie play who can't protect him from the blitz? Like, what planet are you on? Kenny Gainwell's been the number 2 running back for the Steelers for like 2.5 months. Caleb Johnson was there, and people are drafting Caleb Johnson fans. Oh, he's going to be awesome this year. Really? He can't even get on the field. Yeah, he's great. So we gave you point 1, we gave you point 2. In Buzz from Home Alone fashion, point D. Caleb Johnson's returning kicks for the Steelers. Now, I will admit something to everybody. I got too much going on in my life to know the landing zone rules. Yeah, to me, it's like, is the landing zone, like, where is that next to, like, the demilitarized zone? Like, is the landing zone like this, like the body of water in between, like, North and South Korea? Like, the body of, like, is that what the landing, I don't know, what's the landing zone? I don't know, they change the rules every year now. I honestly, like, I don't know when, I don't understand it. But I don't play in the NFL. I'm not a kick returner in the NFL. Caleb Johnson is. First off, like, the ball, like, hit him. So it's like, it's a live ball, buddy. He doesn't know the rules. Lets the ball bounce into the Seahawks. It's a touch. What? Mike Tomlin goes, yeah, we practice. He got asked about it. Do you guys do you guys know about this? He goes, yeah, we talk about it every day of our lives. Do you? Didn't look like your kick returner knew the rules, Mike. Caleb Johnson can't pass protect. Can't get on the field with Aaron Rodgers. And now won't be returning kicks anymore for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But hey, we'll always have those days in April following the NFL draft where in dynasty drafts, people like Tyler Morales were falling all over themselves to click that button on Caleb Johnson. What a slap. And then I'll just very quickly, the Cardinals won, and like I'm happy they did. Jonathan Gannon looked like he took mushrooms in the second half of the game, and then and then saw like a cop car drive by him. Yeah, just like terrified of the world, unable to put a sentence together, mouth closed. Can we please do better, Jonathan Gannon? I don't have time to get into the full Gannon thing, so there you have it. Those are the slaps for week number 2 in the National Football League. You better you bet on this Tuesday. Femi, did the Caleb Johnson stuff make you feel any better?
I still don't have the money that I would have won had the Steelers been able to cover, so I can't say I feel better, but it was needed just to hear that. And also, by the way, to put a bow on that, Mike Tomlin said that he probably won't be returning kicks anymore. So we got that going for us going forward for the Pittsburgh Steelers in week 3.
I did say that.
Landing zone aside, it's a kickoff. That's why there's onside kicks. Like you can't just let the ball sit there. You literally have to possess the football. It is a kickoff. It's not like it's a punt and the other team comes down and then downs the punt or whatever. It is a kickoff. So regardless, whether it's 10 yards or 60 yards down the field, you need to recover that ball. Otherwise, it belongs to the kick team. The whole thing is just ridiculous. And I can't believe it happened. And it cost us money. So it sucks.
Well, yeah. And for my Pittsburgh playoff bets, that was not great. Pittsburgh over the win total. You have a couple other betting thoughts out of last night. So mine were like Falcons to make the playoffs, actually, with how good Tampa's looked and the fact that Atlanta should have beat them in week 1. And I like the Broncos on Sunday, Femi, against the Chargers. What do you got for us coming out of Monday Night Football, betting wise?
So the first thing is kind of goes against what you believe for this weekend. I think the Chargers are going to win the division. And I wasn't there until last night because I felt deep down that the Raiders were going to win the game. So I thought Kansas City could still hang around. When you look at the Chargers schedule, and Bill brought this up in our text chain last night, and I kind of thought about it a little bit after the game. I was like, this team really does have a very, very favorable schedule. Like, let's just say the betting market's right and they win a close game on Sunday against Denver. At your Giants, home Commanders, at Dolphins, home Colts, home Vikings, at Titans, home Steelers, at Jaguars. That is the stretch before the bye week. I mean, are we talking about the 9-1, 10-1 Los Angeles Chargers? Is that what we're talking about? Once we get to around Thanksgiving, I think we might be. And
they're going to lose on Sunday. They're going to lose on Sunday.
Well, I mean, even if they do lose, I read off the other games. Like, they very much have the best quarterback in all of those games, and it's not even close. and they probably have the best head coach in the game as well. Like, they're in an advantageous situation to where if they rip off all these wins, plus 110 is not going to be plus 110 when we get to around Turkey Day. So I think it is wise to grab some Chargers, especially if you believe they're going to win on Sunday.
I like that. What do you think about, I know you'll do this tomorrow in the Femi Hour of the show. A lot of people are liking Justin Herbert MVP right now, third on the odds board.
I think he's got a very good chance. And we were talking about that last week during our awards segment. If you have those Josh Allen and Jordan Love tickets, you want to play some defense and grab you some Justin Herbert, because that guy's going to be in the conversation all season.
On the other side, we'll get you set to bet college football this weekend. The biggest storylines in college football coming out of week 3 into week 4. Next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
So tell me you'd rather have in a 1-for-1 deal. And these, again, have been agreed upon in Yahoo Leagues over the last 24 hours. James Cook or my guy, Chase Brown, with Jake Browning now under center?
I still want Chase Brown.
I can't believe I'm saying this, James Cook. I just think the touchdowns are going to be there. Browns is still going to have extraordinary value, but I think Cook's going to best him in the end. James Cook or Garrett Wilson?
James Cook for me.
Cook for me as well. Cook or Jaden Daniels, who's listed as day-to-day with that knee injury?
Jaden Daniels for me.
I'll go with Cook. Quarterback is always replaceable unless you're in a super flex league. Thoughts on Cook in general? How many touchdowns do you feel he ends with? And would you buy, sell, or hold on him? I'm holding all day.
I'll hold on him, man. And I would bet a number, like, if you threw out a number at 10.5, maybe I would go all the way up to 11.5 to 12.5, right? We thought there was going to be touchdown regression, but the Bills right now, they might be the best team in the league. They might be the best team in the AFC. And the Super Bowl window, I mean, it's open until Josh Allen retires, right? But they're kind of like all in with this roster right now. So you want to save him until the postseason. So I think they're going to use the hell out of James Cook. There's a reason why they gave him that contract at 25, 26 years old. Over 10.5 touchdowns, and I think he's going to get a lot of work. And plus, he just gets better every year. He's just a really underrated running back.
4th in the game. Reed, rush comes. Reed pumps, fires. It is caught. Nate Borkicher brings it in and ties the game.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Friend of the show, Noah Eagle. We may have some news about his dad rejoining the show. We'll save that for maybe later in the week, but hopefully I'll have Ian Eagle on the show at some point soon. Baby Bird, Noah Eagle with the call on NBC this past Saturday night as ND with an insane loss to Texas A&M, 41-40. Jake, I'm going to ask you to play the highlight again in a second. What I want everyone to listen to, and you get this sometimes, right? This phenomenon with crowd noise, where if you didn't know, you would think that maybe like this was actually like at Kyle Field, right? And this is an A&M home game with the way the crowd sounds. This is actually like the exasperated cry of a crowd that's about to watch their favorite team lose. Listen to the noise the Notre Dame crowd makes when Texas A&M converts this miracle 4th down touchdown to tie the game and eventually would take the lead on an extra point.
4th in the game. Reed, rush comes. Reed pumps, fires. It is caught. Nate Borkicher brings it in.
It sounds a little bit like they're celebrating, but you know it's in South Bend. That is like, oh my God, we can't believe what just happened. Always love that. That's an interesting crowd noise there from Notre Dame. So the Irish, 0-2 now to start the college football season, with losses against Miami and Texas A&M. And we were asking this question. We talked about this with Brett McMurphy. We got way ahead of this here on You Better You Bet. What happens if Notre Dame loses to A&M and starts the year 0-2? Those are the two best teams on Notre Dame's schedule, like to start the year, Miami and A&M. If they lose both and then win out, can the Irish get into the college football playoff at 10-2, having lost to the two best teams that they play? And some people say, well, it's Notre Dame, like definitely. Others are more in the camp that, like, no. Like the schedule, like the wins aren't going to be good enough. And we'll see what happens with the other teams that are contending, like how many losses are they going to have? I think people will find it interesting that at BetMGM right now, Notre Dame is a big plus price to make the playoff. So the expectation in the betting market is that Notre Dame will not make the college football playoff. Plus 230 is the price for ND to make the postseason. Plus 230 to make the postseason. It's not the most difficult schedule moving forward for Notre Dame. And I want to read it to everybody here. They are almost a 4-touchdown favorite at home against Purdue on Saturday. At Arkansas. Home Boise. Home NC State. Home USC. And that's the toughest game remaining. At BC. Home Navy. At Pitt. Home Syracuse. At Stanford. It's not the most difficult schedule. And I think people seeing that schedule and the price, plus 230 to make, and knowing it's Notre Dame, might be inclined to click that button and make that bet on Notre Dame. My opinion, I think Notre Dame is absolutely losing at least one more game this season. All anyone can say coming out of Saturday night's loss to A&M is, can Notre Dame please get Al Golden back from the Cincinnati Bengals? Which is just really funny for a multitude of reasons. Because the defense is hot garbage. It's terrible. This is not even close to the Notre Dame defense last year that helped get them to within a game of winning the national championship. Not even close. So yeah, like Notre Dame's going to beat Purdue this weekend. Here's a question for everybody. How many points is Notre Dame going to give up against Arkansas? How many points is Notre Dame going to give up against USC? I think they're losing at least one more game. At least one. And if they're going to win these games, these games are going to be high scoring. I think Notre Dame, and how many times have we said this about Notre Dame? Like in our lives, that Notre Dame's going to be an over team. Like Notre Dame kind of feels to me right now like college football's version of like the Dallas Cowboys or like the Cincinnati Bengals. Like they're going to give up points, but they can also score a lot of points as well. Like we saw on Saturday night, losing 41-40 to Texas A&M. So I'm not interested in betting Notre Dame to make the playoff. I think Notre Dame's going to miss the playoff. And I'm likely, like, if Notre Dame's going to be big favorites in games, like, I think they're going to be really hard to trust with this defense being what it is when they go up against pretty good offenses. Talk a little Big Ten. Michigan, after losing to Oklahoma in week 2, under the bright lights in Norman, Brent Venables stuffs Bryce Underwood in a locker. That did happen. I bet Michigan in the game. Femi bet Michigan. Look, it's a great performance by Oklahoma. John Mateer, moneyline Mateer, one of the Heisman favorites. Oklahoma's look good to start the year. We'll get to them in a little bit. They're a big favorite at home against Auburn this weekend. So Michigan bounced back on Saturday in a game that like nobody watched because they were playing Central Michigan and Biff Poggi or Poggi or whatever is the interim coach for Sharon Moore, who in like a long-standing history of Michigan coaches being suspended for games. Sharon Moore did not coach the game. And Michigan won, not figuratively, literally, by 60. Beat Central Michigan 63-3. And Bryce Underwood, who obviously struggled against Oklahoma as a true freshman going up against the Venables defense, that's understandable, right? Bryce Underwood said after the game that he thinks that he's kind of turned, and I'm paraphrasing what he actually, this is not like a direct quote, but if you look up what he said, like the spirit of what I'm saying is definitely going to be the same. That he feels like he kind of like turned the corner, and he's better than he was even a couple weeks ago, used his legs way more, using his legs as a weapon, like ran all over Central. Of course, like consider the opponent, that's fair. But he feels like and sounds like a quarterback operating with way more confidence than he did in that Saturday night loss on the road in Norman. And if you watch Bryce Underwood play, even if he struggles, like you can see he's just oozing with natural ability and talent. And that takes us to this Saturday's game. Michigan at Baby Mahomes. I don't even know if that's like fair. Like, is that even fair to call them that? Like, because they look alike? This is like, it's like single white female. Like, it's creepy. Going up against Dylan Raiola. Femi says knock off Mahomes. Tyler says fat Mahomes. I called him that last year also, to be fair. Also, like, he's probably getting paid a lot of money to play quarterback for Nebraska. God bless him. Dylan Raiola. A nice Italian. A nice paisan. Michigan's a 2.5-point road favorite at Dylan Raiola and the Cornhuskers. I'm going to bet Michigan in the game. So I want to be clear on that. I am going to bet Michigan. If Michigan wins and Bryce Underwood looks good in the game, and I'm talking, we walk away, like the game ends, and we're all saying, like, whoa. Like, Underwood has turned the corner. Hear me out on where I'm going with this. I'm going to bring up Michigan's schedule. And Michigan obviously already has one loss. So if Michigan's able to get past Nebraska coming up this weekend, as I'm waiting for this freaking schedule to load, like I gotta tell you, like the internet's unbelievable. I click on it, like literally, like it's an empty sheet that loads. Okay, here we go. Michigan schedule. Home Wisconsin, at USC, which is not going to be easy, obviously, but I think if Bryce Underwood's going to be awesome, I like Michigan in that game. Home Washington, at Michigan State, home Purdue, at Northwestern, at Maryland, home Ohio State to close the year. They already have a loss. You can afford one more. Let's say that comes in the regular season.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bets.
In a Giants uniform. Probably won't get my wish. I think the Baylor quarterback is magnificent. He's a long price to win the Heisman. Probably won't get there. I was talking to Femi about it before the show. Statistically, he's behind where Heisman quarterbacks have been at this point in the season. Lost, obviously, in the opener week 1 on that Friday night against Auburn. He's ridiculously good. Like, ridiculously good.
Era of Wagertainment.
I'm going to love Baylor and Sawyer Robertson on Saturday. Does anyone else think the setup of Miami hosting Florida is very funny? Do you think, you the person listening and watching, do you think LSU's better or Miami's better? Do you think they're comparable? Probably yes, right? I think LSU's a little better than Miami. Just my opinion. You can disagree. I think Nussmeier is better than Carson Beck. I'll take Brian Kelly over Mario Cristobal. I like LSU better. LSU beat Florida by 10 on Saturday. And I bet LSU, so I was happy that it happened. DJ Lagway threw 5 interceptions. He was horrendous. Like, you can make the case that Florida should have won the game by double digits. And now, against Miami, Florida's a 7.5-point dog. And they closed 7 against LSU. And Lagway threw 5 picks, and they only lost by 10. Kind of feels like a spot to buy the Florida Gators on Saturday. Final hour, power hour coming up next. Femi and I will go through all our
MEP.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
You know how I feel about the Green Bay Packers. They're the best team in the league, in my opinion, of course, the best team in the NFC. After what I've seen through 2 weeks, and it's just 2 weeks, I think Tampa's the second best team in the NFC behind Green Bay. Like, I'll take Tampa right now on September 16th over Philadelphia. I'll take them over Detroit. And I'll take them over anyone else that you might bring up that's in the NFC. Like, Tampa has really impressed me through these first 2 weeks. And when they get healthy, which is the big caveat because they're missing some key guys, when they get healthy, especially on offense, they're going to be sick. Like, I was texting the guys last night. I was like, man, I mean, imagine this offense when they get Tristan Wirfs back. They were without their best player. Pound for pound, Tristan Wirfs is the best player on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's been dealing with the knee injury since training camp. They win those first 2 games on the road without him. Wait until he gets back. Like, Baker Mayfield, like, I'm not the biggest Baker guy, but, like, he's a good starting quarterback. I think anybody with eyeballs can see that. The O-line will be really good once Wirfs gets back. Let's get Luke Gadecki back as well, because he played in last night's game, but only for like a quarter, got hurt again with that foot injury, so he had to leave the game. Like, let's get those offensive tackles back and healthy. They're missing both Chris Godwin and Jalen McMillan in that wide receiver room that can go along with Mike Evans and Emeka Ibuka, who scored another touchdown last night. How about the running backs? Bucky Irvin's awesome. Rashad White, like, that dude was out there looking like prime Le'Veon Bell on a couple of those carries where he's kind of just like slalom skiing his way through the Houston Texans defense. Like, he was sick last night. And defensively, they can stop the run with Big Vita Vea in the middle, which I think you can't just call him Vita Vea. You got to call him Big Vita Vea. That's what it is, because that dude is massive. Go Huskies. He is an awesome player, and every time he's on the field, it makes the opposition one-dimensional.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew. You're struggling today. And you. All right, all our listeners and viewers, don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. You can catch up on everything from today's show, including Femi's Hour. He recapped the Monday Night Football doubleheader and gave out his best bet to make in the Heisman Trophy market this week. I think the crew's turning things around. That's actually really well written. Tyler, did you write that? That's like really well done. That's excellent.
Yeah.
It's a good job.
Told you not to sleep on it, Mr. 340. Don't sleep.
Well, what's the Geno Smith quote? I wrote Tyler off, but then he didn't write back. Mm-hmm. So Tyler, who wrote it then? So who wrote it? Tyler, you didn't? Who was it?
There you go.
Well,
Mr. 320.
Sorry, Tyler. I'm trying to give people credit here. Whoever wrote it, it was very well written. And And we want everybody also to swing big on your next Major League Baseball parlay. Use today's Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app, and please gamble responsibly. Drew Dinsick, the Whale Capper, joins in 20 minutes. All our bets will close the show 40 minutes from now. But for right now, Femi, let's talk about some of the bets we like for this weekend in the NFL and college football. I hand the baton to you, my friend, and lead us through the segment. We can, however you want. You run the segment, my man. I've got thoughts on the NFL and college.
I got some thoughts as well. College football this week. I think we might be Oppo Taco on a couple of games here. One of the marquee games, Florida at Miami. A couple, yes.
Which
games.
is amazing
Florida
because like the board, there's like 100 games on the board. I talked about 2 games and you're Oppo on both of them.
Hey, baby, we're dialed in on the marquee games. That's what we're dialed in on. But the Hurricanes, they're at home, laying 7.5 against the Gators. I do think that this is a justified price. And in fact, I think Miami should be an even bigger favorite. I like Miami in the game. I think Miami's better than LSU. And the further removed we get from this LSU-Clemson game, which we're all finding out, Clemson's not good. Like, they're just not good at all. They lost to Georgia Tech. They were down by 16 against Troy. They did come back to win that game, and they lost to Clemson Labor Day weekend. Like, I don't think we need to be giving LSU points for that. And in fact, I think what we're going to be doing is we're going to be back in Miami against this Florida team that, like you mentioned, should have been very competitive in the game against
you think they should have won?
LSU type.
You bet Florida. I bet LSU. I kind of walk away from that game like I think I was very lucky to cover the spread and win my bet on that game.
I don't think they should have won because I think LSU would have done just enough to win the game, but they definitely should have covered. They definitely should have covered. Like you don't lose that. Like 5 interceptions and you only lose by 10. Like you for sure were competitive, but hey, you know what? The quarterback's going to turn the ball over, and that's what happens. That's football on a Saturday. And I guess Brian Kelly says, hey, we won an SEC game by 10. Get off my ass. As everyone's kind of been giving him problems over there in Baton Rouge. But I do think Miami gets it done. I think Miami this year is like a juggernaut and is very much a talented team. I think we find that out on Saturday against Florida. So give me the Hurricanes. Lay at 7.5 for me.
Ooh, I got to go. Yeah, just like what happens if Lagway, instead of being like the worst quarterback in the history of quarterbacks, is just like slightly below or like below average. Doesn't even have to be good.
Yeah.
He's just like he's like normal bad. He's not like throwing 5. He's not Nathan Peterman. Like Florida can't cover this number?
I mean, against LSU they can. I don't think they can against Miami because I think Miami's defense is better than LSU's defense.
You agree with Sam that Miami might be the best team in the country?
I think they're amongst the 3 best teams. I still think Penn State's the best team. We've not seen them play anybody who's relevant. So like, it's hard to like really pound the table for that one, but that's kind of like my preseason thought. So I'm still going to have Penn State at number 1. At 2, I think it's Oregon. And at 3, I do think it's Miami. So like they're in that elite tier for me. Ohio State just outside, Texas as well. But like those are the 3 so far through 3 weeks. I look at them and I say, okay, like those are the teams. And it's coaching is going to come down to it because one of the coaches is James Franklin. One of them is Mario Cristobal. And Dan Lanning, we've yet to see him show up in the big games either outside of the Big Ten title game last year. So it's going to be a fun, wacky playoff. But I think those 3 teams, especially Oregon and Miami, have looked really, really good. They've been dialed in.
I typed this in the chat yesterday when we had Sam on, and he was talking about Miami and Oregon. I'm not sure if anyone else has said this yet, so I want full credit. If Miami and Oregon play for like the national title or in the semis or something in the playoff, we are going to call it the Cristobal.
I mean, it's a great name.
It's good.
That's
right?
what it is. It's
is it
really
great,
good.
or is it good? You be honest.
I mean, you're going to see other people steal it, so I think that means it's great.
It's great.
Like everyone
right?
else is going to
Cristobal.
Yeah, everyone else is going to steal it. Yeah, like you'll see that'll be the headline. Oh, the Cristobal is Mario's last spot in Oregon. Now, yeah.
Why did you do like Scott Hansen at the beginning of Red Zone just now?
I don't know.
In Glendale, Mario Cristobal's current team against his former team. All right.
Shout out to the
so
Fiesta Bowl.
we'll be Oppo on Miami and Florida.
Yep.
So you like Nebraska, I like Michigan. Let's save that for a little later in the week because we want to do some National Football League as well. One other college football bet, and I said this last week that I was waiting to make this bet this week. It looks like Oklahoma is going to hit a 7-point favorite at home against Auburn this weekend. It's juice 6.5 right now for the Sooners. And look, Mateer's been awesome, and like Venable, whatever. I love Hugh Freeze. I love Hayes' brother, Jackson Arnold. I'm dying, Femi, to take a full 7 with Auburn. Do you have any thoughts on that game, Auburn and Oklahoma?
I have to be honest, I'm a little bit skittish because I've been fading Oklahoma like early in the season, and it's not been going well. Bet Michigan didn't go well. Bet Temple, which I probably should never have done, but still bet them, didn't go well.
I would say that, yeah.
I don't know if I have a blind spot to Oklahoma. Maybe Brent Venables has improved as a head coach. I still kind of like want to see more as opposed to just beating like a guy who just turned 18 at home in a primetime game and then beating Temple before we crown him. But if I had to bet it, I would be on your side. I don't know if I can do it again. It's been 2 straight weeks, and I don't know if I want to give more money again to the Sooner Foundation. So I think I'm going to pass the game, but I see what you're seeing with Auburn.
There's one other thought for me on college this weekend, and then if you have any others, Femi, and then we can turn our attention to the NFL. The Illinois-Indiana spread is fascinating. Hoosiers 4.5-point home favorites against the Illini. Yeah. And Indiana, so the juice has actually flipped over the course of the day today. It was originally a couple hours ago, it was juice towards Illinois. Now it's juice towards Indiana. I'm not sure if there's been any injury news. We've been on the air. And Adam Schefter's not going to be tweeting about like Indiana's right guard, so I'm not sure what's going on there. My initial thought is Illinois, but I think I may just end up passing that game. Just feels like Illinois is like too easy of a bet almost, catching those points at Indiana. The other one, and it's a full 3 now, so maybe I'll just put them in a money line parlay. I do like Utah to win at home against Texas Tech on Saturday. You have a thought on that game? And if not, let's go to the NFL.
I love that game. Like, I cannot wait to watch this game. And all throughout the summer, we've talked about the Big 12. Everyone says, look how wide open it is. The favorite's like plus 550 because nobody actually knows what's going on. I want to ride this Texas Tech gravy train, man. Like, there's just something about the way they've gone about building this team that I find so interesting with today's college football and today's college sports just in general. Like, we saw them do it with their softball team, just loading up a bunch of money. They made it all the way to the College World Series in softball. Like, they have spent $28 million on this football roster. Like, I think that they're literally going to buy themselves to a Big 12 championship. I'm going to be on the opposite side. I'm going to go rock with Baron Morton and Joey McGuire. I'm backing the Red Raiders on the money line. I think they win. Here's what I'll say. I think Texas Tech either wins the game or Utah wins it and covers going away. Like, I don't really think you're going to need the 3 or whatever. Like, I doubt it's going to land 1 or 2. I think Texas Tech, my opinion, is the better team. I think they're the best team in the Big 12 because they invested in the trenches, and we're seeing the fruits of that labor. So I like the Red Raiders quite a bit. I'm going to rock with Texas Tech.
All right, you bet on this Tuesday. Let's turn our attention to the NFL. Let me hit you with an NFL bet. And I teased to start the show that I had a bet that would knock people's socks off. I don't know if this is like a knock your socks off bet. I think I'll have one of those, but I want to talk about this one first. I want to get your opinion on this. I am right now, but I'm not wearing shoes. I take my shoes off in the office. I just have socks on right now.
Well, you had to go somewhere. I'm at home, so I didn't have to wear socks.
So
it'd be weird if I went somewhere but didn't wear socks. Yeah, my home. It's pretty clean.
That's
You don't walk around barefoot in your
behavior.
home?
No, man. You got to have socks on, dude. No.
What?
You have to wear socks.
Are your floors
yes,
not,
absolutely.
The floors aren't clean?
Of course my floor's clean. My wife is an insane OCD cleaner.
Bro,
my house is
freed
spotless.
them puppies, bro.
No,
free
but
them
like
puppies,
that's
man.
but like even if it is clean, like you're still gonna get some stuff, and then like you go on your couch, like you go in your bed, and like the dirt's getting on that. Also, like it's you're in Vegas, it's different. Like it's about to be winter, like it could be a little cold. Like you gotta have the socks on. Like it's a civilized country here. Like come on.
So it is a lot different climate wise because like we have tile floors. Like because like I don't want to have carpet out here when it's like 115 degrees.
I think Femi froze, so hopefully we'll get Femi back here shortly. I heard Femi. Yeah, so we'll get Femi back here.
Like, there's like no better time to freeze than me talking about
no better time to
being
freeze
out
when
there.
you're and on a tile floor no less is honestly disgusting. Like I do think less of you.
No, I'm not disgusting whatsoever. I think you're just being weird. But man, like there's no reason to have to wear socks if you're in your own home. Outside of the home, of course, yeah, we're all wearing socks. But in your home, in your friendly confines, you're good, man. Wash your feet before you go to bed if you're really that scared about what's going to happen.
Honestly, I kind of think like you're like a barbarian. And like Addie in our chat, like apparently is barefoot also. Like Addie, were you raised by wolves or by humans? Like can we like put some can we everybody put some socks on and grow up?
What do the real ones say?
That's what needs to happen here.
Are they going socks or are they sockless? Like Jake is also team barefoot.
I don't care. I don't care what anyone says about anything. Like, Sox is the right move. Anyway, Packers-Browns. Green Bay's defense is tremendous, right? We know that. Micah Parsons, their defense. And the offense has been really good, too. I think the margin of victory, we talked about this yesterday, right, with Cleveland on Sunday against Baltimore, where Browns played way, way better than the final score would indicate. The Browns' defense has actually been good to start the year. And, like, the dam broke against Baltimore, and the Ravens end up scoring 41 points. But, like, the Browns' defense has been pretty good, and the Browns' defense has good players. Femi, this totals 42. How are the Browns scoring, like, in this game? Like, are they scoring, like, 17 points? And do you feel like the Packers are going to score a ton of points in this game against the Browns' defense? I think I like this under.
I think the under makes a lot of sense. And it does feel like a great under spot because, like, think about how, like, hey, Green Bay's great. And I'm part of that crew that's yelling about Green Bay. Like, these are kind of the games where off of primetime performances, now you got to go to an unfamiliar opponent on the road. It's just kind of an early window game. I could see Green Bay coming out a little bit flat. So I think Green Bay's offense might not be their best output. So if you're looking to back Jordan Love or any of the other guys that they're in the pass catching department for the Packers, this is not the game for it. And I don't think Cleveland's ever going to score in this game. So yeah, I actually like that look quite a bit. I didn't consider that one when looking at the board because I've mainly been looking at the sides this week outside of a couple of things, but that makes a lot of sense, actually, this Packers-Browns under. And I guess maybe Flacco turning the ball over would be the only way that you lose the bet, but if not that, I think this goes under.
And I'll if you have any others, I want to hit one other thought, which is Steelers-Patriots. Pittsburgh's a 1.5-point favorite on the road. So the Steelers obviously lose to Seattle last week. I look at that game and I think Seattle was the right side if you were betting it, especially it closed at like 4. Sam and I said that, and Femi laid 2.5 with Pittsburgh. It's a different story. 4, I think the right side was definitely Seattle. You had the Caleb Johnson play. You had the Rodgers interception in the end zone. Like some things where if it goes a little differently, then maybe you've got Pittsburgh there, right? Maybe Pittsburgh's able to get the job done. I have to be honest. I think this thing that we're putting up is extremely distracting. This real ones know thing in real time. Because I'm reading it here. I'm like, is this something very important that I need to know? It's not. I just needed to say that because I'm just like, what the hell is this? Okay. Anyway, on the Steelers and Patriots, I'm looking, Femi, at what New England did this past weekend against Miami as great. Like, you barely beat the Dolphins. Like, you barely beat Miami. I'm going to bet the Steelers. You have an opinion on that game and anything else that you like here for week 3 in the NFL?
Well, I guess I'd say that, couldn't you say that about Pittsburgh, that they barely beat the Jets, who through 2 weeks, I think we're figuring out are not very good. I think it's a coin flip.
I like Seattle, though, and I think they played Seattle.
I guess that's where it differs.
Yeah,
because I don't really like Seattle. And like that's where kind of like the preseason priors are still baked into how we think about some of these early season games. Because if I had to bet the game, I'd actually be on the New England side, especially if I can get plus money on a money line price. I think this is kind of like a literal coin flip. And there's 2 coaches who are Spider-Man memes, Vrabel and Tomlin. They get the best out of their teams in underdog spots. I'll go with the one that's an underdog. But real quick, another game that I've kind of been considering before we head to break here. Bears-Cowboys, the more I think about it, I'm just going to bet Dallas. It's a pick 'em game. I'm getting the much better quarterback. Yeah, I think I'm on your side. It's Dallas. It's Dallas in the game.
Like the much better quarterback in the way like Dak was like an MVP candidate a couple years ago, and Caleb Williams might be out of the league in 3 years. I agree with you. On the other side, we'll find out what the whale capper Drew Dinsick thinks about week number 3 in the NFL.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
you know how I feel about the Green Bay Packers. They're the best team in the league, in my opinion. Of course, the best team in the NFC. After what I've seen through 2 weeks, and it's just 2 weeks, I think Tampa is the second best team in the NFC behind Green Bay. Like, I'll take Tampa right now on September 16th over Philadelphia. I'll take them over Detroit. And I'll take them over anyone else that you might bring up that's in the NFC. Like, Tampa has really impressed me through these first 2 weeks. And when they get healthy, which is the big caveat because they're missing some key guys, when they get healthy, especially on offense, they're going to be sick. Like, I was texting the guys last night. I was like, man, I mean, imagine this offense when they get Tristan Wirfs back. They're without their best player. Pound for pound, Tristan Wirfs is the best player on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's been dealing with the knee injury since training camp. They win those first 2 games on the road without him. Wait until he gets back. Like, Baker Mayfield, like, I'm not the biggest Baker guy, but like, he's a good starting quarterback. I think anybody with eyeballs can see that. The O-line will be really good once Wirfs gets back. Let's get Luke Gadecki back as well because he played in last night's game, but only for like a quarter, got hurt again with that foot injury, so he had to leave the game. Like, let's get those offensive tackles back and healthy. They're missing both Chris Godwin and Jalen McMillan in that wide receiver room that can go along with Mike Evans and Emeka Ibuka, who scored another touchdown last night. How about the running backs? Bucky Irvin's awesome. Rashad White, like, that dude was out there looking like prime Le'Veon Bell on a couple of those carries where he's kind of just like slalom skiing his way through the Houston Texans defense. Like, he was sick last night. And defensively, they can stop the run with Big Vita Vea in the middle, which I think you can't just call him Vita Vea. You got to call him Big Vita Vea. That's what it is, because that dude is massive. Go Huskies. He is an awesome player, and every time he's on the field, it makes the opposition one-dimensional.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, 20 minutes from now, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, and we have something special coming your way with our friends, the host of BetMGM tonight, the bald freak, Brad Evans. But until then, we are joined right now by our pal, NBC sports betting analyst, co-host of the Deep Dive Pod. He's not bald. He's got awesome, long, luxurious hair. The great Drew Dinsick, better known to you and yours as the Whale Capper, on Twitter at Whale_Capper. My friend, welcome back to the show. What's going on?
You know, just looking for a winner, Nick.
It's not been the most fun start to the season. Drew, you're looking for a winner. What is the bet that you are currently most confident will cash this weekend in the National Football League, and why?
Most confident that will cash. Well, the market says my best bet was Jets plus 7.5 because that is now 6.5, trending 6. Don't ask me why I go to war with the Jets again after what happened against the Bills. But
do you want Tyrod for that bet?
Oh yeah,
do you want
absolutely.
Fields?
I would much rather have a unconcussed Tyrod than a concussed Justin Fields out there. If you're asking Fields to get it done without in trying not to put him in harm's way with the scramble and the running, then you've taken away the most dangerous dimension of his football game. And I would rather he just gets the weekend off. I'm assuming he gets the weekend off. I don't see anything benefiting the Jets by forcing him out there. But I don't feel confident in anything right now. I'm not firing with confidence whatsoever. I thought for sure I had a good number when the Titans finally hit plus 3.5 and it was flat. That's drifted to where it looks like that's going to 4. So that's that one's a wild one. I'm getting frisky with backup quarterback in Cincinnati on the road, in Minnesota against the backup quarterback. We're at week 3 and I feel like I'm scraping the bottom.
Do we like I gotta be honest, do we need to have like an intervention for you right now?
Me? Yeah. No.
Betting because like you sound like you're in the dumps. I'm being honest.
Long way from Maui.
Well, I'm down through 2 weeks. I've had 2 losing weeks in a row to start the season. That's happened before. Like, I'm not completely inert. I'm not this is the first season I've been betting the NFL where I've lost the first 2 weeks. But the way that it's happened specifically with some of my higher staked sides has really been tough to get over. And I feel like as I look overall at my futures portfolio, I look at my numbers, like I haven't really changed much outside of the injuries. So it's not like I'm really seeing things play out with certain coaches, with certain teams, with certain quarterbacks where I'm like, well, they caught me by surprise. Really got to make some adjustments there.
So
like
it's
I feel like I'm kind of. I feel like
I feel that way about my
yeah.
betting. I'll be honest, and like I'm not saying like I should be up $1 billion, but I mean, yeah, it's probably a little unlucky with some of these losses we've had. There's no question about it. And here's the thing about betting. Yeah. We can get unlucky the whole season. It's possible. It could happen again this week. But I want to. So here's what I need you to do. Like, you're Drew effing Dinsick. Hold on. You're the whale capper. Been coming on the show for years. Extremely respected member of the sports media, the sports betting media. I need you to at least fake some confidence here, even if you don't feel
okay.
It. What
I'm gonna flip the switch. Ready?
I need you to flip the switch.
Bam.
And it's not the Jets, because that price is different. What is the bet that you feel most confident in will cash this weekend?
I cannot make sense of the Patriots being dogs to the Steelers, Nick. This makes absolutely zero sense to me. The Steelers team, the defense right now to me at least, is rated 22nd out of 32 in the NFL. That is anything surprise you about the way you've changed ratings from the start of the season to now? Yes, I have downgraded the Steelers tremendously. It looks like there is a little bit of a step backwards for TJ Watt, which is honestly a carryover of the performance we saw from him at the end of last season, combined with the fact that there's just not enough difference makers on this team who can at least be available and healthy. The fact that the rushing attack for the Jets was just like, they looked like gods out there week 1 against the Steelers team. And that the Seahawks, who I honestly thought the Seahawks were ready to just quit on Ken Walker. Like, it's just not going to happen, Ken. Thanks for coming. And Ken Walker goes out and runs for 100 yards, 5-6 a clip against the Steelers team. So it's literally like, okay, well, if anyone, with a beleaguered rushing attack can just figure out a way to get it going on the ground against the Steelers and put them in negative game states. And then you're asking, Aaron Rodgers, who is very, very susceptible to pressure right now, to make some miracles and come back against teams like this. I think sets up well for the Patriots to get another win. I liked a lot of what I saw from the Patriots offensively against the Miami Dolphins defense. And I will caveat this with, yes, I know the Miami Dolphins defense did not roster or put a secondary on the field. But the fact that the Patriots kind of they reined in some of the complexity, they gave Drake May some easier looks, I thought, and in general, did a nice job of kind of carrying over cohesion in the offensive line with some of the run blocking that we saw against a good D line. I would expect that the Patriots can build on that and really put the Steelers in a difficult spot in this one. My numbers right now don't love the Patriots. I think they're a minus team overall. But the gap between the Steelers and the Patriots is nil. And the fact that Patriots have some home field advantage here, I think, is enough for me to get involved on the money line. And yes, I am ready to come on next week and complain about Mike Vrabel and some of his in-game decision making. The end of the Patriots-Dolphins game had some coaching decisions that were literally like, yeah, put this in the book of what not to do, type of vibe to them. But that said, just from a talent standpoint, Patriots have the advantage here, and market's still slow catching up to the fact that the Steelers defense potentially washed.
Yeah. The best money line price I could see right now on that game is if you like New England, it's sitting at plus 110. So make sure you shop around out there. BetMGM has it at plus 105. How about the AFC South clash? We saw the Houston Texans last night fall to Tampa. They're now 0-2. Must-win game on Sunday. Don't want to drop to 0-3, especially with the way that Indianapolis looks. Texans, though, 1.5-point underdogs on the road at the Jaguars. Total 44. How are you betting Houston and Jacksonville?
Yeah, dysfunctional offensive line for the Texans. No semblance of a rushing game. You would think that sets up for an opportunity to get in good with the Jaguars here at the cheap price. But I disagree. I think the Texans are still the better team overall. I think that even with home field advantage, I would make Texans a small favorite here. So I took them on the plus money. And just in general, kind of like the opportunity for the Texans defense to really, continue just to frustrate what's going on with Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen right now. The Jaguars have faced now the Panthers and the Bengals defenses this season. They're not good. Neither of those defenses is any good. And you could convince me that the Bengals at least can at times generate a bit of a pass rush, but it's not anywhere close to this level that you are now stepping up facing this Texans defense, who's going to have a lot of opportunities to really put Trevor Lawrence into kind of make decisions quicker mode. You know what Trevor Lawrence has been doing poorly this year? Making good, quick decisions. He is really, really not on, kind of comfortable with what's being asked offensively. The friction between him and Cohen is palpable. And his expected number one receiver in Brian Thomas Jr. is not the player we saw on the field last year. He's not. The drops, the lack of effort, the attitude, the body language, something is up with that guy. And, the fact that, it's not clear then who do you go to in the passing game between this next cast of characters is going to be a problem. And I would expect that Texans finally get on the winning side of the ledger in this one in an ugly game. And there were moments where CJ Stroud did some pretty unremarkable things last night. Where he threw some passes that were, you'd love to see them. You'd love to have them have another chance at that. But just generally, I think there have been enough highs through 2 weeks, and there is a learning curve with this offense that you are starting to see dividends with some of the passing concepts. And the Jaguars defense is a problem. It is staring everyone in the face, and nobody is noticing it because they have played, a helpless Panthers team week one, followed up with, largely a backup quarterback week two. And I think Stroud and Nico Collins break out this week, set the wheels in motion to come back a bit in that division, albeit they've dug themselves a nice little hole. And just in general, I think this Texans squad is probably buy low right now. And I say this knowing that when we started the season, I was like universe low on Texans. I was off market low, did not think that the market had this team pegged right at all. And the market has since come down to where I was and gone past it to where I think it is an overreaction. So this is the way it goes. We're 3 weeks into the season and we got to buy low on a team that I never thought I would be betting on this year.
You better you bet on this Tuesday. Our guest, the whale capper, Drew Dinsick, on Twitter at whale_capper. We got 5 minutes left. I'd like to hit as many games as possible, Drew. Let's go lightning round here, maybe 30 seconds per. Vikings and Bengals, battle of backup quarterbacks. Carson Wentz for Minnesota, Jake Browning for Cincinnati. Minnesota, a 3-point home favorite, although it looks like this might drop to 2.5. Totals 42. Are you betting Vikings, Bengals? If so, how? 30 seconds.
If you can still get a 3, don't run to the window for the 3. I think Browning and company are going to be just fine against this Vikings team. The Vikings defense right now is a major problem. If they faced, a good complete offense this week with the starting quarterback, there's no chance they would be favored. All of the missing pieces, all the missing bodies, and just in general, the attrition that we've already seen through 2 weeks has really hurt that unit in terms of just talent. And while Carson Wentz may ultimately be fine because Kevin O'Connell is a witch, I don't know that that's happening week one. And his super late addition to the team during training camp and his lack of reps with these guys and the fact that he's not going to have a healthy offensive line are all reasons to be very, very doubtful that this is just a clean, easy, entry spot for Carson Wentz with this offense. So I make this game a pick. I think the Vikings are in a very, very bad way right now. And the fact that they have so many important injuries on both sides of the ball, and after potentially losing this game to the Bengals, have to pack it up and go to Europe for 2 weeks is wild. I don't know how the Vikings get their season back on track. I don't know if they even take McCarthy to Europe, but he really needed those reps in sort of that extended preseason, extended training camp that you get when you're away with the team for a week like that. And I think that this ankle injury and his inability to kind of get the reps he needs early in the season is really going to have negative effects on his development. So I didn't think we were going to be here already through week 3. And the injury was fluky. But consider me sincerely concerned about the JJ McCarthy era.
3 minutes to go. I want to hit 3 more games here. Eagles and the Rams. The Rams are getting bet right now. This looks like it may come off 3. So Philly's 3.5 for the moment, 44.5. Give me 30 seconds here on Eagles and Rams.
Any more action towards LA here, and I got to bet Philly. I get why people are excited about the Rams right now. I'm excited about the Rams right now. They're like my number 7 team in the NFL. I think the defense is, people are watching the film and they're like, oh my God, these guys are young. They're nasty. They don't have really a clear and obvious hole. Like, these guys are good. And, anyone who thought that coming into the season, Matthew Stafford was done, well, he took some sort of magic rejuvenation potion and looks like a much younger and much more ready to play player than anyone anticipated. And so, use your late season rating for Matthew Stafford when you come up with a number for this Rams team. And even with all of that, there is no way I can get to 3 for this Eagles-Rams team. So the minute it ticks there, I'm betting Eagles -3. This is a brutal spot for the Rams. They traveled cross country last week to play a Titans team that gave them more of a fight than they expected. They go back to LA. They fly back to Philly this week. They have more travel coming up that, they need to be kind of conscientious of how much they're testing these guys, using their juice in practice. So they could be a little bit, less prepared than you would normally want to be in a game like this, just to try to keep the miles off these guys. The Rams can be competitive. They could win this game. But I look at the talent gap between these two teams. I look at my gap in terms of fair between these two teams. And I think 3.5 is perfect. So if you're going to give me 3, I will take it with the Eagles.
We have 10 seconds for this answer. Broncos or Chargers? Chargers 2.5. What do you like on Sunday? 10 seconds.
Broncos.
Money
Not
line?
like super excited about it. Yeah, money line if you're going to play it.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm very excited. I'm
the
like
Chargers
the most
game plan
excited I've
against
been
the
all
Raiders
season.
was just annoying. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I'm not like that excited
Packers
about
kill
it,
the
but
Browns,
yeah, Broncos.
or Browns keep it close.
Packers choose their number. Really.
Kind of like the under in the game. That's interesting. Browns
you know why you like the under? Because we're going to get a healthy dose of Mr. Dylan Gabriel in that one.
Oh, my God. Yeah, this is Browns team total under. On Twitter at @whale_capper. NBC Sports, the Deep Dive Podcast. My friend, you're going to smash it this week. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, best luck, guys.
The Whale Capper, Drew Dinsick, joining us on You Better You Bet. On the other side, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
because I did fall in the category of thinking that this is micromanaging, that like she needs to step back. But now I think I appreciate it. I think I appreciate the fact that she wants to do a good job, and the fact that she is trying to learn more about the product that she's in charge of. Because, like, we see all types of owners, you know, across the sports landscape, whether it's Jerry Jones, who's a little too hands-on and has this big ego, because I don't think this is a case of ego. Like, I don't think she's down there to, like, make a statement and, like, say, here I am, everybody, look at me. I honestly think she is trying to do good to the family name and say, listen, like, I want to know everything there is to know about the team that I own and everything that goes on. So I think at the end of the day, like, I appreciate the passion. I think it's a good thing as long as she is not trying to make like coaching decisions. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I think her presence is fine as long as she's not like tapping everybody on the shoulder, be like, hey, Jonathan Taylor. So I think you missed a cut back there where, you know, there was somebody in your face, but you could have gone left. Like, she's not doing that, I don't think.
I think it's like, it's not that I have an issue with her learning as much as she can. Look, she knows ball. She's been a part of the team's operation staff since 2012, so it's not like she doesn't know the game. She knows the game. I just think it's an unnecessary distraction. Like, you can still wear a headset. You can still be locked into everything that's being talked about and not be right there on the sideline. I think that's what it is for me. So by all means, take notes, put on a headset, make the call. It's your team. You know the game. Great. Like, if that makes us a better team and you want to be held accountable for wins and losses because you're running the show, I have no issue with that at all. Do your thing. But I think her presence on the sideline, it's all good when the team is winning. Like, when you're 2-0 and things are going great, it's like, oh, this is cool, she's down here. But it has nothing to do with her being a woman or anything like that. It has everything to do with seeing an owner on the sideline wearing a headset, which you never see.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. And by that I mean Femi's bets, Jake's bets, and Tyler's bets. The bet that I'm making is save my marriage by spending time with my wife because there's no football tonight. So that's what has to happen for me. That's the bet that I am making, is the bet on my marriage.
Best
we'll
bet
find
of all.
out what Femi, Jake, listen, the best, well, you know. So we'll find out what the guys think coming up momentarily. But first, some thank yous. We had two tremendous guests on the show today. Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth, who was awesome, breaking down, among other things, his Fox Sports teammate Tom Brady, and if there's a conflict of interest there. Also gave us some interesting thoughts on the Chiefs and the Bengals and their chances to make the playoffs, since without Joe Burrow and the Chiefs at 0-2. And then you just heard from the whale capper Drew Dinsick, his best bets for Week 3 in the NFL. And if you, dear listener and dear viewer, missed our guests, missed today's show, 4 hours of Wagertainment, don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. You can catch up on everything you missed, including Femi's Hour, where he gave out his best bet to make in the Heisman Trophy market this week. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Our show sponsor is BetMGM, and we want you, dear listener and dear viewer, to swing big on your next MLB parlay by using today's Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout. If your baseball parlay hits, make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. Our executive producer is Bill Zimmerman. Our technical director, Tyler Morales, who's wearing socks with sandals. Our engineer is Jake the Snake Hassan. Our video producer is God's Perfect Creation, Downtown Mike Brown, who promised last week he would get Mark Schlereth's video situation fixed. Mark Schlereth was on the phone today. And our associate producer, the great Addie Bates. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our pal Ryan Horvat and our guest at this time, the extremely entertaining and the very handsome Brad Evans. Brad, happy Tuesday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos! Happy Team Ramos Tuesday to you and yours.
Oh, I love that. So Brad will give us his best bets for tonight in a moment. But we were talking last week. So I say this, and I'm curious if you agree with this. So who does, like, the imaging on your guy's show? Is it Russ, like the Chicago voice guy that does your imaging?
Yes, primarily.
Do you think he's good?
Yeah, he's got a great voice.
Okay, I think he's terrible. And he does our imaging, and I think it sucks. And I'm ready for something new. And we were talking, and I was like, you know who actually, like, who might be great is Brad. Like, Brad's, like, in on the bit. He's very funny. He makes us laugh. So we have emailed, Bill Zimmerman emailed Brad the Things copy. Like, the copy, like, for the imaging. And, Jake, get it ready in case we want to play it, just for context of what we're talking about here. And, Brad, we were hoping that you could, and obviously, like, audition implies that you want this gig. You may not want it. But I was hoping that you would audition for us here. We'll see how we like it. And maybe that you would be one of the new voices of You Better You Bet, like doing our imaging. How do you feel about that?
No pressure. Let's rock.
Okay, so first, just for context, Jake is going to play the Open to Things. I think this is overproduced. It's entirely too dramatic. There's too much souse on it, or rouse as we call it, for Russ's sauce, rouse. Go ahead, Jake, play it.
We've scanned the globe. We've searched near and far. We've found the best of the best. And now, You Better You Bet brings you Things.
All right, we can cut it. Actually, you know what? Let's just bring the bed down. Bring the bed down. Yeah, leave it up a little bit. So, Brad, can you give us your best? Like, you're doing the imaging here. You are going to be a star voiceover guy. How would you read the Things copy?
Certainly wouldn't do it with that much dramatic flair, so let's go ahead and give it a whirl. In 3, 2, we've scanned the globe. We've searched near and far. We've found the best of the best. And now, You Better You Bet brings you Things.
Honestly, Brad's way better than Russ. Femi, do you like?
Yes.
And Femi, you can be honest. Like, who's better?
Brad is a big time talent. I also will say this though, I know Brad's got a little bit more velocity that he can go to. Like if we want to ratchet it up a little bit. No, we don't want to ratchet up too much. We don't want too much Ross on it. But like, there's a little bit more there that I think Brad. But I think we're close.
Brad, do you want to give it? Because so you can be honest. And were you like a little purposefully like dialed back there?
Not really. I'm just me being me. But we can give it a second chance if you guys want to hear another copy.
How about this? This is how I put it. Like Brad Evans did that first audition. I need the bald freak for this one.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, so you want a little extra spice. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
In 3, 2, we've scanned the globe. We've searched near and far. We found the best of the best. And now, You Better You Bet brings you Things.
That was a little freaky deaky.
Yeah.
We're gonna convene, Brad. So, like, if we decide collectively that we would like for Brad Evans to voice some of our imaging, if we make that decision, are you open to doing that for us?
Yes. If tequila's involved as payment, I'm in.
So so when we're in Vegas for the NCAA tournament, like drinks on us, and you'll read some imaging for us.
Hells to the yes! I'm in on that fact.
Oh, I absolutely love it. Brad Evans is the voice of you. I feel like I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh,
Monday Night Football.
Oh, Lord. Brad, what's the best bet for tonight in the world of sports?
I'm not going to give you a bet tonight. I'm going to look ahead to Thursday because you want to grab this before the plus money goes bye-bye. I'm taking the over on Devon Achane. 5.5 receptions at plus 115 there at BetMGM. He is going to be a busy man in the check down game. It's going to be dump off Devon in this one. A guy who has really accumulated a ton of catches against the Buffalo Bills in his career. In fact, the last couple of games, he has gone north of 50 yards receiving and back-to-back contests, caught at least 7 balls in those as well. And a guy is going to be scoreboard chasing his numero uno in team target percentage among all running backs through 2 weeks of play. So Devon Achane going to be dynamite as a receiver in garbage time. Over 5.5 catches at plus 115. I can't believe it's plus money.
Brad, we appreciate everything. You're the best. Have a great show tonight on BetMGM tonight. We will catch up with you tomorrow where we will play, what's the name of the game? Name that prop. Guess that prop.
Predict the prop.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, a little alliteration. Brad, we're looking forward to that. Have a great show. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Zebby Matthews over 5.5 Ks. I'm out.
So he put some rouse on that at the end there with the I'm out. The great Brad Evans joining us on the show. BetMGM tonight coming up after us. All right, Bill Zimmerman is with us, our executive producer. Bill, what did you think of Brad's audition? Do you like him more or less than Russ?
I thought Brad did an excellent job. I think that would change things up a little bit. Like, we have Russ that does the hour open. So if we have Brad do some of the segment imaging, I think it would punch things up.
Should Brad do the actual open of the show or no? No, right?
I think we can have Russ can do that.
It might be an encroachment if Brad did the actual open.
Bill, will there be a new open tomorrow?
There would have been a new open at 5 o'clock. I blew that one. So if we wanted to play the 4 o'clock open at 5, we had it. I thought I sent it to Jake, but but technology defeated me.
What do you think of Mike Brown's inability to get Mark Schlereth on video this week?
This goes beyond Mike Brown. It's not good. But yeah, it's just beyond Mike.
Would you like to share anyone who may or may not be at fault, or do you not want to do that?
No, I mean it's a collective from above.
Oh, okay. Yes.
It's a no, Nick. If you're
Bill has just backed up the world's largest truck over everyone that works for the company. Thank you very much. The great Bill Zimmerman here on the show. All right, let's drop the dope best beat, and we'll get to the bets for tonight. Femi, what do you got cooking for tonight in sports?
I got some W. Nothing for me in baseball, but we have the WNBA playoffs, a couple of game twos, potential elimination games that we have on our docket there. The Dream have a 1-0 series lead, as do the Aces. I'm going to back the Aces. I think my beloved Seattle Storm go down, and they are eliminated tonight. Asia Wilson, I've been saying it all throughout this summer. She's got that look, and I think she's going to advance, and her team's going to cover the number. There's a 4 out there. I will be laying that 4. I like the Aces, but I think this is going to be set up to an interesting betting spot to where I think a lot of folks are going to be like, this is the Aces time, collision course with them in Minnesota. I think the Atlanta Dream will beat them in the next round, but the Aces get it done tonight. They'll cover the number.
Oh, so wait. So if I wanted to like Aces money line, what am I parlaying it with? Tyler and Jake, you guys got anything good?
I mean, I like to think so. I'm with Brad on Zebulon's over for the strikeouts. I stole that one for me. I also like the Royals at home against Logan Gilbert, who's terrible on the road. I'll take the Padres, too, at a plus money price and fade the Mets, who are trying their best to get out of the playoffs and just fall out of the wild card. So, sure, give me Michael King at plus money. I hope so, because it would be so funny, and I would laugh very, very hard.
Me too.
Not at Fenny, but at the Mets.
I would love it. Tyler, what do you got? What's the best bet for tonight? And then, we need to figure out what the one best bet is to parlay with Aces money line.
Well, I like the Mets tonight, so I don't know if you want my bet. They're Clay Holmes is starting, and then Sean Manaea's coming. They're not going to let Clay Holmes pitch like 5 innings, which I think probably helps. And they're trying something new, so give me the Mets on the money line.
All right, so Femi, you want to break, what is the bet that we want to pair with the Aces money line?
How about you pair it with the other WNBA game that tips off in about 30 minutes? The Atlanta Dream. Do a money line favorite
Dream
parlay.
Aces?
Dream Aces.
Tyler, why don't you like that? You're shaking
Because the
your
Mets
head.
are going to win.
So 3-teamer?
Yeah.
Dream Aces Mets.
Oh, baby.
Mets are dreaming of an ace. Is it Clay
Can't wait
Holmes?
to,
Yes.
Can't wait. When my wife says, hey, like it's Tuesday, why are you looking at your phone? Well, Femi told me Asia Wilson had that look. He literally goes, I said all summer that Asia Wilson's got that look.
I've been saying it, man.
Like, if I've said it once, I've said it a billion times. Asia Wilson, she's got that look.
Wait till tomorrow night. One of the great stories in sports goes down as the Lynx beat the Valkyries.
Trying to think of, like, what else can Brad Evans voice for us? Now, like, I'm very excited for all the possibilities. All right, we'll
Get the
catch
lab
everybody tomorrow on a wonderful Football Wednesday. Until then, for Femi Abebefe, I'm Nick Costos, wishing you, dear listener and dear viewer, minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
.5% of his fantasy production so far has come with the legs and not via the arm. You look at the next three matchups for Kansas City at the New York Giants, number 31 in rush EPAD so far this season, and the Ravens, who are number 23 in rush EPAD, and then he followed with a road matchup at Jacksonville, number 18 in rush EPAD. Again, Mahomes really pulling out all the tricks in the bag. I think he's going to continue to run as long as he stays healthy because he's so effective. And with the defense is sitting back in coverage, man, he's taking an incredible advantage. And that is boosting the bottom line from a fantasy football perspective. Emeka Egbuka in the end zone. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. The rookie sensation from Ohio State getting it done yet again. Chris Godwin, who? I'm going to be really curious to see how they utilize Godwin with him and Egbuka on the field together when Godwin does come back, which is going to be sometime in October. Egbuka already's got 3 grabs in this game for 22 yards, which is leading the team, and that touchdown. Again, if you grab them in the middle rounds of your fantasy draft, of course, you had to pay a premium because the ADP kept climbing and climbing and climbing throughout August. But he has been worth every penny. 2 touchdowns in week 1, follows up with another score in week 2.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-O hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge. They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here. Another bombastic edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, and joining me on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday, my guy, Ryan Horvat. Hell, we got a program for you this evening. Of course, we're going to be breaking down our bets and our cards here momentarily. And we're going to follow with another edition of Choose Your Own Adventure. Some interesting news and notes coming off the wire in the National Football League. And Ryan is going to pick one of those pass. We're going to travel down it and break it all down. From there, Parlay Pete's going to stop on by, get his parlay of the day on the board. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Roll the shoulders to get seduced by the juice, and working some bonus time bets as well. From there, fade or follow college football week number 4 as we enter the 4-pack of games. And I'm going to ask you the simple question to Ryan Horvat. Are you going to fade or are you going to follow the favorites in those matchups? We're going to be discussing those. And if we get some time, we'll work in another NFL bet for an early bonus time in that segment. Speaking of the NFL, we're going to be talking Bear Down Chicago Bears with Mark Harmon, our Bears insider. Do they get off the schneid this week at 0-2? They're taking on the Dallas Cowboys. And the first 2, maybe 50 points wins that one. Defense is going to be a luxury item, I think, really, for both of those squads. So we'll discuss, is DeAndre Swift, his day is going to be numbered. Maybe Kyle Monunga is breathed down the neck. What about Caleb Williams? What kind of grade is Mark Harmon really going to give him after a couple of games? And is the Rome Dunze breakout going to continue? Don't want to miss that interview coming up in Seg 4. Then Seg 5. The trade winds are blowing again. Last night we talked running backs in fantasy football. Tonight we're going to be featuring wide receivers, including Roma Dunze. What a quinky nank. Along with Deebo Samuel, Juwan Jennings, and more. Should you be buying? Should you be selling? Should you be holding pat? With each one of those guys, we'll have an in-depth discussion around fantasy football and those trade commodities at wide receiver. Then Team Huevos Tuesday, all plus money all the time, deal or call it, followed by getting down with our guy Rob Brown, college football, and of course the NFL. I'm going to ask him about the ILL and the Battle of the Corn, taking on the Indiana Hoosiers. Hopefully he's going to say the smart thing and say the orange and blue are at least going to cover. They are catching 4.5 there in Bloomington on Saturday night, followed by our week 3 quarterback flames, lames, and shockers specials. And 2, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine program. If you have any fantasy football start sit questions already racking your brain, you want to talk to waiver wire with the deadline fast approaching tonight, and maybe got a trade offer on the table you want to get our opinion on, or you want to talk anything in the world of sports betting, guess what? You absolutely can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also submit your comments and questions via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: what widely available wide receiver is your most preferred fantasy free agent pickup this week? Your options are Wan'Dale Robinson of the New York Giants, Troy Franklin of the Denver Broncos, Diami Brown of the Jacksonville Jaguars, or Romeo Doubs of the Green Bay Packers. So far, over 200 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your Democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Let me bring in my esteemed colleague, Mr. Smarty Pants himself. That is Ryan Horvath. It's time for Choose Your Own Adventure. Here are your choices tonight. Option number 1. Eagles OC Kevin Patullo said more design runs are coming for Jalen Hurts. Ooh, is that going to start this week for Eagles Fly in their matchup against the Rams? We shall see. Option number 2, Christian Kirk is expected back from injury in week 3 with Houston traveling down in a revenge game narrative for Christian Kirk taking on his former employer down at Duval County, that being the Jacksonville Jaguars. Option number 3, Aaron Jones placed on injured reserve with a hamstring injury, going to miss the next 4 weeks. How big of a boost is this then for Jordan Mason? And option number 4, Aaron Glenn said if Justin Fields does not practice Wednesday or Thursday, he will have have to probably go a different route. I'd like to go with the backup and Tyrod Taylor. So he will be placed on the bench. So we shall see. Again, Tyrod Taylor is the backup for the New York Jets. So out of Jalen Hurts maybe running more, Christian Kirk possibly being back in week 3, Aaron Jones going on IR. What does that do for Jordan Mason's fantasy value? Or Justin Fields may or may not practice on Wednesday or Thursday. That will ultimately determine his availability for the JETS matchup this week. So out of those 4, where do you want to go? Choose your own adventure.
Let's go to Minnesota's backfield because I was already high on Jordan Mason coming into the season. I, like a lunatic, placed a small little pizza wager on him to lead the league in touchdowns just because I like what I saw in San Francisco before he himself got injured while filling in for Christian McCaffrey. And so far, so good. Now, a little worried about the Vikings offense. Obviously, Darisaw still not healthy, so the offensive line beat up. Obviously, the Aaron Jones injury. They're going to be without Jordan Addison here for another week as well. And now no J.J. McCarthy. But, the more that I think about this, Brad, Carson Wentz, it's Carson Wentz, right? But J.J. McCarthy, outside of the fourth quarter in that Chicago game, hasn't looked all that great, hasn't looked all that comfortable. So maybe this is a little bit of an upgrade after all. So if you're a fantasy owner, I love Jordan Mason moving forward. I know that they just picked up Cam Akers, but I think if anything, he plays on third downs, maybe use more as a pass catcher at this stage in his career, but he's familiar with the offense, obviously, KOC's offense. And then as for, like the NFC North, as far as betting, I was looking at it today, you could still get the Packers minus 190, but if you believe in what you saw from the Lions and you don't think that that's just the Bears defense being awful, they're plus 300. To win the North, man. The team that won 15 games last year. I think that's pretty crazy value, but this is big for Jordan Mason. Sucks for the Vikings early on this year, all these injuries, but with Kevin O'Connell and that defense, they might be good enough to survive. We'll see.
Yeah, so here are the next 4 games for Jordan Mason and the Minnesota Vikings. You got a couple of nice matchups here. Of course, coming up this week, a home tilt and a backup bowl game, so to speak, with Jake Browning at the controls and Carson Wentz going under center for the Vikings. So you get the Bengals here in week 3. And then we have no idea what version of the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's been the soft curtain, not the steel curtain so far this season. After that, and that being a road game, then the Cleveland Browns in week 5, then the bye week, and then they come up with the Philadelphia Eagles at home in week 7. So the Eagles matchup, a difficult one. We'll see about Pittsburgh. Cleveland, I would say, is definitely a difficult one as they are top 10 right now in rush EPA defense on the season. But where would you rank, just out of curiosity, Jordan Mason? Predict the line, if you don't mind, of what he's going to do. Again, being the main man, I'm probably going to get presumably 80% of the opportunity share. He can catch the ball cleanly out of the backfield. Cam Akers will be peppered in here and there. What are his final numbers looking like, you believe, this week in that battle of backups against the Cincinnati Bengals?
Yeah, I think realistically, man, 18 carries, 72 yards with a touchdown, a couple grabs, especially just with Cam Akers just getting back into action. We'll see what he even brings to the table here, but I think it's going to be all Jordan Mason. I mean, there's a reason why they went out and not only signed him, but paid him, pretty decent money for 2 years. And he was excellent in that role in the Shanny offense. So I was really high on him, like I said, coming into the year. And it stinks for Aaron Jones, but now I think it's an 80% workload for him, 80-20, between him and all the other backs. So I could see like a minimum of 72 yards and a score on the ground.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm plugging a triple down. I've lost back-to-back bets and back-to-back weeks on Jordan Mason, anytime touchdown. But let's go back to the damn well. It ain't completely poisoned. And now with the giant opportunity share waiting, and two, the Bengals just over 22 in rushing PAD through a couple of games. Jordan Mason, an RB2 through and through this week. Even in 10-team leagues, I think he's going to be a top 20 rusher for fantasy football purposes. All right, let's go ahead and move on and discuss our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays, possibly for the night, or looking ahead, college football week number 4, or the NFL and week number 3. Numero uno on your card, mi amigo. What do you got?
All right, so I'm going all NFL here, and I'm going to get all my gross ones that everybody's going to mock out of the way. I know Brandon's not going to like a couple of these, I'm sure. So the first one, I wrote this down on Sunday when they showed the celebration in the Dallas locker room. Great moment for Brian Schottenheimer. Gets his first NFL career win as head coach. Dak played a hell of a game. They're celebrating. But then I see 85-year-old or whatever he is, Jerry Jones, right? And they're doing the yeah for everything. And Jerry Jones is in there all pumped up. And I'm like, no. No. You don't get to celebrate. You don't get rewarded for bad behavior. You just traded Micah Parsons for Kenny Clark at 30 years old and 2 first-round picks to the Green Bay Packers, and they have legit shots both years to win Super Bowls. So you don't get rewarded for bad behavior. I know how bad it looks right now in Chicago, but that was a bad spot week too, man. And the Lions, Dan Campbell really wanted to put it on Ben Johnson in that game. As we saw, they hung 50. Bears defense is a mess and they're beat up. But how about that Cowboys defense, man? They gave up 506 total yards to Russ Wilson and the Giants. Bears go back home and they look much better. They beat the Cowboys. This is more a fade right now on the Dallas Cowboys. They don't get to celebrate right now. They traded Micah Parsons to the Packers. And the Packers defense looks like the 85 Bears. Bears win this week.
Yeah, again, I think it's first, and this number keeps going up. First is 60 points now. Whoever gets to that mark is going to win that game because defense is going to be highly optional for both of these squads. All right, numero uno on my card tonight on the dime. And give me Zebby Matthews over 5.5 strikeouts against the New York Yankees at a plus 110. You look at the Yankees, third highest K rate of any team in the bigs the last couple of weeks at 28.8%. And Zebby Matthews, an outstanding 10.38 K per nine on the year. Close to a 28% call post swing strike rate. Much better pitcher at home. They're in Minnesota, a 3.56 ERA. They're in the friendly confines. He already has a 9 strikeout game. I think it's a New York Yankees log back in the middle of August. But altogether, Zebby Matthews over 5.5 strikeouts against the Yanks at plus 110. Numero dos on your card. What do you have?
This one's disgusting. I took the Dolphins today at 12.5. This is the do they have any pride left special of the week, or have they just completely quit? If they lose by 13 plus points to a divisional rival this week in a standalone game that everybody in the world's watching, Mike McDaniel is back to carrying Kyle Shanahan's luggage through airports. They actually showed some fight against New England, man. They should have won that game if Devon Achane doesn't step out of bounds. Trends are terrible. They're 1-6 against Buffalo under McDaniel, but I think 12.5 is too many points. This is a backdoor cover maybe, but I'll take the Dolphins on Thursday night. Can't even say it.
By the way, the margin of victory for Buffalo last 5 matchups between these two teams, 10.38 points. So that's well south of the 12.5 number. So it benefits you. So just hit your average margin of loss or defeat Miami, and you score the cover for my boy. All right, numero dos on my card. Another same-game parlay, Major League Baseball. Give me the Milwaukee Brewers on the money line, and give me Freddie Peralta, 8+ Ks. Even Steven plus 100 juice. They're taking on the L.A. Angels there in Milwaukee. The Angels have the second highest K rate in the bigs over the last couple of weeks, and Peralta, 10.17 K per nine in the year. He has struck out at least a snowman in 3 consecutive starts. Outstanding at home with a 1.72 ERA, and he's going against K. Durant, who's got a 6+ ERA in 4 starts. So put all together, I like a Milwaukee money line, Peralta, 8+ Ks to cash in at a plus 100 juice. All right, numero tres on your card. Horvat, Bring it home.
Game of the week, in my opinion, so I had to get a bet in. Give me the Rams plus 3.5. I've been really impressed with the Rams on the defensive side of the ball. Love McVay. Stafford looks healthy. He's making all the throws. The Devontae Adams connection right now is a beautiful thing, man. And Puka's obviously a stud. They're going to get the ground game humming. I love the Rams to cover, man. They were 13 yards short of beating the Eagles last year in the playoffs. I think they get their revenge and at least cover the 3.5.
All right, Numero Tracer B real quick. Yuri Perez of the Miami Marlins. Give me the over 5.5 strikeouts against Colorado Pebbles on the road at even Steven plus 100 juice. He's done this in 3 of his last 6 starts in Colorado. Number 1 in K rate the last couple of weeks, punching out over 31% of their plate appearances. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. Bets, and more bets. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
You don't need to put these in order, but I'm curious. Joe and I were talking about this off the top. We've seen 2 weeks now of NFL. Who are the 4 best teams in the league? Any order, 4 best.
Bills, Packers, Eagles, Rams.
Rams over Ravens?
Ravens out.
Yeah, Ravens have to be in there too. Who am I tossing out? Who am I tossing out for the Ravens? Yeah. I mean, I was so confident. I knew I was missing. Yeah, I guess you toss out the Rams. I think the Rams are right there in the top 10, though, top 5. The Rams would be my 5th. The Rams are really good, man. Rams.
No, I'm just laughing at Ravens. They go from top 4 to hey, well, they're top 10.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, they're. I was like, all right, who am I? I know I'm missing some. I actually did this last night. Somebody was asking me, like, who are the best teams in football? And I was texting with somebody, and I was like, oh yeah, and the Ravens. So I mean, like, that's just my brain. That's not me discounting the Ravens. They look great. Bills look awesome. You know, I think right now, if you were sort of penciling in, if you had to take a conference championship exacta or quad box or whatever it would be called, quadfecta, it would be Packers, Eagles, and Bills, Ravens, right? I mean, those would be the 4 teams that I think you would expect to be there. I really do think, I mean, the Rams at 18-1 to win the Super Bowl. I don't know if that's like good value per se, but I'm telling you, this Rams team, to me, the first 2 weeks of the season is underrated for sure.
You know how I feel about the Green Bay Packers. They're the best team in the league, in my opinion, of course, the best team in the NFC. After what I've seen through 2 weeks, and it's just 2 weeks, I think Tampa is the second best team in the NFC behind Green Bay. Like, I'll take Tampa right now on September 16th over Philadelphia. I'll take them over Detroit. And I'll take them over anyone else that you might bring up that's in the NFC. Like, Tampa has really impressed me through these first 2 weeks. And when they get healthy, which is the big caveat because they're missing some key guys, when they get healthy, especially on offense, they're going to be sick. Like, I was texting the guys last night. I was like, man, I mean, imagine this offense when they get Tristan Wirfs back. They're without their best player. Pound for pound, Tristan Wirfs is the best player on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's been dealing with the knee injury since training camp. They win those first 2 games on the road without him. Wait until he gets back. Like, Baker Mayfield, like, I'm not the biggest Baker guy, but, like, he's a good starting quarterback. I think anybody with eyeballs can see that. The O-line will be really good once Wirfs gets back. Let's get Luke Gadecki back as well because he played in last night's game, but only for like a quarter, got hurt again with that foot injury, so he had to leave the game. Like, let's get those offensive tackles back and healthy. They're missing both Chris Godwin and Jalen McMillan in that wide receiver room that can go along with Mike Evans and Emeka Ibuka, who scored another touchdown last night. How about the running backs? Bucky Irvin's awesome. Rashad White, like that dude was out there looking like prime Le'Veon Bell on a couple of those carries where he's kind of just like slalom skiing his way through the Houston Texans defense. Like, he was sick last night. And defensively, they can stop the run with Big Vita Vea in the middle, which I think you can't just call him Vita Vea. You got to call him Big Vita Vea. That's what it is, because that dude is massive. Go Huskies. He is an awesome player, and every time he's on the field, it makes the opposition one-dimensional.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Edmonds with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. Phone lines remain wide as open, and we want to hear your fantasy football questions. If you're debating their priorities on the waiver wire, if you're debating a possible trade that you want to make, or maybe already looking ahead at some start-sit decisions ahead of Thursday night or the main slate in NFL week number 3, by all means, we are here to help. We want to extend that helping hand and give you our 2 cents. If you want to talk sports betting as well, whether some of the current lines that are out or looking into the not-so-distant future or the greater future, and some of those markets as well there at BetMGM, we'd love to hear from you to boot. So simple way to contact Mr. Horvat and myself. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. And pardon me for a second, I gotta yell at this moron at the bar. We gotta get his 2 cents. Hey, you drunk pirate, get over here! Yeah, shiver me timbers. I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is in the house, and he's looking to get some action in the WNBA playoffs. Playoffs? Yeah, the WNBA and the postseason is underway. So on this SGP between the Seattle Storm and Las Vegas Aces, leg numero uno, he's going to go with the Seattle Storm on the alt spread at plus 10.5. And leg numero dos, Asia Wilson, 20-plus points. Oh, and look at this. Leg numero tres, Asia Wilson, 10-plus rebounds. Before I give you the reasons, the Jews have the reasons here straight from the cold dead hand of one Parlay Pete. Again, leg numero uno, the Seattle Storm and the alt spread at plus 10.5. Seattle is 3-2 ATS on this line against the Aces this season, though they are just 2-8 in their last 10 against the spread. Meanwhile, flipping the script, the Aces are 7-3 against the spread in their last 10. But again, that's why we're boosting the line here, as these teams are only separated by 4 spots over the last 2 weeks in terms of their net overall efficiency. So Parlay People believes Seattle Storm keep within single digits, plus the 10.5. Meanwhile, leg numero dos, Asia Wilson, 20-plus points. And leg numero tres, Asia Wilson, 10-plus rebounds. Arguably the best player in the WNBA, should win MVP honors. You look over the last 10, Seattle has allowed the most opponent rebounds per game, though they've allowed the 4th fewest opponent points per game. Still, Wilson, in 4 matchups against the Storm this season, she has gone over both thresholds in the same game, not once, but twice. So hopefully that's going to come through for Parlay Pete. So to recap, yeah, shiver me timbers. On the same game parlay, that'll be NBA playoffs matchup between the Storm and the Aces. Leg numero uno, Parlay Pete going with the Storm plus 10.5 on the alt spread. Leg numero dos, Asia Wilson 20+ points. And leg numero tres, Asia Wilson 10+ rebounds. Uno, dos, tres, mi amigos. You put those hands together, a cool plus 138 at BetMGM. By the way, Parlay Pete up 12.61 units lifetime. Took the L last night because Ashton Genty could not find the damn end zone, which was a shortcoming of the Las Vegas Raiders overall. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer. Thank you, Brando. All right. Played 6 wagers today. Here's another one. Now, this one's ugly, but we're actually going to go with an ugly favorite. We're going to go back to the well here with, unfortunately, my preseason ACC pick. They still got a shot, though. They're not dead yet. That's the Clemson Tigers. I bet this at 17. Looks like it's up to 17.5. I still like it against Cuse. I think they're going to beat Syracuse by 21 points. Syracuse, not the same team that they were year one for Fran Brown. Steve Angeli's been decent, completing over 60% of his passes, 8 touchdowns, 2 picks. But Clemson's 1-2, and they're desperate. And today, I don't know if you guys saw this, Dabo was at the podium, and he started just spinning out at a press conference, saying if you want him gone, buy him out, but he's a winner. He'll go to a beach and continue to win or some nonsense. I have no idea. But this team is talented. I mean, there's a reason why they were priced plus 110 to win the ACC. They bring back a lot of guys that were on the team that made the playoff last year. The issue has been their offensive line. They're not getting much push, but last week they were actually pretty solid. They finally got the ground game going despite the loss to Georgia Tech. And they've been struggling in pass protection, but they were actually able to protect Cade Klubnik a little bit. I think in a desperate spot, they're going to beat up on Syracuse, beat the hell out of them. So 17's a gift on Clemson this week. I think they moved to 2-2, and they win this game by 21 points. So we're going back with the Fighting Tigers, the Fighting Dabos this weekend.
Quite the convincing argument there, Mr. Horvat. I'm probably going to have to tell you on that because I am completely buying into your narrative and beliefs that Clemson absolutely steamrolls the Syracuse Orange. All right, I'm going to go back to the WNBA. Why not? It's a crazy Team Huevos Tuesday here on BetMGM tonight. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go! Pulled up a little Sirius XM earlier today, First Wave, and I heard Sledgehammer by Peter Gabriel. It started my day. Yeah. I'm like, oh, it's going to be an awesome day. And it was. I cranked out a lot of columns and work, prepped for the show, had a couple other phone conversations with some dear friends, even took a power nap today. I feel like $1 million right now. And hopefully Natasha Howard's going to be helping me out in that feeling. I'm taking the over on 6.5 rebounds. Game tipping off here in about 3 minutes in that WNBA playoff matchup between the Indiana Fever and the Atlanta Dream. That's at a minus 120 juice, but I think Howard is going to get there. Why? Well, she has done this relatively consistently here of late. She has done this, as a matter of fact, in 4 of 5 matchups against the Dream this season. She's gone 7 boards, 10 boards, 7 boards, just fell short in the last matchup at 6. So I think that's why the number is set at the 6.5, but I'm following the rest of the full season history, which has been quite positive on this over belief and take. You look at her last 4 matchups, just overall, she's gone over in 2 of her last 4. And 2, you look at the Atlanta Dream. Yes, they've allowed the fewest opponent rebounds per game over the last 10 contests in WNBA at 31.4, but I cannot ignore the history this season. Howard has been cleaning up on the glass. I have a fever And I'm not needing more cowbell. I need a whole lot of Natasha Howard there waxing that glass. And if she does that and gets the 7 rebounds needed, I cash in against the Atlanta Dream at a minus 120 juice. All right, Horry, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Oh, thank you, bartender, for the handsome pour. As always, here's a fine tip. Let's go ahead and throw back a couple of shots, catch a buzz, and hopefully cash in on a winner at plus money. And you're looking ahead to college football week number 4. What do you like?
Yeah, I think this is my favorite bet of the week. Do you believe in miracles? We got the Red Hawks of Miami, Ohio, winless on the season, 0-2, and they are only a 2.5-point dog at home to 3-0 UNLV. Makes sense of it. The reason being the strength of schedule. Miami, Ohio is 0-2, but they lost to Wisconsin by 17, and they got pounded by Rutgers 45-17. Meanwhile, UNLV is 3-0 with wins over Idaho State, Sam Houston, and whatever that UCLA program is right now. So I give them no bump for that one. Yeah, so I like Miami, Ohio with that strength of schedule. I think that they win this game outright. So I'm going to go money line. Plus 115 I'm actually seeing right now. Plus 110 is the worst I'm seeing. But I think they get the offense going here, man. Daquan Finn, who transferred over from Toledo, he's been terrible. He hasn't thrown a touchdown pass, only 3 picks. But I think this is finally a get-right spot. I think they beat UNLV and pick up their first victory of the season at home this weekend.
All right, I love that call right there with the the Red Hawks of Miami, Ohio. They're on the money line against the UNLV Running Rebels. All right, let's go same game parlay on the hashtag Tequila Thursday night matchup between the Buffalo Bills and Miami Dolphins. Leg numero uno on the same gamer, James Cook anytime touchdown, which is practically automatic. And leg numero dos, Buffalo Bills minus 6.5. On the spread. When I built this earlier today, it was plus 106. Went back an hour later at BetMGM, and it went up 4 cents. It was at plus 110. So you might want to take advantage if it is still at a plus 110 juice. You look at James Cook, already 3 touchdowns in a couple of games on the season. He is the most valuable running back right now in all of fantasy football. Peak efficient, massive 75% opportunity share, getting a lot of red zone touches. Already has 4 totes inside the 20. Look at his last 4 games. And because of Miami Dolphins, he has scored 4 times. In fact, he had a 3-touchdown game in 2024 in the first matchup. Didn't score in the second one, but I think the truth's got to be somewhere in the middle of those 2 contests. Miami, if they have a strength defensively, it's in the trenches, though they're still very subpar, number 19 in rush EPA defense. Through the first couple of weeks, they've yet to allow a running back touchdown, but they're giving up 4.06 yards per carry. So put all together, same game parlay. James Cook, I believe, crosses the chalk yet again. He has scored a touchdown in 16 of his last 21 games, including the playoffs. He is a king of consistency. And I don't think the Buffalo's going to cover the standard line, and Horvath agrees with me. It's why he's on Miami plus 12.5. I'll take it down, just win by a touchdown and the extra point. And Cook scoring, you put those hands together, plus 106, or right now, plus 110 there at BetMGM. Oh, guess what? It's bonus time, bonus time. Weather in Thursday Night Football and that Bills and Dolphins matchup. Maybe you're looking ahead at some additional college football action in week 4, other NFL matchups, maybe on the diamond, maybe on the hardwood in the WNBA playoffs. All I ask, Ryan Horvath, is for you to give me another bet. So give it to me. Give it to me.
All right, let's go to a future. I don't think this is an overreaction, although the Chargers win again last night. Raiders kind of shot themselves in the foot a couple different times, man. Terrible play calling. Geno Smith was an absolute nightmare for Raiders bettors, myself included. But, you know, I like this Chargers team coming into the year, but instead I bet Buffalo to win it all and to win the AFC. And right now, that looks good. I mean, they're the favorites, and I wouldn't bet them right now. But I really like the Chargers. I saw as high as plus 850 still on them, man. And right now, top 10 defense, top 10 offense. It's a 2-game sample size, but it's also year 2 for Harbaugh. And I think he's one of the better coaches in the league. And Justin Herbert right now, I've always been a fan. I don't think he's just a internet quarterback. Last year, three interceptions the whole year, and then he has the playoff stinker. So I know people are out on him. playing with a little bit of an edge, man. I don't know who this Madison Beer Girl is or whatever, but yesterday he walks into the stadium dressed in all black. He's like flipping off the cameraman. Harbaugh with an edgy Herbert. Sign me up for the Chargers this year in the AFC. This seems like the year that you could get the Chiefs. Bills are properly priced. Bengals are dead. I don't know who else you guys like. Bo Nix is quarterback 34 out of 32 somehow. So give me the Chargers.
Yeah.
9-1. 8-1, yeah.
Yeah, great call. I think they're going to win division. By the way, they're plus money to do that at plus 110. I just checked that line about a couple hours ago there at BetMGM, and I was astonished that was still plus money. I guess people still believe in that Kansas City will turn things around from their 0-2 start, which is entirely possible. All right, my bonus time wager. Let's go back to Thursday Night Football. Devon Achane, 40-plus receiving yards against the Bills at a plus 105. I grabbed this immediately. He's got a great history against the Buffalo Bills as a pass catcher. Whenever this prop in a pair of matchups last season, he's already done this once in his 2 games. He had 20 in week 1, 92 receiving yards last week on, I think he had like 8 catches, something like that. He's usually good for like 7 or 8 grabs against Buffalo because they're always playing catch up, and I think they will in this instance as well. I know the Bills have only allowed 5 running back receptions for 31 yards in total through a couple of games, but that target share just screams at me for Devon Achane. 23.7%, the second highest among all running backs through 2 weeks. So he is going to be a busy man. Dump off Devon is going to be in full effect on Thursday Night Football. I think he gets to 40-plus receiving yards there at plus 105. Horvat, how do you like them apples?
I like him a lot. I'm going to tell you on that one, man, right? Like that's the one guy when we were talking about Miami, even in the preseason, that I felt good about coming into the season.
Yep.
Tyreek Hill in Tua finally connected on a deep ball that was underthrown by like 5 yards that Tyreek had to go back for. Everybody else has been a complete bust, but I love this spot, especially with them catching 12.5, like you said, whether it's garbage time or even if they stay in the game. I think it's going to be because he's heavily involved in the offense. So whether this is a blowout or a close game, I think you cash this bet as long as he stays on the field for 4 quarters.
Yeah, hopefully I'm going to make some dollars with Devon. Talking about making dollars, we're talking college football week 4 next, right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, tune in, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Yeah, I want to know who made a deal with the devil to get the Bengals to start fast, but it meant we have to lose Joe Burrow, and he's not going to be a part of this. It's crazy to be 2-0, but it feels like 0-2 without him. But you do look at Jake Browning, and you're handing him the keys to an offense that has the NFL's Triple Crown leader, or Triple Crown receiver from a year ago. T. Higgins is really good. You still have a dynamic and explosive running back in Chase Brown. There are good pass catchers in Noah Fant and Mike Gesicki at the tight end position. So you look at that and say, okay, well, obviously he should be able to operate this offense. And we saw him do it once before in the 2023 season when Burrow went down for the final 6 games. Jake performed well in that stretch. And so the way that he performed on Sunday, despite throwing a few bad interceptions, which, you know, I'll cut him some slack coming into the game like that, I think there is a belief here that, okay, based on the schedule, there's some games here that are winnable for Jake Browning. But when it comes down to it, is he going to be able to go and win you a game on the road or at home against the Detroit Lions or on the road against the Green Bay Packers? Those are tall tasks. I don't know if Bengals fans feel great about that right now, but you certainly feel like he can do the bare minimum to keep them in contention. It's up to everybody else around him stepping up to maybe get them over the edge and into the playoffs.
I think I agree. Bill Belichick, in my view, is the greatest football coach in the history of the NFL, bar none. I love Andy Reid. He's incredible, but recency bias is a real thing, and people are going to look at Bill Belichick and say, "Oh my God, look what's happening at North Carolina," even though the story isn't written there yet, and look at what's going on with his social life and dating Jordan Hudson. At the end of the day, it doesn't change anything. Do you know what I mean? Like it doesn't suddenly take those Super Bowls away. If he loses every game for the rest of the season in Chapel Hill, they don't take away a Super Bowl ring or 2 or 3. He still won those. And the whole, well, it's because of Tom Brady. Well, yes, but also Andy Reid has Patrick Mahomes. Great head coaches generally have great quarterbacks. And also Bill Belichick built that Patriots defense as well. So I don't buy the idea that just because Bill Belichick is struggling now or his path hasn't been what maybe we expected, that suddenly he wasn't a great head coach. He always will be.
I mean, they have a high power rating, but they haven't played to it. And I wonder, do they just not care yet? I don't know. I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just trying to see the logic there.
That's a perfectly reasonable expectation. When you're playing against overmatched, it's hard to get motivated and excited. But at the same time, I will say for teams like Oklahoma playing Temple, Miami playing Bethune-Cookman, Alabama against the nobody that they had before was kind of like, these teams that we think are really good have gone out and taken care of business against overmatched teams and left no doubt. Whereas Penn State had trouble completing a pass against Villanova at times, and then the FIU game, which I think was 24-0 in the fourth quarter before they put on a couple of late scores. So we'll see. Again, nothing Penn State does outside of Ohio State and Oregon truly matters.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Underwood going deep. He's got Morgan. Caught. Touchdown. Smaj Morgan.
Oh, that Michigan touchdown pass brought to you by the Big Ten Network. Shout out to the Fighting Jake Butts and company there. Jake Butt talking up my ILL matchup this week at CNN Hoosiers there in Bloomington. Highly recommend you finding that clip. I was making the rounds there on social media. Jake does an excellent job. Hopefully we'll get him back on the show. He's been a friend of our program. We've had him on a couple of times. Just an awesome dude and one hell of a tight end. Back in the day, unfortunately, really panned out for him in the NFL, but one of the all-time recent greats in Michigan football history. Brad the Big Noise Evans back with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We do another edition of Feed or Follow College Football Week 4. We got another 4-pack of games, and if we have some time, we're going to sneak in a bonus time matchup in the NFL ahead of week 3. A friendly reminder, folks, we have our pole dancing poll question today live right now on X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and it's asking you this. What widely available wide receiver is your most preferred fantasy free agent pickup this week? Your options are Wan'Dale Robinson of the G-Men, Troy Franklin of the Broncos, Diami Brown of the Jaguars, or Romeo Doubs of the Packers. So far, over 205 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming. And go ahead and drop us a comment, a.k.a. Bring the Noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Speaking of BetMGM, BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and my personal favorite, SGPs. So opt in right now on that Any Sports Parlay Boost token only at BetMGM. All right, let's go ahead and get after it on another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
All right. For those rookie listeners who are not aware of this, throughout the entire college football season, every stinking day on the show except for on Fridays, because it's a Freaky Fast Friday where we're going through every single NFL game. We have no flipping time at all, really, to talk a whole lot of college football, though we try to work it in late in the show. I break everything down with Ryan Horvath. Ryan is an addict when it comes to everything college football. He loves it like a child. He knows the ins and outs of all these teams. He knows the sleeping positions of certain players. He knows what they like to eat on a routine basis. That's how deep he gets into the weeds with each one of these brand name schools. So I'm going to be setting him up with a matchup. I'm going to also list the odds along with the favorites, and I'm going to simply ask him fade or follow. The numbers nerd is also going to come out and give some additional background advanced metrics information that Ryan can use or not use at his disposal in his handicapping. So let's go ahead and get after it. In a battle of the state of Oregon, formerly members of the Pac-12, RIP, although it's going to be making a comeback next year, thank God, especially in college basketball season. Looking forward to that. Right now it's the Pac-2, one of the members being the Oregon State Beavers. They've been turning to pelts so far this season. They're going against the Oregon Ducks. And my God, this is a large spread. Oregon laying 35.5 in a rivalry game against the Beavers at a minus 110 juice. And numbers nerd says this: Oregon is numero uno right now, according to ESPN's Football Power Index. Where's Oregon State? Outside the top 100. They're number 102. Yikes. You look at the offense efficiency rankings for both teams. Oregon at Pro Football Focus at number 10. Oregon State at number 34. Defensive efficiency rankings. Oregon at number 38. Oregon State at a frightful number 110 in the country. So with all that information, again, you can use it or chuck it. Oregon minus 35.5 against Oregon State minus 110 juice. Horvat, fade or follow?
Oh, man. So I'll actually fade Oregon in this spot at 35.5. So it's going to be gross. Oregon State's 0-3. There's a reason why. The look-ahead line was 26.5. Now we're out to 35.5. And it's because Oregon State's 0-3. They bring in former Duke quarterback Malik Murphy, who has 6 touchdown passes, but 5 picks. So he's turning the ball over again this year. I really like this Ducks team. I got a little bet for them later. I've been really impressed with their defense. Right now they have a top 10 defense. And the reason I'm going to go with Oregon State here, even though I really like this Ducks team, and I think Dan Lanning's a top coach, down year for Oregon State, is Oregon next week travels to Penn State. Penn State this week has a bye week. You know, Oregon sleptwalk. I faded them last week, as gross as it was with Northwestern, and Northwestern covered, but they got beat 34-14. The only thing I worry about, you would figure, you know, Oregon is going to look to at least score, 35, 42 points before they pull everybody. Can we get a score or two from this Oregon State offense? I think we do, in a little bit of an in-state rivalry game here, even though Oregon State's terrible this year, so I don't know you could call it a rivalry this year. I will take the points. I'll fade Oregon and grab the 35.5 with Oregon State, with Penn State on deck next week for Oregon.
Well, here's the good news about Oregon State. If they have a silver lining, number 34, again, in offensive efficiency, that is a strength, a quote-unquote strength of this team. All right, let's march on to what we feel is going to be a far more competitive matchup. Oklahoma laying 6.5 against the Auburn Tigers. Muy interesante matchup here at a minus 110 juice. Numbers nerd says this. You look at OU, number 13, according to ESPN's Football Power Index. Auburn, not that far off that beaten path at number 20. Offensive efficiency ranking, according to PFF, or Oklahoma at number 34. Auburn at number 41. Defensive efficiency ranking, Oklahoma 26. And this is where the difference lies, possibly. The Auburn Tigers at just number 61. Again, we're using that information. Oklahoma minus 6.5 against the Auburn Tigers at a minus 110. Horvat, fade or follow?
Ooh, man, this one's tough because this season I'm an Oklahoma fan now because I have the John Mateer Heisman ticket, and right now he's the favorite at 8-1. We bet that 25-1. Had a big bet on them at home against Michigan. I don't love the number, right? Because the back door's open. Plus, Auburn's got a ton of talent. And it's not really a revenge game because Jackson Arnold's the one that decided to leave Oklahoma after they beat Alabama last year. 10 days later, he announced he was going to transfer, which was kind of weird. I don't trust him to make the throws. I do trust Mateer to make the throws. Jackson Arnold, they beat Baylor, but that was a fluky game where Baylor had the ball in the red zone and kept turning the ball over on downs because they don't punt or kick. And they had some turnovers, but they were letting Baylor go up and down the field. I do trust Oklahoma's offense. We saw them go up and down the field against a really good Michigan defense. They got the home field advantage, and I'm starting to like Venables a little bit more. Still not the head coach, but the defensive mind going against Jackson Arnold, the quarterback that he knows. I'll lay it with Oklahoma. I don't love the number, but if I have to bet the game, I'll take Oklahoma under a touchdown here.
All right, a Boomer Sooner getting a follow from Ryan Horvat. All right, let's go to another down in the South, dirty South matchup. Ole Miss laying 11.5, taking on the Tulane Green Wave. We did both of us dirty. I was following your lead on Duke. They took care of business there down at the Crescent City. That is at a minus 110 juice on the Rebels. Football Power Index has Lane Kiffin's Ole Miss team at number 8 in the country. Meanwhile, Tulane at number 47, according to Football Power Index. Offensive efficiency rankings at PFF. Ole Miss at number 57, which is a little bit shocking. Tulane at number 95. Defensive rankings, according to the efficiency data. Ole Miss at number 82. Tulane at number 71. Minus 11.5. It seems like a pretty high line. What are your thoughts? Fade or follow Ole Miss laying that 11.5 at home against Tulane?
I do apologize for Duke to the people for back-to-back weeks, but I promise you guys we're getting our money back with Duke this week. They are beating NC State by at least a touchdown, so grab the 3 now. This game, I'm staying away from. If I have to bet it, I will actually fade Ole Miss at 11.5. Right now, I liked Ole Miss last week against Arkansas because I didn't think the backup quarterback was a downgrade filling in for Simmons. I think he might be a better fit in the Kiffin offense. I love the Ole Miss defense, though, man. But I really like the Tulane coaching staff. Summerall's not going to be at Tulane. In fact, he shouldn't be there right now. He should be at North Carolina. The number it screams too many points to me with Tulane. The back door is going to be open. I think they're going to keep this game competitive, man. So I'll go with the dog here to cover the 11.5.
All right, let's go to a game that could be one of the marquee matchups of the week. Michigan going on the road against the Cornhuskers of Nebraska. The Wolverines laying 2.5 in this one at a minus 110 juice. Background information, Football Power Index has Michigan at number 10 in the country. Meanwhile, has Nebraska at number 17 nationally. You look at the offensive efficiency marks. Michigan at number 44, Nebraska at number 12. Defensive efficiency marks, Michigan at number 19, Nebraska a little bit better at number 15. So again, Michigan laying 2.5 at Nebraska, taking on the wannabe Patrick Mahomes under center for the Huskers. What do you say? Fade or follow?
All right, so I haven't bet this game yet, but I'm going to bet Nebraska. The reason I haven't bet it yet is I would love a 3 or a 3.5. If we don't get there, I'll just take Nebraska, whatever number I could get, or money line. I like them at 2.5. Raiola's been good this year, man, so far. Again, I really like the Dana Holgorsen hire last year. The last 3 games of the season, got rid of the ball quicker, stopped turning it over, stopped taking unnecessary sacks. And that's what this season, he's taken 3 sacks, 8 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's completing right now 76% of his passes. Huge step up in class against this Michigan defense. I think Matt Rule gets a signature win. I like Bryce Underwood. I think he's going to be an absolute stud at the next level. I don't trust Sharon Moore or anybody on that coaching staff. Give me Nebraska to give Matt Rule his signature win as the coach of the Cornhuskers. They win this game outright.
All right, you are fading Oregon. You're going to follow Oklahoma. You are fading Ole Miss, and you are also fading Michigan. Don't fade us.
Yep.
Stick around here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Bear down, Chicago Bears of Mark Harmon right here on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with more bets, more sweats, and more fantasy right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Would take the Chiefs. That would be my play. Then I think a lot of people might look at Buffalo as well. They're a 12.5-point favorite against the Dolphins on Thursday night. The Bills have the Panthers and the Saints the next 2 weeks, in weeks 4 and week 5. So I'd save Buffalo for that game against for Miami. I would not bet them in Survivor. And I kind of like the Dolphins plus the points. The look-ahead line was Bills minus 9.5. Now it's all the way up to minus 12.5. I know Miami usually doesn't beat the Bills in Buffalo, but it does help that the game's in September. If this game was played in December, then I definitely wouldn't like the Dolphins. They're 0-2. I love betting 0-2 teams in week 3 of the NFL. It feels like the Dolphins are definitely on verge of absolutely imploding, but they should have won that game against the Patriots. If A-Chain stays in bounds, they probably win that game. Now you turn around. I mean, this is their season, right? If they lose 0-3, things are going to get ugly, especially if they lose this game by 30 points. So if you want to attack it, I think if you like the Bills, I wouldn't just bet 12.5. I would lay alts with the Bills. Like, bet this thing to get ugly. 17.5, 21.5, 24.5. Like, bet alts with Buffalo. I think this thing is either a curb stomping or the Dolphins maybe keep it within 10 points. Maybe it's a one-possession game when we look up on Thursday night. But the Chiefs would...
At Evan H. Abrams, tremendous follow for gambling trends. Just very, very solid stuff. NFL closing favorites of 4 points or more are now 12-0 this season. 12-0. So those are your teams -4 and higher. -4, 5, 6, 7, you get it. 12-0 this season. And since week 13 of last year, those same NFL favorites of 4 points or more are 64-7 straight up. 64-7. That is a 90.1% clip. It's easy. It's easy. And I got bookies yesterday on Texas. I got a bunch of bookie friends, Chicago, Vegas, Florida. They're sending me these bet slips. And it's guys making 5-leg, 6-leg parlays, just money lines. Money line, money line, money line, money line, money line. And I sent you a couple of them. Yep. Guys are just parlaying favorites and winning thousands of dollars. And we've been doing this a long time, you and I. 15 years, 20 years. I don't ever remember it being so simple to just take favorites and parlay them together on the money line and have them come through. At a 90% clip, since week 13 of last year. These favorites of -4 or higher are getting home.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
Not going to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Labos Tuesday. Hopefully going to be tracking down Mark Carman to talk Bear Down Chicago Bears. 0-2. To begin the season. Hopefully, they're going to get off the schneid this week against the Dallas Cowboys with the highest over-unders on the board, the second highest of the week. Numero uno, by the way, is a Monday night matchup between the Baltimore Ravens and Detroit Lions. That opened at 51.5. The Bears over-under, I believe, opened at like 49.5, and I think it's now crept over 50. It might be, first to 60. I jokingly say that, but it's only half of a joke. Could come true. And Bears and Cowboys. If you like fantasy matchups, that one is the mother of fantasy matchups. So again, we're hopefully going to dive into more detail about that game with one Mark Carman as we're waiting to track him down. Further reminder, if you want to talk with us about fantasy football, maybe you're looking at some trade offers, you're looking as well at some waiver wire help, or racking your brain already about start-sit decisions ahead of week 3, a simple way to contact Ryan Horvat and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, reach out or bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Let's go ahead and dive into this game because I was going to feature in bonus time in our last segment as we were breaking down college football. We're going to have a quick pivot to the NFL, and I was going to bring up Bears and Cowboys. So let's bring it up now as we're still trying to get a hold of Mark Carman. Bears are laying un punto, mi amigo, at home there at Soldier Field. Over under now sitting at 50 at BetMGM. So side, total, no player props yet posted on this game, but what do you like in Bear Down Chicago Bears? Your Chicago Bears, you adopted them, remember, before the season began against the somewhat shining stars of Dallas.
Yeah, I did some radio today in Milwaukee with my good buddy Steve Sparky Pfeiffer, and he reminded me, he said, hey, for the third consecutive year, you've bought in that things would be different for the Chicago Bears. And you even went as far as to say that they had a shot to win the NFC North, and you bet them over 8.5 wins. How are you feeling? And I said, Spark, not great, right? Because the defensive side of the ball has been an absolute mess, and Jalen Johnson is out indefinitely, which is terrible because he's your best cover corner. But also, man, they should have won week 1, right? They completely fall apart in the second half of that game. No excuse for that. Week 2 is a tough spot, and Dan Campbell really wanted to put it on Ben Johnson. You saw that in the handshake line. It was really cold and really quick. And Ben Johnson, I think he's going to eventually be a really good head coach, Brad, but he had a lot of comments this offseason, man. He was kind of cocky. He talked a lot about Matt LaFleur and Dan Campbell and the other teams in the division, and I think that's good bulletin board material, and I do believe in that. So I think they had that one coming. But now, the Cowboys are feeling themselves a little bit because they get their first victory of the season. Granted, against the New York Giants, and they give up 500 total yards of offense in that game to Russell Wilson, man. Remember what he did week 1 against an actual defense? So I think now Dallas travels to Soldier Field. But the reason I kind of lean under, I like Chicago. I bet the Bears, but I'm leaning under a little bit. High total, everybody expects a shootout. Not saying it's going to be 17-10, but if the Bears do want to win this game, they got to figure out their run game, man. Somehow, I don't care who it is, whether it's Swift or Monungai, they got to run the ball 4 or 5 yards per carry and keep that Dallas offense on the sidelines. They weren't able to do that. They wanted to get into a shootout with Detroit. It didn't make any sense, man. You got to shorten those possessions and eat clock. You can't get into a shootout right now with Caleb Williams because he's missing throws all over the place. And you're not a very good football team yet. Eventually, I do think Ben Johnson will get that thing turned around. But right now, they're not a good football team. But I do think they beat the Dallas Cowboys. And at 50, maybe you wait. I kind of like the under. But maybe I'm an idiot and the Cowboys roll and the total flies over.
Yeah, over, and over 10,000 times again. I may be a buffoon. Look at me for crying out loud. I got a very punchable face, but I think this game is going to be sky high over. There's no defense that's going to be played due to the myriad injuries impacting the Bears. And the Cowboys are rubbish defensively as well. Both these teams, bottom 3 in EPA per play D 2 weeks in, and they're also bottom 3 in dropback EPA defense. I think Caleb Williams, so I wrote up today, we're going to talk about a little bit more as my fantasy flame of the week. He's quarterback 9 right now in overall fantasy production. I think he's going to remain a quarterback 1. I will have to wait and see what the Bears do on the ground. Do we see more Monungai? That's what I'm praying and hoping for because DeAndre Swift has been relatively ineffective at times, and they need to have more of a timeshare backfield to try to maximize efficiency there. Javonte Williams, juggernaut Javonte, I'm probably going to take him in the anytime touchdown market. I do believe, and I'm trying to bury the bias, speak as objectively as humanly possible here, I think the Bears do win. They're not going to go 0-16 this year. They're at home. This is a great get-right spot for them. I think they actually play a pretty consistent 4 quarters of action, but they're going to have to score at least 30 points if they want to emerge victorious, given the shortcomings, given the issues they have on defense. So, again, we'll keep our eyes and ears peeled on the line movement and everything tied to Bears and Cowboys. Apparently, we can't track down Mark Harmon, so let's go ahead and switch gears right now and do the trade win segment right now, which we were going to do in Seg 5, but let's go ahead and lead off right now because it is discussing off the top a Chicago beer. So here is how this game is going to work. Do a little buy, sell, hold at wide receiver for fantasy football devices. Let's start with Roma Dunze, who has been gangbusters. He is wide receiver 5 right now, a couple of weeks in, 20 targets, 13 grabs, 165 yards, and 3 touchdowns. You look at some of the secondary analytics, not the greatest. Number 52 in total air yards, but number 13 total red zone targets, number 14 average yards of separation per target, a 111.8 passer rating when targeted, and a guy as well, not only the great matchup against the Cowboys this week, did you follow with the Raiders, who have arguably one of the worst secondaries in the league, then the bye week, then Washington, another bang-up matchup. Roma Dunze could be here to stay as a WR1. Horvath, I'll ask you the question. Are you buying, are you selling, or are you holding on Roma Dunze?
Buying Roma Dunze, man. I think if the Bears were smart, if Ryan Poles was smart and wanted to earn that extension, you would trade DJ right now and try to get some help on the defensive side of the ball or some draft picks so you could fix up the defensive side of the ball, because I really like the connection right now between the one thing I like right now about Caleb Williams, man, is the connection that him and Rome have. And I think this is going to be the Rome breakout season. Wide receiver 2 right now in fantasy football. I'm buying or I'm holding. Now, right now, the passing attack not looking great. It's also only 2 games with Ben Johnson calling plays for Caleb, right? And eventually you would think some of these other guys are going to get more involved in the offense. Like, did they just leave the tight ends at home last week? You would figure Colston Loveland, you make them pick 10, and you're going to use them a little bit, right? Eventually you would think that you're going to use Cole Kmet a little bit more, and Luther Burden as well, when you should have probably taken a running back over him. But that's a story for another day. So I'm buying Rome, though, man. He's been the one bright spot in that offense, I think.
All right, these are real one-for-one trades that have been conducted at Yahoo in the last 24 hours. Tell me you would rather have, just give me a one-word answer or name answer, Roma Dunze or James Conner?
I will still hold on to James Conner.
I'm going to Roma Dunze, actually. Roma Dunze or Tyler Warren?
Tyler Warren for me.
Roma Dunze for me, although it's close. It depends upon your needs. Roma Dunze or Kyron Williams?
I will go Kyron Williams.
I'll also go Kyron Williams. Hard to find certifiable workhorses, and he is somebody that gets saddled up every stinking week. Talk about a guy that's an absolute stallion when he is healthy. Looking like it so far. Deebo Samuel of the Washington Commanders, a player right now that is wide receiver 9 in overall fantasy scoring at wide receiver. 18 targets, 14 grabs, 121 yards, has that 1 touchdown, also 17 rushing yards. Number 19 in team target share at 26.1%. Number 13 in catchable target rate. Number 6 in total yak, which is his specialty. Takes a zombie horde to take him down in the open field. Number 15 in yards per route run. You look at the upcoming matchups again. Viva Las Vegas. I think Deebo is going to be an WR2 through and through this week. And then at Atlanta, tough Falcons defense. And then at the LA Chargers, also a difficult matchup there on paper. So buy, sell, or hold on Deebo Samuel.
I'm going to sell Deebo, man, but I also have to save face, right? Because I was calling him old and washed and saying that Kyle Shanahan kind of ran him into the ground the last couple of years in San Francisco. But finished week 2 with 7 grabs on 8 targets, 44 yards, had that touchdown in the fourth quarter. You know, in the first half, it was a slow start, only had the 3 touches. I want to sell high right now, man, because Jaden Daniels is banged up, and Terry McLaurin was a holdout, hold in. Eventually, you would think they're going to get him more involved in the offense, and he's going to be wide receiver 1. So I'm going to sell Deebo right now. High.
Yeah, it depends on what the offer is, and these are real offers. There's only been 2 one-for-one trades that have been agreed upon in Yahoo over the last 24 hours, so maybe this is a proper measuring stick. Who would you rather have, Deebo Samuel or Travis Etienne?
Oh, Travis Etienne right now for me.
Yeah, slam dunk Travis Etienne for me as well. Deebo Samuel or DJ Moore?
Deebo Samuel.
I'd rather have Deebo as well. So it's all going to be, conducive on what the offer is. I'm kind of a seller as well on Deebo because chances are you got him as your wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5. So why not try to sell high on him? But it's got to be the right offer to land on your lap. It might be the same story for this guy, Juwan Jennings of the San Francisco 49ers at wide receiver 37 right now. Again, battling through the shoulder issues that he has had. So far this season, 15 targets, 7 catches, 105 yards, and a touchdown. He's number 30 in team target share at 21.7%. Number 4 in total red zone targets. Number 28 in total yak. Number 37 in average yard separation per target. You look at the next 3 matchups. Arizona, number 15 drawback EPA defense. Jacksonville at number 5 in that category. And the LA Rams, that one on the road. And they are numero uno right now in drawback EPA defense. So buy, sell, or hold on Juwan Jennings with, at least in the near future, Mac Jones still under center.
Yeah, I was going to go hold because eventually they're going to get healthy. Brock Purdy's going to get healthy. And we don't know when Brandon Ayuk comes back, how long it's going to take him to be Brandon Ayuk again. It might not be this season, but I'll sell at the right price. Even with the shoulder injury and the ankle injury and everything else that's popped up and the backup quarterback play, 5 grabs, 89 yards, and a touchdown. I feel pretty confident about the matchup this week, but after that, don't really trust them. I do like Ricky Pearsall. Ayuk eventually will come back, so I'll actually sell right now on Juwan Jennings for the right price.
I'm going to hold on Juwan Jennings because I don't think you're going to get anything more than just peanuts in return for him. Here are the one-for-one trades. Some of you'd rather have rest of the season, Juwan Jennings or TJ Hawkinson?
Juwan Jennings.
Jennings for me. I'm not a big hot guy. Juwan Jennings or T. Higgins now that Jake Browning is at the controls.
I'll still, I will take T. Higgins, man. I think T. Higgins is going to get going even with Jake Browning. Like you said last night, what I like about him, short memory. He'll throw 3 picks, but then go right back out firing. So T. Higgins for me.
Yeah, gunslinger mentality, T. Higgins for me as well. Juwan Jennings or Cortland Sutton coming off the dud?
Yeah, even off the dud, Sutton for me.
It's close, but I would also go Sutton. All right, let's work in another name right now. I'll give you dealer's choice. You want to talk Marvin Harrison or Travis Hunter?
Let's talk. You know what? Let's talk Travis Hunter because I threw a hot take at Brando last. Yeah, let's go Travis Hunter.
All right, well, here's the nitty gritty on Travis Hunter. He is wide receiver 59 right now in fantasy football. A guy who is rising with a flaming arrow in August and is crashing and burning right now. 14 targets, 9 catches, 55 yards, 0 touchdowns so far this season. Seeing 20% of the team target shares, number 35 in the NFL, number 49 in total air yards, number 19 in total yak. That's appreciable. Number 6 in average yards of separation per target. Also very good in that category. You look at the next 3 matchups. Houston, Godspeed. At San Francisco, number 3 in drop-back EPA defense. And Kansas City, that secondary has had their issues, number 24. So buy, sell, hold on the rookie two-way player, Travis Hunter.
I want to try to sell Travis Hunter right now, man. I think the Jags may have really messed up. I don't think he'll ever be a top 15 corner, and I don't think he'll ever be a top 20 receiver. The Justin Jefferson comps were crazy. I wanted it to work out because I loved it at Colorado, and he's the ultimate unicorn, but I don't know, man. Right now, the whole team, nobody, they lead the league in drops. Nobody can catch the football. That's the issue right now for T-Law and that offense, but I'm going to try to sell. What could he even get right now?
Somebody actually traded A.J. Brown for Travis Hunter. I would take that all diggity day long. I'd sell him as well. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. Mark Harmon is indeed joining us next right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You don't need to put these in order, but I'm curious. Joe and I were talking about this off the top. We've seen 2 weeks now of NFL. Who are the 4 best teams in the league? Any order, 4 best.
Bills, Packers, Eagles, Rams.
Rams over Ravens?
Ravens out.
Yeah, Ravens have to be in there too. Who am I tossing out? Who am I tossing out for the Ravens? Yeah. I mean, I was so confident. I knew I was missing. Yeah, I guess you toss out the Rams. I think the Rams are right there in the top 10, though, top 5. The Rams would be my 5th. The Rams are really good, man. Ravens.
No, I'm just laughing at
Ravens.
They go from top 4 to they're top 10.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, they're. I was like, all right, who am I? I know I'm missing someone. I actually did this last night. Somebody was asking me who are the best teams in football, and I was texting with somebody, and I was like, oh yeah, and the Ravens. So I mean, that's just my brain. That's not me discounting the Ravens. They look great. Bills look awesome. I think right now, if you were sort of penciling in, if you had to take a conference championship exacta or quad box or whatever it would be called, quadfecta, it would be Packers, Eagles, and Bills, Ravens, right? I mean, those would be the 4 teams that I think you would expect to be there. I really do think, the Rams at 18-1 to win the Super Bowl, I don't know if that's good value per se, but I'm telling you, this Rams team, to me, the first 2 weeks of the season is underrated for sure.
You know how I feel about the Green Bay Packers. They're the best team in the league, in my opinion, of course, the best team in the NFC. After what I've seen through 2 weeks, and it's just 2 weeks, I think Tampa's the second best team in the NFC behind Green Bay. I'll take Tampa right now on September 16th over Philadelphia. I'll take them over Detroit. And I'll take them over anyone else that you might bring up that's in the NFC. Like, Tampa has really impressed me through these first 2 weeks. And when they get healthy, which is the big caveat because they're missing some key guys, when they get healthy, especially on offense, they're going to be sick. Like, I was texting the guys last night. I was like, man, I mean, imagine this offense when they get Tristan Wirfs back. They were without their best player. Pound for pound, Tristan Wirfs is the best player on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's been dealing with the knee injury since training camp. They win those first 2 games on the road without him. Wait until he gets back. Like, Baker Mayfield, like, I'm not the biggest Baker guy, but, like, he's a good starting quarterback. I think anybody with eyeballs can see that. The O-line will be really good once Wirfs gets back. Let's get Luke Gadecki back as well because he played in last night's game, but only for like a quarter, got hurt again with that foot injury, so he had to leave the game. Like, let's get those offensive tackles back and healthy. They're missing both Chris Godwin and Jalen McMillan in that wide receiver room that can go along with Mike Evans and Emeka Ibuka, who scored another touchdown last night. How about the running backs? Bucky Irvin's awesome. Rashad White, like, that dude was out there looking like prime Le'Veon Bell on a couple of those carries where he's kind of just like slalom skiing his way through the Houston Texans defense. Like, he was sick last night. And defensively, they can stop the run with Big Vita Vea in the middle, which I think you can't just call him Vita Vea. You got to call him Big Vita Vea. That's what it is, because that dude is massive. Go Huskies. He is an awesome player, and every time he's on the field, it makes the opposition one-dimensional.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to be talking to our buddy Mark Carman about Bear Down Chicago Bears. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. For the love of God, win a game. Hopefully they're getting off the schneid this week against the Dallas Cowboys. Horvath and I already gave our picks in that matchup in the last segment. Yeah, they're the horns there in the background. Hopefully the patrons are going to be Polish Sausage, Jacob, Mini Dicka. They're going to be attending the game there at Soldier Field. They're going to go home smiling and grinning and smashing some old styles after the game in celebration. By the way, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, if you want to talk, I don't know, maybe the Chicago Bears or any other NFL franchise, college football matchups in week 4, the WNBA, the Major League Baseball slate tonight, sports betting or fantasy related, we don't care. Just reach out to us. And you can do that simply by picking up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, we're bringing on our guy, Mark Carman, host of CHGO Bears, host as well on WGN Radio, an Iowa Hawkeye. I'm sorry, condolences for the University of Choice there. I'm an ILL guy. You can follow him on X, though, at the Carm. Again, on X, at the car. Mark, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. First things first, my man. Play teacher for us, would you? With a red pen in hand, what overall grade would you assign Caleb Williams? What areas do you believe he's thrived in? What areas where he needs most improvement? And candidly, in fantasy, he's been great. Right now, he's quarterback 9 in the world of virtual pigskin, but reality, a very different story.
So, all right, the fantasy part has a lot to do with his legs. And Caleb is, I think, hasn't documented it, but I think he is in actually better shape this year. Down a couple of pounds. He looks fleet of foot, if you will. So that has been impressive, him getting out of the pocket sometimes a little too much. But that part of his game has been nice. And look, he does look more comfortable. It is starting to take hold. He did have in a very miserable game against Detroit. I would call it a positive day overall. And he's got a buddy, him and Rome Odunze, pick 1, pick 9. Those guys actually seem to be on the same page, which is a huge development in Chicago because he's not on the same page with anybody else. So those are some of the positives. The other part of it is the Bears, I mean, every other play seems to be a false start, and the quarterback is definitely a part of that, getting guys organized, knowing the plays. It just has not been good. And then he had a very wonky interception this past week. And just sometimes the accuracy period is just straight atrocious, but it was worse in week 1 than it was in week 2. So I thought he took a positive step last week.
I think to say it's a work in progress would be something kind to say. I guess looking at the defense, though, they've given up 79 points, ranked 32nd right now in the National Football League. Jalen Johnson out indefinitely. Is it like you're watching these games, man? Is it scheme? Because I actually kind of like the Dennis Allen hire. I never want to see him as a head coach ever again. I don't think that would work out. But as a coordinator, I bought into the hire. But the defense has been a mess. The secondary has been awful. What do they do to fix up this defense to at least, compete in some of these games? Because teams aren't even punting against Chicago right now.
Right. Excellent question, Ryan. And I don't know if the Bears know the answer. Dennis Allen doesn't know the answer. And look, Jalen Johnson being out for likely the year, that's obviously a huge blow. Back to the scheme part of it, though. They were sending Jalen Johnson on blitzes last week, which was really bizarre. But Kyler Gordon's been hurt. He was in that role. So you're missing a huge part in Gordon. Now you're missing a huge part in Jalen. TJ Edwards, their leading tackler last year. Now he's hurt, hamstring injury. Don't know how long he's going to be out. So they don't have the weapons that they would normally have. And let's be honest, that defense overrated. Montez Sweat was nice for half a year when he got here, but has done nothing since, was hurt last year, and just seems like a guy that's collecting money at this point. You're just a highest paid guy on the defense, not doing a whole lot, ain't great. Tremaine Edmonds got paid a ton of money to come over here. You barely notice him. So, look, there's just – when I look at the defense, I don't think about Dennis Allen. I think about Ryan Poles and the talent that he's put out there.
When are we going to see more Colston Loveland? And also, if you're Ryan Poles, man, are you looking to move maybe DJ Moore if you could get anything in return? Because you brought up Rome, and him and Caleb, that's like the one bright spot on the offensive side of the ball. So I feel like they should move DJ. But when are they going to get some of these other guys involved? And do you think it happens anytime soon, for fantasy football owners out there?
Right. Well, so the Loveland pick, I would like in training camp, he was getting the ball all the time. Okay. Now, a lot of those throws maybe were coming from the backup quarterback, Tyson Bagent, but he got the ball a lot. And so you don't make that level a luxury pick when you have needs on both you had a need at left tackle, you had a need at edge rusher, you had needs all over the field, but they went for the luxury tight end. Let's get fancy on offense, give Ben the toys that he wants. So you can't bury him. He's got to get the football, but it is interesting that he's playing about half the snaps and Cole Kmet's playing about 90% of them. A lot of people wanted to bury Cole Kmet. Cole Kmet's been a good player for the Bears. He not super sexy either, but effective, can block, will catch the ball. Had a very good year the year before Caleb got here, nearly 800 yards catching the football. So, but long-winded answer here, Ryan. I think that Loveland is going to get the football because Ben wanted him. That was more of a Ben pick than a Poles pick, and they've got to. They got to prove that this was at least had some level of validity, if you will.
We're talking to Mark Harmon, host of CHGO Bears, host as well on WGN Radio, an Iowa Hawkeye, ILL, and a man you got to follow on X. Would you kindly? At the Carm, again on X, at the Carm is where you can follow Mark Carman. Mark, looking ahead to this week's race to 50 points matchup, that's what I feel it is, against Dallas. What is the biggest matchup concern for Bears DC, Dennis Allen? Is it how on earth you're going to contain CeeDee Lamb? Maybe a horse tranquilizers, zombie horde?
Right.
Like, how do you contain this Dallas offense? Is it CeeDee Lamb or somebody else?
It's CeeDee Lamb. It's George Pickens. It's anybody who's running around looking for the football. I mean, look. When you give up 52 points, that you got a lot of problems on the defensive side of the ball. So, but look, yeah. Hey, Tyreek Stevenson, Bears traded up to get you. You're in year 3. A lot of confidence. He believes in himself. this is the opportunity for him. Jalen's not coming back. You get to be the number one guy. There is no one else. So can you go and match up with CD and at least limit him, and not because he's dropping footballs like he did in week 1. Look, you got to feel like this is going to be some level of shootout, but I do worry, matchup-wise, I worry about Matt Eberflus against Caleb Williams. He knows him incredibly well. They absolutely, buried Flus last year for not calling timeouts and being the problem, and he did. My understanding of the whole situation, I don't think he wanted to fire Shane Waldron, the OC, after 9 weeks. I think that came from above him. So I think there's a lot of bitterness that Matt Eberflus will never speak on, but he definitely feels, and he knows the quarterback. So I wonder what that matchup scares me in itself.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Certainly some inside information there from Matt Eberflus, being specifically tied to this Bears organization as head honcho before he got axed, and knowing the strengths and weaknesses of one Caleb Williams. Mark, we'll get you out here on this. Common guy, I'm a fan. I want to see more of him. His role is growing ever so slightly week to week. You look at last week, DeAndre Swift only had a 39-28 snap count advantage over the 7th-round rookie out of Rutgers. What's your feeling on Monangai? Are we going to see more of him? And does that begin in this matchup against the Cowboys?
So you're a Monangai, Brad. I'm a Monangai too. And I thought hopefully it was a huge value pick in the 7th round. However, and I like Kyle, and he knows the offense, and for a guy as diminutive as you, if you will, he'll pick up, he'll make a good block for you, keep your quarterback safe longer than you would think he'd be able to. However, there's a reason why he never had more. I think he had 4 runs over 40 yards his entire senior year in college. And this is a guy that's been at the top of the Big Ten rushing the football, but he's not a breakaway guy. So you don't have that breakaway speed. Now you're getting in the NFL, and everyone's fast and everyone's physical. I would not be making any bets that Kyle Monangai is going to be, anywhere close to a Pro Bowl anytime in his career. Can he be an effective guy who doesn't fumble the football and, your third back? Sure. But I don't think that Kyle Monangai is going to be the answer to the Bears' problems in Chicago. They need a bona fide running back.
So is he getting touch-wise, like 10 to 12 touches this week? Or do you think it's going to be a smaller role?
So if we're going down that road, yeah, sure. I think 10 to 12 does seem a little bit much, though. Look, they played DJ Moore back there week 1. They went away from week 2. Roshan Johnson's gotten healthier. Short yardage, I would think you'd use Roshan. I don't know why they didn't use him last week. They did 2 quarterback sneaks back-to-back with Caleb Williams, who did not look like at all comfortable running a quarterback sneak. So I would not be a buyer or a player on Monangai right now. I think that's a very, very low-end play.
Obviously, I have got very high expectations, and I need to pump the brakes. I
don't want
awesome
Hey,
stuff
listen,
from Mark
Brad, you could be right. I could be wrong, but you asked my opinion, and there it is.
No, and I appreciate the transparency and shooting straight for the hip, man. That's what we're all about here. I need honesty. I need to get cut down to size and, pop and take the air out of the damn balloon on my beliefs on Common-on-Guy. Totally warranted. Greatly appreciate the full forwardness of your response. The one and only Mark Carman, host of CHGO Bears, a host as well on WGN Radio, an Iowa Hawkeye, and a man you got to follow on X, at the Carm. Again, on X, at the Carm. Mark, we appreciate the time. Bear down and pray to God somehow this Bears defense limits Dallas. So, I don't know, 25 points.
Fingers crossed. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Anytime.
Thanks, man.
All right, there he goes. Mark Carman. Again, the air out of the balloon on my love for Common-on-Guy there. He says, hey, just take a chill pill. 10 to 12, probably a little bit too rich, a little too strong. And in terms of his workload this week, maybe more of like an 8-touch guy. But DeAndre Swift, man, has just been so unimpressive. The lack of physicality in his runs, because he'll catch the ball pretty damn well in the backfield. And he might say, well, some of that onus is put on the offensive line. But let's see what Kyle Monangai can do in those early down situations and actually, I don't know, meaningful and not garbage time action.
This is why I don't understand the Luther Burden pick. I completely understand the Colston Loveland pick because I think he's going to be an absolute stud. Now he has to be featured and involved in the game plan, as does Cole Kmet, man. I want to use, if I'm a Bears guy, a Bears fan, I want to see both of them used on the field at the same time, more 12 personnel, more Caleb under center, because when you allow Caleb to operate out of the shotgun, that's when he's getting back into those old habits, not getting rid of the ball quickly or running around like a chicken with his head cut off. If they want to stay competitive in these games, man, I think there's a good chance you might be right, though, right? Because if they want to stay competitive in these games, and you have the 32nd or 31st ranked defense in the league, and you're going against these teams, like, that's the problem with the Bears, man, is the schedule of opposing offenses. If they want to stay in these games and have a shot to win 7-8 games or be a playoff team, they're going to have to get a ground game going, because if their defense is on the field for the majority of these games, like it's been the first 2 weeks of the season, they're going to get exposed every week. So start to feature Monangai or, anybody. I didn't understand not taking a running back, though. This was a great crop of backs, man. And I never believed in Swift being running back one. And I don't think Ben Johnson did either, because he only spent 1 year with him in Detroit and he had like 80 carries, and then he traded him the next year. So I think they should try to get it back right now, sign somebody off the street. You need some more competition, but yeah, it ain't Swift. Hopefully Monangai does get an opportunity, because I loved him at Rutgers.
All right, so here's a crazy, just kind of, 2 cents I'm going to throw in here. We were talking off air, and this is not really remotely outlandish, but Caleb Johnson's already fallen out of favor in Pittsburgh, right? He had the colossal mistake that led to a game, swinging situation in which he botched a kickoff. It grazed his helmet, and that was a, live ball. So he lost it. Mike Tomlin started to come out and said, Caleb Johnson, is he going to play on special teams? No, I don't think so. You're not going to probably see him at all for a single snap in the game. That is Jalen Warren's backfield. And the number 2 back is clearly Kenneth Gainwell. Pick up the phone, Bears front office. Call the Pittsburgh Steelers and see what you can get for Caleb Johnson. And, rectify your running back situation and room. Maybe had an opportunity to draft Caleb Johnson. Back the NFL draft in early May. You can solve all of this with maybe a singular phone call, trade a future draft pick, and boom, you get a very physical, explosive back in the open field who went to Iowa. I saw him play. I saw him wreck defenses. He is the answer if the Bears want to explore the running back market.
I was a huge fan of his skill set, too. In fact, I took him in the second round of my Dynasty League, and he's been a mess, man. And he cost me money because I had the Steelers, and that's when everything really went downhill on Sunday. But absolutely, that would be an upgrade for Chicago in the backfield, and he deserves an opportunity to do something other than return kicks.
Yeah, make it happen. All right, stick around, fools. We got more plus money on the way on our Team Huevos Tuesday. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, I want to know who made a deal with the devil to get the Bengals to start fast, but it meant we have to lose Joe Burrow, and he's not going to be a part of this. It's crazy to be 2-0, but it feels like 0-2 without him. But you do look at Jake Browning, and you're handing him the keys to an offense that has the NFL's Triple Crown leader, or Triple Crown receiver from a year ago. T. Higgins is really good. You still have a dynamic and explosive running back in Chase Brown. There are good pass catchers in Noah Fant and Mike Gesicki at the tight end position. So you look at that and say, okay, well, obviously he should be able to operate this offense. And we saw him do it once before in the 2023 season when Burrow went down for the final 6 games. Jake performed well in that stretch. And so the way that he performed on Sunday, despite throwing a few bad interceptions, which, I'll cut him some slack coming into the game like that, I think there is a belief here that, okay, based on the schedule, there's some games here that are winnable for Jake Browning. But when it comes down to it, is he going to be able to go and win you a game on the road or at home against the Detroit Lions or on the road against the Green Bay Packers? Those are tall tasks. I don't know if Bengals fans feel great about that right now, but you certainly feel like he can do the bare minimum to keep them in contention. It's up to everybody else around him stepping up to maybe get them over the edge and into the playoffs.
I think I agree. Bill Belichick, in my view, is the greatest football coach in the history of the NFL, bar none. I love Andy Reid. He's incredible, but recency bias is a real thing, and people are going to look at Bill Belichick and say, "Oh my God, look what's happening at North Carolina," even though the story isn't written there yet, and look at what's going on with his social life and dating Jordan Hudson. At the end of the day, it doesn't change anything. Do you know what I mean? Like it doesn't suddenly take those Super Bowls away. If he loses every game for the rest of the season in Chapel Hill, they don't take away a Super Bowl ring or 2 or 3. He still won those. And the whole, well, it's because of Tom Brady. Well, yes, but also Andy Reid has Patrick Mahomes. Great head coaches generally have great quarterbacks. And also Bill Belichick built that Patriots defense as well. So I don't buy the idea that just because Bill Belichick is struggling now or his path hasn't been what maybe we expected, that suddenly he wasn't a great head coach. He always will be.
I mean, they have a high power rating, but they haven't played to it. And I wonder, do they just not care yet? I don't know. I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just trying to see the logic there.
That's a perfectly reasonable expectation. When you're playing against overmatched, it's hard to get motivated and excited. But at the same time, I will say for teams like Oklahoma playing Temple, Miami playing Bethune-Cookman, Alabama against the nobody that they had before was kind of like, these teams that we think are really good have gone out and taken care of business against overmatched teams and left no doubt, whereas Penn State had trouble completing a pass against Villanova at times, and then the FIU game, which I think was 24-0 in the fourth quarter before they put on a couple of late scores. So we'll see. Again, nothing Penn State does outside of Ohio State and Oregon truly matters.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath getting down on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. Speaking of hashtag Team Huevos, we're going to be throwing out some plus money bets in honor of the day of the week, whether in the NFL or college football. Before we dive in on those, a friendly reminder on a couple of fronts. Number one, awesome interview with Mark Carman that we just had on, breaking everything down about Bear Down, Chicago Bears. I'm not going to sing the rest of the song. They don't deserve it. A lot of question marks about this team. Yeah, sad trombone certainly applies. Caleb Williams, takes some of that blame, but really largely the defense under Dennis Allen just falling apart at the seams right now. Jalen Johnson, by his own words earlier today on 670 The Score, he's donezo for the year, folks. So they're really going to be hurting on that back end. They're hurting on the front end as well. They are bottom 3 right now in EPA per play defense. And honestly, I don't think they're going to get much better for the rest of the season. So if you have a player on offense on your fantasy team that has a matchup against the Chicago Bears, you start him. and he'll watch the points come rolling in. And I think that is going to be the case this week for Javonte Williams. I think it's going to be the case certainly for CeeDee Lamb. George Pickens will probably have some explosive pass plays. Hell, Jake Ferguson may go nuts. Turpin may also find the end zone. I mean, everybody and their great-grandmother has a chance to score against the Chicago defense. And really the same could be said on the other side of the ball with the Dallas Cowboys. So if you like scoring, you like craziness, you like watching Madden video games on rookie level, Bears, Cowboys, got to be for you on Sunday there at Soldier Field. We're going to be talking against the plus money here in a second. And again, a reminder, if you miss an interview with Mark Harmon, you can always listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Subscribe now to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Also, we have our pole dancing poll question today live right now on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And it's asking you this: what widely available wide receiver is your most preferred fantasy free agent pickup this week? Your options are Wildale Robinson of the New York Giants, Troy Franklin of the Denver Broncos, Diami Brown of the Jacksonville Jaguars, or Romeo Doubs of the Green Bay Packers. So far, over 200 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic, right? Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Hopefully you're watching the stream right now if you're on X at BetMGM Tonight. Also streaming the show on our individual handles at Ryan Horvat and also at Noisy Huevo. So welcome to BetMGM Tonight, lively and rambunctious fantasy football and sports betting conversation. Speaking of sports betting, let's dive in right now on a little Team Huevos Tuesday plus money. That is a requirement. NFL, college football, I don't care. Let's just cash in some handsomely juiced wagers. Ryan, what do you like either one of those pieces of pigskin this week?
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually going to go with a little bit of a future here. So Utah has their biggest game of the season, and I think, this could be the Big 12 championship game, really. It could come this weekend as they take on Texas Tech. Now, they were a 3.5-point favorite. Looks like now if you like Utah, you could get them at 3. What I did today was took a stab. I already bet them to win the Big 12, but that price is gone. So I took them to make the college football playoff. If they win the Big 12 championship game, they would go, and they're plus 250. Even last year in a down year, they had a top 20 defense. The defense has held up so far this season. They get this game this weekend at Rice Eccles, one of the toughest places to play. And I really like their quarterback, Devin Dampier. I bet him a couple of weeks ago to win the Heisman. I love their coaching staff. Kyle Whittingham, he's had 3 losing seasons in over 20 years. And if they do win this game, the schedule sets up great, man. Like I said, you get Tech at home, tough place to play. Then next week, they're on the road against West Virginia, which should be a victory. They'll be favored by most likely double digits. Then they go back home. They get Arizona State at home. They're going to be favored in that game. And then they get Baylor. BYU and Baylor are their 2 toughest road games, 2 winnable games. So I like Utah to finish with at least 10 to 11 wins and win the Big 12. So plus 250 on them to make the playoff. Big fan of that price right now.
All right. Absolutely love that. The Fighting Zach Mosses of Utah to make a college football playoff. Better than 2-1 odds. Outstanding juice on that one. Hey, we got a caller. It's one of our favorites here on BetMGM tonight. 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Dial those digits and you get us. Mike in Miami did that. Hey, Mike, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. How can we help?
Hey guys, man. I took an L, man, because of Pacheco. That was a bad beat. I lost by 2 points. I should have taken Ramondre or even Samson there. I would have won. But oh well. Let's move on. And so in my other league, in the 2-quarterback league, I lost Burrow. So I'm trying to replace him now. I have Kyler Murray and Aaron Rodgers right now, but I got a trade offer. From the person who has a first waiver. He's gonna pick up Browning, and he's offering me Browning for Jalen Warren. You think I should take that, or should I just wait and sit and see how maybe I could get a Carson Wentz? I don't know how is going to go in the waivers, but I'm hoping on that. But should I take that trade or should I just sit on my roster for now?
I would not take that trade because you're in a two-quarterback format, and you already have two starting quarterbacks. You got Kyler Murray, and you have Aaron Rodgers. So right now, I mean, more injuries could come. The injury imp is always lurking in fantasy land. Quarterbacks have been under the gun. I mean, they've been feast on lower appendages left, right. The head of Justin Fields last week. So I would make that deal, Warren, for Browning. It's a fair offer. To be frank, to be honest with you. But I would stand pat with what you have and, maybe throw a few bucks or decent waiver position on Carson Wentz because it's going to be the starter for the next 2 to 4 weeks. Horvat, your thoughts?
Yep, completely agree, man. Buy low on a guy like Wentz, who, like you said, is most likely going to be the starter for up to 4 weeks. And you don't want to trade away a starting running back. And right now, that's what Jaylen Warren is. He's going to catch balls. And right now, he's running back one in that offense. So I'm holding on to him.
Yeah, he really doesn't have any competition either. Again, Caleb Johnson can't see the damn field. He may not see a single snap this week, and Kenneth Gainwell is an afterthought as a second fiddle in an offense. It's all Jaylen Warren all the time, and a guy that can beat you in myriad ways, a supreme pass catcher. Yeah, I'd hold off instead of making that deal there for Jake Browning. Good luck to you there, Mike in Miami, and tough beat, to say the least, last week, losing by 2. Based on our advice, which we said start Isaiah Pacheco, but dims to breaks. In fantasy football. And as I always say, fade the noise. Do the opposite of what I say, and chances are you're going to reap major benefit. All right, maybe you're going to reap major benefit. Fading or follow me on this one. James Cook, he didn't score not once, but I say 2 times at least. So 2 or more touchdowns for him against the Miami Dolphins on Thursday Night Football. Plus 310. Yeah, roll the shoulders because I got seduced by that juice. You look at James Cook. He did this in a game last year against the Fighting Flippers. He had thrice in the first matchup. He didn't score in the second one, but he does have a 3-touchdown game under his belt, 4 career touchdowns in 4 career games against the Miami Dolphins. Already 3 touchdowns this season, including 1, which he had 2 just last week. He's getting 75% of the opportunity share. He's up there in terms of yards created. He's top 10 in that category, top 20 in yards after contact per attempt, top 20 as well in total missed tackles forced. He's got 4 total red zone touches. And Miami, vanilla, kind of boring. Number 19 right now in rush EPA defense. So give me James Cook to score at least 2 touchdowns on Thursday Night Football on Amazon at plus 310. Ryan, what else do you like on this Team Huevos Tuesday at plus money?
Yeah, I am going to go. Now, here's one where usually I would recommend passing because you missed the price. But I like Miami to win the ACC at plus 155. We missed the plus 300 boat. Unfortunately, I bet Clemson. Do have Carson Beck to win the Heisman, and that looks good right now, from 22-1 down all the way to 10-1. He's breaking records right now. But the reason I like Miami, I don't fully trust Mario Cristobal, but I do like all the other hires that they've made, man, especially Corey Heatherman, who's the defensive coordinator that comes over from Minnesota. Their defensive line is legit. They have a bunch of NFL studs on the defensive side of the ball and on the offensive side of the ball, as we saw in their wins over Notre Dame, and then a pretty good South Florida team, and they took care of business. That game was never in question. Wish it was my only bet last weekend. Next week, they get Florida State on the road. Huge game. I think they win that game. I don't know if they cover, but I think they win that game. So Miami to win the ACC plus 155. I like that price quite a bit.
Yeah, that is a really good price there. Plus, $155 could be a category 4 there on the Saffir-Simpson scale. Weather nerd coming out. I heard advance agree. Got to use it from time to time. Give me the Colts to win the AFC South at a plus 130 juice. I think you and I are very much on the same wavelength here. Indianapolis, very balanced team right now on a per-play basis. Here's the evidence to prove it. They're number 3 in EPA per-play offense. They're number 10 in EPA per-play defense. And they have the 10th easiest remaining strength of schedule as tracked at tankathon.com. And the number 1 easiest in the division. Who's going to push them? Is it going to be Houston? They got offensive line issues. You saw the undoing that happened last night against Tampa Bay. Is it going to be Duval, Jacksonville? They have reservations and a lot of offensive inconsistencies right now, and some inconsistencies as well on defense. And it's certainly not going to be the Tennessee Titans. So for me, pound for pound, the best team in this division, the AFC South, the Colts with Daniel Jones, Indiana Jones, baby. plus 130. I honestly cannot believe this is still significant plus money. I would hop on that value all diggity day long. Ryan, give me one more Team Huevos Tuesday wager.
I'll sneak in one more. I think Oregon, anything better than 6-1, you're getting decent value right now to win it all. I feel like that might be the team that everybody's sleeping on. Penn State, granted they haven't played anybody, and I'm hoping because I bet them before the year at 15-1 that they're just kind of like not wanting to show much before they take on this Oregon team and Ohio State later on in the season. But Oregon looks really good right now, man. One of the better offenses and defenses, and I think Dan Lanning is eventually going to win a natty, so why not this year? Plus 650, Ducks, natty price.
Oh, yeah, not going to be Fagua this year. All right, let's go ahead and take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. We're getting down with our guy, Rob Brown. Don't you go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Would take the Chiefs. That would be my play. Then I think a lot of people might look at Buffalo as well. They're a 12.5-point favorite against the Dolphins on Thursday night. The Bills have the Panthers and the Saints the next 2 weeks, in weeks 4 and week 5. So I'd save Buffalo for that game against for Miami. I would not bet them in Survivor. And I kind of like the Dolphins plus the points. The look-ahead line was Bills minus 9.5. Now it's all the way up to minus 12.5. I know Miami usually doesn't beat the Bills in Buffalo, but it does help that the game's in September. If this game was played in December, then I definitely wouldn't like the Dolphins. They're 0-2. I love betting 0-2 teams in week 3 of the NFL. It feels like the Dolphins are definitely on verge of absolutely imploding, but they should have won that game against the Patriots. If A-Chain stays in bounds, they probably win that game. Now you turn around. I mean, this is their season, right? If they lose 0-3, things are going to get ugly, especially if they lose this game by 30 points. So if you want to attack it, I think if you like the Bills, I wouldn't just bet 12.5. I would lay alts with the Bills. Like, bet this thing to get ugly. 17.5, 21.5, 24.5. Like, bet alts with Buffalo. I think this thing is either a curb stomping or the Dolphins maybe keep it within 10 points. Maybe it's a one-possession game when we look up on Thursday night. But the Chiefs would...
At Evan H. Abrams, tremendous follow for gambling trends. Just very, very solid stuff. NFL closing favorites of 4 points or more are now 12-0 this season. 12-0. So those are your teams -4 and higher. -4, 5, 6, 7, you get it. 12-0 this season. And since week 13 of last year, those same NFL favorites of 4 points or more are 64-7 straight up. 64-7. That is a 90.1% clip. It's easy. It's easy. And I got bookies yesterday. I'm texting. I got a bunch of bookie friends, Chicago, Vegas, Florida. They're sending me these bet slips. And it's guys making 5-leg, 6-leg parlays, just money lines. Money line, money line, money line, money line, money line. And I sent you a couple of them. Yep. Guys are just parlaying favorites and winning thousands of dollars. And we've been doing this a long time, you and I. 15 years, 20 years. I don't ever remember it being so simple to just take favorites and parlay them together on the money line and have them come through. At a 90% clip since week 13 of last year, these favorites of -4 or higher are getting home.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath getting down with your guy here on the hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to be talking to our dude, Rob Brown, here momentarily. But we got a caller. 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Dial those digits and you get us. William in Florida did exactly that. William, welcome to BetMGM tonight.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Not much. I wanted to talk some ACC football and Hurricanes in general. I feel like in general, the ACC is hot trash, but overall they've been doing a little better this year. I think the Hurricanes are just getting so much disrespect. They come out as underdogs and beat Notre Dame, and now they're only 8.5 points favorites against Florida. It's kind of laughable now.
Yeah, I like this Miami team a lot.
Take away on this one. I know you're big on Miami right now. The Hurricane wins are certainly blowing, aren't they?
Yeah, I've actually been impressed with the ACC. Now, our guy Rob Brown that's going to join us here in a couple minutes was right about Georgia Tech. He took a flyer on them to make the playoff. Big Haynes King guy, so he's going to talk them up here in a second. But I like Miami, man. Now, we've missed the boat on the plus 300 price, which I thought was kind of crazy coming into the year. I like Carson Beck when you protect Carson Beck. So I bet him to win the Heisman at 22-1. I don't think there's really good value on that anymore, but he's out there breaking records, and they're able to protect him. And I've really been impressed with Miami on the defensive side of the ball. I think they have the best defensive line in all of college football. Reuben Bain's an absolute stud. Thomas is a really solid defensive back. I like this defense a lot, man. Now, I don't fully trust Mario Cristobal yet in big games, but I like the rest of the coaching staff. I like them next week, against Florida State. So I like Miami. If I had to make a bet right now on an ACC winner, even though they're the favorites and we've missed the 3-1 price, I would go with the Canes. I think they're for real this year.
All right, William, we appreciate the call. Let's bring in our guy right now, Rob Brown, host of the Rob Brown Show, the fan of state, avid watcher of low-budget movies as well, one of his calling cards. Make sure you follow him on the X where he's always giving it to you there, at the Rob Brown Show, again on X, at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Straight away from me, let's reflect on the midnight hour matchup from last night between the Chargers and Raiders, with LAC at 2-0 and KC on the flip side at 0-2. Who may win the AFC West this year? Who would you lay the money on right now? The Chargers are the leader at BetMGM to earn that honor at plus 110, with Kansas City shockingly at plus 250. Is this the year the Chargers change the guard there in the AFC West?
Look, I like the Chargers a lot. There is one concern that I have right now. I'm waiting for Omarion Hampton to click, because I think when he does, and he was one of my favorite players coming into this draft, I think when he does, that the Chargers go to what Harbaugh said they were going to do at the beginning, which was, we're going to be a running team first, and we're going to try to create a world where it's easier for Justin Herbert. The good news is Justin Herbert's kind of looked like a dog through 2 weeks so far. So, like, you can rely on the guy. And I think the thing I keep reminding myself is regular season Justin Herbert hasn't been the problem for this team the last couple of years, right? It's been, what do they do when it's big time clutch time? But the Chiefs are kind of the other way around. It's like they've had a lot of these close games the last couple of years, and they've just always seemed to find a way to gut one out. I don't know if this is kind of looking for a silver lining here, but I will take a Chiefs ticket at 2.5 to 1, which I would have told you before the season. A 2.5 to 1 Chiefs to win the division ticket is stupid, and you should run to the bank. Why would we change that in 2 weeks? Loss number 1 was after a plane trip to Sao Paulo, Brazil, where these dudes were locked in the hotel room for 3 days before they played football. Like, it's a weird, and I understand they're supposed to be the Chiefs and they're above all that and whatever. But, oh yeah, by the way, no Rashee Rice. They're banged up around the football field. It's going to take a minute to lock in. I'm not in point. I love the Chargers and I love the future of this football team. Like I said, especially if Hampton gets going, boys. But I'm not selling the Chiefs dynasty up the river just yet. And if you're going to give them to me at 2.5 to 1, I'm going to take that. It has been 2 weeks. And oh, by the way, loss number 2 was against the reigning, defending, and Saquon Barkley. Maybe let's take a deep breath here.
Rob, you just heard the call right there on the ACC. So Miami's looked impressive. Your boys at Georgia Tech with a big win at home on a crazy game against Clemson. Clemson's 1-2. I don't know if you saw I'm guessing you saw the Dabo press conference today. He's spiraling out of control. Florida State, they got some big games coming up, but undefeated right now. I give you $100. Are you going with the favorite, the Canes? Are you sticking with Georgia Tech? Who do you like the most in the ACC right now?
First off, I apologize. I didn't have a chance to make it down to my local Hibbett, so I had to improv the rec gear today. Shout out to the boys at Georgia Tech, the Ramblin' Wreck, getting it done for you fella at plus 3.5. Didn't want it, didn't need it. Should have gone with the money line like I said I was going to last week, and then I didn't have the rocks to make the bet, so I took the points. Hell yeah, you're right, we did. I'm going to say right now, and I don't know if this is optimistic, ambitious, I'm going to get accused of 100 different things here. Why not take Florida State with the way they've looked through 2 games? Florida State, as far as I'm concerned, through a 2-game stretch, have looked as impressive as anybody else. And OBT dubs after Florida State, and I don't use this word very often, manhandled Alabama in that game. And I'm not talking about the scoreboard, Ryan Horvat. I'm talking about man-to-man, dude-to-dude, O-line to D-line. Florida State whipped Alabama the way that Nick Saban's Alabama used to whip everybody else. They were pushing these dudes around all game long, and all Bama's done since then is kick every ass that's in front of them. And I know Wisconsin's not a big, bad football team like the Badgers of years gone past, and I know this was in Tuscaloosa. There was never, like, from play number 3, there was never a doubt in that game. Ryan Williams is starting to look alive. I would love to point out that Ty Simpson, who was the question mark. What did Ty Simpson do in week number 2? A perfect 17 of 17 for 9,000 yards and a bunch of tutties. And then he followed it up with a very good performance. My Georgia Tech label's falling off my hat. This is embarrassing, people. I'm better than this. I'm much more high budget than this. Like, Ty Simpson has been good. And I think that team's pissed off about what happened at Florida State, and Florida State put them into that spot. I like this Miami team. I don't like Miami. I hate the Miami Hurricanes, but like, I respect the team that Cristobal's been put. But here's the thing. And I know that I came on this show after they knocked off Notre Dame. And I said, oh, maybe there's Mario Cristobal's growing up moment. Y'all, Notre Dame's defense, Ryan, please don't come through the computer and choke me out. The defense sucks right now. Like, it's bad. Even Marcus Freeman's like, I'm going to have to step up and take control of this if we don't get better. So maybe that win over Notre Dame, much like LSU's week 1 win over Clemson, doesn't look as impressive 3 weeks in as we thought it would. So, like, I'm not fully there yet with Mario Cristobal and the Miami Hurricanes. And I know it's one more game than Florida State played, but what Florida State did to Miami, and then they turned around in a spot they could have come out slow, hit the gas, maybe let up a little bit. They dumped 7 or whatever, on a little nobody cupcake the next week. What's I got to tell you? It's hard for me not to take the Noles right now because we all said, is this a bounce back year? Through 2 weeks, it looks like the answer is a resounding Stone Cold Steve Austin. Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to apologize for ripping the Notre Dame defense, man. I think I said last night in the final hour of the show that I would electrocute Chris Ash right now. That's how much I can't stand him. He set Notre Dame defense back 20 years. I've actually been pretty good about it. I don't want to get into it. Damn them. Anyway, Rob, choose your own adventure. NFL or college football. It could be an underdog. It could be a favorite this week. Your favorite bet.
All right, I'll give you one of each because I'm nothing if not kind and generous, boys. Let's start in the NFL. Give me the Lions +6 against the Ravens, right? Like I like this Baltimore team in that week one dogfight against Buffalo. Maybe the best NFL game we've had in a couple of years. And I know Detroit looked slow out of the gate, but did they not look like they were right back to being the Super Bowl contenders we thought they were last week? On the flip side, Baltimore, apparently even with Derrick Henry, kind of forgot how to run the ball against the Browns. It took them to the fourth quarter to bust that thing open, and they needed a block punt, a fumble recovery, and a pick to get it done. Do we believe that they're going to be able to do those things against Detroit? The answer for me is no, and you're giving me this line at 6. I think I got it at 6.5. I think it may be down to 6 now. I wouldn't be shocked if that thing pumps up. If it ends up touching 7, run to the bank with your paycheck to get it done. Over in college ball, I'm gonna go one more with you guys. As much as I've said, like, I don't know them, I don't trust them, this is more about the team they're playing. Miami -7.5 against Florida. That I got nothing on this for Florida. That team is spiraling. You threw 5 interceptions against 5 picks against LSU. This was hey everybody, DJ Lagway's for real. And I'll be honest, boys, I fell for the hype. I met DJ Lagway at SEC Media Days and like confidence was brimming. I went all in on Lagway and the Gators, and I am a complete and total jackass for doing that because this team is not that team at this point. So I understand like Florida wants to get it right and all that, but they're not changing anything. Somebody described, I wish I can remember who it was, but they said, you know what the Florida Gators are? The Florida Gators are like, if you go to the grocery store and you buy all the ingredients to cook a great dinner and you bring it home and you call everybody over and it's time to cook, and then you realize nobody in the house knows how to actually cook. You got all the ingredients, you got the kitchen's nice, you got all the equipment, but if nobody knows how to cook, you're kind of wasting your time. Like, that's where I am with Florida. So give me Miami -7.5 over the not-so-mighty Gators of Florida.
Love it. Bringing the passion as always, Rob Brown, host of the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Avid watcher of low-budget movies as well. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at the Rob Brown Show. Again, on X, at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, let's go to the most important game of the weekend, shall we? In my neck of the woods, the ILL going to Bloomington to fight against the fighting John Mellencamp's, the Indiana Hoosiers. The gridiron version and not the hardwood version, usually the storied rivalry in this series, but it still has the nation's attention. The Illini are catching 4.5 points. Again, they're the higher-ranked team here, number 9 versus number 19. Scout this one for us and give us a selection, and I'm praying you're going to go orange and blue. What are your thoughts on Illinois, Indiana?
You know, I came in here today, Brad, with every intention of doing nothing but aggravating the ever-loving dog crap out of Ryan Horvat for the Tech Clemson heat that I took last week. But I'm afraid I am going to disappoint you and say I'm rolling with Kurt Signetti and the Hoosiers in this one. Look, Indiana And I'm going to use an expression very common down here in the South, Brad. Indiana ain't played nobody, Paul. They ain't played nobody. However, the nobodies they've played, they have done what teams who play nobodies but are expected to be good. They've kicked the dog crap at everybody. They got, 360 some odd yards of rushing surrendered across 3 games. On the flip side, Illinois is, I think, sitting at like 146 on the ground per game, which puts them about 70th in the country so far. And granted, one of those games was at a team that, and this is the reason I actually do like Illinois, to go down into Duke, and I know it's just little old Duke. That's a 9-win football team from last year, fellas. And again, I don't know if Manny Diaz is the real deal or if that's Mike Elko's guys that he left behind when he went down to coach the Colt at Texas A&M. But it's a 9-win team from last year, and Illinois just beat the hell out of them. That being said, I think Indiana at this point, with a rush defense up against and Brad, you tell me if I'm wrong here, against, I think, a very middle-of-the-road, very average Illinois offense, can kind of keep that offense to where the Illini have to throw the ball quite a bit. And if you get into a shootout with Fernando Mendoza, I'm going to pick Mendoza. Like, that kid, it's not anything that's jumping off the page. He's not putting himself into the Heisman conversation yet. 19 of 20. In the last time out. Like, the dude is definition of efficiency right now. So if Indiana's run defense can keep Illinois to, let's say, $120, $130 or less on the ground, which I think they can, and they put it into the hands of Mendoza, I got to go with the Hoosiers here. And I don't know if you know this about Kurt Cignetti, Bradley Evans, but he wins. Google him.
He does. He certainly does. I'll give you my scouting report real quick here in Illinois. It's all going to come down the first half and the effort that Illinois puts out there. They have operated sluggishly out of the gate offensively, not so much defensively early on in games. They have really revved the engine in the second half, but if they can put together a full 4 quarters of consistency across the board, Illinois is going to win it. They are number 14 in the country, mind you, in offensive efficiency. According to Pro Football Focus. Indiana, though, at number 2 in that category. The outstanding Rob Brown. Again, host of the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Follow him on X at the Rob Brown Show. We're up against it. Rob, we appreciate the time, as always, mi amigo. When we come back, little fantasy flames, lames, and shocker specials at NFL Week 3 at the quarterback position. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
You don't need to put these in order, but I'm curious. Joe and I were talking about this off the top. We've seen 2 weeks now of NFL. Who are the 4 best teams in the league? Any order, 4 best.
Bills, Packers, Eagles, Rams.
Rams over Ravens?
Ravens out.
Yeah, Ravens have to be in there too. Who am I tossing out? Who am I tossing out for the Ravens? Yeah. I mean, I was so confident. I knew I was missing. Yeah, I guess you toss out the Rams. I think the Rams are right there in the top 10, though, top 5. The Rams would be my 5th. The Rams are really good, man. Ravens.
No, I'm just laughing at
Ravens.
They go from top 4 to they're top 10.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, they're. I was like, all right, who am I? I know I'm missing some. I actually did this last night. Somebody was asking me, like, who are the best teams in football? And I was texting with somebody, and I was like, oh yeah, and the Ravens. So I mean, like, that's just my brain. That's not me discounting the Ravens. They look great. Bills look awesome. You know, I think right now, if you were sort of penciling in, if you had to take a conference championship exacta or quad box or whatever it would be called, quadfecta, it would be Packers, Eagles, and Bills, Ravens, right? I mean, those would be the 4 teams that I think you would expect to be there. I really do think, I mean, the Rams at 18-1 to win the Super Bowl. I don't know if that's like good value per se, but I'm telling you, this Rams team, to me, the first 2 weeks of the season is underrated for sure.
you know how I feel about the Green Bay Packers. They're the best team in the league, in my opinion. Of course, the best team in the NFC. After what I've seen through 2 weeks, and it's just 2 weeks, I think Tampa is the second best team in the NFC behind Green Bay. Like, I'll take Tampa right now on September 16th over Philadelphia. I'll take them over Detroit. And I'll take them over anyone else that you might bring up that's in the NFC. Like, Tampa has really impressed me through these first 2 weeks. And when they get healthy, which is the big caveat because they're missing some key guys, when they get healthy, especially on offense, they're going to be sick. Like, I was texting the guys last night. I was like, man, I mean, imagine this offense when they get Tristan Wirfs back. They're without their best player. Pound for pound, Tristan Wirfs is the best player on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's been dealing with the knee injury since training camp. They win those first 2 games on the road without him. Wait until he gets back. Like, Baker Mayfield, like, I'm not the biggest Baker guy, but, like, he's a good starting quarterback. I think anybody with eyeballs can see that. The O-line will be really good once Wirfs gets back. Let's get Luke Gadecki back as well because he played in last night's game, but only for like a quarter, got hurt again with that foot injury, so he had to leave the game. Like, let's get those offensive tackles back and healthy. They're missing both Chris Godwin and Jalen McMillan in that wide receiver room that can go along with Mike Evans and Emeka Ibuka, who scored another touchdown last night. How about the running backs? Bucky Irvin's awesome. Rashad White, like, that dude was out there looking like prime Le'Veon Bell on a couple of those carries where he's kind of just like slalom skiing his way through the Houston Texans defense. Like, he was sick last night. And defensively, they can stop the run with Big Vita Vea in the middle, which I think you can't just call him Vita Vea. You got to call him Big Vita Vea. That's what it is, because that dude is massive. Go Huskies. He is an awesome player, and every time he's on the field, it makes the opposition one-dimensional.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're doing another rousing edition of Fantasy Flames, Lames, and Shocker specials ahead of Week 3. The NFL slate at the quarterback position is going to be the focus. But a friendly reminder, folks, if you want to talk sports gambling with us, if you want to talk sports betting with us, which is also sports gambling, if you want to talk fantasy football as well, hey, guess what? You absolutely can. Simple way to contact Ryan Horvat and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions, comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Awesome conversation with Rob Brown. If you miss any of that, again, friendly reminder, folks, you can always go back and listen at your leisure, at your convenience with a BetMGM Tonight podcast. I get Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your damn podcast. Hello, subscribe right now to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. But in that rollicking conversation with Rob, at first I thought, I feel like I was duped. Like, I asked him about Illinois, Indiana, the break. He goes, hey, Brad, I love you. I'm not going to, tear you down and cut you down to size at all and rain on your parade. I'm all about the ILL, yada, yada, yada. And then he starts, talking through the reasons about Indiana and all the positives that Indiana has. And then I think he made a switch in his head subconsciously. Yeah. And he went to the Indiana Hoosier side and said, hey, I'm going to lay the 4.5. I think they're going to cover against Illinois and score the victory. I feel like I've been stabbed in the back.
Yeah, he did. He kind of buttered you up a little bit, and then he did stab you in the back. I haven't bet that game yet, man, but I want to see where that closes at. I just think now Indiana is not the same team that they were last year. They lost a ton, but I do like Mendoza, their quarterback. But right now,
I mean, you get the right number, 5.5, 6 on Illinois. I might play some Illinois here. I'm not in love with Indiana enough to lay 4.5 in this game.
Yeah, and again, Illinois is a team, in terms of the advanced analytics, they're outstanding. We're going to break down this game in college football a little bit more tomorrow, but a sneak preview. The ILL right now at number 16, according to the offensive efficiency rankings, they are at Pro Football Focus. Actually, check that. They're at number 14, defensively at number 27. Now, Indiana's top 10 in both offense efficiency, defense efficiency, but the best opponent they played against, Old Dominion. That's it.
Right.
I mean, they've been beaten up largely an FCS opponent. So this is a real proving ground, I think, for Indiana. I watched that team, hang 73 points. You and I were sweating out. Remember Indiana State last Friday on a 69.5 point line idiotically, and we lost. I mean, they can score and score at will. But my viewpoint stands with Illinois. If they come out and play complete first half, and that has been their biggest issue. They've been so wildly erratic in first half. If they play, lockdown football on both sides of the ball in that first frame, they're largely second half team. They're going to go in there in Bloomington in a very hype game and win that bad boy under the primetime lights live on NBC in front of a national television audience. So I can't wait for that one. And granted, I'm going to have to go to Benny's Beverage Depot here in my neck of the woods and probably pick up, I don't know, an entire case of tequila to try to quell the nerves as I am consuming every single second of Illinois, Indiana on Saturday night. Again, more on that game tomorrow, and along with 3 additional games in college football ahead of week 3. That is specialty of Ryan Horvat, and the numbers nerd specialty of mine. Speaking of nerdy numbers, let's dive in on some of those right now. And our quarterback flames, lames, and shocker specials, all fantasy football, all the time in week 3. Here's the qualification needed to be a certifiable fantasy flame. Got to be 60% or under started right now. And pulling that data from Yahoo Leagues. So Ryan, who maybe a quarterback that's slightly under the radar? Of course, all these guys are known because they are quarterbacks, but who is somebody that's largely on fantasy benches that you might want to consider streaming this week? Who is that?
Got a guy on my bench that I like a little bit. Now, I'm probably not going to start him, but I did consider Matthew Stafford, which doesn't seem like a smart play because 2 weeks in, he hasn't had a top 10 fantasy week yet. He only had a little bit over 13 points, 13.6 against the Texans week 1, only 17 against the Titans. But they won that game handily. Now you got a rematch from their playoff loss where they fell 13 yards short of beating the Eagles. And Stafford in that game, 324 passing yards, 2 touchdown passes. I like the Rams to keep this game close. I bet them on the spread. I think they got a chance to win this game outright. The Philly defense has taken a little step back. I still love Quinyon Mitchell. Cooper DeJean's a hell of a player, but their secondary is a little leaky right now, and they're giving up a full yard per play more than they were at this point of the season last year. I kind of like Matthew Stafford, man. Now, he's not going to get it done with his legs, and he's dealing with a back injury, but he can make all the throws, and I like the Devontae Adams connection. Puka is still one of the better receivers in the league, so I think he's going to ball out. I'm thinking like 300 yards and 3 passing touchdowns this weekend against that Philly defense.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I mean, Philly is grossly underachieved, I feel, in that secondary, primarily because of Dory Jackson stinks in coverage. He is inside the top 10 in most yards allowed to his assignments through a couple of weeks. So he is the weakest link. So I could see Stafford really picking on him and taking advantage of that mano-a-mano match of whoever lines up in those situations on a snap-in, snap-out basis. My guy, we've already talked about him. I'll double down on him. Caleb Williams. Again, right now, quarterback 9 in total fantasy scoring so far this season. He's been outstanding from a numerical point of view. Maybe not on the surface, maybe not by conventional viewpoints, and a lot of people in Chicago land basing him on 670 The Score on a local sports talk radio. in that market. But Caleb Williams put some damn respect on his name for fantasy football, largely because he gets it done on the ground. A guy's going to get you anywhere between 25, 30 yards in that capacity. And you look at Dallas, vertically, they are challenged. Number 30 in pass EPA defense so far this season. I know Caleb Williams is only number 24 in adjusted completion percentage, though he is a respectable number 15 in deep ball completion percentage. In lockstep right now, Roma Dunze, DJ Moore could have a nice game. Maybe they get the tight ends involved. Colson Loveland and Cole Kmet. Check down game, always busy and at work there with DeAndre Swift. First to 50 wins over and over again. Everything tied to Bears and Cowboys, and I think Caleb Williams going to show up and show out. I think he's going to be a top 10 quarterback yet again. Again, Dallas giving up 301 pass yards per game, 5 total touchdowns to the quarterback position, and the second most fantasy points allowed to signal callers as well. Flip side of the coin, fantasy lames. These are bigger names, over 50% started, that could have a letdown week. Ooh, interesting. I see who you're going with. I might kind of disagree with this, believe it or not. Who is it, Horvey?
Well, technically, I don't think he meets the criteria. I like your guy, but I didn't want to double up on your guy. And I feel like every other top quarterback has a pretty favorable matchup, but I'm not in love with Jared Goff against the Baltimore Ravens. Now, he threw 5 touchdown passes against that Bears secondary. Now he's going against this Ravens secondary, which, I'm not all that high on, but it's the matchup, man. Goff has never thrown a touchdown pass against Baltimore in 3 career starts, 120 attempts. He had a 53 attempt performance in that 38-6 loss in 2023. Historically, they've just had his number. It's a road game. I think Jared Goff is going to throw a couple picks this week, actually. So I'll go with him, and I'm playing against him this week, so I feel pretty good about that.
All right. Going with Jared Goff, although it's the highest total on the board this week at 51.5 there on Monday night. Again, you agree with my guy. Normally I sing this song, It Hurts So Good. Come on, Jalen, make it hurt so good. He may make it hurt in a not so good way this week for fantasy football devices. He's my fantasy lane candidate, largely because he's entirely reliant right now on the tush push, the city of brotherly shove, right? And scoring on the ground. He's not doing much vertically because his team is going fully old school. Crack out the leather helmets and watch this game in black and white. It is only ridiculous how much they're leaning on the run right now in Philadelphia. They're calling run on 60% of their plays through 2 weeks, folks. That's crazy to me. And you look at the LA Rams, they're number 1 in the NFL right now, and pass EPA defense are actually way up there, too, in terms of rush EPA defense. Jalen Hurts, yes, he's number 1 in adjusted completion percentage, but it's all about the limited number of opportunities. When he does turn in the air, he's making completions, just not deep down the field. He is number 32 in total air yards. That's terrible. You look at the carry percentage, a sky-high 36.8%. Again, that's where the needle really moves from a fantasy football perspective. 77 rush yards, the 3 rushing touchdowns. The Rams have allowed the fewest fantasy points to quarterbacks so far through a couple of games. They're only giving up 201.5 total yards per game. That's including rush yards. And only 1 touchdown they have allowed via the ground or the air in total to the quarterback position. So if Hurts is going to have a lackluster game, it's in this matchup. The Rams are the real deal Holyfield right now defensively. So it could be a very subpar, mediocre, vanilla, bland effort for one. It hurts so good, Mr. Jalen Hurts. All right, let's go a little bit deeper. Shocker special time. These are guys under 15% started right now in Yahoo leagues, and they could really stand out in the box score. Who is your selection?
I'm going back to the well here with my guy, formerly known as Danny Dimes, now just known in Indianapolis as Dimes, Daniel Jones. So, granted, it's a 2-game sample size, but I like this matchup against the Titans. He's coming off a game against one of the better defenses in the league, the Broncos, and he threw for 316 yards, 2 total touchdowns, 8.7 yard average target depth, 8 dot. He's 13th in 8 dot this season, so top 15. So it's not just dinking and dunking. He's pushing the ball down the field a little bit, and he's one of only 5 quarterbacks with 20-plus fantasy points from rushing as well. The 2 weeks he's using his legs a little bit too. So let's go with our guy Danny Dimes against the Titans, who just got carved up last week. I like this matchup. I don't know if he's going to throw for 316 yards, but he could add a rushing touchdown. They're using him a lot on the goal line, which sucks if you have Jonathan Taylor anytime touchdowns, man, because Danny Dimes is going to be a little bit of a touchdown vulture this year, but I like Daniel Jones this week again.
That crack the whip, Indiana Jones could get it done again. How about Jake Browning? Look, people are going to be spending exorbitant fab cash, shelling out, slapping the wallet, smashing the piggy bank, especially in Superflex or 2-quarterback leagues. I'm in one of those situations. I'm going to spend probably upwards of 70% of my fab budget to acquire him because I had Joe Burrow on my roster, but we mentioned earlier, the guy has amnesia, right? He's a gunslinger. He's going to go out there. It doesn't matter if he throws and hits the opposition squarely in the numbers. He did that 3 times last week, those INTs. He's going to just go out there and keep on gunning. You get the Minnesota Vikings this week, number 2 on pass EPA defense so far. Browning was only number 31 last week and adjusted completion percentage, but this is what really moves things, drive things for me. 9.0 ADOT, a very handsome level of production there. That's the luxury of having Jamar Chase and also T. Higgins on roster. Hopefully he's going to get Chase Brown more involved there in the check down game. Only had 1 reception, a key one late in that game. You look at Minnesota, 5th fewest fantasy points to opposing single colors on the season, giving up 6.2 yards per attempt, 172.5 pass yards per game, only 1 passing touchdown, also giving up 1 rushing touchdown. But I think Jake Browning could be a surprise sensation. Remember back in 2023, got a handful of starts when Burrow was out that season. He averaged 20 fantasy points per game. That ain't too shabby, folks. So I think for him to reach fantasy flame status, all he got to do is score 18-plus fantasy points in standard Yahoo formats. I think he gets there. I got him ranked as a top 20 quarterback this week. Am I crazy, Ryan Horvath?
I don't think so at all, man, right? Because I still like the weapons, and because a couple of years ago, when he filled in, he did a pretty solid job. They went on a little winning streak. They had an outside shot even to make the playoffs. I remember he was feeling himself a little bit because his wife or his fiance or his girlfriend or whatever she is, she went to one of those games in like the tracksuit. But I like him, and I like the weapons. You have Jamar. You have the best receiver in all of football. You have T. Higgins, the best number 2 receiver in all of football. You have Chase Brown, who I hope still finds his way into the end zone a couple times here the next couple weeks while they try to survive without Burrow. So, yeah, I even in this matchup against the Vikings, he might throw a couple picks, but he's going to throw a couple touchdowns, I think, especially against this blitz-happy defense from Brian Flores. So I like Jake Browning a little bit this week as well, too.
Yeah, I got a feeling his lady friend is going to be a sensation here in short order. She's already trending pretty heavily on social media platforms. I'll leave it at that. Yeah. So hopefully Jake Browning will be dealing there against the Minnesota Vikings. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to review our picks on our cards this evening. How are mine looking? Maybe not too shabby. Hopefully better than last night. Stick around, fans. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Yeah, I want to know who made a deal with the devil to get the Bengals to start fast, but it meant we have to lose Joe Burrow, and he's not going to be a part of this. It's crazy to be 2-0, but it feels like 0-2 without him. But you do look at Jake Browning, and you're handing him the keys to an offense that has the NFL's Triple Crown leader, or Triple Crown receiver from a year ago. T. Higgins is really good. You still have a dynamic and explosive running back in Chase Brown. There are good pass catchers in Noah Fant and Mike Gesicki at the tight end position. So you look at that and say, okay, well, obviously he should be able to operate this offense. And we saw him do it once before in the 2023 season when Burrow went down for the final 6 games. Jake performed well in that stretch. And so the way that he performed on Sunday, despite throwing a few bad interceptions, which, I'll cut him some slack coming into the game like that, I think there is a belief here that, okay, based on the schedule, there's some games here that are winnable for Jake Browning. But when it comes down to it, is he going to be able to go and win you a game on the road or at home against the Detroit Lions or on the road against the Green Bay Packers? Those are tall tasks. I don't know if Bengals fans feel great about that right now, but you certainly feel like he can do the bare minimum to keep them in contention. It's up to everybody else around him stepping up to maybe get them over the edge and into the playoffs.
I think I agree. Bill Belichick, in my view, is the greatest football coach in the history of the NFL, bar none. I love Andy Reid. He's incredible, but recency bias is a real thing, and people are going to look at Bill Belichick and say, "Oh my God, look what's happening at North Carolina," even though the story isn't written there yet, and look at what's going on with his social life and dating Jordan Hudson. At the end of the day, it doesn't change anything. Do you know what I mean? Like it doesn't suddenly take those Super Bowls away. If he loses every game for the rest of the season in Chapel Hill, they don't take away a Super Bowl ring or 2 or 3. He still won those. And the whole, well, it's because of Tom Brady. Well, yes, but also Andy Reid has Patrick Mahomes. Great head coaches generally have great quarterbacks. And also Bill Belichick built that Patriots defense as well. So I don't buy the idea that just because Bill Belichick is struggling now or his path hasn't been what maybe we expected, that suddenly he wasn't a great head coach. He always will be.
I mean, they have a high power rating, but they haven't played to it. And I wonder, do they just not care yet? I don't know. I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just trying to see the logic there.
That's a perfectly reasonable expectation. When you're playing against overmatched teams, it's hard to get motivated and excited. But at the same time, I will say for teams like Oklahoma playing Temple, Miami playing Bethune-Cookman, Alabama against the nobody that they had before was kind of like, these teams that we think are really good have gone out and taken care of business against overmatched teams and left no doubt, whereas Penn State had trouble completing a pass against Villanova at times, and then the FIU game, which I think was 24-0 in the fourth quarter before they put on a couple of late scores. So we'll see. Again, nothing Penn State does outside of Ohio State and Oregon truly matters.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Well,
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother Bit Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. Getting some final thoughts on the show tonight, at least my hour. But stick around, fools. Ryan Horvat's going to be here with a bonus time hour of BetMGM tonight here momentarily. Going to bring things down. More college football talk. Probably going to work in a little NFL as well. So don't change that dial. Again, stay tuned for a bonus hour of BetMGM tonight. Phone line still wide ass open. If you want to talk college football with us ahead of the Week 4 slate, if you want to talk fantasy football, maybe you got some waiver wire configurations you're trying to put together ahead of the deadline tonight. Maybe you got a trade offer on the table. Maybe you're racking your brain about start-sit decisions ahead of Week 3. Hey, you could ask us right now. All you got to do to get a hold of Horvey and I is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions or comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Speaking of X, we have our pole dancing poll question today available right now. Let me go to actually shut that sucker down. It was asking you this: what widely available wide receivers your most preferred fantasy free agent pickup this week? Your options are Wan'Dale Robinson of the New York Giants, Troy Franklin of the Denver Broncos, Diami Brown of the Jacksonville Jaguars, or Romeo Doubs of the Green Bay Packers. Officially 207 votes cast. Horvat, who led the way?
I'll be a homer here, and I'll go Romeo Doubs.
We're out Romeo in third place at 21.3%. Number one was Troy Franklin, widely available for sure.
Yeah,
only 4% rostered in Yahoo leagues at 44.4%. Second place, Wan'Dale Robinson, about 29% rostered at 32.9%. And nobody loved Diami Brown, 1.4% of the vote, despite being a top 20 wide receiver a couple weeks into the NFL regular season. We had one comment from our outstanding executive producer and man working the board, Brandon Combs. He said, Romeo Doubs. He has less competition for targets and will have ample opportunities to have top wide receiver numbers. I would pump the brakes on that belief, Brando. I think the downside of being a Packers wide receiver is to spread the love nature and emphasis on love by one Jordan Love. I think Matthew Golden will arrive at some point this year. It may take still a few weeks, but also Jaden Reed is still healthy, playing and fighting through. That painful Jones fracture has certainly had his moments. Tucker Kraft has been balling out. Dontavian Wicks has shined at times. Like, they just spread the ball around, and that's the downside of having a Packer on your fantasy roster and in your fantasy lineup. You got to play it on a week in, week out basis based on matchup alone. So Romeo Doubs are going to have a lot of clunkers more than cashing situations this season. My top vote would be Troy Franklin, quite frankly. A guy that, again, in a rhythm and flow, with the history that he had going back to his collegiate days at Oregon with his quarterback in Bo Nix. It's not Marvin Mims who's a WR2. It is clearly him. In my estimation, he's way up there at ADOT, can really stretch the field. He's way up there in yards after the catch. I think Troy Franklin is to be believed. So if you're, again, putting together your waiver wire priorities tonight and how much fab cash you're going to spend, I think Franklin is a $10 to $15 player right now, and you might have to go a little extra on the cash if you're desperate for a wide receiver. So don't discount him too much. I believe he is going to be maybe a borderline WR3 rest of season there in the Mile High City. We appreciate your votes. And for those of you that have participated, we'll have a brand new pole dancing poll question today on the Hump Day edition of the show tomorrow. Right now, let's go ahead and break down our cards tonight. These are our top three plays on tonight's show. Could be looking ahead in college football or the NFL, or maybe a log some action tonight. Ryan, what were your top three picks? And I'm not sure if you had anything going tonight, but how you doing?
I only had the Cubs, and that went off an hour before we got on the air. So they did win 4-1 over the Pirates, but I faded Skeens, and it was more a buy on Horton, who's been excellent. And the Cubs, who don't look now, kids, getting hot at the right time, and I love to see it. I went actually with a couple of college football bets for the night. I went NFL tonight. I'm losing my mind. Bears money line, minus 110. Bears pick, minus 105, I think you could find right now. I know that, there's not many people that probably want to do anything with the Bears after they allowed Dan Campbell and the Lions to hang 50 on them, but now they get to go back home. They're going against this Dallas defense who allowed the Giants and Russell Wilson to put up 500 yards on the offensive side of the ball. So I think the Bears get the first victory of the Ben Johnson era on Sunday against the Cowboys. Although Caleb Williams, Brad, has started 7 NFL games in the afternoon or primetime window, 4 p.m. Eastern or later. Bears 0-7 straight up in those games. So let's try to break that trend. Play number 2, even grosser. The Dolphins catching 12.5 against the Bills. The Bills have absolutely owned the Dolphins. I think Tua's beat the Bills one time by 1 point. But usually the game's within 10 points. That is the margin. And if the Dolphins in a standalone game lose this game by 13-plus points to a divisional rival, Mike McDaniels is out, man. So I think they actually might show some fight in this one. So give me the Dolphins to cover. And then play number 3, I'm going to go with the Rams. Revenge game from the playoffs against the Eagles. Philly's 2-0. But they're not as good as last year's team. I love Quinyon, but you could attack the other side of the field through the air. Their offense has taken a little step back year 1 without Kellen Moore calling plays. 4.3 yards per play so far, down a whole 1.3 from last year. And the Rams defense has been super impressive, and Matthew Stafford has looked damn good as well. So no concerns about the back going into this game. Give me the Rams to cover the 3.5. So Bears, Dolphins, and Rams for me on the card tonight.
All right, I'm loving my action on the card. Nearly complete. A lot of Major League Baseball. Numero uno, Zebby Matthews got blitzed by the New York Yankees. I had the over in 5.5 Ks, only had 2. He got absolutely rocked. Had a quick hook in the effort tonight. Number 2, however, trending in the right direction. Milwaukee up 6-2 in the bottom of the 7th inning on the LA Angels, and Freddie Peralta got to 8+ Ks. So that one is likely going to be a ding, 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 ding at plus 100. Play number 3, Yuri Perez on the over 5.5 Ks. He got to 6. Ding, 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 ding in Colorado. So that cash in at plus 100. So looking like it's going to be a 2-1-9 on the card for me. Parlay Pete. This game going to tip off in 10 minutes in WNBA. The Seattle Storm plus 10.5. Asia Wilson of the Aces, 20-plus points and 10-plus rebounds at plus 138. And I did have a couple of early bets on Thursday Night Football. Devon Achane, 40-plus receiving yards at plus 105 is what I grabbed at earlier today. That is now minus money. A lot of money has come in on Achane on the over on all his receiving props, understandably so. With the Miami Dolphins, it's 12.5-point underdogs. The other one I had, too, and seduced by the Juice, same game parlay, James Cook, anytime touchdown, Buffalo minus 6.5, got that at plus 106, but built it right before the show at BetMGM, and it was even better at plus 110. So a couple of bets there. Natasha Howard, she did not get the over on 6.5 rebounds, so that was a loser there on the Sledgehammer special. Real quick, I want to get your thoughts on Amari Hampton. A guy that only had 8 carries last night, had a couple of catches there in the pass game. Fantasy fans are absolutely freaking out about him. So let me ask you this. On a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 just like, hey, man, relax, take a chill pill, bro, and 5, freak out, panic, they're coming, hide in the bomb shelter now. Where do you stand on Amari Hampton a couple of games in after a pair of lackluster performances? I'll just give you a little bit of background information. He's outside the top 30, but barely. And yards after contact per attempt so far through a couple of weeks. But he is top 10 in missed tackles forced. I guess my only concern is Najee Harris getting some of that late run last night, salting away the clock in the victory against the Las Vegas Raiders. So thoughts on Amari Hampton in fantasy football?
Not fully freaking out, right? But, I'm a little nervous just because I thought with the Greg Roman offense, it was going to be run first. And instead, they're throwing more on early downs. They've really opened up this offense for Justin Herbert. That's why I really like the Justin Herbert MVP prices right now. But with Hampton, man, now I still think, there's going to be weeks where he's going to be a better mismatch, I would say, I guess, and he's going to get more carries, more touches. Last night, it just seemed like they wanted to ice away that game with Najee Harris, and maybe he's getting a little bit more comfortable in the offense as well and a little bit healthier. But I still think that Hampton will be fine, man, as the season wears on, right? And you get some maybe like colder weather matchups. So I'm going to pump the brakes a little bit. I'm not fully freaking out, but, also I don't think he's going to get like 15 to 20 touches every week or anything like that either, because this is a very pass-happy offense right now.
Yeah, because of the offensive philosophy, I got to scale back a little bit. I ranked him at RB14 my last round of rankings at thegamingjuice.com before the regular season kicked off. I think he's now more in that 20 to 24 range. He's certainly going to have his shining moments on a week-in, week-out basis. But the offensive line has got some question marks, certainly there. They're more pass-happy, as you already mentioned. He's losing some work to Najee Harris, who's a veteran that they're leaning on. He's got to be able to secure the ball more cleanly and not, he's got to play mistake-free football to remain in the good graces of Harbaugh and this coaching staff. So there's still a little bit of a hill to climb. It's not a full-fledged mountain, but it's more like a bunny hill for him. You look at the schedule upcoming, really isn't all that shabby. Like a lot of get-on-track efforts potentially in the horizon. You get the New York Giants coming up in Week 4 after the matchup here in Week 3 against the Denver Broncos, then Washington and Miami. The Giants, the Commanders, and also the Dolphins all outside the top 15 in rush EPA defense. So better days on the horizon for Amari and Hampton. So if you're going to buy him right now, like 50 cents on the dollar compared to what he was going for on draft day, make that low ball offer now because I think the window on the buy low opportunity is going to slam shut here in about 2 to 3 weeks.
Yep, completely agree, man. Right. I mean, he's a young back, and sometimes, especially with Harbaugh, you got to earn his trust. So I think there's going to be some weeks where he's boom, some where he's bust, but I still buy long term.
All right, I'm going to exit stage left. Stick around for that bonus hour BetMGM tonight until tomorrow. Adios, amigos. I got to get more bets in.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
Would take the Chiefs. That would be my play. Then I think a lot of people might look at Buffalo as well. They're a 12.5-point favorite against the Dolphins on Thursday night. The Bills have the Panthers and the Saints the next 2 weeks, in weeks 4 and week 5. So I'd save Buffalo for that game against for Miami. I would not bet them in Survivor. And I kind of like the Dolphins plus the points. The look-ahead line was Bills minus 9.5. Now it's all the way up to minus 12.5. I know Miami usually doesn't beat the Bills in Buffalo, but it does help that the game's in September. If this game was played in December, then I definitely wouldn't like the Dolphins. They're 0-2. I love betting 0-2 teams in Week 3 of the NFL. It feels like the Dolphins are definitely on verge of absolutely imploding, but they should have won that game against the Patriots. If A-Chain stays in bounds, they probably win that game. Now you turn around. I mean, this is their season, right? If they lose 0-3, things are going to get ugly, especially if they lose this game by 30 points. So if you want to attack it, I think if you like the Bills, I wouldn't just bet 12.5. I would lay alts with the Bills. Like, bet this thing to get ugly. 17.5, 21.5, 24.5. Like, bet alts with Buffalo. I think this thing is either a curb stomping or the Dolphins maybe keep it within 10 points. Maybe it's a one-possession game when we look up on Thursday night. But the Chiefs would...
Evan H. Abrams, tremendous follow for Gambling Trends. Just very, very solid stuff. NFL closing favorites of 4 points or more are now 12-0 this season. 12-0. So those are your teams -4 and higher. -4, 5, 6, 7, you get it. 12-0 this season. And since week 13 of last year, those same NFL favorites of 4 points or more are 64-7 straight up. 64-7. That is a 90.1% clip. It's easy. It's easy. And I got bookies yesterday on Texas. I got a bunch of bookie friends, Chicago, Vegas, Florida. They're sending me these bet slips. And it's guys making 5-leg, 6-leg parlays, just money lines. Money line, money line, money line, money line, money line. And I sent you a couple of them. Guys are just parlaying favorites and winning thousands of dollars. And we've been doing this a long time, you and I. 15 years, 20 years. I don't ever remember it being so simple to just take favorites and parlay them together on the money line and have them come through. At a 90% clip since week 13 of last year, these favorites of -4 or higher are getting home.
The madness begin.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
Tuesday, September 16th edition, BetMGM Tonight After Dark. Ryan Horvat with you solo here for the next 60 minutes. Kind of solo. We got Mike Montgomery, Monty running the video. That's how you could stream the show right now on Twitch as well as YouTube. And then we got Brandon Combs, executive producer of the show, also running the board tonight out in Chicago. I'm out here in the DMV area, and we're going to talk a little National Football League and recap everything that we saw week 2. Now, most people do their week 2 or weekly overreactions on Monday. We don't do that because while we're on the air from 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, Monday Night Football's going down. And last night, we had not one, but 2 Monday Night Football games. So we didn't get to the recap because we were live reacting, live betting, and we had a couple of interviews. So we're going to do that here tonight. But also, I just noticed that it's Tuesday night at 10 p.m., and we haven't really got to all the sides and the totals for week 2. So I kind of want to look at some line movement here. Again, you could stream the show on Twitch as well as YouTube. You could also listen to BetMGM Tonight live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps and download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcast. All right, so we are going to recap everything that went down in week 2. And it was another crazy week, luckily for me. Had some wins. Shout out to the Indianapolis Colts, who went outright against the Denver Broncos. More on that here in a minute. But I also Survivor week 2. Now, I've kind of went against every rule in my own little Survivor book from the last decade plus that I've been playing in Survivor pools. I did go with 2 divisional teams. I took the Bengals week 1, which when you think back, I'm really glad that I took the Bengals week 1 against the Cleveland Browns is touchdown favorites because now Joe Burrow is going to miss an extended period of time. So now the Bengals are going to be starting their backup quarterback, Jake Browning, who could get the job done, but he's not Joe Burrow. He's not an MVP candidate. So I'm glad that I used the Bengals week 1. That works out. Week 2, I used the Ravens. And I know a lot of people are like, well, now you've burned Baltimore for the rest of the season. One of the Super Bowl favorites, a team that's most likely going to win double-digit games if they can stay healthy. Yeah, but here I am week 3. This week, now we do this as a segment. Right now, I'm considering the Green Bay Packers, but I'm also considering in that same matchup, in that same game, betting the Cleveland Browns. So the Browns right now, in some shops, have been bet down to 7.5. You could still get right now at BetMGM the Browns 8.5. I kind of like that number in Cleveland against Green Bay, right? Like a sleepy noon kickoff, 1 p.m. kickoff here on the East Coast. Green Bay 2-0. They look lights out right now, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Jordan Love looks like an early season at times MVP candidate. The offense is humming. Nobody wants to bet Cleveland. I could see Cleveland's defense keeping this game competitive with that pass rush if they could make things uncomfortable for Jordan Love. I don't know if they're going to be able to score enough points, but at 8.5, I kind of like the Browns. But let's start off with the Thursday night game. The opener, the look ahead in this game, was 8.5. The Bills were laying 8.5 at home. That has now been bet up to 12.5 because the Dolphins are 0-2. Nobody punts against the Dolphins. It's like a game of Madden when you play against them. It's one of the worst pass defenses in the league. They just lost to the New England Patriots. Drake May going into that game was 1-11 as a starting quarterback in the National Football League, and he balled out against that secondary. Tua doesn't look very good. Everybody's going to bet the Bills, not I. Now that we've reached 12.5, I did take the Dolphins. In a divisional game, standalone, this is one where they have to show some pride, unless they've already completely quit on the season. September 18th, week 3. And if that's the case, I think Mike McDaniel is gone. And he most likely should be, he most likely is already at the end of the year, but he probably should be after that press conference, week 2. What the hell was that? If you haven't seen it, throw it in your YouTube search and check it out after the show, preferably. 1 p.m. kickoff on Sunday. The Colts open up as 1.5-point favorites. They take instant money out to 3.5 against the Titans. Total in the game, 43.5. Carolina on the look ahead was a 1.5-point favorite in the summer against Atlanta at home. A lot of love for the Carolina Panthers. Not so much anymore. They're 0-2. Atlanta picks up a win over Minnesota in primetime. Everybody watched that defense look pretty solid. Now Atlanta is a 5.5-point favorite. I'll give bets like leans in these games later, but just looking at the market where it's at right now. But I'll tell you this, man, if I had to play that game right now, I would take Carolina if we got to 6 or 6.5. The Raiders looked awful last night. If you stayed up for that game, you're shaking your head this morning at work as you're on your third cup of coffee because Geno Smith looked terrible. That looked like the version of Geno Smith that we wrote off, right? And he didn't write back. That looked like the version of Geno Smith that we wrote off, and for good reason. 3 interceptions last night. The Raiders, for whatever reason, ball on the first and goal at the 1. They don't use Ashton Genty. Brutal. Anyway, they're 3.5-point dogs taking on the Commanders. Really not a whole lot of line movement there. Packers, 8.5-point favorites on the road against the Browns. Bengals, here's one where we've seen a ton of line movement because we're going to have 2 backup quarterbacks. The Minnesota Vikings in the year 2025 are going to start Carson Wentz. The Cincinnati Bengals are going to start Jake Browning. I think Jake Browning is the better backup quarterback, but if I had to bet the game, it'd probably be Minnesota at home. They're 3-point favorites, I think, for a reason. I would rather play money line minus 166. I could see this being a 24-21 game, but Minnesota has the better defense. Duh, obviously. If Cincinnati had a top 15 defense, they would have been in the playoffs the last 2 years. The offense is solid, but Jake Browning gets a little sloppy with the football, and now he's going to have to face that Brian Flores blitz in a defense that could take away the football. And it's not like J.J. McCarthy was lighting the world on fire before he got hurt. He had one good quarter, the fourth quarter, against the worst pass defense in the league against the Chicago Bears. Wentz might run that offense better, man, and you still have Justin Jefferson and T.J. Hawkinson and Jordan Mason, although no Aaron Jones as he goes on the IR today. Vikings are beat up, and they're still favored in the game, and I think there's a reason for that. Rams are 3.5-point dogs. That opened at 4.5. They took some money. I like the Rams. They're taking on the Eagles. Rematch from their playoff loss. They fell, 12, 13 yards short of beating the Eagles.
So I do like the Rams to get a little revenge in that game. Matthew Stafford, so far so good with that back. Steelers, 2.5-point favorites on the road now against the Patriots. They've taken a little bit of money from 1.5 to 2.5. I'm staying all the way away from that game. Jets, 7-point dogs on the road against the Bucs. Ooh, we'll talk about them in a minute, man. But Baker Mayfield is a dude. He is the real deal. He leads that comeback drive last night against the Houston Texans. Bucs last night were 2.5-point dogs. Now they're 7-point favorites over the Jets. Might be Tyrod Taylor as Justin Fields is in the concussion protocol. Texans catching 1.5 on the road against Jacksonville. Texans didn't look all that great last night, although they did have a late lead that they blew. The offensive line is a mess. CJ Stroud is running for his life. They can't get a ground game going because Joe Mixon's out and Nick Chubb's their starting running back right now. I like the pass rush, but I don't love the secondary. And then Jacksonville, I want to buy. I did buy coming into the year, but they lead the league in drops. So for Trevor Lawrence to look good, he needs some help. The defense has played pretty good, though, for Jacksonville. Broncos, they lose for the first time last week. Bo Nix somehow rated quarterback 34 out of 32, which is wild. Broncos catching 2.5 on the road against the Chargers, who look great right now, 2-0. Saints catching 7.5 on the road against the Seahawks. I'll just tell you this. I already bet the Saints. That game opened 6.5. Now the Seahawks are laying 7.5. Darnold's laying 7.5. I know the Saints aren't very good, but I think they're going to be a solid ATS competitive team this year. The Bears are favored in a football game this weekend somehow. Granted, it's against the Cowboys, who did win last week, but managed to give up over 500 total yards to the New York Giants and Russell Wilson. Bears actually took a little money since we got on the air tonight. Now 1.5-point favorites against the Cowboys. Moneyline price goes from -110 to -120. So I'm not the only believer in the Bears this weekend, it appears. Niners opened at 3.5-point favorites against the Cardinals. That's down to 1.5. Niners, for the second consecutive week, will be starting Mac Jones. Cardinals barely survived the Carolina Panthers. They had a 3-score lead going into the fourth quarter. I bet them, so they were like, hey, let's screw over Horvat or something like that. I don't know what went down in that game. I got to rewatch that one. Chiefs laying 5.5 on the road against the Giants. I feel like everybody's going to bet the Chiefs because everybody's going to say the same thing that they said last week. No way the Chiefs start 0-2. People are going to say, no way the Chiefs start 0-3. I would actually take the points with the Giants, and somebody already did. This opened at 6.5. I would have liked the Giants at 6.5. 5.5 is to stay away from me. But are the Chiefs good enough right now to be laying 6? The Giants could score. They could get up and down the field, and their defense is pretty solid. I would take the Giants, man. And then you got the Lions catching 4.5 on the road against the Ravens. So there's your look-ahead lines for this week. Really quick recap from what went down week 2 that I liked and disliked. Got to like what you're seeing from the Green Bay Packers. 27-18 winners over the Washington Commanders. First, they beat up on the Lions. Now the Commanders. This defense looks great. Micah Parsons had 33 total pressures and 6 sacks of Jaden Daniels going into that game. And that's why I liked Green Bay going into that game. Micah Parsons, for whatever reason, well, not for whatever reason, he's one of the better edge rushers in the league. But in these matchups against Jaden Daniels, he's had his way with them, and it happened again. So going into the matchup, like I said, 33 total pressures and 6 sacks when he was in Dallas, that is. First game in Green Bay going against Jaden Daniels, best dual threat quarterback in the league, in my opinion. 8 pressures and a sack. What I love about the Micah Parsons pickup, opens things up on the other edge for Rashawn Gary. Lucas Van Ness has been playing like a first-round pick. So Green Bay's defense looks like the real deal. I have some concerns about the Commanders. Jaden Daniels is beat up. I have some concerns about the defensive side of the ball and their offensive line. They were beating pass protection all night long, man. Jaden Daniels pressured 33 times. Took 6 sacks, like I said, in that game. Patriots, 33-27 winners over the Dolphins. I was on the Dolphins, unfortunately, in that game. Tua was pressured for whatever reason on only 25% of his dropbacks. He was 5 of 5 for 52 yards, but somehow managed to get sacked 5 times. Tua, throughout his career, has been awful if you pressure him, and I do think that the Bills are going to do just that on Thursday night. Dolphins actually had a shot to win that game, but Devon Achane steps out of bounds on what would have been possibly the game-winning touchdown. And if the Patriots are ever going to have this breakout, you know, they had to win a game eventually for Drake May. He was 1-10, 1-11 is the starting quarterback for the New England Patriots. Yet their win total is 8.5. That was the version of Drake May that I think is good enough to win 9 games this year or make this a playoff team, especially when he was pushing the ball down the field. He completed 4 of 5 passes on passes 10 or more yards down the field for 101 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's going to open up that Patriots offense. Rather than just dinking and dunking, Drake May has to throw the ball down the field for them to succeed, in my opinion. Looked pretty good that week. Lions beat the living hell out of the Bears 52-21. It looked like Dan Campbell really wanted to lay it on Ben Johnson. And if you were a Jared Goff or Amon-Ra St. Brown fantasy owner or prop better, you made a ton of money or you probably won your matchup. St. Brown had 9 grabs for 115 yards and 3 touchdowns. That's like a Madden game. And Jared Goff looked like last year's version, the year before's version of Jared Goff. But it was against this Bears defense. The pass rush was ineffective against that Lions offensive line that looked like crap against the Packers. I almost swore because they did not look good against Green Bay, but they looked great against Chicago. And the Lions beat up on the Bears. That said, I like the Bears this week against the Cowboys to pick up their first victory of the season. Bengals, not only do they beat the Jags in a game that they had no business winning, they cover. Jake Browning comes in for Joe Burrow, who gets injured, throws 3 picks, and yet they still win and cover. For whatever reason, the Jags blitz Jake Browning on 33% of his dropbacks for whatever reason only. And after that, he torches them. And Trevor Lawrence, he actually didn't play all that bad. The problem is nobody's catching balls. Like right now, Jacksonville leads the league in drops. Trevor Lawrence just 7 of 17 on pass attempts to Brian Thomas and Travis Hunter for 71 yards. That's not good enough. When you trade up for the number 2 overall pick and you take Travis Hunter, and when last year your first round pick's Brian Thomas and he balls out with Mac Jones, you got to get him on the same page as Trevor Lawrence. And he was 7 for 17 when targeting those 2 guys. That's not good enough if Jacksonville's going to win that division. Cowboys beat the Giants 40-37 because nobody played any defense. This is why I bet Dak Prescott to lead the league in passing yards and passing touchdowns. He was really good, especially when he was thrown to the intermediate area of the field. 8 of 12 passing for 119 yards and a touchdown. Dallas is going to push the ball down the field all year long. And maybe that Giants defense isn't as good as I thought. They gave up 12 explosive plays to the Cowboys for 262 yards. But Russ Wilson looked pretty good. And I think they could compete against the Chiefs. I don't think they win, but I think that they could cover this week. Ravens 41-17 winners over the Browns. Not a whole lot to say. Lamar Jackson looked great, especially on play action. 8 of 9 on play action passes for 95 yards and 3 touchdowns. The Browns lost because the Browns aren't very good, and they're starting Joe Flacco in the year 2025. We'll recap the rest of the games, and we'll do a little overreaction or make sense with our guy Brandon Combs as well. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight After Dark on the BetMGM Network here on Tuesday, September 16th, recapping Week 2 in the NFL season.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
You don't need to put these in order, but I'm curious. Joe and I were talking about this off the top. We've seen 2 weeks now of NFL. Who are the 4 best teams in the league? Any order, 4 best.
Bills, Packers, Eagles, Rams.
Rams over Ravens?
Ravens out.
Yeah, Ravens have to be in there too. Who am I tossing out? Who am I tossing out for the Ravens? Yeah. I mean, I was so confident. I knew I was missing. Yeah, I guess you toss out the Rams. I think the Rams are right there in the top 10, though, top 5. The Rams would be my 5th. The Rams are really good, man. Ravens.
No, I'm just laughing at
Ravens.
They go from top 4 to they're top 10.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, they're. I was like, all right, who am I? I know I'm missing someone. I actually did this last night. Somebody was asking me, like, who are the best teams in football, and I was texting with somebody, and I was like, oh yeah, and the Ravens. So I mean, like, that's just my brain. That's not me discounting the Ravens. They look great. Bills look awesome. I think right now, if you were sort of penciling in, if you had to take a conference championship exacta or quad box or whatever it would be called, quadfecta, it would be Packers, Eagles, and Bills, Ravens, right? I mean, those would be the 4 teams that I think you would expect to be there. I really do think, the Rams at 18-1 to win the Super Bowl, I don't know if that's like good value per se, but I'm telling you, this Rams team, to me, the first 2 weeks of the season is underrated for sure.
You know how I feel about the Green Bay Packers. They're the best team in the league, in my opinion. Of course, the best team in the NFC. After what I've seen through 2 weeks, and it's just 2 weeks, I think Tampa's the second best team in the NFC behind Green Bay. I'll take Tampa right now on September 16th over Philadelphia. I'll take them over Detroit. I'll take them over anyone else that you might bring up that's in the NFC. Tampa has really impressed me through these first 2 weeks. And when they get healthy, which is the big caveat because they're missing some key guys, when they get healthy, especially on offense, they're going to be sick. I was texting the guys last night. I was like, man, imagine this offense when they get Tristan Wirfs back. They were without their best player. Pound for pound, Tristan Wirfs is the best player on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's been dealing with the knee injury since training camp. They win those first 2 games on the road without him. Wait until he gets back. Baker Mayfield, I'm not the biggest Baker guy, but he's a good starting quarterback. I think anybody with eyeballs can see that. The O-line will be really good once Wirfs gets back. Let's get Luke Gadecki back as well because he played in last night's game, but only for a quarter, got hurt again with that foot injury, so he had to leave the game. Let's get those offensive tackles back and healthy. They're missing both Chris Godwin and Jalen McMillan in that wide receiver room that can go along with Mike Evans and Emeka Ibuka, who scored another touchdown last night. How about the running backs? Bucky Irvin's awesome. Rashad White, that dude was out there looking like prime Le'Veon Bell on a couple of those carries where he's kind of just slalom skiing his way through the Houston Texans defense. He was sick last night. And defensively, they can stop the run with Big Vita Vea in the middle, which I think you can't just call him Vita Vea. You got to call him Big Vita Vea. That's what it is, because that dude is massive. Go Huskies. He is an awesome player, and every time he's on the field, it makes the opposition one-dimensional.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Let's get back to the madness. BetMGM Tonight After Dark with me, Ryan Horvat, on the BetMGM Network. Major League Baseball scores that are wrapping up tonight. St. Louis Cardinals, 3-0 winners tonight over the Reds. Brewers, 9-2 winners over the Angels. Mets, 8-3 over the Padres. The Athletics, 2-1 over the Red Sox. The Athletics, I said. The A's, 2-1 winners over the Red Sox. Cubs beat Paul Skeens tonight. Cade Horton, 4-1 winners. The Cubs were plus 111. That was the only bet that I had tonight. The Cubs, though, looking good, Brando. Michael Busch homers tonight. PCA had an RBI single. Ian Happ had a sac fly. PCA actually had 2 RBI in this game. Horton threw 79 pitches, gave up only 3 hits, 1 earned run, and Cubs 4-1 winners over the Pirates. And Brando, you remind me that if the Diamondbacks lose tonight, Cubs clinch. We're in the top of the third, 4-3 San Francisco with the lead over the Diamondbacks currently. How you feeling?
I mean, I like it. Look, you're going to get a Cubs team back in the playoff. Finally get a playoff team back here in Chicago. It's been a while since the city has had a team in the playoffs. I think the National League's wide open, right? Like there's not a team. I was talking with some of the guys about this before the show today. There's not a team go in and you're like, yeah, this team's going to win the National League. Now, if they're all healthy, it's probably the Phillies, the way that they are. But even the Dodgers, as good as they were supposed to be, as good as everybody thought they were going to be coming into the season because they got a $3 billion payroll, everybody thought that they were going to run the table. The Cubs, as bad as they've been since the All-Star break, still have a 3-game lead on the Dodgers. Yeah. So I'm okay with where the Cubs are at. Do I think they're going to win a World Series? Absolutely not. But if you told me that they were going to get swept in the wild card round, I wouldn't be shocked. But if you told me they were going to be in the NLCS, I wouldn't be shocked. That's where I'm at with the Cubs.
Yeah, just get to the dance, right? Just get in, and anything can happen. That's the beautiful thing about baseball, right? I like that, they're trending in the right direction right now. That's what I would worry about if I was a Milwaukee Brewer fan, right? Did we peak too early? I still think the Dodgers win the World Series, Brando. I give you $100 right now. Throw a price out of it. Who do you think wins the World Series right now? Who do you think the best bang for your buck is?
Before the season started, I told you the Dodgers will not win the World Series. Remember I told you that? Remember I said I would put my money down for the Dodgers to not win the World Series as opposed for the Dodgers to win the World Series. And I'm still there with that team. I still think that if they're healthy, if they can get healthy, and I know that they're still missing Zach Wheeler, but if they're healthy, I still think the Phillies are the best team in the National League, if not all of baseball. This is probably the most wide open I've seen all of Major League Baseball, not just the National League, but even the American League too, where I'm like, man, you could give me 2 teams in both leagues, and you can name 6 different teams each time, and I would not be surprised that would be the World Series matchup.
See, I'm just not going to overthink this. I do think that the Dodgers win the World Series. So we could clip this. I mean, I've said it all year and I've bet it. So if I'm wrong, you guys could all laugh at me, but I just feel like it's just destiny that they do it again. And I do not want to bet against Shohei Ohtani. I've never said that, though, in Major League Baseball, right? Like in the NBA, I'd be like, I'm not betting against Jordan. I'm not betting against Kobe. I'm not betting against LeBron. But in baseball, usually, half the time the best players are on crappy teams. Mike Trout, every year, if he actually stays healthy, you can make the case that he's an MVP candidate, and the Angels never do anything. Hell, even when they had Ohtani, they never did anything. Anyway, more baseball talk tomorrow morning, the Daily Tip, 6 a.m. Eastern, or any other show. Maybe Bet Sweats has you covered, or You Bet. We got to finish the Week 2 rundown. So, Brandon, we're going to get to some overreactions or make sense, but first, I got to complete the task really quickly here. Niners 26-21 winners over the Saints. They cover all numbers, even without Brock Purdy. Mac Jones, greater sign, anything on the roster for the New Orleans Saints. And the Saints really struggled in pass protection. So even if Spencer Rattler was the real deal, when he gets sacked 3 times and he's pressured 19 times, he ain't going to be able to do anything anyway. Seahawks, unfortunately, beat the Steelers 31-17, but really the Steelers beat the Steelers. So I don't have anything to say about that game. Bills beat the living hell out of the Jets 30-10. The Bills are the rightful favorites in the AFC. The Jets, I told everybody the Jets are going to be miserable this year. Under 4.5 wins. They won 4 games. I'm sorry, under 5.5 wins. They won 5 games with Aaron Rodgers. And you guys are trying to convince me they're going to win 6 with Justin Fields, who's already hurt. And even before he got hurt, he was 3 of 11 on pass attempts for 27 yards. He was averaging 2.5 yards per pass attempt. Maybe he's a great fantasy quarterback for your team that I don't care about, but I do not want to hear about Justin Fields, at least in this hour, anymore the rest of the season. He's a backup at best. Cardinals 27-22 winners over the Panthers. Cardinals play with their food too much, man, but I did like what I saw from Kyler Murray when they actually kept him clean. 13 of 18 for 148 yards and a touchdown from a clean pocket. I want him in the pocket more rather than scrambling around, because sometimes that's where you get those stupid interceptions from him. Panthers are going to be a disaster this year again. Bad news for Panthers fans or bettors. Colts, my Colts, moneyline winners over the Broncos because Daniel Jones was awesome. He was. Clean pocket, 15-19 passing, 214 yards and a touchdown. When he doesn't have a clean pocket, he'll use his legs, gets in the end zone once again. Broncos lost because Bo Nix is a fraud. I've been trying to tell you guys this since last year. He just is. Right now, if you look at some of the metrics, he's quarterback 34 out of 32. There's 2 backups that have better numbers right now than Bo Nix. Denver loses that game because he throws one of the worst balls you'll ever see in the fourth quarter of a football game in the National Football League. It was just quack, quack, quack. It was a duck. It was the literal definition of a duck. Bo Nix looks great in the first half of these games because Sean Payton has the controller. When Bo Nix beats Pat Mahomes or Justin Herbert in the fourth quarter of one of these games, you guys could talk to me about him. He could be a top 10 fantasy quarterback in La La Land, but in the real world, I don't want him. Eagles beat the Chiefs because the Chiefs are beat to living hell right now. Mahomes is trying to do it with his legs. Chiefs actually might be screwed. The Eagles aren't as good as they were last year, and they're not going to win the Super Bowl again this year. It's just a hot take that I have. Atlanta 22-6 winners over Minnesota. I like this Atlanta defense. This is why I bet them to win the division. And they ran Bijan into the ground, which was cool. I like Michael Penix, but going against that Minnesota team, they couldn't get anything done on the offensive side of the ball. I love their game plan in that game. Let's just pound Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier, and let's just control the clock because J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings offense can't do nothing. Now J.J. McCarthy is out for an extended period of time. We'll see if Carson Wentz still has it. Tampa Bay Buccaneers last night, 20-19 winners over the Texans. Baker Mayfield is just the man. He really is. I had the Bucs. I thought it was a loser. I was just happy that Nick Chubb had the anytime touchdown, but Baker says, "Oh no, Horvat, I got you covered, bro." And he leads the Bucs down on that final drive, and they win. And maybe Brando will talk about this in a second. We were both wrong, and Tampa just wins that division again. The night game, I'm not going to lie, I don't fall asleep in NFL games. Man, I fell asleep. I had to rewatch it this morning. I was so mad at myself, but then I wasn't because I just, that game sucked. Geno looked terrible. And maybe the Raiders are just going to be a 6-7 win team with that defense and Geno. But the Chargers, I bet 9-1 to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl, dude. It's year 2 for Harbaugh. This is the year that he did it in San Francisco, got to the game. And Herbert looks like an MVP candidate right now. And how about like Quentin Johnston can catch the football all of a sudden? That run game's going to get going too. So like that Chargers team. All right, there's some reactions. Now let's do some overreaction or make sense. Hit me with something, Brando.
Remember who told you Quentin Johnston was going to break out this year? This guy right here.
You did like him
this guy right here.
You did.
All right.
You did.
Overreaction or make sense. Now, I got sent something by our boss, Andrew Williams, this afternoon in our executive producer chat on Slack. And prior to getting injured, Joe Burrow was the most bet player to win NFL MVP with 24% of the bets for 28% of the handle. The most bet player since Burrow went down is Daniel Jones at plus 7,500, taking 22% of the bets. So, overreaction or make sense, Daniel Jones is a legit MVP candidate.
Okay, that's a serious overreaction. I really like Daniel Jones running this Colts offense, right? They're running a ton of RPOs. What Shane Steichen is doing right now is, this is what Daniel Jones can do. We'll put this on his plate. Oh, Daniel Jones cannot do this. They're not going to try to make Daniel Jones Pat Mahomes. They're not going to make Daniel Jones Aaron Rodgers. They're not going to make him Tom Brady. But in this offense, Brando, he could just be Daniel Jones, which is a serviceable NFL quarterback that has quarterbacked the team to double-digit wins or a playoff spot, at least a wild card spot with the Giants, and a playoff win against the Vikings as well. And that wasn't the most talented team. Now, Saquon balled out that year, and he stayed healthy. But I like these weapons. I would not play Daniel Jones to win the MVP, but there are a couple things that I would play because I do think the Colts are for real and could win the AFC South, which means they could win 10, 11 games, which means Shane Steichen, a coach of the year, plus 750. Even though now he's the favorite, I would maybe take a stab on him, right? LaFleur's plus 850. Maybe he finally gets it this year because he hasn't got it ever, even though every year pretty much Green Bay wins double-digit games. Jonathan Gannon's 10-1. Harbaugh's 10-1. But I think that Steichen at plus 750, now you kind of missed the boat, right? You could have had a much better price, but I still think there's some meat on that bone. I would rather play that than Daniel Jones to win the MVP over a guy like Josh Allen or a guy like Lamar Jackson. You know what I'm saying? But I would look at the offensive player of the year market, not for Daniel Jones,
because that's not a quarterback award, but for Jonathan Taylor. 22-1 is a crazy price, man. While Daniel Jones, the numbers look good, it's because of the RPO stuff, and it's because they're running this offense through Jonathan Taylor. In these big games, that workload is going to be huge, even against top defenses in the league. The Broncos might finish the season with the best defense in the league. Definitely top 5. In that game, Jonathan Taylor, this is like a 90s stat line, dude. This is like Emmitt Smith's stat line. 25 attempts, 165 yards, 6.6 yards per pop. Also had 2 receptions and a touchdown. Week before that against the Dolphins, 18 carries, 71 yards, 3 receptions. I would rather play Steichen plus 750 coach of the year or Jonathan Taylor 22-1 offensive player of the year. I think Daniel Jones, like, that's a waste of money. But I'm happy for the kid. What do you think, though?
Yeah, I responded. My exact response in the EP chat was, give these people, the 22% of people that are placing these bets, my Venmo, and just tell them to send the money to me because I will make better use of that money. Look, in a league with Josh Allen, in a league with Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, Jordan Love, Patrick Mahomes, there is no way that Daniel Jones wins MVP. Like, it's a good story. It's a good year. I'm happy for the kid. I like seeing him be successful. Maybe comeback player of the year. Maybe you could talk about that. I don't know, because there was no injury, but you're not talking about the MVP award. I'm sorry. He's not even going to be in the conversation. So it's just a waste of money to put your money down on that. All right.
No, and he's not
Let's
coming
move
back
forward.
from anything except sucking. So don't waste your money there either.
Yeah.
Because, damn it, I could have had – because I did that with Sam Darnold last year, and he got invited to the ceremony, and I lost the bet. So just don't even waste your money, man. It's going to be somebody that's coming back from an injury. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk about this one. This is a hot topic, and we might even have to hit the rest of it on the other side. But this is a hot topic because he was in the coach's booth with a headset on. But I'm going to flip it around a little bit. Tom Brady should not be allowed in the broadcast booth as an owner of an NFL franchise. Overreaction or makes sense?
Okay. So I totally get why people are like hands in the air about this. I personally don't really care about it, Brando. I really don't, man. I don't think he's like trading inside information, but it is a little weird. And it didn't really hit me how weird it was for whatever reason, man, until last night, just because on Sunday, I watched every game. I had the game mix and everything going on. Although I wish they would bring back the actual game mix. I had the audio mainly on the Brady game. And then the next night, there he is, and he's got the glasses on. And you're like, man, 1, like, Brady's getting old. God, I'm getting old. And then you're like, 2, he's there to work. So this is really weird, man. So I get why people are weirded out by this. But I don't really think it matters a whole lot. And I also wonder, like, if it's anybody else, do they get away with this? Are they able to do it other than Tom Brady, man? And that's where I kind of land on it, though, right? Like, Tom Brady could do whatever the F he wants, Brando.
Could you imagine the CEO of Walmart sitting in on a board meeting for Target, or the CEO of Pepsi sitting in on a board meeting for Coke? You know what I mean? Like, there's just certain things that that shouldn't be happening because of things that you're doing within the organization. And you can say all you want that, he's not, interviewing these coaches, but what do we do on a daily basis when we're talking sports and we're talking with different people that cover the teams and cover the games? We're talking about the things we're hearing around the water cooler. We're talking about these things when the cameras aren't on and when the mics aren't on, amongst each other. So what do you think Tom Brady's doing with the people he's working with?
Well, that's the thing. Like, I don't really care that he's in the broadcast booth, right? Because it's just like he's watching the All-22 film like the rest of us. But it's just more like, what information is he getting throughout the week? Now, a lot of that information is just stuff that everybody's going to get, though, right? Like, he can meet with Matt LaFleur, and Matt LaFleur is not going to be like, hey, on the second drive, we're actually going to run more pre-snap motion this way or that way. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to feed him a bunch of vanilla crap anyway. So I'm not making the biggest deal, but I do get why people are up in arms about it. All right, we'll take a quick break. We wrap up the show next. BetMGM Tonight.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Yeah, I want to know who made a deal with the devil to get the Bengals to start fast, but it meant we have to lose Joe Burrow, and he's not going to be a part of this. It's crazy to be 2-0, but it feels like 0-2 without him. But you do look at Jake Browning, and you're handing him the keys to an offense that has the NFL's Triple Crown receiver from a year ago. T. Higgins is really good. You still have a dynamic and explosive running back in Chase Brown. There are good pass catchers in Noah Fant and Mike Gesicki at the tight end position. So you look at that and say, okay, well, obviously he should be able to operate this offense. And we saw him do it once before in the 2023 season when Burrow went down for the final 6 games. Jake performed well in that stretch. And so the way that he performed on Sunday, despite throwing a few bad interceptions, which, I'll cut him some slack coming into the game like that, I think there is a belief here that, okay, based on the schedule, there's some games here that are winnable for Jake Browning. But when it comes down to it, is he going to be able to go and win you a game on the road or at home against the Detroit Lions or on the road against the Green Bay Packers? Those are tall tasks. I don't know if Bengals fans feel great about that right now, but you certainly feel like he can do the bare minimum to keep them in contention. It's up to everybody else around him stepping up to maybe get them over the edge and into the playoffs.
I agree. Bill Belichick, in my view, is the greatest football coach in the history of the NFL, bar none. I love Andy Reid. He's incredible, but recency bias is a real thing, and people are going to look at Bill Belichick and say, "Oh my God, look what's happening at North Carolina," even though the story isn't written there yet, and look at what's going on with his social life and dating Jordan Hudson. At the end of the day, it doesn't change anything. Do you know what I mean? Like it doesn't suddenly take those Super Bowls away. If he loses every game for the rest of the season in Chapel Hill, they don't take away a Super Bowl ring or 2 or 3. He still won those. And the whole, well, it's because of Tom Brady. Well, yes, but also Andy Reid has Patrick Mahomes. Great head coaches generally have great quarterbacks. And also Bill Belichick built that Patriots defense as well. So I don't buy the idea that just because Bill Belichick is struggling now or his path hasn't been what maybe we expected, that suddenly he wasn't a great head coach. He always will be.
I mean, they have a high power rating, but they haven't played to it. And I wonder, do they just not care yet? I don't know. I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just trying to see the logic there.
That's a perfectly reasonable expectation. When you're playing against overmatched, it's hard to get motivated and excited. But at the same time, I will say for teams like Oklahoma playing Temple, Miami playing Bethune-Cookman, Alabama against the nobody that they had before was kind of like, these teams that we think are really good have gone out and taken care of business against overmatched teams and left no doubt, whereas the
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Final segment of tonight's show, but then we're back on Wednesday. Myself and Brad Evans, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern here on the BetMGM Network. You could also stream the show, Twitch, YouTube. Check us out on the iHeart app, TuneIn app, Odyssey app, all the apps. Check us out there and wherever you find your podcast, if I didn't already say that. It's 10:42 Eastern. I'm a little tired because I spent Friday night watching football, Saturday night watching football until 3 a.m., Sunday watching football until 12 a.m., Monday night, last night, watching football until 1 a.m. Your boy needs some sleep, man. I'm not footballed out. I'm actually all 22 drop, so that's exactly what I'm doing when I get off the air. I keep saying, man, I'm so tired, I can't wait to go to sleep. Oh, no. We're watching Jacksonville and Cincinnati on the all 22. Brando, I want to get back to overreaction makes sense, but I got to bring the conversation that we were having off the air on the air because I hate to toot my own horn, but it's been a really good it's been a really good me making money in predictions 4 years here on BetMGM tonight, no matter who the co-hosts were, right? I've actually, not to toot my own horn, but we've picked 3 of the last 4 Heismans and made a lot of money, including Jaden Daniels, 18-1. We had the last 4 Super Bowl champs, including the Eagles last year. Saquon Barkley, Offensive Player of the Year. A lot of wins. A lot of money's been made. In fact, I've made more money betting than the companies actually paid me to do the show. So shout out to me. But I'm in danger of having one thing go really, really wrong. So like last year, dude, right? I bet the Vikings to make the playoffs, and I took the 49ers to miss the playoffs, and everybody was calling me crazy. And I was right. This year, though, I spent my entire summer hyping up your guys' team. Brando's a Bears fan. He's out in Chicago. I am from Chicago, but I'm not a Bears fan. I'm actually a Green Bay Packer fan. Long story. And I spent my entire summer hyping you guys up, man, because I love the Ben Johnson hire. I love the Dennis Allen defensive coordinator hire. All the hires. Randall L. coaching the receivers. I was a believer and a buyer in Caleb Williams. I told the people, calm down. Calm down on the Jaden Daniels stuff. Jaden's very good. Give Caleb Williams a real play caller, a real offensive line, and some weapons. And that's what they did this offseason. They spent a lot of money on the offensive line. They draft Colston Loveland, who I loved, man. Tyler Warren looks really good right now, though. But they draft Colston Loveland 10th overall. I figure with Ben Johnson, though, here's where I started to get a little worried, dude. Draft night. I thought they were going to move up and draft Ashton Genty. And I know you didn't love the idea because you were like, hey, you could get good value with Amarian Hampton. This is one of the deeper running back classes. Really good points by you. But then when we were sitting there, bro, and it's round 4, and we're drafting Missouri wide receivers, starting to get a little nervous. Like, why another slot receiver? Aren't there 6 of those? Didn't you guys just pay Cole Kmet $52 million okay, when are we going running back? Not until, what, day 3 when they go Kyle Monangai, who I liked at Rutgers, but Brando. That's Rutgers. That's New York's Big Ten team. That's not Ashton Genty. That's not Omarion Hampton. That's not Cam Scatterbo, even. That's what worried me a little bit, man. The Bears have absolutely no ground game. DeAndre Swift cannot be your starting running back ever. 3 years ago, he shouldn't have been your starting running back. But that defense is horrendous. And I wanted to make the case maybe that they just quit when Eberflus got fired. I almost called him by my code name for him, which is Eber F. But, dude, maybe Eberflus wasn't the issue. Maybe just the issue is you guys are a cursed organization. And now you're going to make me look stupid. You're going to take my 4 years of hard-earned credibility on this damn network, even though I can't move off this show at 11 p.m., and you're going to throw it. Your team is going to cost me all my credibility because I said you were going to win 9 games. I even put my hair on the line, I believed. I said I would shave my head I was wrong. Yeah, well,
and I'm holding you to it.
You know what I thought about doing today? I swear on my grandmother, I considered, Brando, just shaving my head today because I need a haircut already anyway. And then just coming on, and when you guys were like, whoa, what are you doing there? Why do you look like Neo from the second Matrix? I was going to say I've already accepted my fate that your team sucks and you're not going to win 9 games. Now, that said, I do like the Bears to beat the Cowboys this week. But is there any hope? I'm not talking long-term for Caleb and Ben Johnson. I'm talking this season that this team could win 9 games. 8 games, I'll give you.
I tried warning you. After week, I tried warning you. And look, it's not that Ben Johnson isn't the guy. It's not that Caleb can't develop into the guy. It's not that, they don't have some pieces on defense, and they're dealing with a lot of injuries right now. But all excuses aside, this regime should have never been able to draft Caleb Williams. This regime should have never been able to hire Ben Johnson. This regime should have never been able to draft Torrey frickin' Taylor while leaving Bucky Irving on the board. This organization, it starts there, and then as soon as you let them do that, as soon as you let him pick Caleb Williams, and as soon as you let him hire Ben Johnson, you have to align him and give him an extension. This organization, look, I think that it's going to turn around. The people that thought it was going to turn around quickly, I didn't understand, because this is still the Bears. I talk about it all the time. BTSD. You have to give it time. I have to see it play out on the field before I will believe that it's turning around. I saw some things from week 1 to week 2 that I liked in Caleb Williams. I saw some things that I liked in the offense. I see some things that I like out of Ben Johnson. I see some things that I hate out of this coaching staff in this offense and this defense. I don't know if they're going to win 9, 8 maybe. 7 is more realistic. 6 is probable. So no, you're going to end up bald at some point here this season.
All right. Well, I didn't say I was going to like completely go bald anyway. I could just go with the buzz cut, which I'm done on the show anyway. All right. Hit me with at least one more overreaction or makes sense, because I've talked enough Bears. I hate them.
All right. The Chicago Bears missed on. No, I'm just joking. We're going to go. Let's go this Bears. One. Joe Burrow will be the ultimate what if story in NFL history.
Yeah, I mean, like
you when you talk about like the what if, I mean, like, man, what if injuries weren't a thing? The same way we talk about, Bo Jackson and some other players whose careers got cut short because they couldn't stay healthy.
For me, it's Andrew Luck, man. I was a big Andrew Luck guy, and I mean, they didn't invest in any offensive line help until it was way too late. And then he comes back when I thought his career was over, and he comes back and he balls out. They make the playoffs. And then the next year, just like that, he's retired. So for me, it's Andrew Luck. But yeah, Joe Burrow would be up there. Now, we've seen Joe Burrow. Like last year, he had an MVP-like campaign. The issue was the defense stunk, so they didn't make the playoffs. We've seen him appear in a Super Bowl. So he would definitely be up there, man, if he can't stay right, if they can't protect him. I've seen all these like hot, crazy-ass takes today. One of them was on I think ESPN when I was at the gym, and it was like, should Joe Burrow want to return to Cincinnati? Well, yes, right? They drafted his best friend in Jamar Chase. A lot of people thought they should have went with Penei Sewell, and they probably should have, right? Because he's the best tackle in all of football. But like Jamar Chase is awesome, and he's the best wide receiver, and he's also Joe Burrow's buddy, and they went to college together, and they have this ultimate connection. And even their dads are best friends, I found out from social media over the weekend. They also have T. Higgins. And the defense actually played pretty well week 1, so I do think they were going to make the playoffs this year. But man, if he can't stay healthy, he could be one of the ultimate what ifs, because the dude can make every single throw. And he's a winner. He's a killer out there. But the one reason that you can never buy in on Cincinnati is his health and their defense. And I think their coaching staff's a bunch of idiots.
Yeah, I mean, look, when I took Bijan Robinson number 1 in my fantasy draft, I had people saying, what are you doing? Why are you leaving Jamar Chase on the board? And I said, well, because my biggest fear is that Jake Browning is going to be his quarterback come week 6. I don't want Jamar Chase with Jake Browning under center. I want him with Joe Burrow under center. And now we're looking here at week 3, and already Jake Browning is going to be under center. And I don't know if he's the ultimate what if, just because he's been to a Super Bowl. He's won an MVP. We know what he was. I mean, when you look at Bo Jackson, and when you look at, God, I'm gonna forget his name. The quarterback you just said. What the?
Andrew Luck?
Andrew Luck. You didn't get to see any big part of their career. You didn't get to see them be that successful because of the injury. For me, I think that Bo Jackson could have been a Hall of Famer in 2 sports. So for me, he's always going to be the ultimate what if. If that hip doesn't go, man, I think he's a baseball Hall of Famer, and I think he's an NFL Hall of Famer. Dude was ridiculous. But I think that Joe Burrow, if he can't stay healthy, does he want out of Cincinnati? I don't know. Look, I mean, Jamar Chase is there, and should they have gone Penei Sewell? I believe so too, because you got to protect your quarterback. But I don't. I don't know that he would be the ultimate what if though.
Burrow, I don't think the ultimate what if. I'm with you there. So I think that is an overreaction. I'd say be up there, dude. But yeah, definitely not the ultimate.
Here's one more real quick before we get out of here. We got about 90 seconds left. I heard this take this weekend on ESPN, and I thought it was crazy. Marcus Freeman is a fraud. Overreaction or makes sense?
Overreaction. He just coached in a national title game last year. So total overreaction. I do hate Chris Ash, the new defensive coordinator. I feel like all the hard work and effort to make Notre Dame defense what it used to be, a great defense, has been wasted and thrown in the trash. Now that Al Golden left to go to Cincinnati to try to win a Super Bowl for Joe Burrow and the Bengals. No, I'm not going to put this on Marcus, man, right? Last year, coaching the national title game, they were in that game. They had a legit shot to beat a really talented Ohio State team. Half that roster's in the NFL, or they're about to be, and you had them beat you didn't really have them beat, but they were in that game. I'm going to say a huge overreaction. I love the job that he's done recruiting. He's, I think, a great role model, all that corny stuff. He's a leader of men. So overreaction. What do you think?
I think it's an overreaction too. I actually hate both coordinators that they have, the defensive and offensive coordinator. If I see one more game where we're running the same damn offensive play 75 times so that the defense can pick it apart, I'm going to go nuts.
Yeah, you're right, dude. Denbrock sucks too. So good call on that. Anyway, we are going to be back tomorrow night on a Wednesday, getting you set for Thursday night football, which I bet already. And like a lunatic, I'm going to take the Dolphins plus 12.5. Way too many points. Famous last words against the Bills. Back tomorrow night, BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
You don't need to put these in order, but I'm curious. Joe and I were talking about this off the top. We've seen 2 weeks now of NFL. Who are the 4 best teams in the league? Any order, 4 best.
Bills, Packers, Eagles, Rams.
Rams over Ravens?
Ravens out.
Yeah, Ravens have to be in there too. Who am I tossing out? Who am I tossing out for the Ravens? Yeah. I mean, I was so confident. I knew I was missing. Yeah, I guess you toss out the Rams. I think the Rams are right there in the top 10, though, top 5. The Rams would be my 5th. The Rams are really good, man. Ravens.
No, I'm just laughing at
Ravens.
They go from top 4 to they're top 10.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, they're. I was like, all right, who am I? I know I'm missing someone. I actually did this last night. Somebody was asking me who are the best teams in football, and I was texting with somebody, and I was like, oh yeah, and the Ravens. So I mean, that's just my brain. That's not me discounting the Ravens. They look great. Bills look awesome. I think right now, if you were sort of penciling in, if you had to take a conference championship exacta or quad box or whatever it would be called, quadfecta, it would be Packers, Eagles, and Bills, Ravens, right? I mean, those would be the 4 teams that I think you would expect to be there. I really do think, the Rams at 18-1 to win the Super Bowl. I don't know if that's good value per se, but I'm telling you, this Rams team, to me, the first 2 weeks of the season is underrated for sure.
You know how I feel about the Green Bay Packers. They're the best team in the league, in my opinion, of course, the best team in the NFC. After what I've seen through 2 weeks, and it's just 2 weeks, I think Tampa's the second best team in the NFC behind Green Bay. Like, I'll take Tampa right now on September 16th over Philadelphia. I'll take them over Detroit. I'll take them over anyone else that you might bring up that's in the NFC. Like, Tampa has really impressed me through these first 2 weeks. And when they get healthy, which is the big caveat because they're missing some key guys, when they get healthy, especially on offense, they're going to be sick. Like, I was texting the guys last night. I was like, man, I mean, imagine this offense when they get Tristan Wirfs back. They were without their best player. Pound for pound, Tristan Wirfs is the best player on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's been dealing with the knee injury since training camp. They win those first 2 games on the road without him. Wait until he gets back. Like, Baker Mayfield, like, I'm not the biggest Baker guy, but like, he's a good starting quarterback. I think anybody with eyeballs can see that. The O-line will be really good once Wirfs gets back. Let's get Luke Gadecki back as well because he played in last night's game, but only for like a quarter, got hurt again with that foot injury, so he had to leave the game. Like, let's get those offensive tackles back and healthy. They're missing both Chris Godwin and Jalen McMillan in that wide receiver room that can go along with Mike Evans and Emeka Ibuka, who scored another touchdown last night. How about the running backs? Bucky Irvin's awesome. Rashad White, like, that dude was out there looking like prime Le'Veon Bell on a couple of those carries where he's kind of just like slalom skiing his way through the Houston Texans defense. Like, he was sick last night. And defensively, they can stop the run with Big Vita Vea in the middle, which I think you can't just call him Vita Vea. You got to call him Big Vita Vea. That's what it is, because that dude is massive. Go Huskies. He is an awesome player, and every time he's on the field, it makes the opposition one-dimensional.